On his way home from work, Lin Qiu was suddenly struck dead by a falling object from above. When he awoke, he found himself in a pristine white temple, where an old man claiming to be a god offered him compensation by sending him to a parallel universe of Dragon Ball, transforming him into Gogeta. Furthermore, he was granted the ability to traverse the myriad realms, albeit with the limitation that this power could only be utilized once a year. Thus, a Saiyan who roamed the heavens, feigning innocence while being deceptively powerful, came into existence. Chapter 1. Becoming Gogeta and vanquishing Super Yi Xinglong. In an infinite expanse of white space, Lin Qiu glared furiously at the mysterious figure before him, who was entirely clad in white, unleashing a torrent of invective without restraint. His words were vehement, surpassing imagination, as an array of unspeakable curses poured forth like a barrage from his lips, each more offensive than the last, as he exhausted his knowledge of expletives. Not only that, but his overwhelming emotion caused him to uncontrollably spit as he raged, creating a spectacle that seemed capable of forming a water curtain stretching 3,000 feet. In contrast to Lin Qiu's tempestuous tirade, the white figure remained remarkably calm, responding in a voice steeped in gravitas. "Young man, do not be so enraged. I never anticipated that this object would fortuitously fall upon your head." However, Lin Qiu could not heed the explanation, shaking his head like a madman, hoarsely shouting, "Stop with the nonsense. No matter what, you must revive me immediately and return me to Earth. Otherwise, we shall not be finished with this matter today." Upon hearing this, the white figure fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to handle this tricky situation. Eventually, he sighed deeply and replied helplessly, "Though I'm a deity of great stature, you must not be so unreasonable in your demands. I cannot contravene the inherent laws of your world, for if I did, I would undoubtedly be the one to suffer the consequences." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiu wasted no time and began rolling on the ground, throwing a tantrum while wailing, "No, this cannot be. I don't care. I want to go back. Woo woo woo." The white figure standing nearby felt utterly exasperated, his brow furrowing deeply with helplessness. After a while, as if suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, his eyes lit up and he eagerly proposed, "Oh dear, please stop. How about this? I know you adore the anime Dragon Ball. What if I send you to a certain parallel world within it? Moreover, I can transform you into the incredibly powerful Gogeta. Additionally, I shall bestow upon you the extraordinary ability to traverse different worlds at will. How does this compensation sound?" Initially sulking on the ground, Lin Qiu halted in his tracks upon hearing these words, swiftly rising to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the white figure as he inquired, "Really? Will there still be a chance for me to return my original world?" The white figure hesitated momentarily before responding with uncertainty. "Well, to be honest, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer at this moment. However, theoretically, there should still be some opportunity." Lin Qiu bowed his head in contemplation, reflecting that there was nothing left to cling to in his former world. Since the tragic car accident that claimed his parents when he was 8, the compensation that should have been his had been ruthlessly divided among so-called relatives. He grew up moving from one relative to another, eventually relying on delivering takeout for a living, until he was killed by a vase on his way home, leading him to this place. Seeing that Lin Qiu agreed to the compensation, the white figure chanted softly, then clapped his hands together. A warm light enveloped Lin Qiu, and in an instant, he vanished. In a parallel Dragon Ball universe not recorded in history, Gogeta opened his eyes. Have I really become Gogeta? Suddenly, memories flooded his mind, and upon absorbing them, he comprehended how formidable this body gifted to him by the white figure truly was. First, there were 3 transformation modes: Super Blue, Super 5, and Zizai Zero G. He could also grow stronger through training. Additionally, a stripe appeared on his arm, visible only to him, resembling a QR code. The method of use was straightforward. Once the traversal ability was activated, the stripe would fade, requiring a year to recharge. Although this world was described as a parallel universe, it was merely a solitary realm crafted by that being for him, devoid of any other humans, leaving him entirely alone. Gogeta silently repeated his name in his heart and activated the traversal ability. In the next moment, he vanished. In the GT universe, Gogeta stood amidst the void, taking a deep breath, truly having crossed into another world. As he attuned to the surrounding energies, he soon detected a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from afar. It was the battle between Super Yi Xinglong and Super Force Sun Wukong, along with Vegeta. Right over there, Gogeta's eyes widened, and he instantly disappeared from his spot. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he witnessed Super Yixing Long towering above, looking down upon the battered Super Force Sun Wukong and Vegeta, both of whom were gasping for breath and clearly at their limits. Haha, you insignificant insects could never be my match. Super Yixing Long laughed maniacally, unleashing a powerful energy wave aimed directly at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This is bad. Vegeta's heart raced as he dashed in front of the two, crossing his arms to block the energy wave. What? Super Yixing Long's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded the suddenly appearing Vegeta. Who are you? I am Vegeta, he replied coldly. Your opponent is me. Vegeta. Super Yixing Long frowned. I've never heard that name before. But since you dare to obstruct my path, let us perish together. He dove down with devastating force towards Vegeta, who met him fearlessly, charging forward to confront Super Yixing Long. The two clashed in midair, their fists colliding with a thunderous roar, the shockwaves scattering energy and leveling the surrounding peaks. Is this your strength? Pathetically weak, Vegeta scoffed, channeling all his might into a punch that sent Super Yixing Long flying hundreds of meters back. Regaining his footing, Super Yixing Long's eyes flashed with fury. You dare to underestimate me. He opened his massive mouth, immediately condensing a black energy wave aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta pressed his hands together, forming a golden energy wave in response. The two energy waves collided midair, erupting in a dazzling display of light, as the shockwaves surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing everything in their radiant glow. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the collision of energy waves reached its zenith, causing the entire world to tremble. Gogeta sensed the power of the Super Yixing Long gradually intensifying, and a cold smile crept across his face. Everyone can enhance their energy. With a low growl, he swiftly transformed, blue ethereal flames erupting as he assumed his super blue form. The super blue Gogeta emerged. Super Yixing Long, your doom is upon you. Gogeta proclaimed loudly, his hands pressed together as a massive blue energy wave coalesced instantaneously. The Super Yixing Long felt the overwhelming force, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. He knew he could not withstand it, yet he was unwilling to be vanquished so easily. No, I refuse to lose. The Super Yixing Long bellowed frantically, gathering his final black energy wave to confront Gogeta's assault. The two energy waves collided once more in the air, but this time, the Super Yixing Long's wave was clearly at a disadvantage. The blue energy wave gradually consumed the black one, relentlessly advancing towards the Super Yixing Long. No, it cannot be. The Super Yixing Long cried out in despair, but he could no longer alter the outcome. The golden energy wave swiftly engulfed his form, utterly annihilating him, and the malevolent aura dissipated along with him. Vegeta, that guy's incredibly powerful. Moreover, I couldn't sense his presence during that transformation, yet he exudes a formidable pressure, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I see it too, but we still do not know whether he is friend or foe. So do not let your guard down, Kakarot, Vegeta replied, his gaze flickering. Understanding Vegeta's implication, Sun Wukong nodded. After vanquishing the Super Yixing Long, Gogeta reverted to his normal state and appeared before Sun Wukong and Vegeta in a flash. Chapter 2. Ultra Blue vs. Ultra 4 Vegeto, Part 1. Who exactly are you? There's no one like you among the existing Saiyans. Vegeta regarded Gogeta with a wary eye. Gogeta responded with a smile. I am not your enemy. I am a Saiyan from another world. Vegeta, clearly skeptical, snorted in disbelief. However, Goku was different. He looked at Gogeta and inquired, what was that transformation you just executed? Gogeta did not conceal the truth and explained the Ultra Blue form. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, pondering the possibility of wielding the power of the gods. Just as their confusion deepened, the old Kaioshin of the Kaioshin realm spoke up. Goku, Vegeta, he speaks the truth. His power is indeed divine. Mortals cannot perceive divine energy. Only those who are divine can sense it. Furthermore, it is entirely plausible that he hails from another world. Though Vegeta remained somewhat unconvinced, the old Kaioshin's assertion prompted him to entertain the possibility. Gogeta scrutinized the two Saiyans and suddenly exclaimed, Hey, Goku, Vegeta, I wish to test your strength. Let's engage in a battle. However, I recommend you fuse, particularly using the Patera earrings. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Vegeta's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light. What do you think, Vegeta? Goku asked. Just this once. Vegeta huffed in agreement. Once the decision was made, the Kaioshin realm's Jebit appeared in a flash, delivering the Patera earrings. Thank you, Lord Kaioshin, Goku expressed his gratitude, tossing an earring to Vegeta. As they adorned the earrings, a radiant light enveloped them. When the brilliance subsided, the Ultra 4 Vegeto, with black hair and crimson fur, emerged. Gogeta's eyes brightened as he sensed Vegeto's energy, and he began to feel a surge of excitement. Come now, let me witness your might, Gogeta said casually, a hint of provocation in his tone, as he transformed into his Ultra Blue form. Ultra 4 Vegeto grinned broadly, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Before his words could fade, Vegeto's figure vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously before Gogeta, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Ultra Blue Gogeta reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block. The impact of their arms colliding in midair unleashed a violent wave of energy, tearing through the surrounding atmosphere. Impressive speed, Ultra Blue Gogeta remarked with a faint smile, momentarily retreating before swiftly closing the distance again. He clasped his hands together, energy coalescing in his palms, a blue luminescence radiating with a destructive aura. Kamehameha! With a commanding shout, the energy transformed into a brilliant beam, hurtling toward Ultra 4 Vegeto. The path of the beam tore through space, creating a dark fissure. Ultra 4 Vegeto's pupils contracted as he sensed the overwhelming energy surge. Without hesitation, he assumed a defensive stance, crossing his arms before his chest as a golden aura erupted, forming a sturdy protective shield. The clash between the Kamehameha wave and the protective shield erupted with a deafening roar as two formidable energies engaged in a fierce confrontation, illuminating the entire starry expanse. Yet the assault from Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta was far from over. With hands once more pressed together, he unleashed a second Kamehameha wave, striking directly at the barrier of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. This time, the shield faltered under the immense force, shattering instantaneously. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was sent hurtling backwards, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into a colossal asteroid in the cosmos, which disintegrated into dust upon impact. Coughing lightly, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta rose from the debris, his eyes ablaze with an even fiercer fighting spirit, and in an instant he returned to Earth. Impressive. You managed to withstand 2 of my Kamehameha waves, Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta remarked with a hint of admiration in his tone. Don't underestimate me. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta growled, as his aura surged dramatically, golden light flickering around him like flames. His physique began to transform, muscles becoming more robust, and the swaying of his tail grew more powerful. With his roar, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from within, tearing through the air and forming visible cyclones. Oh, this is intriguing, Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta said, narrowing his eyes as he sensed the potent energy emanating from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, a slight change in expression finally gracing his face. Come, let me witness your limits. Without further ado, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing before Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta and delivering a powerful punch straight to his chest. Gogeta raised his hand to block, yet this time, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's strength was palpably greater, forcing Gogeta to stagger back several steps before regaining his footing. An increase in power? Gogeta mused, slightly furrowing his brow, but soon, a confident smile returned to his visage. However, this is still insufficient. Clenching his fists, the energy within him erupted instantaneously, blue flames dancing around him, coalescing into a massive energy vortex. All divine energy converged within him, as Gogeta assumed his perfected Super Saiyan Blue form. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, exceeding the speed of light as he charged at Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta, his right fist enveloped in tremendous energy, creating a sharp whistling sound in the air. Gogeta's lips curled into a calm smile, effortlessly sidestepping the fierce strike with a nonchalant grace. Vegeta's fist grazed the edge of Gogeta's attire, the force generating a subtle rift in the surrounding space. Is this all the speed you possess? Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta teased, his voice echoing through the atmosphere. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta huffed in response, refraining from further comment, and swiftly repositioned himself to launch another attack. In this moment, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike imbued with an overwhelming force, their shadows intertwining in a mesmerizing dance that left onlookers breathless. Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta moved with remarkable agility, deftly navigating through the dense barrage of fists, his body as light and nimble as willow fluff in the breeze, consistently evading Vegeta's onslaught at the brink of peril. "This won't do, Vegeta," he taunted while evading. Vegeta's fury ignited like a wildfire, compelling him to retreat a few steps, inhaling deeply as energy began to coalesce around him. A colossal vortex of energy formed, swirling violently with countless particles emitting a deafening roar. "Taste this!" Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta bellowed, forcefully propelling the energy sphere he had gathered towards Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta. This sphere harbored cataclysmic power, shattering the surrounding space like fractured glass. Upon witnessing this, Gogeta's gaze sharpened instantly. He began to gather energy as well, raising his hands high as an energy sphere rapidly took shape, radiating a brilliant blue light that starkly contrasted with Vegeta's sphere. "Go!" Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta shouted, launching his energy sphere towards Vegeta's. When the two spheres collided midair, they triggered a cataclysmic explosion. A blinding light illuminated the entire planet, and the immense shockwave surged outward like a tempestuous tidal wave, distorting the very fabric of space, threatening to collapse under the overwhelming force. Both Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta harnessed their energy to withstand the onslaught, their figures flickering in and out of sight amidst the brilliance, akin to two steadfast stars amidst a raging storm. "It seems you possess some skill," Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta remarked amidst the energy turmoil. "This is merely the beginning," Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta retorted. As the energy shockwave gradually subsided, their silhouettes re-emerged clearly on the battlefield. A hint of gravity clouded Vegeta's eyes. He understood that the Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta before him was no trivial adversary. Meanwhile, Gogeta maintained an air of nonchalance, as if this battle was merely a leisurely game to him. Suddenly, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta vanished in a flash. Gogeta's heart raced, instantly activating his perception abilities in an effort to track Vegeta's movements. However, Vegeta's speed was astonishingly swift, his presence seemingly evaporating into thin air. Just as Gogeta was engulfed in confusion, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his back. Reacting swiftly, Gogeta spun around, blocking the blow with his arm. The tremendous force propelled him backward, causing him to tumble through the air several times before regaining his composure. Chapter 3, Super Saiyan Blue vs. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Part 2. "This is the sensation, Vegeta. Come on, excite me further." The corners of Gogeta's mouth curled slightly upward, a wild and defiant smile blossoming upon his face. With a gentle stamp of his foot, what appeared to be a casual gesture concealed boundless power. In an instant, the ground trembled as if beset by a terrible earthquake, fissures erupting with a deep and menacing crack. These crevices spread like a spider's web, radiating from Gogeta's center in a frenzied manner. Following this, Gogeta transformed into a dazzling blue meteor, hurtling toward Vegeta's position with astonishing speed. As he sped past, the surrounding air was ruthlessly cleaved apart by an invisible blade, emitting a sharp and piercing howl. In the face of Gogeta's formidable advance, Vegeta was equally undaunted. His form resembled a bolt of red lightning, ablaze with fierce flames, as he charged headlong to meet Gogeta. The distance between them dwindled to nothing in the blink of an eye. In this electrifying moment, the two finally converged midair. Without a hint of hesitation, Gogeta launched the first attack. Clenching his right fist tightly, his arm muscles bulged with power, veins prominently visible, as he unleashed a blow imbued with cataclysmic force directed at Vegeta. However, Vegeta displayed remarkable agility, sidestepping Gogeta's unparalleled punch with ease. In a swift counter, he unleashed a powerful kick with his left leg, akin to a whirlwind, striking out with tremendous force. His robust thigh, as solid as iron, swept across Gogeta's midsection with an overwhelming momentum. Gogeta crossed his arms to defend, yet Vegeta's leg struck with a resounding thud against his forearms, the sheer force propelling Gogeta backwards for hundreds of meters. Gogeta's energy erupted like a volcanic blast, an azure aura visibly swelling with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a blinding blue light, slicing through the air towards Vegeta. Undeterred by Gogeta's overwhelming presence, Vegeta's own energy surged, as if to ignite the very heavens. With a fierce shout, he charged once more toward Gogeta, and the two engaged in a breathtaking close-quarters combat. In that moment, the air was filled with the roaring winds of their punches and the flurry of their movements, each strike fast as a tempest, leaving spectators breathless. The collision of their fists and palms erupted in deafening booms, accompanied by immense waves of energy radiating outward. These energy surges crashed against the surrounding air like tumultuous tides, leaving Gohan and the others below wide-eyed and trembling, utterly awestruck by the unimaginable power on display in the sky above. As the battle raged on, Gogeta suddenly flickered, swiftly retreating several paces. Following this, he clasped his palms together before his chest, an unceasing torrent of energy surging into his hands. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from him, and he opened his mouth to bellow, "Kamehameha!" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a massive blue energy wave, several meters in diameter, erupted from Gogeta's hands, resembling a roaring dragon as it surged towards Vegeta. Where the energy wave passed, the very fabric of space appeared to tear asunder, producing spine-chilling sounds. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta drew a deep breath, swiftly gathering a dazzling sphere of golden light. When the radiance reached its zenith, Vegeta thrust his arms forward, shouting, "Final flash!" A robust golden energy beam shot forth from his hands, its might rivaling that of Gogeta's Kamehameha. The two torrents of energy collided mid-air with a thunderous roar, creating a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwaves surged like a furious tempest, sweeping in all directions, causing distant mountains to crumble and countless boulders to tumble down, raising clouds of dust. Amidst this energy storm, Gogeta and Vegeta continued their fierce clash. Their figures darted through the tempest like lightning, almost impossible to capture. Gogeta incessantly varied his attack methods, sometimes employing powerful punches and kicks, at other times unleashing formidable energy waves in an attempt to outmatch Vegeta. Vegeta, undeterred, skillfully evaded Gogeta's strikes with the agility and strength of his Super Saiyan form, countering with precision. "Impressive. You truly possess remarkable skill," Gogeta exclaimed, his battle fervor intensifying. With that, he swiftly conjured a blue energy sphere and hurled it toward Vegeta. Unfazed, Vegeta similarly formed a red energy sphere, meeting Gogeta's assault head-on. Boom! The two energy spheres collided in midair, triggering a colossal explosion. The overwhelming energy fluctuations radiated outward, lifting debris from the ground, and surrounding structures succumbed to the force, collapsing into ruin. The Z fighters hastily retreated in search of safety. Is this truly the extent of their power? It's astounding. Tien Shinhan marveled, disbelief etched upon his face. Krillin nodded in agreement. Indeed, at this level of combat, we are utterly outmatched. At the heart of the explosion, Gogeta and Vegeta's silhouettes flickered in and out of view. Both sustained minimal damage and exchanged glances before charging at one another once more. This time, their speed and power surged to new heights. Each collision unleashed intense energy fluctuations that caused the very earth to tremble beneath their struggle. As the battle progressed, Gogeta and Vegeta gradually transcended the confines of Earth, soaring into the cosmos. The stars within the universe shattered under the rippling aftermath of their conflict, creating a mesmerizing yet perilous display of light. Behold my might, Kamehameha! Gogeta swiftly gathered blue energy in his hands before launching it forward, unleashing a robust beam of azure light directed at Vegeta. Unyielding, Vegeta inhaled deeply and shouted, "Small spirit bomb." He raised his hand skyward, where countless star-like energies converged, forming a basketball-sized blue energy sphere. Subsequently, he hurled the diminutive spirit bomb towards Gogeta. The collision of the Kamehameha and the spirit bomb ignited an explosion more intense than before. The entire universe was illuminated by this overwhelming surge of energy, reducing countless celestial bodies to ashes. Both Gogeta and Vegeta were forced to retreat amidst the blast, their bodies bearing several scars. Yet their eyes remained filled with indomitable resolve. "This battle is exhilarating," Gogeta exclaimed, his body trembling slightly, clearly fatigued from the preceding onslaught. Vegeta, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, scoffed, "Humph. Don't get cocky. This is merely the beginning." With that, his golden aura surged once more as he charged at Gogeta. Gogeta quickly regained his composure and met him head-on, the two resuming their fierce exchange, their figures darting through the cosmos in a dazzling display. During the skirmish, Gogeta gradually discerned that Vegeta's strength exceeded his expectations. The Super Saiyan 4 form not only possessed remarkable power and speed, but also an extraordinary resilience that rendered his attacks incapable of inflicting fatal damage. It became evident that he needed to unleash his true potential. Thus, Gogeta began to channel the energy within him, The subdued blue aura erupted, intensifying dramatically. After a few breaths, the aura receded, transforming him into the perfected Super Saiyan blue form. Unlike the completed form, the perfected state allowed him to fully harness the prowess of Super Saiyan blue. Come on, Vegeta, show me if you can grow even stronger. Gogeta bellowed. Once more, they charged at one another, their assaults more ferocious than ever, each impact resonating through the very fabric of space. In a sudden move, Gogeta executed instant transmission, appearing behind Vegeta and delivering a powerful punch to his back. Although Vegeta sensed the impending strike, it was too late to evade. He braced himself for the blow. With a resounding thud, Vegeta was propelled forward. Seizing the opportunity, Gogeta unleashed a rapid barrage of energy waves with his left hand. However, Vegeta reacted swiftly, erecting a protective barrier for defense. Just moments after the shield manifested, its brilliance illuminated the scene as Vegeta reverted from fusion. Gogeta, feeling a twinge of disappointment at this unforeseen turn, retracted his hand. In an instant, they both teleported back to Earth. Chapter 4. Gohan Breaks Through His Limits, Part 1. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and before anyone realized, a month had hastily passed. The Earth was gradually beginning to reclaim its former vibrancy and liveliness. Upon the separation of Vegito from his fused state, Gogeta, accompanied by Goku and Vegeta, returned to Earth. The ensuing events unfolded much like those portrayed in the anime. Goku departed with Shenron, while Gogeta chose to temporarily settle on Earth, primarily due to the fact that his stripes required a year to restore. On a particular morning, as Gogeta completed his morning rituals and prepared to step outside to embrace the new day, his gaze was inexplicably drawn to a nearby wall. More precisely, his heightened perception allowed him to sense the arrival of two distinctly powerful auras on Earth, one of which was remarkably unique: divine energy. How intriguing. I had initially believed that after Goku's departure, this place would experience little significant turmoil, yet here I am confronted with such an unexpected occurrence. Could my presence have triggered an unforeseen butterfly effect? As Gogeta softly murmured to himself, he narrowed his eyes, contemplating the direction from which the two auras emanated. In his perception, he recognized two familiar figures from past fan comics. One was Jaco, and the other was the Supreme Kai of the West, in the skies above the wilderness. Jaco remarked, "Mother, is this the Earth you spoke of? It appears quite beautiful." He sensed no formidable energy. "Do not fret. Soon, someone will arrive." The Supreme Kai of the West replied with a knowing smile, having conducted her research prior to their arrival. True to her prediction, moments later, Goten and Trunks arrived, having sensed Jaco's energy due to their ongoing tasks in the vicinity. "Who are you?" Goten inquired, but Jaco disregarded him, instantly teleporting closer and unleashing an energy wave at him. "Goten!" Trunks shouted in alarm, but he was too late to shield Goten, who was struck by Jaco's energy wave and sent hurtling through the air, landing on the ground severely injured. Jaco swiftly turned to attack Trunks, who transformed into a Super Saiyan to engage him, but he was utterly overpowered and swiftly subdued. "This is dull. Perish!" Jaco exclaimed, raising his left hand to gather an energy sphere and hurling it towards Trunks. Weakened and battered, Trunks had little strength left to counter the energy sphere. Just as it was about to strike him, Gohan arrived, unleashing a magical flash to deflect the energy sphere, resulting in a massive explosion in the sky. "Trunks, are you alright?" Gohan inquired with concern. "I'm fine, Gohan. Please check on Goten." Trunks managed to respond, gesturing towards the unconscious form of Goten nearby. Son Gohan hurried to his brother Goten's side, and upon confirming his sibling's survival, he sighed in relief. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of fury as he glared at the figure hovering in the sky. "Jaco, who are you? Why have you attacked us?" In response to Gohan's inquiry, Jaco's answer was perplexing. "Oh, so you're son Gohan? Your energy is rather pitiful. I demand to know who you truly are." Gohan insisted. Jaco grinned, pointing at himself. "I am your brother, son Gohan." "What?" Gohan exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the sanity of this individual. "You must be joking. I only have one brother, Goten." Just as Gohan finished speaking, the West Kai appeared behind him. "Allow me to clarify your confusion. While his father is indeed son Wukong, his mother is not, but rather I, the Kai, making him your brother as well." In a fleeting moment that Gohan turned, the West Kai had vanished, only to reappear at his original location. Instant transmission. Gohan was astonished to discover that his opponent possessed the same technique as his father. With a composed demeanor, he assessed the two before him. Currently, Uncle Vegeta was on the Kai's realm, and his father was unaccounted for. Earth's protection rested solely on his shoulders. Let me see your strength, son Gohan. No sooner had the words left Jaco's lips than he vanished like a streak of black lightning. Gohan's pupils dilated sharply as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, relying on his honed instinct from years of combat to swiftly evade. With a whoosh, Jaco's fist grazed Gohan's cheek, sending a gust of sharp wind that stung his skin. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan retaliated with a powerful spinning kick aimed at Jaco's head. Jaco extended his robust arm, effortlessly blocking the strike. The force of the impact caused him to stagger back slightly, yet a gleeful grin spread across his face. Interesting, Jaco exclaimed, his combat fervor intensifying like a blazing flame. The two engage in a fierce exchange, their fists and feet colliding with a series of rapid thuds. Each impact unleashed a wave of potent energy, causing the surrounding air to churn like boiling water. Their figures darted across the wilderness, soaring high one moment and diving swiftly the next, creating a dizzying spectacle. Gohan quickly gathered energy before his chest, golden energy forming rapidly in his hands. Radiating a brilliant light. Kamehameha, he shouted, unleashing the energy wave toward Jaco. The formidable golden beam streaked through the sky, exuding a cataclysmic force as it surged toward him. Seeing this, Jaco similarly concentrated energy in his hands, crafting a dark energy sphere. Dark impact. With a roar, the black energy orb shot forth like a meteor, racing to collide with Gohan's Kamehameha. Two formidable waves of energy converged in midair, instantaneously igniting a cataclysmic explosion. A blinding light illuminated the desolate wilderness, while the overwhelming energy surge birthed a colossal mushroom cloud that spread outward. The surrounding ground was ravaged, pockmarked by the force of the impact, as massive rocks were hurled into the sky, only to crash down heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. Son Gohan was violently propelled away by this immense shockwave. After tumbling through the air several times, he barely managed to stabilize himself, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. He hadn't anticipated Jaco's power to be so formidable, capable of contending with his Kamehameha. Meanwhile, Jaco trembled slightly, his gaze brimming with madness. Is that all you've got? He taunted, charging once more at Son Gohan. Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan steadied himself and met the oncoming assault. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, each strike imbued with tremendous power. A moment's lapse could result in a devastating blow. The skirmish persisted for an extended duration until Jaco seized an opportunity, unleashing a barrage of relentless attacks, his fists raining down upon Son Gohan, forcing him to retreat. At that moment, the power of Super Saiyan 2 was no longer sufficient against Jaco, prompting him to reveal his true strength by transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 5. Son Gohan breaks through his limits. Part 2. The sky loomed overhead, as if a boundless black stone were pressing down with immense weight, stifling the very air. Dense clouds churned and roared, resembling an ancient beast, clawing at the last vestiges of daylight. A violent wind swept through, carrying a storm of dust, engulfing the world in chaos and darkness. Fear permeated the atmosphere like a tangible entity, every breath seemingly infused with dread, causing the air to tremble ever so slightly. Amidst this apocalyptic tableau, Super Saiyan 4 Son Gohan stood resolutely. His body was engulfed in a golden aura, akin to a resplendent sun, radiating boundless light and heat. His crimson hair danced wildly in the tempest, resembling flickering flames, each strand pulsating with intense energy. Now, this is interesting, Jaco sneered coldly, his form suddenly vanishing, leaving only an afterimage before reappearing directly in front of Son Gohan. With his right fist clenched tightly, he amassed a terrifying force, driving it forward with the velocity of a gale towards Son Gohan's face, the wind howling as it tore through the air. Son Gohan's reflexes were equally swift. Nearly in tandem with Jaco's strike, his own right fist shot out like a bolt of lightning, resolutely intercepting Jaco's blow. The two fists collided with a thunderous impact, time seemingly suspended in that moment. Subsequently, a deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, a sound potent enough to shatter souls. The shockwave generated by the clash surged forth like a wall, violently pushing outward, causing the ground to fracture into countless grotesque fissures. As if an invisible giant hand had mercilessly torn the earth apart, countless fragments of gravel, entwined with swirling dust, soared into the air like cannonballs, splattering chaotically in all directions, creating a scene of utter disarray and terror. The fists of the two combatants intersected in a rapid dance, each collision unleashing a fierce explosion of energy. The deafening sounds reverberated like rolling thunder, echoing through the air with relentless intensity, a continuous barrage of dull thuds resounding incessantly. Gohan's fist blazed with a golden aura, radiating with searing heat. Jaiko's fist, too, was enveloped in a golden flame, yet it emanated a chilling pressure that instilled a deep-seated dread. The two forces clashed furiously in the air, tearing and entangling with one another, as if striving to rend the very fabric of space itself, exposing an abyss of endless void. In a moment of clarity, Gohan seized the opportunity and launched a powerful blow aimed squarely at Jaiko's abdomen. The force penetrated deeply, causing Jaiko's body to involuntarily lean back. However, Jaiko reacted with lightning speed, regaining his balance almost instantaneously. He then unleashed a swift counterattack, his fist slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed directly at Gohan's temple. The angle was cunning, the speed blinding. Gohan, sensing the impending strike, evaded with the agility of a serpent, narrowly dodging the punch. Seizing the moment, he thrust his knee upward, targeting Jaiko's chest. Jaiko, quick to respond, crossed his arms to block the fierce attack, then seized Gohan's ankle, exerting force to slam him violently into the ground. The impact reverberated with a series of intense crashes, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Enraged, Gohan broke free from Jaiko's grasp and retaliated with a kick aimed at Jaiko's face. He then swiftly leapt backward, creating distance between them. Gohan's breath came in heavy gasps, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. In stark contrast, Jaiko wore a smirk of disdain, clearly unscathed by the confrontation. This was a clear indication of the disparity in their strengths. Jaiko was beyond the realm of Super Saiyan 4. Frustration simmered within Gohan as he clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Jaiko touched his face, a wicked and arrogant grin spreading across his features. Is this all you can muster? I expected more from my brother's adversaries. How quaint. Allow me to eliminate you all, for the strongest warrior in the universe has no need for worthless sons like you. With that, Jaiko erupted in a boisterous laughter and charged once more at Gohan. Gohan inhaled deeply, his aura igniting fiercely as he braced himself for battle anew. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Mid-charge, Jaiko abruptly pivoted and dashed towards the unconscious Goten on the ground. As he approached Goten, he gathered a surge of energy, unleashing it without hesitation. A thunderous explosion erupted, the brilliance of the energy wave illuminating the sky. Goten! Both Gohan and Trunks cried out in terror simultaneously. As Son Gohan arrived, he anxiously waved his hands to disperse the billowing smoke. However, all that lay before him was a charred pit, with hot air continuously rising from its depths, and his brother Son Goten was nowhere to be found. No, Goten. Ah? Son Gohan fell to his knees, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Memories of joyful times spent with his brother flooded his mind, each image flashing before him like a revolving lantern. At that moment, immense pain and fury engulfed him like a surging tide. He let out a howl towards the heavens, his voice imbued with despair and sorrow. A tremendous aura erupted from Son Gohan, and as light radiated around him, a powerful wave of energy expanded outward from his being, even lifting the ground beneath him. Trunks could not withstand this overwhelming force, being hurled hundreds of meters away, tumbling through the air several times before barely stabilizing himself. However, Jaiko managed to withstand this energy wave, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his skin prickling with exhilaration. This was the thrill he craved. He licked his lips, his face alight with fervor for battle. As the light gradually faded, a transformed Son Gohan emerged before everyone. His body was enveloped in white fur, exuding an aura of inviolable majesty, resembling a battle god standing proudly. Son Gohan had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 5, and this formidable energy instantly resonated throughout the universe, even reaching the distant realm of the Kais. Is this energy emanating from Earth? The Elder Kai looked at Jebbet with a perplexed expression, astonishment evident in his eyes. Indeed, it originates from Earth. We must urgently ascertain what has transpired there. The Elder Kai's demeanor grew serious, a hint of concern lacing his tone. Jebbet promptly produced a crystal ball, channeling divine power to investigate the situation on Earth. On Earth? Oh! Jaiko exclaimed in excitement. This is truly unexpected, Son Gohan. You possess such power. This makes killing you all the more worthwhile. With that, Jaiko unleashed a tremendous energy, fervently augmenting his own power, the flames of energy around him igniting fiercely with a hissing sound. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The two formidable energy fields clashed, generating a tempest that swept through the surroundings like a blade, lifting the dust and debris from the ground into small whirlwinds. Son Gohan glared furiously, pushing off the ground as he surged toward Jaco like a shooting star. His speed reached its zenith, leaving a long trail of afterimages in the air. As he approached Jaco, Son Gohan wasted no time in delivering a punch. The white energy surrounding his fist resembling a miniature sun, imbued with cataclysmic power. Jaco, not to be outdone, also thrust his fist forward to counter. This time, when their fists collided, there was no thunderous roar. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped them. Yet this silence was more terrifying than any sound, for within it lay the frenzied clash of two monumental forces. They pressed against each other, contorting, as the surrounding space began to exhibit subtle fissures under the strain of their formidable force. After a brief silence, a deep rumble resonated. An energy radiated outward from the two individuals. Wherever it traveled, the ground was furrowed with deep ravines, and the nearby peaks were instantaneously leveled. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan ascended, executing a series of powerful kicks in midair. Each strike was imbued with immense energy, manifesting as visible white crescent-shaped waves that surged toward Jaco. Jaco nimbly evaded, darting left and right while simultaneously conjuring several energy blasts, which he hurled at Son Gohan. The energy blasts collided with the energy waves in midair, resulting in explosions that erupted into dazzling yet perilous bursts of light. The two adversaries continuously shifted their positions in the air, engaging in a rapid exchange that transcended the comprehension of mere mortals. Each attack contained the potential to obliterate planets. Son Gohan, spotting a momentary lapse in Jaco's defense, swiftly positioned himself behind him and unleashed the Kamehameha with both hands charged with energy. Sensing the terrifying power embedded within the Kamehameha, Jaco's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Drawing in a deep breath, he concentrated energy into his hands, erecting a protective barrier. When the Kamehameha collided with the shield, a brilliant light surged forth, causing powerful energy waves that made the very earth tremble. The inhabitants of Earth gazed up at the sky in terror, their hearts laden with despair. Chapter 6. The Annihilation of Jaco, a Call for Help. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying explosion erupted, violently propelling Jaco away. He tumbled clumsily through the air, letting out a furious roar, his once pristine attire now tattered and ragged, a stark contrast to his earlier, imposing demeanor. Son Gohan stood firm, his gaze as piercing as a cold star, seemingly intent on freezing Jaco's very soul. Jaco, it is time to pay for your transgressions. Son Gohan's voice was icy. Jaco struggled to regain his balance, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Foolish one, do not think that a mere surge of power grants you the right to act defiantly before me. Soon, you shall witness what true strength entails. Jaco clenched his fists, his muscles taut with tension, and with a fierce shout, the energy around him surged like a flood breaching a dam. In a dazzling display of light, a formidable energy wave enveloped him as he unleashed his full power. Yet, despite Jaco's overwhelming presence, Son Gohan remained undaunted, his expression still as frigid as ice. With a sudden release of his own energy, a presence more powerful than Jaco's erupted forth like a tempest. The two forces collided violently in the air, intertwining and churning, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder, emitting piercing shrieks. The earth quaked violently under the weight of this dreadful power, as though it were on the brink of shattering. The mere clash of their energies rendered the air within a 100-mile radius exceedingly unstable, with howling winds and swirling dust. In the blink of an eye, Jaco lunged towards Gohan, delivering a powerful punch. However, Gohan merely tilted his head slightly to evade the blow, retaliating with a strike that sent Jaco soaring into the sky, eyes wide with astonishment. Gohan swiftly appeared behind Jaco, his fists poised to strike, yet Jaco reacted with remarkable swiftness, launching a counterattack. The resonating sounds of impact echoed in a series of heart-stopping blows. After hundreds of exchanges, Jaco let out a low growl and unleashed a ferocious punch. To his shock, Gohan caught this formidable strike with a single hand. The explosive sound reverberated as the terrifying force surged through Gohan's body, yet he stood unshaken. How could this be? Jaco thought, his face contorted in disbelief. This was impossible. How had Gohan suddenly grown so powerful? It must be a mistake. With a furious shout, Jaiko launched a rapid assault, each punch imbued with terrifying power. Yet Gohan effortlessly deflected them all. Is this all you are capable of? Gohan remarked disdainfully. Jaiko, veins bulging on his forehead, could not accept this reality. He was the son of a god and the universe's mightiest warrior, destined to reign supreme. No, to be the king of the cosmos. He refused to believe anyone could surpass him. With another furious roar, he unleashed all his energy. His stature grew several centimeters. Muscles rippling, eyes bloodshot, radiating an aura of sheer ferocity. Meanwhile, the West Supreme Kai, observing from afar, gritted her teeth in disbelief at the unfolding events. Yet she was not about to concede defeat. Just as she prepared to retreat, a figure blocked her path. It was Gogeta, who struck with a single palm, catching the West Supreme Kai off guard, leading to her demise. Having accomplished this, he swiftly departed. In the realm of the Kai, one could hardly imagine the tumult that had transpired during his training. Gohan HM, Kakarot, oh Kakarot, you and your son truly are. Vegeta, undeterred by the setbacks, was instead filled with fighting spirit. If Gohan could transcend his limits to reach Super Saiyan 5, then he, the Prince of Saiyans, could surely do the same. After a few glances at the images within the crystal ball, he turned and re-entered his training space. Through previous insights, he had gleaned how Gohan had breached his limits, and he too needed to make an attempt. On Earth, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Jaiko's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, each move lacking any semblance of technique, driven purely by brute force. Yet Gohan remained remarkably composed, nimbly weaving through Jaiko's onslaught, deftly avoiding each strike while seizing opportunities to counterattack. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly spoke. Jaiko, your struggles are but futile. The outcome of this battle has long been predetermined. A hint of weariness tinged his voice, for he had lost all interest in the fight. With that, Sun Wukong offered Jaiko no respite, his aura coalescing with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, a colossal vortex of energy formed around him, countless energy particles spiraling chaotically within. The terrifying fluctuations of energy sent chills even through Jaiko. His eyes widened in horror, a profound dread welling up within him. He understood that Sun Wukong was about to unleash a devastating blow. Should it land, he would be utterly powerless to retaliate. No, I shall not be defeated. Jaiko roared, his bloodshot eyes filled with a fierce determination. Ignoring all caution, he charged at Sun Wukong, desperate to interrupt the impending attack. However, with a mere flick of his hand, Sun Wukong conjured an invisible barrier, solid as iron, standing resolutely before Jaiko. The force of the impact sent him crashing to the ground. Perish! Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with fury, his voice reverberating like thunder through the air. With that bellow, he gathered all his energy into his palms and propelled it forward with a mighty thrust. A dazzling wave of energy surged forth like a blazing meteor, hurtling toward Jaiko with relentless force. Seeing this, Jaiko was gripped by panic. He evaded the terrifying energy wave with all his might. His speed reached its zenith. Yet the wave pursued him like a specter, leaving him with no avenue for escape. No! Jaiko's desperate cry echoed, filled with fear and defiance. Yet, his lament could not alter his fate. The energy wave engulfed him in an instant, and amidst a blinding radiance, his form evaporated entirely, leaving only an empty sky, as if he had never existed. Sun Wukong gradually lowered his hands, his body trembling slightly, clearly exhausted from the tremendous effort of that last move. A look of fatigue crossed his face, and his once taut muscles began to relax, returning to their natural state. With Jaiko's disappearance, this harrowing battle finally reached its conclusion. The earth gradually returned to tranquility, the howling winds ceased, and the swirling dust settled, as though nothing had ever transpired. However, Sun Wukong's heart remained restless. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face like a torrential flood. What difference did it make that he had vanquished his foe? His brother had departed from this world forever, never to return. You did well, Sun Wukong. The voice of Vegeta resonated. Sun Wukong looked up, his tears halting immediately, for his brother was being cradled by Mr. Vegeta in a princess carry. Vegeta gently set Son Goten down on the ground. Rest assured, your younger brother is not in grave danger. Thank you. Son Gohan expressed his sincere gratitude. The reason Son Goten survived was that in the midst of the energy wave unleashed by Janemba, Gogeta rescued him. After exchanging a few words, they parted ways. Time swiftly passed, and 6 months elapsed. One day, the sky suddenly erupted with a deafening sound, and a shadow plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the city and creating a massive crater. This spectacle frightened many, yet a few audacious souls ventured closer to investigate. Gogeta, Saiyan, Vegeta, and several others descended gently from the sky. Upon witnessing the scene within the crater, they were taken aback, for the individual sprawled within bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. Ribs. Ribs sensed a familiar aura, slowly opened his eyes, and upon spotting Vegeta, called out urgently, albeit in a feeble voice. "Help! Son Goku! Son Goku is in danger." After uttering these fragmented words, he fainted once more. Son Gohan rushed forward to carry Ribs, and Gogeta instantaneously transported them all to the Divine Temple. Chapter 7. Vegeta vs. Evil Goku. In the temple, alongside Gogeta, Vegeta, Son Gohan, the Supreme Kai, and Mr. Popo, were also Chi-Chi, Son Goten, Bulma, and Tan, as they were the only ones who knew Son Goku's whereabouts, making their presence essential. After consuming a Senzu bean to restore his strength, Ribs recounted the events that transpired. Upon hearing Ribs' account, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. In summary, when Son Goku departed with the Eternal Dragon, he passed by the Grand Kai's planet, where the Grand Kai instructed Ribs to accompany Son Goku out of this realm. The Eternal Dragon transported them to the Dragon King's realm, a world inhabited by dragons. In that realm, Son Goku, aside from training, purified the dragons with his own energy. However, one fateful day, he became possessed by an unknown malevolent force, transforming him into a being of profound evil and exponentially increasing his power. The dragons found themselves powerless to halt Son Goku's rampage and could only endure. Thus, the one-star dragon allied with the other dragons to send Ribs out to seek external assistance. This led to the earlier scene. "What are we waiting for? Mr. Ribs, please take us to my father," Son Goten exclaimed anxiously. "Goten, calm down. Even if we go, we must have the proper means to reach that world." Son Gohan reassured his younger brother with a gentle pat on the shoulder. At that moment, Ribs interjected. "In the Dragon King's realm, there is a method that may allow us to go." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi and Goten began to inquire eagerly about the means. Ribs pondered briefly before responding. "We can use the Dragon Balls from Namek and have Porunga transport us to the Dragon King's realm." The others exchanged glances, questioning the feasibility of such a plan. Is Porunga truly that powerful? At that moment, the old Kai's voice resonated. "Rib's idea is quite sound. It is worth a try, after all. That world is a closed domain even I cannot reach." Vegeta raised an eyebrow and inquired. "So, Old Kaioshin, are you aware of what kind of world that is?" The old Kaioshin fell silent for a few seconds before recounting the circumstances of the Dragon King's realm as he knew them. A few minutes later, the group grasped the origin of the dragon. "Then let us proceed," Vegeta declared, leading his companions to Namek, where he briefed the Grand Elder about the situation. The Grand Elder summoned the dragon Porunga. After articulating the wish, Porunga's eyes began to shimmer with a crimson hue, lingering for several seconds. "This wish can indeed be fulfilled. Prepare yourselves." Just as Porunga was about to unleash his power, he was interrupted by Vegeta. "You possess the ability to transport us there. Surely you can bring us back as well, correct?" Vegeta gazed intently at Porunga, who, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from the Saiyan. Porunga replied, "I will leave a one-time return mark on you. Once your task is accomplished, simply think of returning to this world, and you shall." Vegeta nodded in understanding, and Porunga then activated his power, enveloping them in radiant light before they vanished. The once serene and harmonious Dragon King's realm transformed into a battlefield, shrouded in smoke and littered with the remnants of shattered structures. Amidst this chaos, a figure radiating an aura of darkness stood out. Son Goku. He was engaged in a fierce battle with a one-star dragon and his cohorts. Goku's muscles were taut, power surging within him. Each of his movements exuded strength and speed, dazzling to behold. He conjured a colossal energy sphere in his hand, emitting a brilliant glow. With a mighty throw, Goku hurled the energy sphere, which streaked across the sky like a shooting star, headed straight for the one-star dragon and his allies. Realizing the impending threat, they quickly employed various defensive techniques. Yet their efforts appeared feeble against such overwhelming power. A thunderous explosion erupted as the energy sphere detonated, sending a massive shockwave that violently propelled the one-star dragon and his companions away. Goku let out a boisterous laugh. "Ha! Your strength is commendable, but alas, it pales in comparison to mine." The four-star dragon, seething with rage, widened his eyes and shouted at Goku, "Damn you! What are you? Get away from Son Goku!" Goku smirked, a hint of mockery dancing on his lips, ready to respond when suddenly he sensed something amiss. He swiftly turned, crossing his arms before his chest. A dull thud echoed as Goku was sent flying like a cannonball, tracing a long arc through the air before crashing down violently. The ground cracked beneath his impact, creating a deep ravine. Goku's body continued to slide forward, smashing through countless stones and debris until he collided with a mountainside. The mountain trembled violently, rocks cascading down and burying Goku beneath their weight. As the one-star dragon and his companions beheld Gogeta, they felt a slight sense of relief. Gogeta nodded at them and, in an instant, dashed towards Goku, closely followed by Vegeta. Gohan and his brother refrained from pursuing, confident that Mr. Gogeta and Uncle Vegeta would surely bring their father back. With a thunderous roar, Goku erupted from the ruins like a cannonball, landing firmly on the ground. Upon focusing his gaze, he recognized Gogeta, and a smile crept onto his lips as he squinted and remarked, "Ah, isn't this Gogeta? It has indeed been a while." Gogeta stood a short distance away, scrutinizing Goku from head to toe, feeling an ominous aura radiating from him, sending shivers down his spine. This malevolent presence was entirely foreign to the Goku he recalled, stirring a sense of bewilderment within Gogeta. Just as he was about to take action, Vegeta suddenly darted in front of him, obstructing his path. Vegeta, with a serious expression, regarded Gogeta and said in a low voice, "Gogeta, allow me to handle this." Observing the situation, Gogeta smiled faintly, patted Vegeta on the shoulder, and stepped back, granting Vegeta the space he needed. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta fixed his eyes on Goku and shouted, "Kakarot, snap out of it. I know you can hear me. Restore yourself immediately, or I shall show no mercy." However, Goku seemed impervious to Vegeta's words, tilting his head with a sinister smile and replying, "Vegeta, what are you rambling about? I have always been perfectly lucid. Perfectly lucid. My foot." Vegeta roared in fury. "You're not Kakarot at all. Who are you really?" Goku's grin grew increasingly malevolent as he sneered. "Ha, Vegeta, you remain as foolish as ever. I am Kakarot, but the being I am now is no longer the one you once knew." "Enough with the trivialities," Vegeta bellowed. "Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Let me see the fruits of your training in this world." With that, Vegeta transformed without hesitation, instantly becoming a Super Saiyan 4. The malevolent Goku similarly unleashed his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, his form enveloped in a dark crimson aura, his already fearsome visage becoming even more terrifying. The energies of the two clashed, distorting the very fabric of space around them. At that moment, two figures streaked across like lightning. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, akin to thunderclaps, resonating painfully in the ears. Swish! Swish! The malevolent Goku and Vegeta collided in the air, each impact resembling the collision of two meteors, radiating brilliant light. A series of terrifying sonic booms followed, each clash sending shockwaves through the atmosphere, with visible ripples of energy surging through the void. Vegeta's eyes darted rapidly, observing the fierce confrontation between the two combatants with utmost clarity. However, for onlookers, the spectacle unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, rendering their figures nearly impossible to perceive. All that could be discerned were two radiant streams of golden and dark golden light intertwining in the air, akin to colossal dragons engaged in a fierce battle. This intense clash persisted for over 100 rounds, shrouding the world in a twilight that felt reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Suddenly, Vegeta unleashed his royal combat technique. With both hands, he launched a barrage of energy blasts, each inciting a series of explosive detonations. Yet paradoxically, this triggered the law of smoke without injury, allowing Goku to emerge unscathed from the haze. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta promptly released his Gallic gun, a wave of energy resembling a roaring dragon that surged directly towards Goku. In response, Goku swiftly raised his hand, countering with an equally potent energy wave. Boom! The two energy waves collided in midair, erupting with an astonishing release of energy. The resultant wave surged like a monumental storm, sweeping through the surrounding space. In an instant, the explosion's radiance blazed forth, illuminating the surroundings as if it were the sun itself. As the brightness gradually receded, the appearances of Goku and Vegeta transformed. Both assumed the form of Super Saiyan 5, though Goku's hair bore a unique dark hue. Before anyone could comprehend the shift, Goku instantaneously teleported in front of Vegeta. with a speed that was nearly imperceptible. He executed a powerful uppercut aimed squarely at Vegeta's chin. Vegeta reacted in the nick of time, crossing his arms to brace against the blow. Bang! The impact of Goku's fist against Vegeta's arms resonated with a deafening crash. The force of the strike was so tremendous that it caused the very fabric of space to quiver violently, as if on the brink of being torn asunder. Chapter 8. Purification, Departure. Vegeta's entire body was taut, every muscle coiled and ready for action. While maintaining a vigilant defense, his eyes remained fixed on the malevolent Goku, searching for the opportune moment to strike. At last, seizing upon a fleeting instant, he pivoted sharply and unleashed a powerful kick. The sound of wind trailing behind it as it sliced through the air. The atmosphere seemed to fracture beneath the force of his strike. Evil Goku's reflexes were equally swift, raising his leg to intercept Vegeta's kick. The tremendous impact sent both fighters staggering backward, leaving deep imprints on the ground where their soles had scraped. They locked eyes, exchanging no words, as the air thickened with the scent of impending conflict. Vegeta understood that retreat was not an option at this juncture. He stamped his feet against the ground, causing the hardened surface to crack instantly. Like a cannonball released from its chamber, he surged toward the malevolent Goku, propelling a fierce gust of energy in his wake. As he neared his adversary, Vegeta's right fist became enveloped in a dazzling golden light, the brilliance seemingly infused with boundless energy, suggesting that a single strike could obliterate an entire planet. As the fist sliced through the void, the surrounding space warped, revealing the immense power contained within that strike. However, just as Vegeta's fist was about to collide with the malevolent Goku, a surge of black energy erupted around the latter, forming a sinister barrier. Vegeta's fist struck the shield with tremendous force, triggering a colossal explosion. The brilliance of the blast radiated like a supernova, wildly dispersing in all directions and illuminating the previously dim sky to a blinding white. The overwhelming shockwave caused the surrounding space to fracture, with golden strands of energy intertwining violently with dark currents within the fissures, as if engaged in a fierce battle. Seizing the opportunity amidst the smoke, the malevolent Goku executed a sudden teleportation, appearing behind Vegeta, delivering a rapid kick to his back with lightning speed. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta sidestepped just in time, countering with a punch that collided with Goku's foot in midair, producing a thunderous sound and creating visible ripples of energy in the atmosphere. This was followed by a frenzied close-quarters combat, where each blow resonated with lethal intent, and every clash sparked waves of energy. Their figures danced through the air in a dizzying display, a blur of golden and black light intertwining. After an intense exchange, both warriors, panting heavily, created distance between them. At this moment, both bore various wounds, their garments tattered and torn. Vegeta's breath grew labored, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute, fixated on the malevolent Goku. "What's the matter, Vegeta? Surely, you could do better than this," taunted the dark Goku, a smirk of disdain etched on his face. Vegeta let out a cold snort, fists clenched tightly, emitting low growls of determination. His aura swelled rapidly, a golden flame surging skyward as if to pierce the very heavens. His robust physique visibly expanded at an astonishing rate, his already formidable muscles growing even more pronounced, as though brimming with inexhaustible strength. Exhaling deeply, Vegeta surged forth with unprecedented speed towards the malevolent Goku. In response, Goku amplified his power, dark energy swirling around him. The two collided instantaneously, unleashing a terrifying energy storm. Everything in their vicinity was engulfed by this might. Mountains were flattened under the pressure. The earth was torn asunder into unfathomable chasms. Rivers evaporated in an instant, and the resulting vapor formed a colossal mushroom cloud in the sky, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. "Huh!" Vegeta roared, launching a powerful straight punch at the malevolent Goku. Goku, with a hint of contempt curling his lips, effortlessly sidestepped, raising his knee sharply to strike Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta crossed his arms in front of him, bracing himself to withstand the blow. However, an immense force propelled him thousands of miles away, and upon his descent, his feet sank deeply into the ground, causing spiderweb-like cracks to rapidly spread across the surface. The malevolent Goku instantaneously materialized before Vegeta, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. His fists and feet rained down like a tempest, each strike imbued with the power to obliterate planets. Vegeta dodged and weaved, relying on his agility and extensive combat experience to barely withstand the onslaught of the evil Goku, yet he could not escape unscathed, sustaining several wounds that stained his attire with crimson. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, filled with a sense of resentment. He understood that he was currently unable to overcome his opponent, yet he could not bear the thought of conceding defeat. His pride would not allow him to surrender so easily. Vegeta, you have done admirably. Do not overextend yourself. Allow me to handle this, the Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta interjected, having appeared between the two, firmly blocking their attacks, his tone laced with concern. Vegeta clenched his fist, engaged in a fierce internal struggle. He glanced at Gogeta and then at the evil Goku, ultimately choosing to trust Gogeta. He retreated to a distant vantage point, standing quietly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. Oh, I see we are swapping fighters. Although your strength is formidable, it belongs to the past. You cannot possibly. Before the evil Goku could finish his statement, Gogeta delivered a swift kick that sent him flying, the motion executed with impeccable precision. Gogeta casually cleared his ears and remarked with a relaxed demeanor, enough of your prattle. If you wish to fight, then do so without wasting time. With his footing regained, the evil Goku ceased his idle chatter, unleashing a torrent of dark energy as he charged at Gogeta. With the enhancement of this malevolence, Goku's Super Saiyan form was nearly twice as potent as Vegeta's, rendering the latter no match for him. After engaging in combat, Gogeta quickly discerned this reality. Let us see just how strong you truly are, Gogeta mused internally. To engage me and still be distracted? You are courting death. The evil Goku, incensed by Gogeta's apparent disregard, accelerated his assault, launching a flurry of punches and kicks toward Gogeta. Unfazed, Gogeta skillfully deflected each blow, his movements precise and seemingly effortless, as if everything lay within his control. Suddenly, the evil Goku leaped, seizing Gogeta's hand and twisting, attempting a super crosslock to break Gogeta's grip. However, he had grossly underestimated Gogeta's strength. With a sudden surge of power, Gogeta slammed his arm down multiple times. When the evil Goku refused to relinquish his hold, tightening his grip further, Gogeta erupted with an intensely scorching cerulean aura. Under the searing heat, the evil Goku found his own energy unable to withstand the assault, the excruciating pain in his arm compelling him to release his grip. What a trivial trick! How long do you intend to play this game? Gogeta observed with a smile, one that the evil Goku interpreted as derision, further fueling his rage. Aya! Evil Goku's forehead throbbed with bulging veins as he fervently summoned his energy, his eyes burning crimson, filled with madness and resentment. At that moment, a hand rested upon his shoulder, accompanied by a gentle voice that remarked, "Do not, for this could harm my friend's throat." The hand upon evil Goku's shoulder radiated a spectrum of vibrant energy, embodying an immensely powerful aura of positivity, often referred to as the light of purification. The suddenness of the event left evil Goku unable to defend himself, as the purifying energy infiltrated his body, clashing with the malevolent force within him. His entire being trembled as if sifting through grain, pain etched across his face. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from him, curling his form as if enduring unbearable torment. After several breaths, tendrils of dark mist seeped from Goku, coalescing into a shadowy figure that bellowed at Vegeta. "I shall remember you. When we meet again, it will be your demise." Vegeta clicked his tongue, raising his left hand with a middle finger extended, while his right unleashed a wave of purifying energy. Amidst a cacophony of anguished wails, the dark mist dissipated, and evil Goku returned to normal, though he succumbed to unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and the Dragon One made their way over. Gohan and Goten hurried to assess their father's condition, relieved to find him merely unconscious. Gohan unfastened a pouch from his waist, retrieving a senzu bean to feed to his father. Mere seconds after consumption, Goku awakened. "Thank you, everyone," he expressed gratefully, his eyes radiating warmth. What followed was a time of reminiscence. Inquiries arose regarding the dark energy, but Goku remained oblivious, realizing too late that he had been ensnared, leading to the subsequent events. Vegeta patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, "As long as you're fine, there's no need for concern." He then inquired if Goku wished to return. Gohan and Goten gazed at their father with eager anticipation, hoping he would choose to go back. Goku fell into contemplation when the elder brother of the dragons, Dragon One, interjected, "You may leave now. Your arrival was meant to purify the negative energy within you." With both the negative and malevolent forces now vanished, your purpose here has concluded. Everything has returned to tranquility. It is time for you to return to your rightful place. A radiant smile spread across Goku's face. After embracing Dragon 1 and the others, he departed with Vegeta and his companions. Time passed swiftly, and a year slipped by. On this day, Vegeta glanced at the QR code on his hand and, with a thought, vanished. However, before his departure, he penned a letter, reasoning that this way, it would not be a sudden farewell, alleviating the concerns of others. Chapter 9, Do Not Approach. The sunlight struggled to break free from a heavy shroud, finally piercing through the layers of gloom and weakly cascading upon the desolate wasteland. As if it had endured an apocalyptic cleansing, this place had once been a bustling metropolis, vibrant with the flow of traffic and aglow with lights. However, what remains now are only crumbling walls and desolation. The once towering skyscrapers now lean precariously, while the streets lie buried beneath the rubble of collapsed buildings. Vehicles that should have been traversing the roads are now grotesquely contorted, resembling toys mercilessly trampled by a ferocious beast. A fierce wind howls through this wasteland, stirring up dust that violently strikes the abandoned pipes, producing a piercing shriek that reverberates in the silence of this lifeless city, infusing it with an eerie atmosphere. Striking cracks mar the ground like wounds, extending to the horizon. The once lush forests now stand as charred, lifeless trees, silent sentinels akin to tombstones that bear witness to the calamity. Occasionally, a few crows soar overhead, their hoarse caws slicing through the sky, further accentuating the desolation and despair of this apocalyptic scene. Above the ruins of this desolate city, Goku appears. His gaze sweeps across the surroundings, and upon witnessing such a sight, he cannot help but frown. Could this be a glimpse of the future? He muses, judging by the scene before him. It is undoubtedly so. Goku confirms to himself, uncertain of what else to think, particularly given the desolate landscape and the palpable absence of life on Earth. He senses that Trunks and his mother are present, but the situation appears dire. Suddenly, Goku vanishes. Among the ruins of the Capsule Corporation, chaos reigns. Dust and the scent of gunpowder linger amid the shattered remnants. Black Goku stands shrouded in shadow, his figure obscured except for his piercing crimson eyes glinting ominously in the darkness. Bulma is grasped by her collar with one hand by Black Goku, her body trembling slightly, yet her gaze remains resolute. She looks at Trunks, pouring all her strength into a desperate plea. Don't worry about me, Trunks. You are the world's only hope. You must leave this place. Her voice echoes through the ruins, filled with despair and determination, aware that she faces an overwhelmingly powerful adversary with little chance of victory. She unhesitatingly chooses to sacrifice herself for Trunks' safety. Trunks stands not far away, his fists clenched, torn between anguish and helplessness. He yearns to rush to his mother's aid, but recognizes the truth in her words. If he perishes here, everything will be lost. In this critical moment, an unexpected surge of energy emanates from Bulma, violently propelling him away. What is happening? Black Goku is thrown backward by this sudden force. However, before he could steady himself, he sensed a formidable aura surging from behind him. Attempting to turn and investigate, it was already too late. The force struck him like a tempest, propelling him violently away. The Dark Goku's body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily against a distant wall, producing a dull, resounding thud. As the dust settled, Vegeta's figure emerged at the spot where Dark Goku had just stood, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he gazed down at the fallen Dark Goku, mockingly declaring, quick reflexes, I must admit, but your hands must be quite pain, no? Indeed, Dark Goku's left arm throbbed with pain, tinged with numbness. He struggled to rise from the ground, glaring furiously at Vegeta, the flames of wrath nearly bursting forth from his eyes. You filthy human hybrid dare lay a hand on a noble deity. Regardless of who you are, you shall meet your demise today. In a flash, Dark Goku darted behind Vegeta, unleashing a powerful punch in a desperate attempt to end Vegeta's life, convinced that his opponent, standing like a statue, was paralyzed with fear. A sneer of disdain involuntarily graced his face. Yet, just as Dark Goku's fist was about to connect with Vegeta's face, a thunderous boom echoed. Like a kite severed from its string, Dark Goku was once again sent flying. What are you to dare insult me? I detest being insulted above all else. Vegeta cracked his knuckles, leaping forward, swiftly catching up with the airborne Dark Goku. With a powerful kick to his back, he sent him soaring even higher, then, In a seamless motion, he closed in, fists clenched, striking down with tremendous force. The impact resonated loudly as Dark Goku spat blood, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, his body convulsing in agony. Trunks stood in stunned silence, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Why was this sudden interloper aiding him? Just as he opened his mouth to inquire, Bulma silenced him with a gesture, urging him to remain quiet. Vegeta was poised to advance, when from the crater erupted a potent aura. Transformed into a magenta form, Dark Goku leisurely emerged, chuckling to himself. "Haha, this power feels incredible. Thanks to your assistance, I can now better harness and unleash this strength. According to you Saiyans, I shall name it the magenta form. How infuriating." Vegeta swiftly appeared before Dark Goku, launching another kick. However, this time, Dark Goku effortlessly blocked it. Third time's the charm. I am no longer the same as before, Dark Goku proclaimed with pride. Yet, that self-satisfied expression barely lasted 3 seconds before he was met with a harsh reality check. Vegeta, having transformed into Super Saiyan 2 in response to Dark Goku's newfound strength, exerted just a fraction of his power, and Dark Goku was sent flying once more. He rolled along the ground like a massive tire for several kilometers before finally coming to a halt, the force of Vegeta's blow dissipating. At this moment, Black Goku felt an excruciating pain coursing through his entire body. Black Goku. No, he should be referred to as Zamasu. Did you think being a god made you exceptional? What good is that supposed greatness? In this world, it is strength that truly matters. The voice of Vegeta echoed. You Black Goku was astonished that this mere human knew his true identity. He could no longer afford to let him live. With a low, rumbling growl, Black Goku unleashed a surge of even more formidable energy. The crimson aura blazed fiercely, resembling a blooming rose, both vibrant and enchanting. His body trembled slightly, muscles taut and veins bulging, every hair on his body standing on end. His eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, radiating an insatiable desire for destruction. And like an arrow released from a bow, he charged towards Vegeta with astounding speed. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Vegeta, mercilessly unleashing a punch that encapsulated all his strength, aimed directly at him. Bang! The force of this blow was so tremendous that it felt as though the very fabric of space had been torn apart. Yet Vegeta effortlessly caught the fist. His right hand was as unyielding as steel, firmly absorbing Black Goku's attack without yielding an inch. Just as Black Goku was taken aback, Vegeta suddenly exerted his strength. His left hand coiled with power before delivering a thunderous blow. The speed of this punch was akin to lightning, and its force was staggering. With a resounding thud, Black Goku's body was propelled backward as if struck by a cannonball. His features contorted in an instant, a mask of agony etched upon his face, as he felt an overwhelming, irresistible force sweep over him like a tidal wave. The might of this strike was so immense that he could not withstand it. In a mere moment, Black Goku was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. His body traced an arc in the air before crashing through several ruins, ultimately landing heavily on the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. What a heavy punch! Struggling, Black Goku rose from the debris, his body swaying precariously as if it could collapse at any moment. Just one punch had left him grievously wounded, as if struck by lightning. What is wrong, Black Goku? Weren't you just brimming with arrogance? Is this all the power you possess? Vegeta smirked, a hint of mockery dancing at the corners of his mouth. Black Goku watched Vegeta approach him step by step, and his body involuntarily quivered, retreating a half step. This action did not escape Vegeta's notice. He wore a grin reminiscent of a Dragon King. Unforgivable. You, wretched human, dare to underestimate me in such a manner. Black Goku's voice twisted with fury, his forehead veins bulging as if they might burst. With his roar, Black Goku's body began to undergo astonishing transformations. His muscles swelled rapidly as if inflated, and his physique became as imposing as a small mountain. His breath surged to its zenith in an instant, and the surrounding air trembled violently under the weight of his energy. Black Goku unleashed a thunderous roar, his fists clenched tightly, channeling every ounce of his strength into this singular blow. In the blink of an eye, he propelled himself towards Vegeta with the velocity of a cannonball. Appearing right before him, Black Goku's fist, imbued with unparalleled power, struck at Vegeta with devastating force, harboring the entirety of his strength, a force potent enough to obliterate planets. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, sensing the punch's significance, yet recognized that if it were to miss, it would be in vain. In an instant, he teleported to evade the blow, which crashed into the ground, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the entire planet, its force penetrating to the other side of Earth. Vegito materialized behind Black Goku like a specter, channeling all his power in his Super Saiyan 2 form into his fist, then launching it forth like a projectile. Alarm bells rang through Black Goku's cells, signaling imminent danger. But it was too late. He could only passively cross his arms in defense, attempting to withstand the impending strike. Bang! The overwhelming force descended upon him like a mountain crushing an egg, effortlessly shattering his defenses and landing squarely on his face, knocking out several teeth and sending him hurtling away once more. Vegito, riding the momentum, pursued Black Goku at lightning speed, then landed a devastating blow, creating a thunderous roar as Black Goku was driven deep into the ground, emitting a shriek reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. This kick shattered every bone in Black Goku's body, followed by a swift kick that sent him flying like a soccer ball. Black Goku howled in agony. "Don't come any closer," he instinctively shouted as he saw Vegito approaching. Vegito chuckled, feeling as though he were the true villain in this scenario, yet he did not halt his advance. Gritting his teeth, Black Goku yelled, "Someone help me. This guy is too formidable." Just as he shouted, a figure materialized, none other than Vegeta, clad in a black battle suit. Chapter 10, Ultimate Energy, Slaying the Undying. "This is not what I envisioned for the future," Vegito mused, fully convinced that this Vegeta had also undergone a soul swap. Black Vegeta tossed a Senza beam to Black Goku, who swallowed it and felt his injuries heal instantaneously. "This adversary is no easy foe. We must unite our efforts." Now, rejuvenated, Black Goku charged at Vegito. Vegito's gaze sharpened, and he propelled himself off the ground to meet Black Goku head-on. The two clashed instantaneously, their fists and feet colliding with resounding thuds. Black Vegeta joined the fray from the side, launching a fierce elbow strike aimed at Vegito's back. In a moment of acute awareness, Goku sensed a presence at his side and swiftly retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Black Vegeta. Black Vegeta deftly evaded the blow, immediately coordinating with Black Goku to launch a simultaneous assault from both sides. Goku skillfully maneuvered, dodging their attacks while seeking an opportunity to counter. Seizing the moment, he gathered a formidable surge of energy in both hands and unleashed a colossal energy wave towards Black Vegeta and Black Goku. Undeterred, both Black Vegeta and Black Goku converged their energies, releasing two energy waves in response. The three waves collided violently in midair, erupting in a dazzling display of light and a fierce shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. Taking advantage of the tumultuous exchange, Goku swiftly darted behind Black Goku and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Witnessing this, Black Vegeta roared in fury and charged at Goku, leading to an intense struggle between the two, with each clash generating a gust of wind. Suddenly, Black Vegeta launched a headbutt towards Goku, who reacted with remarkable speed, tilting his head aside just in time and countering with a knee strike to Black Vegeta's abdomen. Although pained, Black Vegeta seized Goku's arm and executed a throw that hurled him away. Meanwhile, Black Goku was gathering energy in preparation for a renewed assault. Regaining his balance midair, Goku quickly amassed energy and thrust his hands forward, releasing an even more potent energy wave. In stark contrast to Black Goku's wave, which was considerably weaker, Goku's wave consumed it entirely, sending Black Goku hurtling backward. Observing this, Black Vegeta rejoined forces with Black Goku, crossing their arms before unleashing a massive fusion energy wave aimed directly at Goku. Drawing a deep breath, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, a surge of energy coursing through him as he launched a super energy wave capable of eclipsing their attack. The two energy waves collided with ferocity, causing the very fabric of space to quiver. A tremendous explosion erupted, its fiery brilliance reaching the heavens and shaking the entire planet. As the smoke cleared, both Black Vegeta and Black Goku appeared considerably disheveled. From which timeline does this wretched being originate? How could he possess such overwhelming strength? Black Vegeta pondered, casting a dubious glance toward Goku in the distance. "Hey, let us employ that technique," suggested Black Goku. "Agreed," Black Vegeta affirmed, promptly donning the Patera earring on his other ear. A radiant light enveloped him, heralding the arrival of Vegito. Ah! He transformed into his rose-hued form. Even fused. What does it matter? To me, You're nothing but refuse, Super Saiyan 3, Goku scoffed. What did you say? Black Vegeta seethed, infuriated by the provocation at such a critical moment. If that was the case, he would ensure the opponent's utter annihilation. In an instant, Black Vegeta lunged at Goku, his speed creating ripples in the surrounding space. His right fist enveloped in rose-colored energy, imbued with an aura of destruction aimed directly at Goku's face. With a glint in his eyes, Goku swiftly sidestepped the incoming strike, raising his left leg to unleash a whip-like kick imbued with golden radiance, akin to a razor-sharp blade aimed at Black Vegeta's neck. Reacting with remarkable speed, Black Vegeta leaned back sharply, his body nearly parallel to the ground, deftly evading Goku's assault. He executed a somersault in midair, his legs striking like heavy hammers towards Goku. Goku clenched his fists, channeling golden energy, and countered with two powerful punches aimed at Black Vegeta's legs. In an instant, the clash of golden and rose-red energies erupted with a deafening roar, creating a tremendous shockwave that radiated from their confrontation. Surrounding rocks were reduced to dust, and the ground fissured with colossal cracks. The two warriors flickered through the air, exchanging blows, each collision igniting fierce energy explosions. Black Vegeta's attacks were ruthless and precise, each move laden with lethal intent, while Goku adeptly countered with his agility and formidable strength. Bang! Black Vegeta staggered and fell from the sky, regaining his footing with a dark expression as he glared at Goku. What are you staring at? Don't get infatuated with me. I'm not interested in men, Goku quipped, appearing before Black Vegeta and instantly transforming into Ultra Instinct. In mere moments, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the globe, forcing Black Vegeta to retreat under the weight of Goku's immense energy. The intensity of Goku's aura only escalated, one side of his hair turning purple, his energy resonating similarly. This was the bipolar transformation. Upon manifesting this form, Black Vegeta found himself utterly suppressed, unable to move. What? How is this possible? How can you be this strong? Black Vegeta shouted in disbelief. Goku smiled and transformed into a bolt of lightning, not allowing Black Vegeta a moment to react, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring into the sky. The terrifying force surged through Black Vegeta's entire being, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through the atmosphere, crashing onto an unknown planet in the cosmos. The impact shattered the planet into fragments, and Black Vegeta plummeted into a massive crater on another celestial body, leaving a gaping 10,000-meter dent in its surface. Blood mixed with internal organs spilled from Black Vegeta's mouth. But due to his immortal nature, he swiftly healed from the wounds. Impossible. I refuse to believe this. I refuse to accept it. He roared, unleashing an aura several times stronger than before. However, it was all in vain, as Goku had already reappeared above him on Earth, unleashing an ultimate energy surge, gathering this power within his palms before releasing it. 100 times super large Kamehameha. A colossal energy wave, 100 meters in diameter, erupted, engulfing Black Vegeta. Black Vegeta emitted a harrowing wail. Amidst the shockwave, he simultaneously obliterated and restored himself. His gaze, fixed intently upon Gogeta, radiated a malevolent intensity as he gritted his teeth and uttered, "I am immortal. Such attacks cannot extinguish my existence." To his surprise, a smirk graced Gogeta's lips as he replied, "I am aware." In an instant, Gogeta's muscles swelled, transforming the energy wave, originally merely 100 meters in diameter, into a colossal surge spanning 1,000 meters. This ultimate energy wave surged toward the far reaches of the cosmos, and within the purity of this overwhelming force, Black Vegeta's regenerative prowess could not keep pace, gradually being eroded away. "No, this cannot be," he bellowed in a fit of despair as he was ultimately reduced to ashes. Reverting from his transformation, Gogeta's hands trembled slightly, having expended excessive energy. He exhaled deeply, reflecting on the complications of immortality. Fortunately, this body had been meticulously crafted for him by that old man, containing a level of energy far surpassing that of the immortality granted by Shenron's wish, thus enabling the annihilation of his foe. After a brief respite, he instantaneously teleported back to Earth. However, unbeknownst to Gogeta, in a higher dimension, an individual had already taken notice of him. Chapter 11. A brief confrontation upon returning to Earth. Gogeta was relieved to find Bulma and her son in good health, for he had felt a sense of regret from his previous life when witnessing Bulma's demise in the anime. He smiled at the duo and was about to depart when Bulma called out to him. "Is something the matter?" she inquired, bowing slightly to express his gratitude for their safety and for the salvation of Earth and the universe. Gogeta waved dismissively, indicating that it was merely a matter of convenience, before leaving his name behind and vanishing in an instant. His reluctance to engage in prolonged conversation with Bulma and her son stemmed from his desire to train. The recent battle had illuminated the fact that he was still not sufficiently powerful. He teleported to a distant planet in the cosmos to commence his secluded training. However, prior to his retreat, he visited Namek in hopes of utilizing the Dragon Balls. Regrettably, the Grand Elder had passed, and without a successor, the Dragon Balls were rendered unusable, a circumstance Gogeta could understand. 1 year later, in a desolate realm of hell, a triangular structure adorned with strange runes began to tremble slightly. Suddenly, the runes radiated a blinding light, illuminating the abyss. At the pinnacle of this brilliance, it abruptly vanished, replaced by a figure, Gogeta, standing amidst the ruins. He emanated a formidable aura, warping the very fabric of space around him. As Gogeta appeared, the triangular edifice collapsed with a thunderous roar, reducing to mere ashes. What transpired here? The answer traces back 6 months prior when, during his seclusion, Gogeta engaged in a form of self-destructive training, relentlessly pushing himself to the limits of both body and mind. After 6 months of arduous effort, he finally succeeded in attaining the 6th transformation of the Super Saiyan, and was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th form. However, just as he was about to make that pivotal leap, he encountered an insurmountable bottleneck, unable to progress any further. In desperation, Gogeta decided to emerge from his training and return to Earth for a visit. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the planet had developed remarkably, with significant advancements in technology and an overall improvement in the quality of life for its inhabitants. Bulma and her son were thriving, which brought Gogeta a sense of solace. To his astonishment, he learned that Trunks had married Mai. Furthermore, it appeared that Trunks was thoroughly under Mai's influence, transformed into a devoted husband. Satisfied with Earth's progress, Gogeta departed once more, seeking out the gods to ascertain if any still existed. The reality proved harsh. The two Zamasu had taken extreme measures, cleansing hell entirely to prevent human reincarnation, leaving it desolate. While wandering through hell, Gogeta stumbled upon a triangular structure. Curious about this edifice, he entered and discovered it resembled a room of spirit and time, albeit with a significantly accelerated flow of time. For the subsequent half-year, Gogeta diligently trained within this space. It was only when the markings on his arm began to emit a radiant glow that he realized a year had passed, prompting his exit, which led to the earlier scene. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something unpleasant, revealing a grimace as he remembered he had neglected to bathe during his intense training. And with a quick instant transmission, he vanished. Barely a few seconds after Gogeta's departure, a spectral figure with a halo appeared around his neck. Observing the collapsed structure and the departing Gogeta, it displayed a cryptic smile before swiftly fading away. After returning to Earth to freshen up and change his attire, Gogeta focused his thoughts, causing the markings on his arm to glow once more, and he disappeared again. On the distant Cyril star in the hyperdimensional universe, a breathtaking battle was unfolding. The Black Frieza, with astonishing speed and power, utterly defeated the formidable zombie Jace with a single blow, even killing him outright. This spectacle left both Goku and Vegeta in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Frieza. How did you accomplish that? Goku stammered, his voice thick with astonishment and confusion. Frieza looked at Goku with a puzzled expression, seemingly unaware of the reason behind his astonishment. What do you mean? How did I do it? Frieza retorted. Vegeta quickly interjected, that guy was the strongest warrior in this universe. How could you possibly kill him so easily? In response, Frieza's lips curled into a faint smile. This universe? Oh, I do apologize. It seems I was not included in that calculation. After all, I had spent a decade honing my skills in a realm where the flow of time diverged entirely from that of the outside world. I cannot allow you two to continue to ride on my coattails, Frieza nonchalantly explained. Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta came to the realization that the alternate space Frieza referred to was akin to the room of spirit and time. Having spoken, Frieza transformed once more into his dark form and charged at Goku and Vegeta. The two warriors, each assuming their most formidable forms to confront him, found themselves swiftly overpowered due to the vast disparity in power. Consider this a minor lesson, for I have other matters to attend to. Frieza sneered at the two before he was about to depart, only to be interrupted. Oi, Shorty, where do you think you're going? Upon hearing the diminutive insult, Frieza's expression darkened. Turning around, he beheld a young man, Gogeta, who had sensed the presence of both Goku and Frieza as soon as he arrived in this timeline. The moment Frieza unleashed his black form, Gogeta felt an irresistible urge to test his strength against him. "What'd you just call me?" Frieza glared icily at Gogeta. A smirk crossed Gogeta's lips. He had unwittingly struck a nerve with Frieza, who evidently took great offense to his height. "I detest being addressed in that manner. So you shall perish." Frieza lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch, which Gogeta met with one of his own. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves through the air, causing both fighters to stagger backward. Frieza was taken aback. This unexpected opponent had withstood his blow, proving to be no mere adversary. Yet, regardless of how formidable Gogeta was, Frieza transformed into his golden state, while Gogeta ascended to Super Saiyan 4. Having significantly enhanced his base combat power during his training within that triangular structure. "You're also a Saiyan." Frieza finally comprehended that his opponent shared his heritage. "Excellent. This gives me all the more reason to eliminate you." As he spoke, he charged at Gogeta. Vegeta and Goku exchanged astonished glances. Gogeta's earlier surge of energy had been astonishingly powerful, and what was this wild transformation? Bang! 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 The two engaged in an ultra-high-speed battle, each clash resonating through the very core of the planet. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the two figures became entangled in combat, they swiftly separated, and Frieza's visage darkened considerably. It was intolerable that another Saiyan, aside from Goku and Vegeta, possessed such formidable power. He immediately transformed into his black form. Just as Gogeta prepared to ascend to his ultimate state, he abruptly halted his movements, not for any other reason than the arrival of the angel, Whis. Whis cast a glance at Frieza, who snorted disdainfully and reverted to his normal form. Before departing, he left a parting threat. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should we meet again, it will be your demise." Whis smiled at Vegeta and walked towards Goku and the others. Chapter 12, vs Beast Gohan, Part 1. Before the two Saiyan youths departed, Vegeta greeted them, while he himself returned to Earth to find a place for meditation. The flowers bloom on both ends, each representing its own branch. In the realm of destruction, Beerus inquired with a hint of curiosity about the strength of the individual in question, Vegeta. "He is exceptionally powerful. One could even say he is the strongest mortal." Whis provided a candid response. Given Whis' assertion, it was undoubtedly accurate. "What about his origins? Have you uncovered anything?" This time, Whis shook his head. "I intended to investigate, but the Grand Minister advised against it." "All right then, if it is the Grand Minister's instruction, there is little we can do." While the two conversed, delectable food was prepared, and Beerus indulged in the aroma with delight. As time passed, it had been more than 2 months since Vegeta arrived on Earth. One day, during his deep meditation, Vegeta was awakened by a tremendous surge of energy, rising and stretching. He vanished in a flash. Roar! A colossal figure was bellowing furiously. It was the giant Cell, also known as Cell Max. "We cannot allow this monster to threaten humanity. Let us all join forces," Orange Piccolo shouted, and everyone rushed forward. However, Cell Max's power exceeded their wildest expectations, and within mere exchanges, they were left gravely injured. Driven by primal instincts, Cell Max attacked recklessly, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that obliterated an area spanning several thousand kilometers. From the atmosphere, one could see a bald patch on Earth, a testament to the vastness of the destruction. This ferocious explosion only exacerbated the injuries of Gohan and his companions. Witnessing his father Piccolo in such a dire state ignited a fierce rage within Gohan, leading him to transcend his limits and attain his beastly form. With a swift kick, he sent Cell Max flying a considerable distance. As it came to a halt, its left arm hung limply, clearly rendered useless. In that fleeting moment when Gohan attacked, it instinctively attempted to defend itself, resulting in the injury of its arm. Roar! Cell Max emitted a furious roar. "What are you shouting about? Just because you have a loud voice?" A sudden voice interrupted Cell's rage. Everyone turned toward the sound and beheld Vegeta. Observing Cell Max, Vegeta marveled at the brilliance of Dr. Hito, noting that he had indeed created a complete new version of Cell that even Frieza would have to step aside for. Turning his attention to Gohan, he recognized that his strength was formidable, even rivaling that of Ultra Instinct Goku. Vegeta transformed into his limit-breaking Super Saiyan God form, and the aura emanating from him caused the very earth to tremble, puncturing the heavens above. In an instant, he flashed before Cell Max, unleashing a powerful straight punch that it could not possibly withstand. With a thunderous explosion, Its entire form disintegrated, creating a colossal mushroom cloud reminiscent of a small atomic bomb. Moments later, as the scorching heat of the explosion began to dissipate, a scorched landscape was revealed. The onlookers, buried beneath a cloud of dust, gradually emerged. That was close. Krillin exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. The moment of the explosion was truly heart-stopping. Had it not been for Gohan's quick reflexes in creating a large pit for cover, who knows what might have happened. Not particularly resilient. Vegeta, having teleported in, smirked. He glanced at Gohan and smiled, apologizing for having taken over his task. Gohan waved it off, indicating it was no trouble, and hurried to Piccolo's side. He rummaged around Piccolo's waist until he finally found a Senzu bean and fed it to him, restoring him instantly. Well done, Gohan. Piccolo patted him on the shoulder. Just before losing consciousness, he had witnessed Gohan transform and then kick Cell Max away. Since there was only that one Senzu bean, the rest would have to seek healing at the temple, relying on the deity's assistance. Piccolo then set off to gather the Dragon Balls, spending several hours collecting them all, summoning Shenron to make a wish that restored the ground and the ordinary citizens affected by the explosion. Vegeta found it perplexing that one wouldn't simply gather the Dragon Balls to wish for restoration instead of going to the temple. Wasn't that somewhat redundant? But he shrugged off the thought and, seeing everyone restored, approached Gohan. I sincerely appreciate your assistance. May I inquire your name? Gohan politely thanked him, curious about his identity. It was a trivial matter, but by the way, Gohan, I would like to spar with you. Vegeta stated. That? Gohan was taken aback by the stranger's words, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. No need to worry, not right now. I shall give you 3 days. You may train in the hyperbolic time chamber, and once you have fully mastered your abilities, we shall engage in our sparring session. Vegeta articulated his intentions, and after a brief moment of silence, Gohan nodded in agreement. His acceptance stemmed from a desire to gauge the limits of his own strength. Having received Gohan's assent, Vegeta remarked, "See you in 3 days," before taking flight and departing, revealing his name in the process. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, at the Kaioshin realm. Can you not choose another location? Why must it be the Kaioshin realm? The old Kaioshin was nearly ready to curse in anger. Did these individuals truly regard the sacred Kaioshin realm as a battleground? At this moment, Vegeta and Gohan stood at a distance, eyeing each other. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, swirling a tempest of dust around them. Son Gohan was the first to transform into his beastly form, closely followed by Vegito, who underwent the Limit Break Super Saiyan 5 transformation. The clash between the two warriors was imminent. In Chapter 13, versus Beast Gohan, Part 2, Son Gohan appeared before Vegito with astonishing speed, unexpectedly launching a punch at him. Vegito, quick on his feet, evaded Gohan's fierce strike with the agility of an eel, slipping away effortlessly. In an instant, he maneuvered behind Gohan and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Gohan's back. Gohan's reaction time was remarkable. He slightly tilted his body and narrowly avoided Vegito's thunderous blow. At the same moment, he spun around, striking Vegito with an elbow as forceful as a hammer. Vegito, anticipating the move, leaned back just in time to evade Gohan's elbow strike. Before anyone could react, Vegito quickly gathered an immense amount of energy in his hands and unleashed it towards Gohan, creating a torrential downpour of energy blasts that rained down upon him. Unfazed, Gohan swiftly waved his hands like the blades of a windmill, generating afterimages as he deflected each of Vegito's energy blasts. However, amidst the chaos, Vegito suddenly vanished. Gohan's heart raced as he became acutely aware of his surroundings. His gaze swept like a hawk, and just as he turned his head, Vegito reappeared, landing a devastating uppercut to Gohan's chin. The force of the punch was staggering, sending Gohan soaring into the air like a kite severed from its string. Without hesitation, Vegito pursued him, delivering a flurry of punches in midair, each strike landing with the impact of a sledgehammer against Gohan's body. Gohan, enduring the pain, seized his chance, grabbing Vegito's arm and flipping him away. Vegito landed gracefully, a smirk playing on his lips, eyes sparkling with excitement. Not bad, Gohan. Come at me again. Gohan charged at Vegito once more. Their exchanges were fiercely intense, each refusing to yield. Unbeknownst to Gohan, Vegito was holding back significantly. Gohan extended his arms, channeling energy into his palms, and then thrust forward, unleashing a magical flash that shot forth like a meteor, carrying cataclysmic power towards Vegito. Vegito, undeterred, swung a hand, conjuring a high-density energy wave that sliced through the air, roaring towards Gohan's energy blast. Star Cannon. This was Vegeto's signature move, possessing immense power. The energy wave collided violently with Gohan's magical flash in midair, resulting in a colossal energy sphere. This sphere resembled a black hole in the universe, continuously devouring everything around it, its internal energy density astonishingly high. Expanding rapidly, the energy sphere emanated a blinding light, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. The space surrounding the energy sphere began to warp and distort, on the verge of bursting at any moment. In a distant realm, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, and Goten anxiously observed this thrilling battle through a crystal ball. Their emotions fluctuated with the intensity of the fight, each of them holding their breath for Gohan and Vegeto. Break it! At the critical moment, when the energy sphere was about to explode, Gohan suddenly let out a fierce roar. A brilliant radiance enveloped his entire being, akin to flames igniting, surrounding him in a fiery embrace. Gohan's power surged ceaselessly into the energy wave in his grasp, amplifying the already formidable sphere into an uncontrollable tempest. The energy sphere trembled violently, intertwining blue and golden lights, dazzling like the brightest stars in the night sky. At last, the energy sphere could endure no more, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A deafening roar echoed, as if the entirety of the Supreme Kai realm had been torn asunder. A powerful shockwave radiated from the epicenter of the explosion, sweeping outward like a tempest, obliterating everything in its path. The ground was upheaved, mountains crumbled, rivers were diverted, and the entire world was transformed under this terrifying force. Vegeto and Gohan were also hurled away by the shockwave, tracing arcs through the air before landing. Gohan, you have indeed not disappointed me, Vegeto smirked, but this is still far from sufficient. He charged once more towards Gohan. Ha! Gohan, undeterred, unleashed his full aura, soaring towards Vegeto like a blazing meteor. Bang! The two collided midair with a resounding crash, the impact generating ripples that shattered surrounding stars. Thunderous roars filled the air, and dark clouds gathered ominously, with lightning striking incessantly. After hundreds of rounds of fierce exchanges, the two paused momentarily, creating some distance between them. Gohan's energy radiated like a roaring flame, yet a closer inspection revealed that his breathing had become slightly labored, indicating significant exertion. In contrast, Vegeto maintained an unusually steady breath, showing little impact from the grueling battle. Suddenly, Vegeto called out to Gohan, "Hey, Gohan, surely this isn't all your power? Don't hold back any longer. Let me witness your true strength." Upon hearing Vegeto's provocation, Gohan's gaze sharpened, and he took a deep breath, striving to calm his breathing. After a moment, he slowly replied, "All right." As soon as the words left his lips, Gohan began to adjust his stance. He gradually closed his eyes, and after a brief moment of concentration, he suddenly opened them wide, releasing a deep, thunderous roar. In an instant, a silver radiance erupted forth, and Gohan's muscles expanded rapidly as if inflated. The pink lightning coiled around his body like a nimble serpent, occasionally emitting crackling sounds. As this series of transformations unfolded, the aura emanating from Son Gohan surged forth like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the heavens. When the dazzling light gradually dissipated, a wholly transformed Son Gohan appeared before everyone, embodying the full-powered beast form. Excellent! Witnessing this, Gogeta's smile brightened even further. In an instant, he transitioned into the duality form, preparing to engage Son Gohan in their final battle. The overwhelming energies of both fighters clashed fiercely like two torrents in the void. Each collision sparked brilliant electrical fireworks, tearing the sky apart and creating a massive rift reminiscent of a gateway to another realm. In this breathtaking scene, Son Gohan placed his finger on his forehead, as a tremendous energy began to gather at his fingertips like a fountain. Meanwhile, Gogeta positioned his hands at his waist, unleashing the full extent of his power in that moment. Just as they were on the verge of unleashing their ultimate attacks to determine the outcome of this battle, an abrupt voice interjected. "If you two continue to fight like this, the entire universe will be obliterated." This sudden exclamation interrupted the gathering of their formidable techniques. Turning towards the source of the voice, they beheld Whis, Beerus, Goku, and Vegeta standing nearby, their expressions grave as they regarded the two warriors. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta, Mr. Whis. Lord Beerus, when did you arrive?" Son Gohan inquired, astonished. Goku did not immediately respond to Gohan's question. Instead, he widened his eyes, scrutinizing Gohan from head to toe, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, Gohan, when did you learn to transform like this? It's incredible." feeling slightly bashful at Goku's praise. Son Gohan scratched his head and began to explain. Meanwhile, Vegeta observed Gohan with a serious expression and remarked, "I never imagined so much could happen in our absence. Nonetheless, thanks to you, Gohan, you've done well." Although Gohan did not defeat the enemy, Goku felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that Gohan had protected Earth and reached a higher level of power. With the arrival of these individuals, the confrontation between Gogeta and Son Gohan came to an abrupt halt. Overall, Gogeta felt content. With Gohan as newfound strength, the future developments would undoubtedly be different. Chapter 14, Masked Man vs. Goku, Time Patrol Gogeta. Gogeta, I never expected you to possess the Ultra Instinct form in addition to that transformation. Who exactly are you? Goku asked candidly. Gogeta casually explained, I hail from another parallel dimension. Goku nodded in acceptance, though Vegeta remained somewhat skeptical, since they could not engage in sparring. Gogeta decided it was time to depart, realizing that dedicating time to training was the prudent course of action. Just as he was about to depart, Wukong called out to him, inquiring whether he wished to join him in training in the realm of destruction. Vegeta nodded in agreement, as it presented the perfect opportunity to engage in sparring with the two, and perhaps even impart the knowledge of transforming into Super Saiyan 4 to enhance their abilities. Enough chatter. I'm famished. Let us indulge in some delectable cuisine, Billis interjected, observing Wukong and Vegeta still eager to converse. As they prepared to leave, a pitch-black rift appeared in the sky, accompanied by a swirling vortex of darkness. A figure clad in black martial attire and adorned with a mask emerged like a phantom. Who is this individual? Wukong pondered, his expression rife with skepticism as he scrutinized the masked figure, whose aura emanated an unsettling energy. The masked man gradually surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Wukong. Without uttering a word, he charged directly at him. Wukong, caught off guard by the sudden assault, was propelled backward by a powerful punch. However, being a formidable fighter, he managed to rotate mid-air and land gracefully after a few spins. Just as he regained his footing, the masked assailant launched a kick in his direction. Quick as lightning, Wukong grasped the assailant's leg with a grip as firm as iron, executing a swift maneuver that sent the masked figure soaring into the air. The masked man performed a complete 360-degree rotation before crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong unleashed a merciless punch, sending the assailant flying once more. Who are you, and why have you attacked me without provocation? Wukong bellowed, his gaze piercing with indignation. Vegeta, and Billis observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Seeing his father under attack, Gohan attempted to rush to his aid, but Vegeta restrained him with a hand. A faint smile graced Vegeta's lips as he regarded the masked figure, having likely deduced his identity. Why? Because you are Son Goku. Fear not. Once I have slain you, I shall ensure that Vegeta accompanies you, along with your family and friends. In a flash, the masked figure reappeared before Wukong, delivering a fierce punch. With a roar, Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2, meeting the strike with one of his own. The sound of their clash reverberated through the air, sending dust swirling around them as their fists locked in a stalemate, the force radiating like ripples. The masked man suddenly delivered a kick to Wukong's abdomen, causing him to stagger back in pain. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, releasing an overwhelming energy as his Super Saiyan 2 aura surged. Wukong shouted, gathering energy in his hands, unleashing a colossal Kamehameha wave towards the masked figure. In response, the masked man coalesced dark energy in his palms, unleashing a wave of pitch-black energy to counter. The two energy waves collided fiercely in mid-air, erupting in a blinding flash and a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that tore through the ground around them. Taking advantage of the chaos, the masked figure teleported behind Wukong, delivering a vicious elbow strike. Son Wukong swiftly pivoted, his fist colliding with his elbow, producing a crisp sound of bones clashing. The two combatants exchanged blows, each strike delivering tremendous force, transforming the battlefield into a chaotic tumult. Suddenly, the masked figure erupted with a surge of energy, his hair shifting to a vibrant magenta hue. Aside from his hair, he mirrored Son Wukong's form precisely. What divine aura is this? Son Wukong mused, taken aback by the sinister energy radiating from his opponent. With the transformation into the super magenta form, his strength multiplied 100-fold. In response, Son Wukong transformed into Super Blue. Just as they prepared for another bout, an unexpected silhouette materialized. What day is it today? And why do such peculiar individuals keep appearing? Beerus jested. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, their gaze shifted to Vegeta, for this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to him. This Vegeta addressed the masked figure, stating, "You have traversed time and space multiple times, causing significant disruption. I am here to apprehend you." The masked figure turned towards Vegeta with a scoff. "Are you a member of the Time Patrol? Humph. You people are as tenacious as a stubborn adhesive." The masked figure shifted targets, lunging towards Time Patrol Vegeta. Unfazed, Time Patrol Vegeta instantly entered battle mode, his aura shimmering as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, radiating an overwhelming presence. The masked figure unleashed a torrent of punches, accompanied by swirling black energy. Time Patrol Vegeta skillfully evaded the assault, seizing the opportunity to strike, landing a punch squarely on the masked figure's chest, sending him staggering back several paces. In a flurry, their figures darted across the battlefield, clashing and igniting brilliant flashes of light. Suddenly, the masked figure feigned a move, swiftly maneuvering behind Time Patrol Vegeta and launching a strike to his back. Vegeta sidestepped the attack, quickly countering by grasping the masked figure's arm and hurling him away, following up with an energy wave. Attendre explosion érupted. Amidst the billowing smoke, the masked figure vanished from sight. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, abruptly turning, crossing his arms in defense. With a resounding impact, he was propelled backward. Ah! The masked figure bellowed, his intense magenta aura surging forth, his hair elongating rapidly to his waist, the mask beginning to crack. "TCH, it seems I still cannot withstand this. It's time to finish this quickly," the masked figure murmured, just as he intended to charge forward. A sudden stiffness seized him as a powerful force drew him backward. The crack from which he had emerged had not dissipated, and the pull originated from that very fissure. "Damn it, not this again. I have yet to eliminate these pests." But the gravitational force intensified, ultimately dragging him back into the rift, which then vanished. As Gogeta returned to his normal state, he nodded at Goku, Beerus, and others, casting a glance at the individual who bore his likeness before vanishing. Promptly pursuing the masked figure, Beerus and Whis exchanged knowing glances, having discerned the situation regarding the earlier individual. The Time Patrol was a team established by the King of Time, and if Whis and Beerus were not mistaken, the masked individual had traversed through time using the time ring he possessed, although they were unaware of the timeline from which the masked figure originated. Time travel could indeed lead to historical distortions, a serious crime warranting pursuit by the Time Patrol. Goku scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. Yet he sensed that he might encounter this individual again in the future. With nothing else to see, they proceeded to Bulma's house for a grand feast. Chapter 15. The Battle of Kamba and Broly. Half a year swiftly passed within the realm of destruction. Roar! Gohan and Broly simultaneously transformed, becoming two brilliant orbs of light dancing through the void. Sensing the fluctuations of battle, Gogeta opened his eyes from meditation. He exhaled, having significantly advanced his bipolar transformation thanks to the guidance of Whis and Beerus. Although he had inquired why they chose to mentor him, one remained silent while the other smiled enigmatically. Regardless, it was not a significant concern. Should any issues arise, he could always wander to another world when the time came. In addition to this transformation, he had also attained a new level with forms such as Super Blue and Super Saiyan 7. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Broly, and even Piccolo on Earth had all grown stronger and acquired new forms. Suddenly, a graceful figure rushed toward them in a flurry. It was Mai, her steps appearing frantic, and closely behind her was the Supreme Kai, Shin. Breathless, Mai approached the group, her face etched with worry as she exclaimed, "Trunks is missing." Upon hearing this alarming news, Vegeta and Goku, who had been resting, sprang to their feet. Gohan and Broly, locked in their fierce battle, instinctively halted their actions, directing their attention to Mai. What is going on? Wasn't Trunks training in the Supreme Kai realm? How could he suddenly disappear? Vegeta inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Shin sighed in exasperation, offering a rueful smile as he explained, "I have no idea how Trunks vanished. I searched the entire Supreme Kai realm and the universe, yet found no trace of him. I had no choice but to come here seeking assistance. As for why Mai and Trunks appeared in this timeline, it's a long story. In summary, the future Trunks had married and was eager for his father to know this joyous news. Thus, he traveled through time with his wife Mai and mother Bulma in a modified time machine, arriving in this world. After arriving in this world, Trunks spent some time training in the realm of the Kais to enhance his strength. Witnessing this scene, Gogeta was suddenly reminded of an anime he had watched in his previous life, adapted from a game. A sense of doubt arose within him. Could it be? The events in that anime clearly unfolded in a parallel universe. How could they manifest in the primary timeline? Gogeta pondered to himself, wondering if his arrival had triggered a butterfly effect. Weiss glanced at the crystal ball atop his staff and remarked, "Indeed. The individual known as Trunks has vanished from this universe, and even in other universes, his presence cannot be found." Upon hearing Weiss's words, the fiery yet cool Vegeta snorted in discontent, clearly displeased with Trunks' actions, muttering, "This guy is nothing but trouble." Suddenly, a strange voice interjected, "Do not speak so harshly. He is your son, Mr. Vegeta." Turning towards the source of the voice, they beheld a young man they had never encountered, although Gogeta recognized him. This young man, bearing skin similar to Beerus, was none other than Fu. "Who are you?" Vegeta inquired, perplexed. Fu smiled faintly. "I'm a friend of Trunks. He is currently situated in a place known as Planet Prison. You may go there to find him." With that, he provided a coordinate and vanished in an instant. Just as I thought, how infuriating. Gogeta mused silently. Subsequently, Gogeta, along with the two Saiyans, Broly and Mai, ventured to Planet Prison following the coordinates. Uncertain of Trunks' exact location, they could only search blindly. As they traversed, they suddenly halted, for Goku and the others sensed an overwhelming malevolent energy approaching them. Looking towards the source of this sinister aura, they saw a man descending upon a distant mountaintop. "Fight! I crave battle!" he bellowed. The moment his dark energy erupted, the sky dimmed and the earth trembled. What is this guy's origin? I have never felt such an ominous presence. Vegeta's expression hardened. The group quickly assumed battle stances, preparing for confrontation. Kamba's gaze swept over the group, landing on Broly. It's you. I never expected to encounter you here. What a twist of fate." Goku looked at Broly and asked, "Do you know him?" "How could I possibly know him? I don't even know who he is." Broly shook his head. "Yeah." Kamba charged directly at Broly. Though Broly was puzzled by the situation, he was not one to be bullied. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a tremendous aura. Golden light erupting from him, his hair transforming into a brilliant gold as he assumed his Super Saiyan form. Once transformed, Broly shot forth like a meteor, hurtling towards Kamba with astonishing speed, their fists colliding in midair with a thunderous crash. A tremendous force unleashed a powerful shockwave in the air, instantly shattering the surrounding rocks into fragments, with dust billowing upwards. However, a wicked smile curled at the corner of Kamba's mouth. He clasped his hands together, summoning a dark energy sphere that pulsed with an unsettling malevolence. Kamba hurled the dark energy sphere with ferocity towards Broly. In close proximity, Broly crossed his arms, bracing himself to withstand the impact. Though he successfully blocked the attack, the immense force forced him to stagger backward, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath his feet. Seizing the moment of Broly's retreat, Kamba lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Broly's abdomen. Broly's reflexes were lightning quick. He sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the strike. In that fleeting instant, he seized Kamba's ankle, using all his strength to hurl him away like a cannonball. Kamba executed a graceful flip in midair, landing deftly on the ground, his eyes fixed intently on Broly, brimming with combat fervor. In the next moment, Kamba charged at Broly once more, his speed markedly increased. Broly, undeterred, met him head-on. In an instant, a breathtaking chase erupted between the two in the sky. Their fists rained down upon each other like a torrential downpour, each blow infused with tremendous power, the impacts resonating with a heavy thud, causing the entire planetary prison to tremble under the force of their clash. Chapter 16. A superior force, the masked man reappears. The fierce battle raged between Broly and Kamba. Broly unleashed an even greater surge of power, sending a potent energy wave hurtling towards Kamba. Reacting swiftly, Kamba evaded the energy wave with remarkable agility, the wave narrowly grazing his clothing before detonating against a distant mountainside, sending dust and debris soaring. Seizing the brief window following Broly's energy wave, Kamba rushed at him, his fists raining down like a storm. Broly crossed his arms once more. Each punch reverberated through him, causing his arms to tingle. Suddenly, he sidestepped, grasping Kamba's arm, and executed a shoulder throw, slamming Kamba harshly into the ground. After rolling several times, Kamba sprang to his feet, letting out a furious roar as dark red flames enveloped his body. He concentrated a massive dark red energy sphere and hurled it towards Broly. In response, Broly conjured a green energy sphere to counter. The two spheres collided midair, erupting in a brilliant display of light and shock waves, distorting the air around them. The battle was truly intense, stirring a desire within me to join the fray. Goku rubbed his hands together, displaying an exuberant excitement. To my astonishment, aside from a few of us Saiyans, there were other surviving Saiyans. Yet the aura surrounding one of them was alarmingly sinister. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, his fingers rhythmically tapping against his biceps as he gazed in the direction of the battle. Goku, on the other hand, relished the moment. He found a relatively flat stone, placed his space capsule upon it, and conjured an array of snacks, indulging himself while observing the fray. He, too, was curious to discern who among the evil Saiyans and the mutated Saiyans possessed greater strength. In the air, Broly surged towards Kamba, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. He raised his right arm high, muscles bulging and veins protruding like coiled serpents. With a sudden, powerful swing, he unleashed a punch that roared through the air, akin to a razor-sharp blade, tearing the atmosphere as it passed, producing a hissing sound. Kamba's gaze sharpened. He swiftly raised his arm, using his forearm to block Broly's formidable strike. A resounding boom echoed, reminiscent of thunder, as the clash between them generated powerful shock waves that radiated outward. Steadying himself, Kamba remarked, "Surely, you possess more than this." No sooner had he spoken than his right leg shot up, executing a high whip kick that sliced through the air with a fierce wind, aimed directly at Broly's head. The speed of this kick was astonishing, nearly imperceptible to the eye, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage. Broly, quick to react, managed to retreat just enough to narrowly evade Kamba's assault, seizing the moment while Kamba was momentarily spent. He crouched low, then propelled himself upward, crashing his hardened forehead against Kamba's chin with blinding speed and ferocity. The impact sent Kamba hurtling backward, colliding with chains that rattled violently, even forming tiny cracks. An intense, dark red energy radiated, causing the entire prison planet to tremble beneath its overwhelming force. Kamba's hair cascaded down to his waist. His eyebrows vanished as he transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 form. By the heavens! How can this fellow's Super Saiyan 3 be so powerful? What kind of training has he undergone? Goku exclaimed, astonished, recognizing that his own Super Saiyan 3 paled in comparison to this warrior, whose prowess had reached divine levels. The phrase "by the heavens" was one Goku had learned from Vegeta. Vegeta, too, was taken aback. However, with the examples of Broly and Goku before him, he found it less surprising. Nevertheless, he resolved that once the battle concluded, he would dedicate himself to training, determined to surpass them both. Broly likewise transformed, adopting the God Super Saiyan Green Stage 2 form. Kamba ascended into the sky, raising his right hand high as a sphere of dark red energy rapidly coalesced. The size of this energy sphere was immense, akin to a star on the verge of exploding, emanating an unsettling wave of power. He hurled the energy sphere forward. Broly, too, gathered energy, thrusting one hand forward as a teal-green energy wave shot forth from his palm. The two energy forces collided with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the prison planet, shaking it to its core. The howling winds surged, distorting the very fabric of space as two formidable energies collided. The chains, already marred by previous battles with minute fissures, suddenly snapped under the immense force of this impact. In that fleeting moment, the space itself erupted with vicious cracks, giving the impression that the entire prison planet was on the brink of disintegration. The cries of both sides echoed in a desperate attempt to repel the opposing energy. The two forces, under immense pressure, hissed ominously, akin to an overcompressed spring ready to explode. Abruptly, Broly's pupils vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes, as his energy surged like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. With a thunderous roar, the precarious balance between the two mighty energies shattered, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Goku and Vegeta transformed to withstand the blast's fury. The explosion's force was terrifying, causing the prison planet to tremble violently, with chunks of space fracturing. The radiant light from the detonation shone like the sun, illuminating the entire prison planet and rendering it nearly impossible to behold. A buzzing wave of energy emanated from the epicenter of the explosion, resembling a ferocious shockwave that spread outward, obliterating everything in its path. The surrounding asteroids disintegrated into cosmic dust, scattered into the infinite darkness. After several tense seconds, the explosive turbulence began to subside, and the thick smoke gradually cleared, revealing the battered figures of Broly and Kamba. Both appeared utterly disheveled, their garments tattered and their bodies marred with wounds. However, Kamba seemed slightly worse for wear, his arms trembling as if they had lost considerable strength. This breathtaking clash culminated in Broly securing a narrow victory. Breathing heavily, he exhibited an intense, volatile demeanor, his chest heaving with exertion. With a fierce roar, he charged once more at Kamba. Noticing Broly's distress, Kamba laughed heartily. Yes, that's it. Wild and reckless. How familiar this feeling is. With renewed vigor, Kamba surged towards Broly. Just as their collision seemed imminent, a yellow-black energy sphere descended from above, enveloping them in a violent explosion. Another powerful foe, Vegeta exclaimed, glancing into the distance. The newcomer was none other than the Masked Man in his Super My form. Chapter 17, The Clown, The Arrival of Ultimate Evil. This masked figure has indeed grown significantly stronger. Gogeta gazed intently at the masked figure, whose aura emanated a more formidable presence than before. The masked individual, sensing Gogeta's scrutiny, turned his head, casting a cold stare at both Gogeta and the throng behind him. Snorting derisively, openly expressing his contempt. That fellow did not deceive me. You shall ultimately become the impediment to my grand design. The masked figure gritted his teeth, declaring today, Here, I shall obliterate you all. With a swift whoosh, a silhouette darted through the smoke. Kamba. He charged fiercely towards the masked figure, evidently enraged by the provocation. So eager to meet your demise. The masked figure observed with a smirk. He swiftly transformed into his magenta second stage form, his muscles swelling as his power surged exponentially. Unfazed, Kamba launched a powerful punch at the masked figure. The two fists collided with a thunderous boom, akin to a mighty thunderclap. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, sweeping across the surroundings, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Having expended considerable energy in his earlier battle with Broly, Kamba found himself at a disadvantage in this encounter, being forced back several thousand meters by the masked figure's immense strength. Just as Kamba came to a halt, he suddenly lifted his gaze, only to find a masked figure standing before him. Before Kamba could react, the masked figure ruthlessly initiated his assault, unleashing a fierce energy wave towards him. Suddenly, a green energy sphere collided with the masked figure's attack at an astonishing speed. Boom! The explosion of the energy sphere and the masked figure's attack lit up the air with a brilliant glow and unleashed wild energy fluctuations. Do not rush. Let us take them one at a time. The masked figure chuckled darkly, his voice imbued with an indescribable confidence and composure. However, Broly, now in a frenzied state, was not inclined to heed such words. He roared in fury, the veins on his forehead bulging. In an instant, Broly transformed into a green arrow, hurtling directly towards the masked figure. The masked figure retaliated with a sweeping kick, its force astonishing as it struck Broly squarely on the cheek. Broly was sent flying sideways, tracing an arc through the air. The masked figure offered no respite, swiftly pursuing him and delivering a downward kick. Bang! Broly plummeted rapidly, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. The masked figure hovered above, surveying the deep pit below, and unleashed a colossal pink energy sphere from his hand. This sphere, trailing a long tail, descended towards Broly in the pit. In that fleeting moment, Broly erupted with a deafening roar, a sound that reverberated throughout the area. Accompanying his roar, a deep green aura enveloped him as he opened his mouth, unleashing a tremendous energy blast. The cannon shot forth like a roaring dragon, hurtling towards a masked figure with an energy orb. The two formidable energies collided in the air with a thunderous crash, shaking the very fabric of space. The immense power creating a dazzling explosion. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance, simultaneously transforming into super blue, their potent auras sweeping forth like a tempest. Upon completing their transformation, they launched their attacks from either side of the masked individual. Sensing their onslaught, the masked figure scoffed and unleashed his full power mode, a form he had recently mastered. In this state, his hair cascaded down to his waist, reminiscent of Super Saiyan 3, though his eyebrows remained intact, with only a slight bulge in his muscles. The mask on his face shattered halfway, revealing his visage, none other than Black Vegeta. He unleashed multiple energy waves from his hands, targeting both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The resulting collisions ignited fierce explosions. Taking advantage of the chaos, Black Vegeta suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Sun Wukong to deliver a crushing blow. Fortunately, Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, dodging to the side and retaliating with an elbow strike. which was deftly blocked. Vegeta attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Black Vegeta swiftly turned around, sending Vegeta flying with a kick. At that moment, Kamba charged in. The masked figure's body became ethereal, evading the attack and ascending into the sky, where he gathered immense energy in both hands, unleashing it towards the others. Thunderous explosions erupted, flames engulfing the scene as Black Vegeta laughed heartily. Behold, how beautiful this explosion is. Ah, I am truly invincible. To be honest, using this power against you is somewhat wasteful, but to enlighten you with the mercy of a god, I must do this, so you ought to thank me. Black Vegeta rambled to himself, resembling a masochist in his soliloquy. The words he uttered were both repulsive and contradictory, sending shivers down the spines of Wukong and Vegeta. Suddenly, two blue figures burst forth from the explosion, having transformed into a form resembling Super Saiyan 4, their bodies now covered in blue fur. A transformation known as Super Blue Stage 4, a fusion of divine power and super blue. Black Vegeta, who had been self-absorbed moments before, now wore a grim expression, sensing an overwhelming pressure emanating from the two. How could this be? His instincts warned him that these two were now perilous. Yet, Black Vegeta could hardly believe it. After all, he was the warrior born from the fusion of Son Wukong and Vegeta, a being stronger than both of them. Why was this happening? The answer was quite simple. The soul of Zamasu had not fully mastered this body, preventing him from unleashing the true strength of the fusion. In this current form, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a jester. This was not how it was meant to be. Black Vegeta roared with all his might, attempting to summon the energy within his body. However, in the blink of an eye, the time ring in his hand radiated a brilliant light, and he vanished, revealing that the previous scene was but an illusion. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Broly, unable to locate a target, charged towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. Yet, in his frenzied state, he proved no match for the two, swiftly being knocked unconscious by Vegeta. Kamba, too, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Vegeta unceremoniously tossed the unconscious Broly to the ground. Just as he and Son Wukong prepared to revert their transformations, an overwhelming aura of malevolence suddenly emerged. A foreign being, adorned with several sharp horns atop its head, crimson eyes, a black visage on either side of its face, and armored shoulders, descended while gripping a young man's collar. It was Trunks, Lil Dance, who had been shielded by Gogeta's protective barrier, cried out in alarm. Indeed, the figure in the extraterrestrial's grasp was none other than Trunks. Upon observing the creature, Gogeta's pupils narrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, he recognized its origins, reminiscent of a character from a game he had played in a previous life. Chapter 18. The Wrath of Gogeta, The Rescue. Who are you? Why do you have Trunks? Gogeta's eyes narrowed, an icy murderous intent erupting from him, as if his gaze alone could rend the mysterious being before him to shreds. The malevolent alien, wearing a disdainful smirk, carelessly tossed Trunks towards Gogeta as if he were a mere sack of potatoes. Simultaneously, his voice, imbued with a peculiar echo, resonated. So, you are the Saiyans? In my world, your kind has been utterly exterminated. To encounter you here is quite a rarity. I am Fuvira, sent by a fellow named Fu. He mentioned that this little brat possesses something called a Dragon Ball, which can grant any wish, so I simply took it. It's as straightforward as that. As he spoke, Fuvira nonchalantly produced a Dragon Ball, tossing it in the air as if flaunting a newfound treasure. You scoundrel! Upon seeing his son Trunks in such a dire state, Vegeta's fury erupted, soaring to unprecedented heights. With a thunderous roar, akin to that of a rampaging beast, he charged at Fuvira, his presence threatening to shatter the very fabric of reality. Interesting. Let me see just how formidable you Saiyans truly are. Fuvira's face bore a mocking smile, as if he were an audience member at an amusing spectacle. In an instant, Gogeta closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch that sent a sharp crack through the air. Fuvira's eyes sharpened, and he nimbly sidestepped, his arms sweeping toward Gogeta like a spear, accompanied by the rush of wind. Gogeta reacted with lightning speed, arching backward just in time to evade, and then driving his knee fiercely into Fuvira's abdomen. With a powerful clash, Frevola managed to block the impact with both palms, yet the terrifying force propelled him backward for thousands of meters. Impressive skills, but alas, such an attack cannot harm me. Frevola sneered, raising his hand to unleash a colossal energy wave, resembling a small meteor, directed at Vegeta. Vegeta thrust his hands forward, bracing himself against the assault. At the moment of impact, a deafening roar reverberated, causing pain to resonate in the eardrums, while the explosive light blinded all who beheld it. Seizing the opportunity provided by the smoke of the explosion, Vegeta accelerated behind Frevola, his fists clenched in fury, delivering a ferocious blow aimed at Frevola's head. Sensing the impending attack from above, Frevola transformed into a mere afterimage, evading the lethal punch, only to reappear and launch a kick at Vegeta. Vegeta raised his arm to block, but was still sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, skidding across the ground for hundreds of meters, carving a long trench in his wake. Is this the extent of your power? You dare attempt to kill me? Such delusions. Frevola laughed maniacally, his voice dripping with scorn and contempt. In his Super Saiyan blue form, Vegeta was enveloped in a furious blue aura, his energy steadily rising, distorting the very fabric of space around him. Enraged, he was compelled to reveal his true abilities. How could he not be furious? The thought of his son's death at the hands of Cell haunted him. He could not bear the shame of losing him again. Suddenly, Vegeta surged forward like a cannonball, his fists becoming a flurry of shadows, raining down blows upon Frevola. Frevola, moving with remarkable speed, attempted to fend off the relentless onslaught. Yet Vegeta's attacks grew fiercer and more rapid, gradually overwhelming him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In a decisive moment, Frevola clapped his hands together, conjuring a gray energy sphere exuding a sinister aura, which he hurled toward Vegeta. In response, Vegeta unleashed a more potent energy wave. The two forces collided mid-air with a thunderous explosion, as if the very heavens were consumed by this dreadful power, resulting in a cataclysmic detonation. A fierce energy storm swept outward, shattering the chains of the planetary prison. Taking advantage of the blinding light and the shockwave that disrupted Frevola's vision, Vegeta appeared before him, driving his knee into Frevola's abdomen. Frevola let out a muffled grunt, his body curling uncontrollably like a shrimp. Vegeta followed up with a rapid uppercut, launching Frevola like a projectile, tracing a long arc through the air, soaring thousands of meters away. Regaining his composure with great difficulty, Frevola's eyes flickered with anger, and he privately marveled. It seemed he had underestimated this Saiyan, but that only made the challenge more exhilarating. Upon concluding his statement, a tempestuous surge of energy erupted from him, the gray flames resembling a tumultuous tsunami, ravaging the surroundings with unrestrained ferocity, twisting the very fabric of space under the weight of this terrifying aura. Come! Before Fuwaira could finish his words, his form suddenly faltered. How could Vegeta let such a splendid opportunity slip by? Like a panther, he lunged forward in an instant, delivering a kick imbued with boundless fury and strength. This kick possessed the power to shatter stars, sending Fuwaira soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, tumbling through dozens of rotations before barely coming to a halt. Fuwaira steadied himself, his throat constricting as a fierce killing intent flickered in his eyes. Yet, he refrained from retaliating, merely snorting coldly. I will remember you. I have matters to attend to now. When we next meet, it shall be your demise. With that, Fuwaira erupted in a blaze of fury, a brilliant light radiating forth, dazzling like the sun itself. In truth, it would have been no challenge for Goku to intercept Fuwaira. Yet he chose not to. Once the brilliance faded, Fuwaira had vanished without trace. That was precisely what I wished to convey. Vegeta scoffed, hastily returning to Trunks' side. Rest assured, Trunks is unharmed, Goku remarked with a smile directed at Vegeta. Vegeta, arms crossed, let out a huff, and the group escorted Trunks back to the realm of the Destroyer. Days later, the god of destruction from Universe 6, Fua, rushed into the realm of the Destroyer in a state of disarray. Save Universe 6. The others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the unfolding situation. As Fua recounted the events, the gravity of the situation became clear. Consequently, Goku, Vegeta, and the others followed Fua to Universe 6. This was once a planet of breathtaking beauty and prosperity, now shrouded by a thick blanket of ominous clouds. The clouds loomed like a ferocious beast, claws outstretched, devouring the entire planet. Lightning cleaved the sky, followed by deafening explosions. The magnitude of these detonations was colossal, obliterating cities and edifices and rending the earth with deep chasms. The entire planet trembled, as if on the brink of disintegration. Fua, who had guided them, returned to the Destroyer realm of Universe 7. Father, Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, look over there. Trunks pointed in a certain direction. The group turned to see Hit engaged in battle, being overwhelmingly suppressed. Chapter 19. The Pinnacle of Combat, Part 1, Boom. Another sound erupted as Hit, using flash time, was violently propelled by Orin, crashing heavily against the ground. Orin sneered, using a burst of speed to appear before Hit, delivering another punch. Hit raised his arm to defend, but the immense force sent a jolt of pain through his arm. The strongest assassin is merely this, Orin taunted. Mr. Hit, seeing Hit at a disadvantage, Gabba in his Super Saiyan 2 form shouted out, "You still have the energy to concern yourself with others. Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs." Kamine swooped down from the sky, her form unfolding like a star as she unleashed her energy, shouting, "Destructive impact." At close range, an energy sphere resembling a protective shield materialized, culminating in a massive explosion that sent Gabe flying. Injured and disoriented, Gabe turned to see Vegeta and exclaimed in delight, "Master Vegeta, do you still possess any dignity as a Saiyan, Gabe? To be vanquished so disgracefully is utterly humiliating." Vegeta reprimanded him. "Oh, here come more to meet their doom." Kamine charged toward Vegeta, who transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to engage in battle. With each clash of fists and feet, powerful shockwaves erupted, causing cracks to spread across the ground. Seizing the moment, Vegeta instantaneously teleported behind Kamine, concentrating energy in his hands before delivering a crushing blow. Kamine, reeling from the explosive impact, was propelled forward by 100 meters. Vegeta pressed the advantage, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks that forced Kamine to retreat. However, Kamine suddenly let out a furious roar, her body surging with tremendous energy. She pivoted sharply and thrust her hands forward, unleashing a massive energy wave toward Vegeta. Vegeta raised his hand, deflecting the energy wave effortlessly. Orin charged in fiercely, but Kale and Caulifla, having anticipated this, swiftly positioned themselves to block his path. "Get out of my way," Orin bellowed. An intense battle erupted, with the three fighters exchanging blows, neither side conceding. The air crackled with energy as their fists collided, resonating with a powerful hum. At that moment, Hit joined the fray, enhancing time to a staggering 10 seconds. Under Hit's relentless assault, Kamine and Orin were forced to retreat, their bodies soon adorned with wounds, blood staining their garments. Before long, the two siblings found themselves utterly defenseless, their bodies sent flying like kites severed from their strings. In midair, Kamine and Orin concentrated, channeling their inner energy to mend their injuries. "Sister, use that technique," Orin urged through gritted teeth. "Very well, brother," Kamine nodded in agreement. The siblings grasped each other's hands, their powers intertwining in that moment. A radiant light suddenly erupted from them, illuminating the surroundings. As the brilliance shone, Kamine and Orin began to fuse, ultimately transforming into a new entity, Kamine-Orin. The combined strength of Kamine-Orin surged, exuding an aura of unparalleled power. As Kamine-Orin emerged, they swiftly demonstrated their remarkable prowess, easily overpowering Hit and the others. After a fierce exchange, Vegeta realized that Super Saiyan 3 was inadequate and thus ascended to Super Saiyan Blue. Just moments after Vegeta transformed, several dark red energy blasts hurtled toward him from afar. As the battle raged on, Super Saiyan Goku and Trunks joined the fray alongside Broly. High above, Hertz, standing upon the colossal seed of the universe, observed the unfolding scene with a smirk. "Very well, allow me to lend you my strength." Just as he prepared to act, an energy blast surged toward him, aimed at Super Saiyan Blue Goku, while Vegito remained spectating from distance. "So you're Goku, huh? Let me see if you truly possess the prowess they claim." Hertz transformed into his super form, engaging in a fierce clash with Goku. The planet trembled under the intensity of their skirmish, teetering on the brink of annihilation. With a resounding impact, Hertz, empowered by the seed of the universe, unleashed a devastating punch that sent Goku hurtling away. The collision with the ground reverberated like thunder. Hertz swiftly intensified the gravitational force, pinning Goku firmly to the earth, rendering him unable to rise. Under the immense pressure, Goku emitted agonizing groans. "Ugh!" Realizing he was outmatched, Goku unleashed a surge of energy, a formidable aura erupting from his being. His body began to swell, muscles tensed, hair standing on end as he ascended to Super Saiyan Blue Tier 3. Breaking free from Hertz's gravitational grip, Goku's leg muscles coiled with power, launching him toward Hertz like a cannonball at astonishing velocity. "Interesting," Hertz exclaimed with exhilaration, charging to meet Goku mid-flight. In an instant, the two collided like meteors in the sky, their fists crashing together with a thunderous boom. The sound echoed like thunderclaps. the immense force creating a shockwave that shattered the air for miles around, forming a vast vacuum. A gale akin to a tsunami surged outward in all directions. Buzzing with energy, those engaged in the fierce battle sensed a peculiar wave of power. A smile crept across Hertz's face. He knew that the seed of the universe had finally absorbed the abundant battle energy. With a hearty laugh, he disengaged from Goku, soaring towards the seed. And using the gravitational threshold, he diminished its colossal size. Following a similar path as in the animated version, Hertz, now golden and self-proclaimed Godslayer, prepared for the next phase. "Hey Goku, let me handle this guy." Vegeto's voice rang out. After a moment's contemplation, Goku nodded, conceding the fight to Vegeto. Vegeto had been awaiting this very transformation of Hertz after absorbing the seed of the universe. Having witnessed the overwhelming power displayed by Hertz in the past, he was eager to test whether his Super Saiyan 7, combined with duality, could vanquish this formidable foe. Without further ado, I shall transform into the formidable Super Saiyan 5, taking measured steps without haste. First, I must ascertain whether this form can inflict damage upon my opponent. Am I truly unable to fathom your intentions? However, upon reflection, what does it matter? He, endowed with the power of the cosmic seed, is a man destined to slay gods, and how could he be intimidated by a mere Saiyan? In an instant, they collided, unleashing an energy more potent than the sum of all previous battles. The entire planet was shattered by this force, fragments scattering through the cosmos like meteors. Their conflict propelled them to a neighboring gas giant, where the atmosphere was violently disturbed, generating terrifying storms. In his Super Saiyan 5 form, Gogeta wielded tremendous power. Each strike carried the potential to annihilate the universe. Yet, Hertz, having absorbed the cosmic seed, was no trivial adversary, effortlessly countering Gogeta's onslaught. With a swift motion, Hertz ascended to a great height, conjuring a colossal gravity energy sphere aimed at Gogeta. Gogeta evaded the sphere by a hair's breadth, hurtling beyond the planet and reducing a small asteroid to mere dust. Their silhouettes transformed into streaks of light across the cosmos, each clash distorting the very fabric of space, causing the universe to tremble beneath their fierce engagement. Chapter 20, The Pinnacle of Battle, Part 2. With such immense power at your disposal, you choose to assist the gods? How lamentable! Hertz remarked with a face full of regret. Gogeta, expressionless, regarded Hertz and replied coolly, "I am not aiding the gods. I merely seek to test my own capacity to vanquish you. After all, your actions pose a grave threat to humanity across the 12 universes, and thus, my endeavors are entirely for the greater good of all humankind." Upon hearing this, Hertz erupted into boisterous laughter, his mirth laced with derision. "Ha ha! You truly excel at crafting excuses. Such grandiloquent justifications are laughable. The one who genuinely considers the welfare of humanity is I, not you. Those who have long endured under divine dominion can never attain true freedom or happiness. Only by obliterating all gods can humanity usher in its rightful era of joy." In the face of Hertz's retort, Gogeta chose not to engage further in debate. He understood well that he and Hertz were operating on entirely different wavelengths. Gogeta's true intention was merely to challenge his own limits. Everything else was incidental. Huh. With a roar from Hertz, golden light flickered around him. In an instant, he darted towards Gogeta. Gogeta swiftly unleashed a punch directed at Hertz. Boom! The collision of fist and foot echoed with a thunderous impact, sending shockwaves surging around them. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Bang! 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 The exchanges between Hertz and Gogeta erupted like a tempest, and in the blink of an eye, they had clashed hundreds of times. With each impact, a violent wave of energy surged forth, causing the entire planet to tremble precariously under the influence of this immense force. Ultimately, the planet erupted, shattering into countless fragments that scattered into the void. In that fleeting moment of explosion, Hertz and Gogeta teleported to another world, resuming their fierce battle. Upon arriving at the new venue, Hertz raised his hand, conjuring a golden spear imbued with gravitational properties, which struck towards Gogeta like a venomous serpent. With eyes ablaze, Gogeta swiftly manifested an energy sword, clashing against the golden spear with a decisive stroke. The collision of the energy sword and the spear ignited a flurry of sparks in midair, akin to a dazzling display of fireworks. Seizing the moment, Gogeta executed a swift maneuver, rotating his body to flank Hertz, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Hertz's waist. Hertz reacted with remarkable speed. nimbly leaping backward to evade the strike. Raising both hands, Hertz distorted the surrounding space, conjuring an array of golden gravitational cubes that coalesced into a colossal gravitational cage, ensnaring Gogeta within. Feeling the overwhelming gravitational pressure from all directions, Gogeta let out a fierce cry, radiating brilliant light as he shattered the confines of the cage. In that instant of liberation, Hertz unleashed a golden ray from his hand, hurtling towards Gogeta. Quickly, Gogeta concentrated energy into a sphere, directing it toward the incoming beam. The two formidable forces collided in a resounding explosion, generating shockwaves that rent the very fabric of space around them. The intensity of the battle between Gogeta and Hertz escalated further. Meanwhile, on other planets, fierce confrontations raged on, such as the battle between Super Saiyan Blue Goku and the full-powered Kamba, as well as the clash between Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and the malevolent Fuvelra. As for Kaminari, he had been vanquished by the divine Beast Gohan, while Broly engaged in combat with a woman of pale blue skin. Back in the realm of the Omni King, the Grand Minister observed the various gods of destruction. The emergence of the cosmic seed signifies something of great importance. And surely you are all aware that Lord Zeno does not wish to pursue the origins of this cosmic seed, but let this be the sole instance. Do you understand? Although the Grand Minister's tone remained calm, the gods of destruction fell silent in trepidation. At that moment, the god of destruction from Universe 4 could not help but murmur. But the appearance of this cosmic seed is not our fault. The Grand Minister's ears perked up, and with a sharp gaze, he directed his attention towards that god, coldly stating, regardless of whose fault it may be, given the current situation, if you do not wish to see a reduction in the 12 universes, keep a vigilant watch over your respective realms. Should any similar instabilities arise, do not expect me to be lenient. The gods of destruction bowed their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Meanwhile, the battle between Gogeta and Hertz reached a fever pitch. Gogeta suddenly crossed his arms over his chest, then thrust them open, unleashing a colossal wave of energy directed towards Hertz. Hertz formed a golden shield as energy waves collided with it, producing a deafening sound, and cracks began to appear on the surface. Just as Hertz strained to maintain the shield, Gogeta instantaneously teleported behind him and delivered a powerful kick to his back, sending Hertz soaring into the distance. Buzzing, Hertz erupted with a terrifying aura, energy surging skyward, causing the clouds to stir in a tumultuous manner, extending over a kilometer in all directions. Gogeta let out a grunt, similarly amplifying his energy, transforming into the Super Saiyan 7 stacked dual form. The force emanating from him clashing with Hertz's. The very fabric of space distorted as the collision of their auras sent ripples akin to a tsunami across the planet. Their energies transcended into other universes, drawing the attention of angels who were not present in the temple. All eyes turned toward the battleground. Both Gogeta and Hertz were gathering immense power, preparing to unleash their final techniques, determined to settle the outcome in one decisive blow. Hertz raised his hand, summoning a golden meteorite from the cosmos, radiating a formidable energy wave. Meanwhile, Gogeta stood firm, positioning himself with palms aglow, coalescing spherical energy between them. It appeared Gogeta was set to unleash his signature move, Gravity Crush, 1,000 times the explosive Kamehameha. Bang! The energy wave collided violently with a meteorite, erupting in a brilliance surpassing that of a supernova. The energy rippled outward at a terrifying pace, shattering stars and collapsing space. Countless galaxies crumbled before this overwhelming force like fragile sandcastles. Both Gogeta and Hertz staggered under the immense recoil, yet they gritted their teeth, fixating on each other with unwavering resolve. The golden meteorite began to fracture under the Kamehameha's onslaught, while the Kamehameha itself dimmed under the pressure of the gravity crush. They were both exerting every ounce of their energy. Suddenly, these two terrifying forces triggered an unprecedented cosmic explosion. The entire sixth universe was plunged into an abyss of darkness and chaos, returning all to primordial disorder. In this boundless void, a sudden chime resonated, the darkness receding, stars reassembling, and the universe gradually restoring itself. The battle between Gogeta and Hertz was regressed to the moment they were unleashing their utmost energy. Both sides momentarily faltered, but Gogeta sensed something amiss. In light of this, he resolved to employ a technique to determine the final victor. Contemplating deeply, Gogeta shouted, unleashing the hundredfold Kaioken. Crimson flames igniting around him, muscles swelling, veins bulging. In that instant, the already formidable energy wave expanded tenfold. What? Crack! In that fleeting moment, the entire meteorite erupted, and a wave of energy, with a diameter reaching several kilometers, engulfed Hertz, surging towards the cosmic abyss. Thus, the energy wave culminated in a violent explosion at the universe's edge, creating a gaping void. Hertz was reduced to ashes amidst agonizing cries. After unleashing this devastating blow, Goku's body convulsed, realizing that he had overexerted himself and needed to enhance his physical training. Goku instantaneously transported himself to a distant planet for recuperation. Chapter 21. The constellation is myself. The battles on the other planets had also concluded, with Vivira, Kamba, and Regas being whisked away by the suddenly appearing Fu. The matter concerning Hertz and the seed of the universe was temporarily settled. A year swiftly passed, and Goku, with a thought, transcended through time and space. In the audience of the Galactic Arena, Goku watched the combat on the stage with keen interest. He had been in this world for 3 days and had come to understand its nature. It was the world of the Saint Seiya. Golden Cloths. Goku chuckled softly. He had watched this anime, albeit a long time ago. He vaguely remembered the early plot, but was less clear about the later developments. The battles on the stage progressed in a series of rounds until it was finally time for the clash between Seiya and Shiryu. Seiya dashed towards Shiryu like a gale, unleashing the Pegasus Meteor Fist, with punches raining down like meteors upon Shiryu, who adeptly evaded each of Seiya's strikes. Subsequently, Shiryu roared, leaning forward as a turquoise dragon-shaped aura surged towards Seiya. Seiya deftly sidestepped while searching for Shiryu's vulnerabilities. Suddenly accelerating, he circled behind Shiryu and delivered a fierce hook. Shiryu reacted with remarkable swiftness, pivoting sharply to block the blow with his arm. As Shiryu began to exert more of his strength, Seiya found himself on the receiving end of relentless attacks, with both combatants driven by an unyielding desire to win. They ultimately shed their cloths and engaged in a fierce melee, with Seiya emerging victorious under the spotlight of heroism. After yet another round of battles, the Sagittarius moment won, and at that moment, a figure appeared atop the golden cloth. Skipping the dialogue, a group of dark saints emerged, the subordinates of Phoenix Ikki. The scene descended into chaos as these dark saints obstructed Seiya and his companions, while Ikki departed with the golden cloth. Goku, who had been seated, vanished. In a warehouse at a dock, Ikki stood before a box, his hand reaching for the lid, poised to unveil it. Suddenly, a voice resonated. "You cannot wield this golden cloth." Startled, Ikki swiftly scanned his surroundings to identify the source of the sound. Eventually, his gaze fell upon a corner of the warehouse, where a young man stood. Ikki furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the youth, noting the absence of any fluctuation of small cosmos emanating from him. This signifies that the young man is merely an ordinary individual. "Who are you?" Ikki inquired, a hint of wariness lacing his voice. It is preposterous for an ordinary person devoid of even a small universe to covet the golden cloth. Such fantasies are the musings of a madman. Ikki's tone brimmed with disdain and contempt. However, in the face of Ikki's mockery, Gogeta merely smiled, unfazed by his words. He ambled forth at a leisurely pace, drawing ever closer to Ikki, stubborn and unyielding. "If that is the case, then do not blame me for being impolite." Observing this, Ikki's fury ignited instantaneously. Like a ferocious beast, he charged directly at Gogeta. In the moment he approached Gogeta, Ikki unleashed a punch with the swiftness of lightning, aimed directly at Gogeta's head. Gogeta slightly inclined his body, effortlessly evading the blow. Although Ikki was taken aback, he did not falter, swiftly delivering a kick aimed at Gogeta's abdomen. Unhurried, Gogeta raised his hand to seize Ikki's foot, and with a deft motion, he flung him away. Ikki executed a perfect 360-degree somersault in midair, landing steadily, his expression turning grave. The seemingly ordinary young man before him was anything but simple. "Who exactly are you?" Ikki demanded. Gogeta replied with a smile. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that the golden cloth is mine." Ikki scoffed. "You are deluding yourself." With that, Ikki unleashed the Phoenix Illusion Fist to attack. This technique belonged to the realm of mental attacks, capable of amplifying the darkness within a person's heart, conjuring illusions of their deepest fears. Gogeta stood calmly, allowing the attack to strike him. He merely felt a slight dizziness, but after several breaths, nothing unusual transpired. I am immune to this mental attack." A smirk appeared at the corner of Gogeta's mouth. He had merely intended to test it and was astonished to discover his immunity. Ikki, about to utter a response, found Gogeta suddenly appearing before the golden cloth, lifting it effortlessly with one hand, declaring, "The cloth is now mine," before vanishing in an instant. "Damn it!" Ikki roared in fury, and just as his shout echoed, the warehouse collapsed, with Seiya jumping down. What transpired next closely mirrored the unfolding events of the animated storyline. On a desolate highway, Gogeta materialized with the box containing the golden cloth. Upon opening the box, the golden cloth gradually emerged, and Gogeta sensed a peculiar energy emanating from it. "Sagittarius cloth, let me see what you possess." He donned the cloth, moving about to find it an exquisite fit, with no peculiar occurrences transpiring. Just as he contemplated the absence of any oddities, the cloth suddenly vibrated, a repulsive force attempting to detach from Gogeta. Sensing this repulsion, Gogeta let out a cold snort, inwardly asserting, "Now that it is in my possession, you shall obediently serve as my cloth." With a forceful exclamation, he unleashed a burst of white energy, enveloping the cloth in an aura of control to stabilize it. However, the more intense the rejection force generated by the sacred armor, the stronger it became. Even the Sagittarius constellation made its appearance. "Ah, how unique. I find it rather charming." Gogeta intensified his aura, and after a crackling of lightning, the sacred armor calmed down. The Sagittarius dimmed until it vanished from sight. "Goodness, this Sagittarius possesses such character. It has detached from the golden armor to prevent me from becoming a Sagittarius saint." Gogeta smirked. Without Sagittarius, it was merely a bronze armor. At that very moment, the Pope of the Sanctuary, Alexius, suddenly cast his gaze towards the heavens, as if captivated by something. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. Murmuring softly, "Sagittarius has separated from the armor. What could this mean?" This situation was unprecedented for Alexius. He fell into deep contemplation. In the past, even if the armor's bearer met with an untimely demise, the corresponding constellation would never abandon the armor. Yet, Sagittarius had remarkably severed its connection, which was utterly unfathomable. Alexius's lips quivered slightly, as if he were softly reciting something. Suddenly, several dark shadows darted forth, swiftly merging into the night and vanishing without a trace. Although he remained oblivious to the reasons behind Sagittarius's departure, Alexius was acutely aware that since Sagittarius had left its original armor, it would undoubtedly seek a new one. Thus, he needed to locate this armor as swiftly as possible to prevent it from falling into the hands of others. Returning to Gogeta, he wore a disgruntled expression, muttering. Honestly, he was not particularly pleased with the armor adorning him. Although it was indeed a sacred armor, it paled in comparison to the golden armor. Just as he prepared to remove this unsatisfactory armor, it began to tremble violently. Gogeta was astonished to discover that the energy within him was being incessantly absorbed by the armor. This bizarre scene left Gogeta wide-eyed, watching as the bronze armor underwent astonishing transformations upon his body. First, its color gradually shifted from bronze to silvery white, and then it rapidly transformed into a dazzling golden hue. An identical humanoid silhouette emerged from the armor. What is happening? Gogeta was utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle before him, his mind swirling with questions. When the armor fully evolved into the golden armor, it bore his own insignia, and in that moment, he understood what was occurring. My goodness, the constellation is me? What sort of divine manipulation is this? Gogeta scratched his head, bewildered as he spoke to himself. However, since he could not comprehend it, he decided not to ponder it further. After all, regardless of the circumstances, it was still a golden armor. Thus, he ceased to dwell on the armor's transformation and swiftly removed it, placing it back into the armor box. Continuing on, he retrieved a spatial capsule from his pocket and tossed it onto the sacred armor chest, which was instantly absorbed into the capsule. Indeed, carrying it this way is far more convenient. Gogeta mused with satisfaction, securing the capsule before vanishing in a flash. Chapter 22 was rather lackluster. Time flew by. It had been a full half-month since Gogeta had acquired the golden cloth. During this period, a remarkable event transpired: the emergence of a brand new Sagittarius golden cloth. Saurikido and Seiya were the first to seize a portion of this armor. However, during this endeavor, the Pope's subordinates managed to snatch another fragment from them. Thus, a new conflict ensued, with both parties coveting the complete Sagittarius golden cloth. Amidst this brewing storm, Gogeta checked out of his hotel, intending to witness the fierce battle between Hyuga and his master, the Crystal Saint. As Gogeta strolled through the bustling streets, reminiscing about the storyline of the saints from his previous life, he abruptly halted Realizing an awkward predicament, he was unfamiliar with the surroundings. However, this was of little concern. He prepared to unleash his energy for a large-scale scan, confident that he would find his way. Just as he was about to employ this skill, an unexpected voice interrupted his thoughts. You possess the energy of the golden cloth. Do you have it in your possession? Gogeta turned to see two men standing about 10 meters away. One was tall with short pink hair, while the other was shorter, sporting blue hair. The taller one, the pink-haired man, was the one speaking. Gogeta scrutinized him, puzzled. Are you addressing me? The blue-haired one scoffed. Stop playing dumb. Hand over the armor immediately. Gogeta stroked his chin, recalling who these two were, merely minor characters. The pink-haired one seemed to be named Lita, and the blue-haired one was Spiga. These two were subordinates of the Pope. Although they were saints, they lacked a constellation. A smirk curled at the corners of Gogeta's mouth. Well then, let me test the prowess of the saints. My previous encounter at the dock with Phoenix Ikki was merely a playful engagement, but this time shall be different. What difference does it make whether I possess it or not? Gogeta chuckled. Quit the banter and hand it over. If you do so, I shall let you go. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lita shot a cold glare at Gogeta. Lita, why waste words with him? Just take it by force. Spiga charged directly at Gogeta, aiming to subdue him and extract the whereabouts of the golden cloth. Gogeta effortlessly sidestepped Spiga's attack and, in one fluid motion, executed a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Enraged and humiliated, Spiga quickly scrambled to his feet, attacking once more, yet the outcome was no different. He was once again brought down. This individual is not to be underestimated. One must remain vigilant. Lita contemplated inwardly, discerning that his opponent was merely feigning weakness, a truly insidious and cunning adversary. In an instant, Lita donned his sacred armor without hesitation, radiating a resplendent glow. He surged toward Gogeta, launching a fierce assault. Lita's fist propelled forward with the velocity of cannonball, its speed surpassing that of Spiga, who was unarmored by several-fold. The force of this strike was nothing short of terrifying. Had it connected with an ordinary person, it would have obliterated them instantaneously. Yet for Gogeta, the punch appeared somewhat sluggish. With a slight tilt of his body, he effortlessly evaded the blow. Lita's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, producing a thunderous roar that resonated like a clap of thunder. The earth was rent asunder, creating a massive crater, with dust swirling and debris scattering. The sheer magnitude of this blow was so great that even the air trembled under its might. Cracks in the ground spread rapidly like a spider's web, extending into the distance. This confrontation instilled terror in the ordinary onlookers, who scattered in panic. After all, this was a clash between saints, and remaining in proximity was tantamount to courting death. Having missed his initial strike, Lita swiftly repositioned himself, once again advancing toward Gogeta. He continually altered the angles of his attacks, his fists weaving like phantoms, seeking to corner Gogeta with no escape. Gogeta, however, navigated through Lita's onslaught with calm agility, occasionally countering with strikes of his own. Observing this, Spiga donned his sacred armor as well, joining the fray. The two flanked Gogeta, executing a coordinated assault. Their synergy was evident, the brilliance of their armor illuminating the battlefield, intensifying the clash. Nevertheless, Gogeta remained unfazed amid the dual onslaught. Suddenly, he summoned a potent surge of energy, unleashing a beam of light from his hand that hurtled toward Lita and Spiga. The two had no time to evade, and were struck by the brilliance, their bodies uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, Lita and Spiga gazed at Gogeta, their eyes wide with astonishment. The ability to repel them without armor indicated an extraordinary physical prowess. Exchanging a glance, they ignited their own cosmic energy, a powerful wave surging forth. And Gogeta observed with keen interest. As their energy ignited, the very city trembled. However, Gogeta's expression shifted as he furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath. This is rather disappointing. Indeed, he sensed that their strength was woefully inadequate, their combat prowess barely reaching a mere million in level. To Gogeta, such power was utterly trivial, failing to pique his interest. Was it perhaps due to the absence of constellation empowerment? Gogeta pondered this as his thoughts drifted like a wild stallion. Just then, the two adversaries launched their attack against him. Swiftly, several figures darted forward. Seiya, Ikki, and Hyuga. It's you, Ikki exclaimed in surprise. What is wrong, Ikki? Do you know him? Seiya inquired. Didn't I previously seize the Sagittarius gold cloth? However, it was this person who snatched it from me, Ikki recounted. Upon hearing this, Seiya and Hyoga immediately adopted a wary stance. Lita and Spica observed them closely. You've arrived just in time. We shall deal with all of you together. Without further ado, Spica and Lita unleashed their nebula chains, which spiraled toward them. Seiya, Ikki, and Hyoga quickly assumed defensive postures, combining their strengths to withstand the dual nebula chains. Vegeta, watching from the side, took a keen interest in their capabilities, reassessing their strength. Seeing their attack falter, Lita and Spica intensified their cosmos output, causing the nebula chains to thicken and exert a formidable pressure. Seiya shouted, igniting his cosmos, and charged forward with great force, managing to create a breach in the chains. Seizing the opportunity, Ikki and Hyoga burst through the opening, each rushing toward Lita and Spica. Vegeta, not to be idle, raised his hand and unleashed an energy wave. Under the onslaught, Lita and Spica gradually found themselves overwhelmed. Realizing their impending defeat, they exchanged glances and once more combined their efforts to execute the dual nebula chains, this time adopting a defensive formation that encased them in a sphere. Rolling away from the scene, Vegeta, observing the vanishing sphere, smirked, his form flickering as he disappeared. Ikki, that guy has vanished. Seiya exclaimed, his eyes wide. He disappeared into thin air? How could he possibly do that? Alas, no one was there to answer his questions. Chapter 23 left me quite disheartened. Lita and Spica returned to the Greek sanctuary, reporting their encounter to their superior, the Pope, Alexis. After a moment of contemplation, Alexis spoke a few words to the newly appointed advisor, Burton, who promptly departed. As for Spica and Lita, they escaped death but could not evade punishment, being dragged away to face their consequences. Truly a bunch of incompetent fools. Alexis muttered under his breath. Once I obtain the Sagittarius cloth, I shall command the entire world. You and your minions cannot stop me, Athena. Alexis' deep gaze drifted into the distance. Time swiftly passed, and 2 weeks went by. In a derelict park, on a stone bench, Vegeta lay back, stifling a yawn in boredom. After Lita and Spica's retreat, he too had departed, wandering aimlessly. A few days prior, he had dispatched a saint of the Spider constellation. How dull it all was, Vegeta scoffed. There was no way around it. He was not mingling with Seiya and the others, so feeling bored was entirely natural. Furthermore, the absence of formidable opponents contributed to his ennui, as he was only confronted with minor adversaries. He contemplated venturing to the sanctuary, but ultimately decided against it, as a swift conclusion left him with nowhere to go. This encapsulated the solitude of the strong. How audacious of you to lie here so openly, remarked a man clad in golden armor as he rose and stretched. Upon reflection, this individual appeared to be Milo of Scorpio. The two regarded each other, and Vegeta smirked slightly. This fellow possessed considerable strength. Milo mused inwardly. The absence of a small universe was indeed astonishing. Upon witnessing Vegeta firsthand, Milo came to believe that a person devoid of a small universe could indeed slay a saint warrior. He sensed that Vegeta was not malevolent. Are you here to seize my golden armor? Vegeta inquired. Milo nodded in affirmation. Very well. Allow me to see what skills these golden saints possess. Vegeta stretched out a bit. Milo looked at him and asked, what? Do you not intend to don your golden armor? Unnecessary, Vegeta replied, displaying a bold arrogance. Milo unleashed a punch, the most fundamental of light speed strikes, which, as the name suggests, could reach the speed of light. In the next moment, boom, the ground of the entire park erupted violently. This fellow's strength was indeed extraordinary. Although Milo had not exerted much force, it was implausible for an ordinary person, especially one not wearing golden armor, to withstand such an attack. Vegeta stood firm, effortlessly deflecting the light-speed punch with a casual gesture. Milo was slightly taken aback and swiftly began to manipulate his hands, sending a flurry of crimson poison needles soaring towards Vegeta like meteors. This was the signature technique of Scorpio, the Scarlet Needle. Vegeta evaded with a swift movement and darted toward Milo with an eerie grace. Milo, quick to react, sidestepped Vegeta's assault and retaliated with a kick. Vegeta sidestepped, seized Milo's leg, and flung him away. Milo executed a somersault in mid-air, landing gracefully. Whoosh! He moved at light speed, delivering a kick toward Vegeta. Although in this world, the attacks of the Saints, especially the Golden Ones, could reach light speed or even surpass it, to Vegeta, such speed appeared somewhat sluggish. Bang! Zzz. Milo's kick met Vegeta's aura shield, erupting in a shower of sparks. What? Milo sensed a barrier obstructing his attack. Vegeta repelled Milo with his aura. Retreating several thousand meters, Milo's feet sank deeply into the ground. This was the first time Milo entertained the notion that this individual was insurmountable. Since he could not prevail in his ordinary state, it was time to unleash his small universe. The so-called small universe is indeed stratified. At its base lies the five senses, followed by the sixth sense, and subsequently the seventh sense, where Milo's small universe resides. Thus, upon the eruption of his small universe, his power escalated significantly. Impressive. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with realization. He had indeed grown stronger. After unleashing his small universe, Milo surged towards Vegeta once more. His attacks now more ferocious, each punch and kick imbued with formidable strength. Vegeta, augmenting his energy, successfully deflected all of Milo's strikes. Suddenly, Milo unleashed an upgraded version of his Crimson Poison Needles, 15 in total. The 15 needles struck like lightning towards Vegeta. A wall of energy materialized before Vegeta, and as the needles collided with it, they produced a series of sharp clinks yet failed to penetrate the barrier. Seizing the moment, Vegeta dashed towards Milo, his fist descending like a meteor upon him. Milo hastily sidestepped, but still felt the sting as Vegeta's fist grazed his shoulder, inflicting a painful gash. Gritting his teeth, Milo understood he could no longer remain on the defensive. He executed the 15th needle of the Crimson Poison, Andalus. This technique targeted a vital point. Should it land, the foe would be doomed. A burst of red light erupted from Milo, sweeping toward Vegeta. Vegeta countered with an open palm, an act that Milo deemed tantamount to courting death. Yet unexpectedly, the attack was deflected. The scenery blurred before Milo as he tumbled numerous times, reducing the entire mountainside to rubble. In the Taurus Palace of the Greek sanctuary, the small universe of Milo throned. Aldebaran of Taurus emerged from the palace, gazing into the distance. To provoke Milo into unleashing his small universe indicated the arrival of a formidable adversary. However, Milo's strength was no trifling matter. That enemy was in for misfortune. Contemplating this, Aldebaran returned to the palace. Vegeta stood over Milo, his foot pressing down with the weight of a mountain, rendering Milo utterly immobile. Vegeta let out a slow, disheartened sigh. "You have quite disappointed me," he intoned, his voice deep and deliberate. Yet, his words were not aimed at Milo personally, but rather at the very fabric of this world's rules. During the course of their battle, Vegeta had gradually discerned the limitations imposed by these rules on the Golden Saints. These regulations resembled invisible shackles, binding the warriors' powers and preventing them from fully realizing their true potential. Although these Golden Saints possessed tremendous strength, they found themselves constrained by the world's decrees. It was akin to a majestic eagle imprisoned within a cage, possessing the ability to soar through the skies, yet unable to break free from its confines. Thus, Vegeta's lament emerged. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Milo felt a tightening in his heart. Initially, he believed Vegeta was mocking his weakness. However, upon reflection, he realized that if Vegeta could exhibit such formidable strength without donning his sacred armor, just how powerful would he become when fully equipped? It seemed only those ranked among the elite could hope to contend with him, Milo mused to himself. With this thought, a faint expression of relief crossed his face. He acknowledged that, given his current capabilities, he was indeed no match for Vegeta. Therefore, it was perhaps better to face defeat with grace. "Go ahead and kill me," Milo said to Vegeta, his tone calm. To his utter astonishment, Vegeta simply released his foot and replied, "Why would I kill you? You may leave." Milo was momentarily stunned, gazing at Vegeta with a face full of skepticism, as if struggling to believe what he had just heard. "Are you certain?" he blurted out, but in the next instant, Vegeta vanished from his sight. Who was this enigmatic being? Confused, Milo departed from the scene. Chapter 24. A Smooth Journey. Part 1. Several days had passed since Milo of Scorpio had been defeated. On this day, Vegeta arrived at the estate of Saurikido. "What brings you here?" Hyuga asked, eyeing Vegeta with suspicion. Following the recent events involving Lita and Spica, he had conducted an investigation into Vegeta, but had discovered nothing. Vegeta wore a friendly smile. "I am not here to cause trouble. I am here to assist you." Sauri emerged, taking a long moment to regard Vegeta before finally asking, "What do you want?" Vegeta shook his head. "Simply put, hand over the 12 gold saints and that pope for me to deal with. I desire nothing else, for my interest lies in battling the strong." "Very well, it's a deal." Sauri agreed, a response Gogeta had not anticipated. The following morning, Gogeta, along with Seiya and the others, boarded a plane to the sanctuary in Greece. Feeling a sense of boredom, Gogeta decided to follow the unfolding narrative. To meet the Pope of the sanctuary, they would first need to traverse the 12 palaces. While Saori conversed with Hyuga, Ikki, and the others, a flurry of arrows suddenly rained down, targeting Saori. With a casual flick of his wrist, Gogeta caused the arrows to explode, and amidst the ensuing smoke, he exerted a pulling force from his palm, revealing the assailant. After providing a thorough education to the attacker, the group stepped into the domain of the 12 palaces. Upon arriving at the sanctuary, Gogeta unleashed a wave of energy, acknowledging the considerable strength of the Gold Saints. "Let me clear the path," he said with a slight smile. Skipping over the Ares Palace, he directly entered the second palace, where the Taurus Gold Saint, Aldebaran, appeared. "As long as I, Aldebaran, am here, you shall not pass through the Taurus Palace." Gogeta, uninterested in lengthy discourse, promptly launched a punch. With a powerful surge of energy, the fist hurtled toward Arutaba like a shooting star. Arutaba widened his eyes, swiftly crossing his arms in front of him, unleashing a formidable aura that formed a solid defensive barrier. The fist collided violently with the barrier, producing a deafening roar as shockwaves erupted, cracking the ground beneath. Arutaba let out a muffled grunt, his body swaying slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. With a fierce glare, he shouted, "Receive my attack, Giant Horn, come fort." Vegeta slightly elevated his energy, unleashing a singular energy wave that clashed with the Giant Horn. The two immense forces collided fiercely in the air, emitting a dazzling brilliance, while the resulting shockwave swept through the surroundings like a tempest, causing the palace to tremble and the earth to fracture. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, his energy surging once more, enhancing the energy wave to gradually overpower the Giant Horn's defense. Seeing this, Arutaba gritted his teeth, his aura erupting with all its might in an attempt to stabilize the situation. However, Vegeta's energy was overwhelmingly potent, ultimately shattering the Giant Horn's defense and hurtling toward Arutaba. Caught off guard, Arutaba was struck by the energy wave, sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily against a distant wall. The wall crumbled with a thunderous sound as Arutaba struggled to rise, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. He gazed at Vegeta with admiration in his eyes, saying, "You are strong. I concede with utmost respect. You may proceed through the Taurus Palace." Vegeta nodded and strode toward the next palace, followed closely by the others. Before the Gemini Palace, Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground, causing a massive fissure to spread throughout the entire palace. The edifice collapsed with a resounding crash. Done. The Golden Saint of Gemini is not within. Only the Gemini cloth remains. "Let us not waste any time," he remarked before moving toward the fourth palace, the Cancer Palace. Before long, Cancer appeared. "I've been waiting for you. I shall send you to another world." As Cancer prepared to unleash his ultimate move, the deadly energy wave, a hand materialized from thin air, grasping him tightly. "What is this thing?" Cancer struggled with all his might. Vegeta let out a slight snort, increasing his grip, the sound of cracking bones echoing. With a splatter, Cancer coughed up a mixture of blood and internal organs, his eyes bulging as he stared at Vegeta. "I despise being looked at that way." Vegeta intensified his grip further, eliciting a harrowing scream from Cancer until he succumbed, blood oozing from his body, rendering him unconscious. In truth, the physical resilience of the Saints is formidable, yet it proves futile against Vegeta's might. Seiya, Saori, and Ikki watched in stunned silence, their minds numbed by the overwhelming prowess displayed before them. They could only conceive one descriptor: divine. He stood as a being that could rival the gods. As Vegeta withdrew his energy, Cancer lay on the ground like a limp rag doll. He then proceeded toward the fifth palace, the Leo Palace. "Halt, you intruders!" The stoic Leo Iolia gazed at Gogeta and his companions with an impassive expression. "Ah, so it appears you have been brainwashed. Allow me to knock some sense into you." Gogeta, with a mere glance, discerned Iolia's condition. Seiya and the others looked at Gogeta in confusion, wondering how he had perceived Iolia's predicament when they themselves could not. Gogeta, however, had no desire to elaborate. He was a man well versed in the original tale, despite having forgotten much of it. Seeing that they remained undeterred, Iolia spoke. "Since you insist on being so obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With a mighty roar, Iolia swiftly executed a series of rapid punches, unleashing spherical energy projectiles towards Gogeta, a manifestation of his signature technique, the Lightspeed Fist. Gogeta chuckled. This method of attack bore an uncanny resemblance to the tactics of a prince. With a jolt, he summoned a barrier of energy. The air erupted with explosive sounds akin to firecrackers as brilliance engulfed Gogeta and his companions. From within the smoke, Gogeta propelled himself forward, charging at Iolia. Quick to react, Iolia sidestepped and countered with a punch aimed at Gogeta. Gogeta lifted his hand to block the blow, their fists colliding with a resounding thud, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward. Seizing the opportunity, Gogeta delivered a swift kick to Iolia's abdomen, sending him flying backward for several meters. Yet, Iolia swiftly regained his composure and charged once more. Channeling his entire cosmos, he gathered a dazzling light in his hands and shouted, "Plasma Lightspeed Fist." Instantly, billions of lightspeed punches formed a net that enveloped Gogeta. With a dismissive grunt, Gogeta assessed the multitude of punches. To him, they posed no threat. He dispersed his energy, deftly navigating the gaps between the punches with mere millimeters to spare. In an instant, he materialized behind Iolia and struck him on the back. Iolia's body jolted, his cosmos spiraling into chaos, and he fell into darkness. Exhaling deeply, Gogeta acknowledged that Iolia's strength was indeed formidable. However, he himself was simply too powerful. He nearly miscalculated his own force. Gogeta glanced at Seiya, who supported Iolia, placing him against the wall as the group continued onward to the next temple. Chapter 25. The journey continues. In the chamber of the Virgo constellation, the ambience was soft and serene, as if the entire space was enveloped in a mysterious force. In his past life, he had read that Virgo Shaka was the closest to a divine being. Standing at the center of the palace, Shaka emanated an extraordinary aura, as if he shared a unique bond with this world. "You have demonstrated some strength by traversing the previous temples." Shaka's voice was calm and gentle, yet it harbored an undeniable authority. "Regrettably for you, you have encountered me. No matter how formidable your strength, it will prove futile." However, in response to Shaka's words, Vegeta merely smiled slightly, his expression imbued with confidence and composure. "I beg to differ," Vegeta softly declared, his voice, though quiet, resonated throughout the palace, as if the very space itself were echoing his sentiments. Shaka's gaze fixed upon Vegeta, and at that moment he suddenly unleashed his mind control, one of his extraordinary abilities, capable of effortlessly infiltrating the thoughts of others to manipulate their actions. Yet, to Shaka's astonishment, his mind control had no effect on Vegeta. Furthermore, it appeared that Vegeta could even reverse the flow and read Shaka's thoughts, causing a stark change in Shaka's expression. Alarmed, Shaka promptly severed the mental link with Vegeta, wary of having his own thoughts fully exposed. "Do you find these little tricks amusing?" Vegeta's voice dripped with a hint of mockery. Shaka furrowed his brow, swiftly forming hand seals. Instantaneously, countless golden rays erupted from his being, forming piercing beams directed at Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta evaded the onslaught of light attacks effortlessly. His fists clenched, a potent wave of energy radiating throughout the palace. Vegeta surged forward, closing the distance to Shaka in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Shaka. Shaka raised his palm to block the assault. Upon their hands meeting, an immense clash of energy erupted, causing the palace floor to crack beneath them. "Truly, you are indeed a being close to divinity, and not without reason," Vegeta praised. Shaka scoffed lightly. "Do you think that by uttering such words, I will spare you? No, I have not yet finished my words. Your strength is indeed formidable, but mine surpasses yours." Vegeta slightly heightened his energy, raising his hand to unleash an energy wave that sent Shaka hurtling away, collapsing the entire palace. As Shaka soared from the ruins, he utilized his powers to hover in midair. "Who are you, and how do you possess such formidable power?" Vegeta smiled enigmatically, and suddenly, he teleported before Shaka. Striking with a punch, Shaka sidestepped, rapidly swinging his arms, unleashing countless golden blades that surged toward Vegeta from all directions. In a dazzling display, Vegeta swiftly deflected each blade. Observing this, Shaka's expression grew increasingly grave. He inhaled deeply, his eyes snapping open as his microcosm erupted to its zenith, unleashing the ability known as the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. In an instant, the surrounding space distorted as Vegeta felt the overwhelming force, a spark of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he elevated his energy to match. A sphere of energy coalesced in his right hand, hurtling toward the six paths of reincarnation. The collision of the energy sphere and the six paths unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, sending forth a powerful shockwave that swept through the air. As the smoke dissipated, Vegeta remained unscathed, while Saga was not so fortunate. His golden armor lay shattered. Saga plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar that sent clouds of dust swirling. A massive crater, shaped like a human figure, formed upon impact, the earth trembling from the immense force. Vegeta casually gestured towards the pit, and a surge of formidable energy extracted Saga from the depths. Saga's body arced through the air before landing on solid ground. Vegeta dusted off his hands and turned, striding toward the next palace, prompting the others to follow suit. Before long, they arrived at the Libra Palace, only to find it deserted. In the center of the hall stood a solitary set of armor, with the guardian of Libra, though absent. After a brief pause, they proceeded through the empty palace without hesitation. Upon entering the Scorpio Palace, an intense battle erupted. Vegeta once again showcased his extraordinary prowess, swiftly overpowering the Scorpio Saint. The group successfully navigated through the Scorpio Palace and advanced to the next one. The Sagittarius Palace bore a striking resemblance to the Libra Palace, its vastness filled only by a solitary set of armor, which had only recently returned. Suddenly, a golden arrow shot through the air like a comet, striking the palace wall with precision. The impact caused the plaster to crumble, revealing an inscription. To the young ones who arrive here, Athena has entrusted you with her mission. This message seemed to possess a certain enchantment, moving Seiya and the others to tears. A profound sense of responsibility and mission towards Athena surged within them at that moment. However, amidst this poignant scene, Vegeta appeared somewhat out of place, unaffected by the inscription, his expression betraying no emotion. As the others were enveloped in their feelings, the return of the Sagittarius armor seemed to create an intangible connection among the 12 golden armors. Though difficult to articulate, this bond resonated with a powerful force lurking in the shadows. Seiya and the others took a deep breath, striving to regain their composure as they wiped away their tears and continued onward. Just as they entered the Scorpio Palace, a formidable aura swept through like a tempest, and the Capricorn Shura materialized before them. Emotionless, Shura regarded Seiya and the others, his fists clenched tightly, power surging within him. With a fierce swing of his fist, a tremendous force erupted, tearing through the ground and hurtling towards Vegeta and the group with thunderous intensity. Vegeta waved his hand, and the overwhelming pressure dissipated instantly. Observing this, Shura unleashed his small universe, causing the entire palace to tremble under the weight of his immense energy. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself toward Vegeta like a cannonball, his hands clawing toward Vegeta's throat. Vegeta deftly sidestepped the assault, simultaneously seizing Shura's ankle and flinging him toward the palace wall. Shura crashed into the wall, which crumbled instantaneously, yet he quickly regained his balance and charged again. Bang! Their fists collided, causing the very earth to tremble and quake. The clashing of their powers surged like a tempestuous tide, sending shards of debris spiraling into the air. Shura's eyes widened in fury as he unleashed his small cosmos, executing the sacred sword technique, a brilliant beam of light slicing toward Vegeta. Vegeta tilted his body, the sword's brilliance grazing the edge of his garment and carving a bottomless trench into the ground. Seizing the opening created by Shura's attack, Vegeta instantaneously appeared behind him, delivering a seemingly light kick to his back. Yet the impact was tremendously heavy. Crack. The Capricorn cloth bore fractures as Shura was propelled through the wall, soaring thousands of meters away. In a flash, Vegeta teleported in front of Shura, and as Shura passed by, he unleashed another kick, this time striking Shura squarely in the abdomen, the sound of shattering bones echoing in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid barrage of kicks rendered Shura's entire body a mass of shattered bones. I yield. Let you pass, Shura gasped, enduring excruciating pain as he chose to surrender. He realized he couldn't possibly overcome Vegeta. Were it not for the healing energy of the golden cloth, he would be lying on the ground, incapacitated. Among the 12 golden saints, Shura boasted the strongest physical prowess, yet compared to this individual, he felt utterly insignificant. Vegeta scoffed, boredom creeping in as his earlier spark of combat enthusiasm flickered out. The group proceeded through the Capricorn Palace toward the next one. Chapter 26, The Path to Victory, Part 2. Within the Aquarius Palace bang, Vegeta met Aquarius in a clash, the air swirling violently as Aquarius slid back several hundred meters. Upon raising his gaze, Vegeta was already before him, delivering a swift palm strike. Aquarius Camus unleashed a wave of freezing air, the chill enveloping Vegeta's entire arm in ice. With a tremor, Vegeta shattered the ice, advancing with determination. Camus conjured an ice blade with his left hand, thrusting it toward Vegeta. Without flinching, Vegeta retaliated with a direct kick to Camus' chest. The ice blade shattered, and Camus was sent flying, crashing against the palace's icy wall, which immediately fissured under the impact. Camus' expression hardened, emanating a formidable chill as the temperature plummeted dramatically. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Vegeta. Vegeta released a powerful wave of energy, shattering the ice projectiles. Camus crossed his arms to shield himself against the onslaught of energy. Summoning his small cosmos, he dissipated the wave and swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a colossal iceberg that rose from the earth, crashing down toward Vegeta with ferocity. Gogeta, with a clenched fist raised high, unleashed a powerful blow that shattered the iceberg into countless fragments, which scattered like snowflakes. Seizing the opportunity amidst the swirling ice debris, Camus swiftly darted behind Gogeta, channeling the frigid essence of the cosmos into his hands, delivering a fierce strike to Gogeta's back. In a fluid motion, Gogeta twisted his body, grasping Camus' arm and forcefully hurling him into the distance. Camus steadied himself mid-air, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, as a chilling aura enveloped the entire Pisces Palace. Diamond Star Fist. The diamond-like ice shards hurtled toward Gogeta at breakneck speed, freezing the air in their wake. In response, Gogeta erupted with an intense heat, forming a protective barrier that dissipated the icy projectiles upon impact. Very well, he mused. In an instant, Gogeta teleported before Camus, delivering a vicious knee strike to his abdomen. Camus let out a muffled grunt, his body curling in response. Seizing the moment, Gogeta launched a relentless barrage of punches, each surpassing the speed of light. Under the tempest of attacks, Camus could barely defend himself, the overwhelming energy causing the palace to crumble around them. Their battle unfolded at an extraordinary pace, all occurring within mere breaths. With a slight increase in force, Gogeta shattered Camus' golden armor. G.U.H. Camus felt his ribcage fracture, his insides twisting painfully, his back arching as he coughed up a torrent of blood mixed with his own entrails before crashing heavily into the ruins. He attempted to utter a word, but his grievous injuries rendered him unconscious. The fight concluded with Camus fainting, leading to the final destination, the 12th Palace of Pisces. Within the Pope's palace, the Pope felt his heart sink to the depths of despair. The unfolding events were entirely contrary to his expectations. How could this be? Who was this individual, capable of advancing unscathed through such adversity? In his understanding, such a being could not possibly exist. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Long ago, he recalled hearing from the Pope that, aside from the Golden Saints and Athena, there existed other deities and warriors. Could this individual be one of those so-called warriors under other divine entities? Unfortunately, there was no one to provide him with answers. As he made his way to the Pisces Palace, the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of vibrant red roses, resembling a lavish crimson carpet, emanating an enchanting fragrance. Yet, beneath this seemingly ordinary facade lay deadly hidden weapons, concealing endless peril. However, to Gogeta, these roses were merely trivial distractions. Gathering the energy within him, he formed a colossal hand, reminiscent of a small mountain, casting a shadow over the land and radiating a heart-stopping pressure as it descended upon the Pisces Palace. Just as the massive hand was about to strike the palace, a multitude of roses suddenly appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, swiftly converging to form an enormous rose. This rose is more colossal than a palace, its petals layered and as unyielding as steel. The immense rose obstructs Gogeta's colossal hand, the collision resonating with a thunderous roar. The formidable impact causes the entire palace to tremble violently, as though it might collapse at any moment. Amidst this breathtaking spectacle, Aphrodite of Pisces finally makes his entrance. He emerges from the palace like a celestial being, his form ethereal, his visage exquisite, surpassing even the beauty of maidens. His skin is as pristine as snow, his features delicately sculpted, and his long hair cascades like a waterfall over his shoulders, dancing in the breeze, a sight to behold. He is indeed Aphrodite of Pisces, astonishingly beautiful, prompting Seiya to swallow hard. In his aesthetic judgment, aside from Saori, this individual is undeniably the most stunning. Gogeta, however, finds him merely average, not particularly striking. Even if you defeat the other Golden Saints, you cannot triumph over the Pope, Aphrodite declares, clutching the rose. Gogeta scoffs, asserting that in the face of absolute power, anything is possible. No sooner has he spoken than he transforms into a streak of light, hurtling towards Aphrodite. With a flourish of his hands, Aphrodite sends a barrage of roses flying like blades toward Gogeta, each rose imbued with formidable strength, the air slicing with a sibilant sound. Gogeta radiates brilliance, darting through the rose storm at incredible speed, causing the roses to explode in his wake. With a deft leap, Aphrodite positions himself above Gogeta, the rose in his hand rapidly coalescing into a massive thorn aimed at Gogeta. Gogeta extends a hand, effortlessly grasping the enormous thorn. In that instant, the thorn suddenly bursts apart, scattering countless petals into the air. These petals swiftly intertwine, forming a vast rose cage that ensnares Gogeta within. Observing the rose prison, Gogeta delivers a powerful punch, and with a resounding crash, the cage shatters under his strike. Gogeta again gathers immense energy into a colossal hand, lunging towards Aphrodite. The latter has no time to evade as the massive energy hand descends upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. As the energy hand compresses, the sound of creaking armor emanates from Aphrodite's Saint cloth, which begins to fracture. Under this immense pressure, his visage distorts, his complexion pales to a ghostly hue, and beads of sweat form upon his brow. He struggles desperately to escape the grip of the energy hand, yet no amount of effort can shift its overwhelming force. Aphrodite unleashes his cosmos to its utmost limits, yet remains ensnared by the energy hand. Ultimately, his fate mirrors that of Camus, as his Saint cloth shatters completely, his bones pulverized, collapsing like a rag doll upon the ground. May the Pope's strength leave me in awe. The battle between Gogeta and these individuals was merely a warm-up. After conquering Pisces, he advanced towards the Papal Palace. In Chapter 27, Nordic Operation Death, within the Papal Palace, an eerie silence enveloped the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time," echoed the Pope's voice, slightly hoarse, reverberating through the vast hall, sending chills down one's spine. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared, and the Pope instantaneously materialized before Gogeta, utilizing his superhuman ability for light-speed movement. Gogeta released his aura, forming a barrier to withstand the Pope's assault. The Pope's fist struck fiercely against Gogeta's aura shield. Bang! The force of the impact sent the Pope hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the palace wall. "Your strength is indeed no illusion," the Pope remarked with a slight grunt. He then donned the golden armor of Gemini, its resplendent brilliance illuminating the space around him, as if he were the sovereign of this realm. "What? The Pope is also a saint warrior?" Seiya and the others gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the revelation that the exalted Pope was also a saint warrior. "Athena, no, I should call you Saori. I shall slay you and usurp your reign over the earthly realm," Saga of Gemini declared, a cold smirk gracing his lips, unabashedly revealing his ambitions and desires. With that, Saga swiftly vanished, appearing before Saori in an instant, raising his palm to unleash a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at her, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. He clearly does not regard Gogeta as a threat, Saori thought. Gogeta, with a mere flick of his finger, unleashed a beam of energy laser. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Saga conjured a psychic shield. However, it proved futile, shattering upon impact almost immediately. Saga deftly sidestepped, the energy laser grazing his shoulder and leaving a mark on his armor. "Do you have to oppose me?" Saga's expression darkened. Gogeta shook his finger slightly. "You lack the qualifications to engage me. I merely seek to battle formidable opponents. Throughout my journey, while those golden saints possessed considerable strength, they paled in comparison to my standards. I hope you can provide me with some amusement." Saga, undeterred and amused, retorted, "Such arrogance. Very well, I shall oblige." He unleashed the illusory demon emperor fist, sending forth countless enigmatic beams of light towards Gogeta. In response, Gogeta dashed forward, striking out with a fist like a meteor just as the beams were about to reach him, dispersing them entirely. Seeing this, Saga employed the galaxy explosion, unleashing a torrent of energy spheres resembling stars, overwhelming Gogeta. Gogeta rapidly tapped his fingers, the lasers colliding with the energy spheres, producing a thunderous roar that caused the palace to tremble and begin to crumble. Amidst the ruins, Gogeta soared into the air, delivering a fierce kick toward Saga. Saga nimbly sidestepped, simultaneously unleashing a dimensional rift, from which a colossal black hole emerged, attempting to engulf Gogeta. With a swift motion, Gogeta raised his hand, releasing a powerful energy wave that dissipated the black hole. Immediately after, he gathered energy, unleashing a robust beam of light directed at Saga. Saga, taken aback, relied on his sacred armor and telekinesis to counter the attack. The energy beam collided violently with Saga's defenses, producing a dazzling explosion that reduced the palace ruins to mere dust. In the frigid expanse of a Nordic continent stood a woman named Hilda, the embodiment of the North Star. With her long, silver frost-hued hair and crystalline blue eyes, her beauty captivated like the enchanting winter landscapes of the North. Hilda's allure was not solely in her appearance. She served as the earthly representative of Odin, the god of the celestial palace. Entrusted with the sacred duty of communicating Odin's divine will, she also bore the responsibility of safeguarding the land and its people. At this moment, Hilda stood before an ancient temple, fervently praying to Odin. Her hands clasped together, eyes closed, she murmured incantations, seemingly reaching through the icy air to connect with the divine. Yet, as she immersed herself in prayer, the previously tranquil sea began to churn violently, unleashing colossal waves that roared towards the shore. The ocean's surface split open, emitting a blinding light, from which a mysterious ring gradually emerged. This ring radiated an unusual luminescence, as if imbued with arcane powers. After swirling in the air a few times, it darted directly towards Hilda, effortlessly merging with her being. Hilda's body trembled violently, and her prayers abruptly ceased. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her once clear blue gaze now clouded and disoriented, as though her self-awareness had vanished. The ring, now intertwined with Hilda's essence, began to manipulate her psyche. Her expression hardened, the gentle and benevolent facade replaced by an ominous demeanor. Under the ring's influence, Hilda resolved to assault the sacred domain, coveting it for herself. She believed that conquering the sacred domain would liberate the Nordic populace from their harsh existence, allowing them to bask in the warmth of sunlight and enjoy a life of abundance. To realize this ambition, Hilda called upon the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, 7 formidable warrior deities, each possessing unique abilities and weapons, serving as her most trusted subordinates. Hilda first dispatched one of these warriors, designating him as the vanguard to probe the strength and defenses of the sacred domain. This warrior, named Arabilis, was tall and muscular, wielding a massive battle axe that exuded an aura of intimidation. Returning to the sacred domain, Saga's breaths became rapid and labored. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the full extent of his cosmos, pushing his limits to the utmost. This formidable power caused the very fabric of space to warp. Subsequently, Saga unleashed his ultimate technique, the galaxy explosion. Countless stars, propelled by his microcosm, converged into a tempest of energy, surging towards Gogeta like a colossal wave. As this energy storm swept through, it distorted space severely, resembling crumpled parchment. Yet, facing such a terrifying assault, Gogeta remained undaunted. His energy surged rapidly, forming a robust energy shield around him. When the energy storm collided with the shield, it unleashed a thunderous roar, echoing throughout the cosmos, while the brilliance of the explosion shone like a miniature sun, blinding to behold. However, Gogeta was not dislodged by this overwhelming force. He relentlessly struck at the energy stars, with each impact resulting in violent detonations. Observing this, Saga further empowered his microcosm, intensifying the storm. Gogeta's energy continued to escalate, and he unleashed the Kamehameha. A massive beam of energy erupted from his hands, clashing directly with the authentic galaxy explosion. The two forces collided above the Pope's palace, generating a terrifying energy backlash that spread outward like a nuclear explosion, flattening mountains within a 100-mile radius and even stirring monstrous waves in the distant ocean depths. The explosion darkened the sky with thick clouds, as if heralding the apocalypse. Saga was staggered by the energy shockwave, retreating step by step, his sacred armor fracturing, one hand limply falling to his side. Truly, the Gemini were formidable, surpassing others by a slight margin. This battle was exhilarating, and I offer you two fates. 1. I defeat you. 2. You take your own life. Choose your demise. Gogeta said with a smile. Saga glared fiercely. You wish for my death. Then you shall perish alongside me. He unleashed the remnants of his microcosm in a desperate bid for mutual destruction with Gogeta. Alas, he was unable to achieve this as a wave of energy engulfed him, resulting in his demise amidst the explosion. Gogeta turned to glance at Seiya, Saori, and the others before vanishing in an instant. What transpired next was no longer his concern, as he planned to enter seclusion for a year, withdrawing from this world. Chapter 28. Super Saiyan 5 versus Super Saiyan 5. Leaving Seiya and his companions behind, Gogeta found a mountain peak, creating a cave to enter and engage in meditation and training. Within less than a week of Gogeta's seclusion, the Nordic warriors arrived in the sanctuary, first engaging in combat with the Golden Saint Taurus and defeating him. The ensuing events unfolded as depicted in the original anime, albeit without Gogeta's assistance this time. Through a series of battles, Seiya, Ikki, Shun, and others experienced significant growth in their powers, awakening their seventh sense. Time passed swiftly. Suddenly, a snow-covered mountain trembled, splitting in two, and a man emerged from within. Gogeta exhaled deeply. During nearly 6 months of seclusion, he had significantly enhanced his mastery over his breath and developed techniques reminiscent of the swordsmanship found in the fantasy novels of his past life. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat was undeniably exhilarating, and occasionally employing his techniques was equally delightful. Were it not for his energy being fully charged, he might still be in seclusion. Standing high above, gazing into the distance, a slight smile graced his lips as he softly uttered, "Until we meet again." With a flicker of thought, he departed from this world. In a certain Dragon Ball universe, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the scene. Huff, huff, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta gasped, his expression grave as he regarded the man before him. You have always been my nightmare, Vegeta. If it weren't for you, how could my father have forsaken me? I shall ruin you and make you witness the demise of those you hold dear. Reg, with his golden red hair, crimson eye sockets, and gray pupils, radiated a sinister red aura. He gazed at Vegeta with unabashed contempt. How infuriating! Aya! Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins, fury surging within him as he concentrated energy in his hands, preparing to unleash his ultimate attack. Suddenly, Super Saiyan 4 Goku appeared. Apologies, Vegeta, I am late. I am aware of the circumstances. Vegeta scoffed. Reg remarked, another one seeking death has arrived. Goku, observing Reg, replied, whether I am here to seek death is debatable. But you are formidable, and I am beginning to feel exhilarated. Let us battle. Reg laughed heartily. Your reasoning for seeking death is commendable. Since you desire a fight, I shall oblige. No sooner had he finished speaking than Reg lunged toward Goku, delivering a powerful punch. Goku's pupils contracted, and with lightning reflexes, he sidestepped and retaliated with a kick aimed at Reg's abdomen, which Reg absorbed. Immediately after, Reg gathered red energy in both hands and unleashed a barrage of energy waves toward Goku. Goku moved swiftly, dodging the energy waves that erupted behind him, creating massive craters as the surrounding mountains crumbled. Goku shouted, channeling golden light into his palms to execute the Kamehameha, clashing with Reg's red energy waves, causing the very fabric of space to warp under the immense energy collision. Both combatants intensified their energy, and the battle grew increasingly fierce. Reg suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Goku and landing a heavy punch on his back. Goku stumbled forward but quickly regained his footing and retaliated with a punch that struck Reg squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling away. Upon landing, Reg's aura intensified with ferocity as he charged again, engaging Goku in close combat. Each collision produced a thunderous sound, as if the very heavens and earth were being torn asunder. This cataclysmic battle had only just entered its most heated phase. Kakarot has surpassed Super Saiyan 4. How infuriating! I've been outdone once more. Vegeta watched their fierce struggle with a heart full of resentment. On a mountain several kilometers away from the battlefield, the concealed Gogeta observed the fierce clash between Goku and Reggie. What a surprise to find myself in this world. However, the Reggie I know appears to differ from the one I have encountered before. In my previous life, I had perused a fan comic where he was depicted as Vegeta's brother, endowed with an innate battle power of 50,000. Yet in the comic, his transformation was not quite like this. It seems that this Reggie, akin to the Broly from the time-space continuum, might also be a Saiyan with a bloodline mutation. Gogeta pondered, stroking his chin. This was merely a conjecture, for the comics did not disclose the reasons behind Reggie's formidable power, leaving him to speculate. Boom! Bang! The sky erupted with brilliant crimson explosions. How utterly unexpected, you reckless fool. Your strength surpasses even that of Vegeta. State your name, Reggie demanded. Goku replied. I'm called Son Goku, but I also go by another name, Kakarot. Very well, Son Goku. Prepare to embrace your demise. Suddenly, Reggie unleashed a powerful torrent of red energy, resembling a blazing inferno from afar. As his aura expanded, an eerie layer of black energy emerged around the crimson flames. Reggie's appearance transformed as well. His once bright red hair turned into a deep crimson hue, as if stained with ink, while his eyes became a profound dark red, exuding a chilling aura. Son Goku and Vegeta, how fortunate you both are, for this marks my inaugural display of the true Super Saiyan 5 form. Reggie's voice brimmed with confidence in his own power and disdain for his adversaries. Super Saiyan 4 Goku felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead like scattered pearls, engulfed by an unprecedented pressure. Yet, rather than fear, he felt exhilaration. Clenching his fists, he began to unleash his own power. A brilliant golden light erupted, akin to the rising sun in the east, as the shadowy silhouette of a mighty ape flashed behind Goku. With the dazzling golden light fading, Son Goku achieved the Super Saiyan 5 transformation. He clenched his fists, feeling the energy coursing within him, and a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Kakarot, that scoundrel has managed to surpass me and reach Super Saiyan 5 first. Though Vegeta cursed under his breath, he felt a deep sense of joy for Goku within. From a distance, Gogeta's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed glimpsed the shadow of a great ape flashing behind Goku. This transformation diverged from what he knew of Super Saiyan 5, suggesting that this world might hold considerable intrigue. Oh, you have concealed such power. I underestimated you. However, this will not alter your fate of death and the destruction of this planet. In an instant, Reggie charged towards Super Saiyan 5 Goku. Bang! The fists of the two combatants collided with tremendous force, unleashing an invisible storm of energy that radiated outward from their epicenter. The surrounding space disintegrated like peeling wallpaper, as dark fissures spread across the landscape. The earth trembled, mountains were reduced to mere dust by this overwhelming power, and the ocean surged with towering waves. Reg, channeling his strength through his legs, propelled himself toward Son Wukong like a cannonball, launching him into the atmosphere. The two raced through the stratosphere, leaving behind a trail of brilliant scorch marks in their wake. Seizing the moment, Son Wukong grasped Reg's arms and executed a deft maneuver, hurling him downwards, creating a vast crater upon impact with the ground. Reg sprang from the pit, gathering a deep crimson energy in his hands to forge a colossal energy sphere, which he hurled at Son Wukong. Unyielding, Son Wukong concentrated golden energy, unleashing the formidable Kamehameha wave. The two titanic energies clashed violently in mid-air, the resulting thunderous roar reverberating through the cosmos, sending shockwaves that shattered nearby asteroids. The two Kaioshins in the Kaioshin realm watched in alarm. If this continued, the universe itself would be at risk. Chapter 29, A New Breakthrough, Descending. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Two streaks of light darted through the air, each collision accompanied by visible ripples of pressure that resonated like waves across the sky. Amidst this fierce confrontation, Reg unexpectedly executed a spinning kick, aiming with immense force at Son Wukong's head. Son Wukong raised his arm in defense, and although he successfully blocked the kick, he was sent hurtling away like a projectile. Reg did not relent. He swiftly followed up, positioning himself above Son Wukong and delivering a powerful fist strike. With a resounding crash, Son Wukong plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, creating a bottomless pit upon impact. Above the pit, Reg unleashed a torrent of energy blasts, raining down upon Son Wukong like a relentless storm. In the depths of the crater, Son Wukong quickly gathered his immense energy, forming a protective barrier that rebounded the energy projectiles back towards Reg unfazed. Reg spun rapidly, shredding the returning energy blasts as if they were mere confetti. With astonishing speed, Reg charged towards the bottom of the pit, while Son Wukong surged to meet him in another direct clash. Their fists and feet exchanged blows, each impact generating fierce sonic booms that twisted the surrounding air. Son Wukong deftly circled behind Reg, channeling his formidable energy and striking hard at Reg's back. Reg staggered forward, but quickly regained his balance, retaliating with an elbow strike that struck Sun Wukong square in the chest. Sun Wukong was sent flying. Yet he executed a mid-air flip, stabilizing himself amidst a radiant golden aura, his energy surging exponentially. With a surge of power, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave, while Reg countered with a devastating shockwave. Two formidable beams of energy collided fiercely in the air, erupting in a blinding radiance. The residual energy surged outward like a tumultuous tsunami, fracturing the earth and uprooting trees in its wake. Reg continued to amplify the output of the explosive shockwave, striving to overpower the Kamehameha. Sun Wukong, undeterred, intensified the golden brilliance of his technique, the potency of the Kamehameha escalating incessantly. Just as the standoff persisted, Reg abruptly altered his strategy, dispersing the explosive shockwave into countless slender beams of energy, which circumvented the Kamehameha from various angles and surged towards Sun Wukong. With agility, Sun Wukong evaded, but a few beams still struck him, causing his body to sway slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Reg lunged forward, breaching the energy barrier of the Kamehameha and delivering a powerful punch to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong grunted softly, and the Kamehameha dissipated instantaneously. However, he swiftly regained his footing, seizing Reg's arm and executing a shoulder throw that sent Reg crashing to the ground. Almost immediately, he leapt high into the air, channeling his strength and bringing his fist down upon Reg. Reg raised his hand to defend, but was caught off guard as Sun Wukong suddenly changed tactics, delivering a kick that sent him flying. With a resonating hum, Sun Wukong instantaneously appeared beside him. Just as Reg prepared to react, Sun Wukong's fist was already upon him. He could only tilt his head to dodge, the punch grazing his cheek and stirring a gust of wind. Reg grasped Sun Wukong's wrist and forcefully swung him, attempting to cast him aside. Yet, Sun Wukong utilized the momentum to perform a flip in midair, his legs sweeping toward Reg's neck. Reg leaned back, narrowly evading the attack, and then propelled himself upward like a spring, his knee crashing forcefully into Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong quickly tightened his core, grasping Reg's knee with both hands and pulling fiercely, causing Reg to lose his balance and lurch forward. Sun Wukong retaliated with a knee strike to Reg's chin, propelling Reg's head upward, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward. Tenfold Kamehameha wave. A crimson energy beam engulfed Reg, exploding with a force comparable to several tons of TNT. A colossal mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Sun Wukong's chest heaved violently, each breath producing a harsh rasping sound, murky breaths erupting from his throat. Sweat mingled with his labored breathing, evaporating and leaving a salty residue upon his skin. Kakarot, what has happened? Vegeta furrowed his brow, having witnessed Sun Wukong's condition, though he could not comprehend the immense toll of Super Saiyan 5. As the dust from the explosion gradually settled, Reg emerged slowly from the wreckage, his clothing tattered and body marred with wounds, yet his presence remained undiminished. He roared defiantly toward the heavens, his energy surging wildly, strength escalating once more. Reg crossed his arms before him, then abruptly spread them wide, unleashing an even more potent dark red energy column. His ultimate technique, the cataclysmic shockwave. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, releasing the Kamehameha, but this time it manifested as an extraordinarily robust beam. The two energy columns clashed violently in the air, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble. The ground fissured, revealing immense chasms, while dark clouds roiled ominously in the sky. The devastating shockwave unleashed by Reg appeared to relentlessly compress Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Feeling the mounting pressure, Sun Wukong's expression grew serious. With determination, he bellowed, tenfold Kaioken. Instantly, his body became enveloped in a radiant crimson glow, and his energy surged dramatically. The potency of the Kamehameha escalated correspondingly, gradually overpowering the catastrophic shockwave. Observing this, Reg's eyes momentarily widened in astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed the full force of the devastating shockwave, attempting to reverse the tide of battle. The pillars of energy clashed violently, resonating with thunderous roars, while the residual energy wreaked havoc upon the surroundings. Suddenly, a cruel smile crept across Reg's lips as he covertly amassed an even greater power, poised to deliver a lethal strike to Sun Wukong. Just as he was about to launch his attack, Sun Wukong sensed his intent, elevating the Kaioken to its utmost limit of 20 times. His Kamehameha surged forth like a searing laser, breaking through the shockwave and hurtling towards Reg, caught off guard, was struck fiercely by the Kamehameha, plummeting to the ground like a shooting star. Upon crashing down, Reg did not perish. Instead, he erupted into maniacal laughter, feeling an inexplicable surge of strength. With an involuntary burst of energy, the dark crimson aura surrounding him deepened, gradually transforming into black. Reg let out a thunderous roar, his body radiating a profound black light. This is bad. Sun Wukong and Vegeta sensed the impending danger and swiftly attempted to intervene, but it was too late. As the black light dissipated, Reg emerged in a new form. His hair stood erect like steel needles, no longer the previous dark crimson, but now a profound black, flickering with shadows of hellish flames. His pupils were entirely consumed by darkness, and black patterns danced across his skin. His muscles grotesquely bulged, each one brimming with terrifying power, while a translucent black energy membrane enveloped his body, pulsating with each breath. At the very moment Reg completed his transformation, the depths of the universe trembled, and from a black planet, a figure emerged from an abyss. My kin has arrived. He glanced in a certain direction before vanishing. On Earth, a sense of foreboding washed over Sun Wukong. We're in deep trouble, he lamented. Hey, Kakarot, how much energy do you have left? We should fuse, Vegeta proposed as he flew over. Sun Wukong shook his head. I don't have much energy left. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it. If only we had some senza beans. Indeed. Thanks for the reminder, Vegeta. I had completely forgotten. I'll go fetch some from Corinne right away. As Sun Wukong prepared to teleport to the location of Master Carlin, an overwhelming aura of darkness, even more potent than that of Reg, suddenly enveloped the scene, causing all present to stiffen in shock. Concealed in the shadows, Gogeta narrowed his eyes, gazing at the ominous figure in the sky, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. At last, a worthy opponent had emerged for him. You are of my kin, yet you appear so feeble. The shadowy figure taunted, directing its gaze towards Reg. Nevertheless, after countless millennia, it is somewhat understandable for you to be diminished. He muttered to himself before shifting his attention to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Simultaneously, the elder Kaioshin, observing through a crystal ball, felt his pupils constrict in alarm. Instinctively retreating a few steps. What is it, ancestor? The concerned Jebet asked. The elder Kaioshin offered no reply, his gaze fixated on the figure within the crystal, while the figure on Earth seemed to sense an impending confrontation and looked up. Chapter 30. Defeat. Acknowledging you, Part 1. How do you call me weak? You seek death. Reg seethed, radiating a formidable presence. With a sweeping motion of his hands, a brilliant energy wave surged toward the figure. Yet, the figure remained remarkably composed, nonchalantly waving his hand to effortlessly dissipate the energy wave in an instant. Reg's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. This person effortlessly neutralized my attack. Such rudeness. I could very well be considered your ancestor, the man remarked as Reg stood in astonishment. As he spoke, the dense black aura surrounding him gradually dissipated like mist, revealing his true visage. He was a robust man, his skin a deep shade of grayish purple. A prominent scar, dark and jagged, stretched from his brow to his hairline, a grotesque mark that seemed to be a permanent reminder of some corrosive force. He turned to Vegeta and Sun Wukong, addressing them directly. You belong to the radical faction, do you not? Both warriors exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what this radical faction entailed. Ah, I see. Your faction has evolved to the point of forgetting the past. Truly. Time has changed everything, he lamented, shaking his head with a look of regret. Who exactly are you? Vegeta inquired suspiciously, his demeanor filled with wariness. The man smiled slightly and introduced himself with deliberate calmness. I am Zanali, your ancestral progenitor, more accurately, the ancestor of him, he said, gesturing towards Reg. Zanali continued. Millions of years ago, our Saiyan race was immensely powerful. It was precisely our overwhelming strength that precipitated our decline. At that time, a rift emerged among us Saiyans, dividing us into three major factions, the radicals, the conservatives, and the dark faction. I, myself, am a member of the dark faction. Just as he finished speaking, the voice of the old Kai suddenly reverberated. I never anticipated that you were still alive. Xanolith's lips curled into a sly smile as he gazed at the sky and responded. Is that you, the Supreme Kai? It has truly been a long time. His tone was casual, as if he were greeting an old friend after a lengthy separation. The expression of the old Supreme Kai, residing in the realm of the Kais, was one of grave concern. Aren't you supposed to be sealed away? How did you come to be here? Xanolith released a low, mocking laugh, laced with disdain. Oh, come now, don't be so naive. Do you really believe that their meager powers could ever seal me? My presence here is merely by my own volition. His voice echoed with an air of arrogance. If I were unwilling, who could ever hope to bind me to this? The old Supreme Kai fell silent for a moment before cautiously inquiring. Then, what exactly is your purpose? Xanolith's lips curled once more, forming a mischievous grin. Purpose? He elongated the word deliberately, before suddenly unleashing an overwhelming wave of dark energy that spread like black smoke, swiftly enveloping the entire earth. Wherever this dark essence traveled, it brought forth unending calamity. Disasters began to plague the world. Fierce storms, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, floods, and tsunamis. People screamed in terror as they fled in all directions. My purpose is to eradicate all living beings. Xanolith's voice resonated with madness and resolve, followed by, then I shall restore the glory of the dark Saiyan race. No sooner had he spoken than a buzzing sound filled the air, and powerful circular energy waves erupted from Xanolith, radiating outward in all directions. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Reg were unable to withstand the force of this overwhelming circular energy surge and were violently propelled away. Son Goku and Vegeta sustained grave injuries, blood spilling from their mouths, while Son Goku reverted to his normal state due to the impact. In contrast, although Reg was also struck, his condition was comparatively better, having sustained less damage. How formidable! Son Goku and Vegeta stared intently at Xanolith, silently marveling at his strength. A flash of light interrupted the moment as Kibito Kai suddenly teleported beside Son Goku. Son Goku, take these. Kibito Kai swiftly handed a bag and Patera earrings to Son Goku before teleporting back to the realm of the Kais. Son Goku opened the bag to find 2 Senzu beans inside. Without hesitation, he passed the beans and the Patera earrings to Vegeta. Vegeta, equally resolute, immediately accepted the Senzu beans and the earrings. The two swiftly consumed the beans, their injuries healing instantaneously. Immediately, they donned the Patera earrings, and with a flash of dazzling light, Son Wukong and Vegeta successfully fused, transforming into Vegeto. Vegeto radiated an overwhelming aura, swiftly achieving the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. You youngsters certainly know how to amuse yourselves by fusing. It indeed piques my interest in battle, Zanali chuckled softly, releasing a slight burst of energy that matched the might of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto. Vegeto pressed his left foot against the ground, causing the earth beneath to crack like a spider's web. He propelled himself forward like a golden meteor, his right fist imbued with immense strength aimed directly at Zanali's face. Zanali responded in kind, clashing fists. The moment they collided, the clouds within a 100-mile radius erupted, debris and gravel suspended in the vacuum's turbulence. In a swift maneuver, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto turned and delivered an elbow strike to Zanali's chest. Zanali raised his left hand to block, and where their arms met, energy surged forth, producing a resounding thud. To everyone's astonishment, Vegeto was pushed back. Zanali waved his hand, unleashing countless black energy spheres from his palm. Vegeto's gaze sharpened as his aura surged, forming a protective barrier that deflected every sphere. The spheres collided with the shield, erupting in a series of explosions, light flickering amidst the smoke. Chapter 31, Defeat. Respecting You, Part 2. Zanali stepped into the explosion's radius, puncturing the barrier with a single finger, shattering it before transitioning to a powerful palm strike. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto reacted swiftly, meeting the attack head-on. Their formidable energies clashed, emitting a brilliant light that warped the surrounding space. Zanali intensified his palm's force, seeking to overpower Vegeto. Unyielding, Vegeto's energy surged wildly, continuously channeling strength into his hands. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate, the ground beneath them shattering under the pressure of their mighty auras, fragments flying in every direction. Countless black energy spheres materialized behind Zanali, raining down upon Vegeto like a torrential downpour. Vegeto crossed his arms before his chest, unleashing a colossal energy barrier that thwarted all the spheres. Before the smoke from the explosions could dissipate, Vegeto seized the opportunity to charge at Zanali, landing a direct punch to his face. Have you not eaten? Or is this truly all you can muster? Despite being pushed back and a trickle of blood escaping from his lips, This was a mere trifle for Zanali. It has been a while since I've engaged in combat. I find myself somewhat out of practice, he remarked with a grin. Vegeto's expression hardened. He sensed that his opponent was merely toying with him. With a roar, a violent wave of energy erupted, sending Vegeto flying as Zanali transformed into the dark Super Saiyan form, exuding a potent dark aura. If you wish to stop me, then reveal your true power, he taunted, clearly implying that Vegeto had yet to unleash his full potential. Very well, Vegeto declared, no longer concealing his true strength. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a torrent of golden energy that erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. As the brilliance gradually faded, the figure of Gogeta re-emerged, displaying a unique gray hue in his Super Saiyan form. Intrigued, Zanali's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a glimmer of admiration. I acknowledge your strength. Suddenly, Zanali raised his hand and struck with an apparent casualness that belied the immense power contained within. The gust of his palm whistled through the air, akin to a ferocious hurricane sweeping in. Undeterred by such a formidable opponent, Vegeta met the challenge head-on, launching his fist forward. The collision of their blows produced a thunderous sound that reverberated through the atmosphere. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth like tumultuous tides, radiating outward in concentric circles. The surrounding air was torn apart by this overwhelming force, generating visible shockwaves. With a deafening explosion, the entire space trembled. The residual energy from the blast surged like a torrential flood, engulfing everything in its path. Under the immense impact, both Vegeta and Zanali were propelled backward. Yet, their battle was far from over. Before Vegeta could stabilize himself, Zanali suddenly materialized above him, his arms slicing downwards like a bolt of lightning, moving with astonishing speed. Vegeta, with keen focus, swiftly extended his hand, catching Zanali's blade-like strike empty-handed. His grip was as firm as iron, seizing Zanali's wrist. He then unleashed a swift kick aimed at Zanali's abdomen, the motion so rapid that it appeared only as a blur. However, Zanali effortlessly deflected the kick, and, seizing Vegeta's leg in turn, the two found themselves locked in a stalemate, with one grasping the other's foot and the other securing a hold on a wrist. They began to spin rapidly. A brilliant flash of light erupted as they separated, only to intertwine again in mid-air, colliding with a series of fierce impacts that made the very heavens tremble. That individual is still concealing his true power, Vegeta mused, sensing impending danger. The two combatants clashed once more with ferocity. This time, their fists collided like shooting stars, and an immense energy erupted at the point of impact, illuminating the sky with resplendent brilliance, almost too dazzling to behold. As Zanali and Vegeta's forms crossed once again, each collision radiated a magnificent glow, reminiscent of meteors streaking across the night sky. Ah, what pure exhilaration! Zanali exclaimed, diving down to deliver a punch that seemed to ignite with endless dark energy. Vegeta extended his arm to block, but the force of the strike was so fierce that it obliterated a nearby mountain. Suddenly, Vegeta entwined his arms, pulling on Zanali's arm in an attempt to disarm him. Zanali reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly twisting his arm to break free from Vegeta's grip, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to Vegeta's chest. Vegeta was forced to retreat rapidly, and Zanali seized the opportunity to launch a massive sphere of dark energy towards him. Vegeta deftly sidestepped, the energy sphere grazing past him and detonating a short distance away, sending a cloud of dust into the air. In an instant, Vegeta harnessed his energy to teleport directly before Zanali, striking down with his furious sword of spirit. A resounding clash of metal echoed, sparks flying as Zanali countered with an energy blade. The two engaged in a flurry of rapid exchanges, their strikes ringing out like a symphony of battle before they finally separated. Reg, observing the fierce combat from a distance, was engulfed by a wave of self-doubt. Despite having harnessed considerable power, he felt overshadowed by the formidable fusion of Vegeta and the entity known as Kakarot. No, Reg could not accept such a reality. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug into his palms. It mattered not that they could fuse. I shall train diligently, striving to surpass your combined strength. Reg turned and sought out his wife, Sapari, grasping her hand as they departed from the scene. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Gogeta silently watched the unfolding events. He refrained from intervening, a faint smile gracing his lips, anticipating Reg's eventual return. Gogeta shifted his attention back to the battle between Vegeta and Zanali, his brow furrowing slightly. He noted that Vegeta's condition was deteriorating, his energy waning. In stark contrast, Zanali was thriving, his bones cracking as he finally unfurled himself after a prolonged period of confinement through this fierce combat. Dark Void Sphere, a colossal energy orb materialized, hurtling towards Vegeta. Reacting with agility, Vegeta unleashed his ultimate Kamehameha wave. The two immense energies clashed violently in mid-air, erupting into a brilliance that surpassed their earlier exchanges. The shockwaves radiating outward like a tumultuous tsunami, distorting the surrounding space. The force of the Dark Void Sphere relentlessly compressed the Kamehameha wave, with Vegeta gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he channeled every ounce of energy. However, Zanali's Dark Void Sphere proved too potent. The Kamehameha began to falter, and with a thunderous explosion, the Dark Void Sphere breached through, striking Vegeta with tremendous force. The explosive impact hurled Vegeta away, his energy significantly diminished. Zanali pressed the advantage, swiftly closing the gap and unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Vegeta struggled to defend himself, overwhelmed by the onslaught. Suddenly, Vegeta's radiant aura began to flicker, his form gradually separating back into Vegeta and Goku. The immense energy expenditure had prematurely concluded their fusion. Zanali looked upon the disintegrating duo with a dismissive smirk. Vegeta and Goku exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with reluctance, yet they found themselves too weary to continue the battle. Zanali slowly raised his hand, a torrent of energy surging within his palm. Just as he prepared to unleash this formidable force for a lethal strike against the two, a figure abruptly appeared before him. "I will play with you for a while," said Gogeta, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Zanali was momentarily taken aback, his piercing gaze fixed intently on the suddenly manifested Gogeta. "And who might you be?" However, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding crash echoed, and his body was violently propelled away, akin to a kite severed from its string. Moments later, a dull thud resonated as Zanali's form crashed heavily into the ground, stirring clouds of dust into the air. "To play with you is to show respect. Do not overstep your bounds," Gogeta remarked nonchalantly, brushing off his hands as he looked down upon Zanali in the pit, as if observing a mere insignificant insect. Chapter 32. You didn't think I wouldn't change, did you? Huh. Zanali spat out a mouthful of blood, a trace of crimson staining his lips, clearly indicating that Gogeta's previous blow had inflicted some damage. In truth, he had sustained some injuries during his encounter with Jack at the supermarket, though he had been oblivious to them. Thus, Gogeta's strike had an element of opportunism. "That kick of yours carries quite a punch," Zanali scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. He silently assessed his opponent's strength. Although this kick was indeed stronger than the previous hybrid's assault, it still posed no significant threat to him. At that moment, a buzzing sound erupted, reminiscent of countless bees swirling around his ears. Suddenly, the dark energy enveloping Zanali erupted like ignited gunpowder, surging forth in a black whirlwind directly towards Gogeta. Unfazed by the oncoming tempest of darkness, Gogeta swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan, radiating a brilliant golden light. With an indomitable spirit, he charged headlong into the black energy, akin to a blazing meteor hurtling through the cosmos. In an instant, it was as though two meteors collided violently in the universe, erupting in a dazzling spectacle of light that illuminated the darkness. As the brilliance of the explosion erupted, a crackling sound of electricity resonated throughout the vicinity, causing a sharp sting to the eardrums. Amidst the blinding radiance and the piercing sound of electricity, Zanali's figure flickered, appearing behind Gogeta. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Gogeta's back, a strike imbued with formidable force. However, Gogeta's reflexes were equally astonishing. Just as Zanali's fist was about to make contact, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. In a flash, his right fist, glowing with golden light, surged towards Zanali's face with tremendous speed. Zanali raised his arm to defend himself, and with a resounding crash, his fist collided with his arm. The tremendous impact caused the surrounding air to quiver, creating blades of wind that sliced the ground into deep fissures. Not bad. Facing such a formidable adversary, Vegeta felt an exhilarating thrill. You are not lacking either. Encountering young warriors like you in this era truly surprises me, further solidifying my resolve to restore the glory of the Dark Saiyans. I shall convert each of you into Dark Saiyans. Zanali let out a maniacal laugh. Vegeta scoffed. You? Don't dream. No sooner had he spoken than he surged with energy, his aura in Super Saiyan form becoming ferocious, resembling a small sun. Vegeta transformed into a golden streak, charging towards Zanali, his fists raining down in rapid succession. Zanali, undeterred, flickered within the dark energy, deftly maneuvering and seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, Zanali spread his arms wide, powerful dark energy swirling in his palms, rapidly coalescing into a colossal dark energy sphere, hurtling towards Vegeta. Vegeta gathered blue energy waves in his hands, meeting the dark energy sphere head-on. The two forces clashed violently in midair, shockwaves rippling outward with devastating force. In an instant, an enormous oval-shaped light shield erupted from the explosion. The continental plate collapsed, transforming into a molten hell. In the Kaioshin realm, Ancestor, what exactly are the Dark Saiyans? Jebet, filled with confusion, inquired. Ever since the old Kaioshin conversed with Zanali, this question had lingered in Jebet's mind. It is no wonder you cannot comprehend. For the era in which Zanali lived is vastly different from your own. Young man, you are still too naive, unaware of even this, the old Kaioshin remarked, shaking his head in exasperation, a hint of disappointment in his tone. The old Kaioshin's face bore a nostalgic expression. I, too, do not possess extensive knowledge. His voice was low and deliberate. Upon hearing the old Kaioshin's words, 3 black lines appeared on Jebet's forehead as he muttered to himself. If it weren't for your status as my ancestor, I would have retorted long ago. The only information I have regarding the Dark Saiyans is what is inscribed in the sacred texts. In my time, Dark Saiyans were exceedingly rare. Just as the old Kaioshin finished speaking, Jebet suddenly asked, Ancestor, what is the sacred text? Jebet's question left the old Kaioshin momentarily speechless. He exasperatedly rubbed his forehead, shooting a fierce glare at Jebet. Did your teacher not teach you this in school? The sacred texts are essential readings for us Kaioshin to become true Kaioshin. Facing the old Kaioshin's reprimand, Jebet appeared somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head with a sheepish expression, mumbling, well, I might have forgotten. The old Kaioshin slowly shook his head, seemingly overwhelmed by the profound history of the Saiyan race. The sacred scriptures indeed document the complete narrative of the Saiyans. Yet my understanding encompasses only a fragment of that tale. Millions of years ago, the Saiyan lineage was divided into 3 principal factions, the old Kaioshin continued. First, there were the conservatives whose rigid ideology confined them to their modest territories, unwilling to venture into the broader world. In stark contrast stood the radicals, who advocated for the expansion of their dominion through the conquest of other planets, embodying the ambition of the Saiyan race. Pausing for a moment, the old Kaioshin added, however, there exists the Dark Faction. The Dark Faction diverged sharply from the other two, forging a pact with the God of Darkness, venerating shadows, and believing that only by embracing darkness could they attain immortality. It was precisely due to the emergence of these 3 factions that severe divisions and conflicts arose within the Saiyan race, ultimately leading to the decline of their entire lineage. The old Kaioshin's reminiscence came to an abrupt halt, as he had not perused the scripture regarding events that followed. The scene shifted back to Earth. Under the influence of Zainal's dark aura, all life on the planet was succumbing one by one. The dark energy had even begun to spread beyond Earth, reaching other celestial bodies in the universe. Zainal expelled a breath of foul air, stretching his body, growing increasingly accustomed to battle. He declared that it was time for the end. Youngster, you may be considered a genius, yet genius merely grazes my threshold. I am a being beyond genius. You're the first and will be the last to witness my second form. With a roar, a surge of black flames erupted, and amidst a cascade of darkness, Zainal transformed into a dark Super Saiyan at the 2nd level. Apart from significant enhancement in overall power, his appearance remained unchanged. Vegeta's right eyelid twitched, and in the next breath, a hand sliced through the air toward him. The impact was tremendous. Vegeta collided with the force, hurtling back across half the planet before finally halting. Zainal, with hands like blades, struck down fiercely toward Vegeta, who crossed his arms in defense and retaliated with a kick aimed at Zainal's abdomen. This strike failed to inflict any damage upon Zainal. Rather, it left Vegeta's calves tingling from the force. Zainal unleashed a wave of black energy, striking Vegeta head-on and propelling him into the distance, resulting in a massive explosion. Watching the explosion unfold, Zainal burst into laughter, but his mirth was interrupted by Vegeta's voice. What are you laughing at? Do you find this amusing? Aside from some tattered clothing, Vegeta emerged unscathed. You. Zainal squinted at Vegeta, who now resembled a Super Saiyan at the 2nd level. Vegeta smirked and replied, hey, ancient relic, Did you think I wouldn't transform? Genius? Umph, that is merely a relic of the past. Zanali's expression darkened, implying that he was insignificant. Very well. This adds an intriguing twist. With a cold snort, Zanali reacted. Chapter 33. Indistinguishable? Gogeta provocatively beckoned him with a smile. Such trivial tricks, just bang. As Zanali was sent flying, he was hit by a surge of energy from Gogeta. Haven't you heard that if you can make a move, spare the chatter? Gogeta grinned. A thunderous explosion erupted as Zanali soared from the ruins. You damn it! Zanali cursed for the first time, rushing towards Gogeta with a sword strike. Gogeta countered with a punch. Instantly, a powerful shockwave erupted, distorting the surrounding air as if ignited. The sword in Zanali's hand flared with dark energy as he spun, aiming another strike at Gogeta from a different angle. Gogeta deftly maneuvered and kicked towards Zanali's abdomen. Zanali quickly braced himself and retaliated with another sword strike. Gogeta crossed his arms to defend, sparks flying as the sword met his arms. Zanali created distance, his right hand sweeping as several beams of dark energy shot from behind him. Gogeta gathered a golden energy form that resembled a mirror, rebounding the lasers one by one. Zanali waved his hand again, launching another wave of energy lasers that collided and exploded with the rebounding lasers. Seizing the moment of the explosion, Gogeta teleported behind him and delivered a powerful punch to his back, sending Zanali hurtling away. He soared out of Earth, crashing into a distant planet and creating a dent. Whoosh! Gogeta teleported again, spinning to deliver a whip-like kick. Zanali threw a punch, and their forces clashed violently, the sound reverberating, making the planet tremble. Gogeta stepped back slightly to absorb the impact, his right arm tightening like steel as he unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Zanali's throat. In that instant, as Zanali tilted his head back, his left hand clawed at Gogeta's wrist, while his right elbow, imbued with the force of a tempest, struck towards Gogeta's temple. Gogeta ducked to evade the elbow strike, quickly raising his head to stomp his left foot, shattering the ground, and leaped with a knee aimed at his opponent's chin. Zanali pressed his palms together, using the rebound to flip upwards, his toes stepping on Gogeta's shoulder as he spun in midair, his right leg descending like a battle axe. He crossed his arms to block, sinking down as the ground cracked like a spider's web. Dust swirled, still lingering in the air when Gogeta tensed, coiling his right fist at his waist. In just half a second, his fist exploded forth with the force of an ignited powder keg, producing a piercing sonic boom. Unfazed by Gogeta's ferocious attack, Zanali stood firm, twisting his waist sharply, his shoulder thrusting forward like an indomitable wall, meeting Gogeta's fist head-on. In that fleeting moment, two immense forces collided like meteors, the resulting shockwave sweeping outward at an astonishing speed, uprooting trees and scattering debris in its wake. Amidst this breathtaking clash, Luochuan's transformation was as swift as lightning. His left hook struck like a viper emerging from its lair, swiftly grazing Zanali's earlobe with astonishing speed, while his right hand clamped down upon Zanali's collar like an iron vice, evidently preparing to execute a shoulder throw. However, Zanali's reflexes were equally as swift as lightning. In a seamless motion, he leaped into the air, his legs entwining around Gogeta's neck like agile serpents, and then he exerted force, spinning violently. This sudden turn of events caught Gogeta off guard, and the two spiraled rapidly towards the nearby forest. A cacophony of sounds erupted as the trees, akin to fragile grass, toppled over, creating a scene of utter devastation. Yet Gogeta remained unyielded by the tremendous force. With a mighty roar, he broke free from Zanali's grasp. His rear straight punch roared through the swirling dust like a cannonball, aimed directly at Zanali. Seeing this, Zanali swiftly evaded to the side, although his movements were sufficiently rapid. Gogeta's punch still lashed against his cheek like a sharp whip, leaving a deep gash of blood. Despite his evasion, Zanali retaliated with equal swiftness and ferocity. Just as Gogeta's fist brushed past his cheek, he spun rapidly like a top, unleashing a powerful roundhouse kick that struck fiercely beneath Gogeta's ribs. The sequence of actions unfolded with blinding speed, leaving onlookers breathless. Before the echoes of their movements faded, the two figures intertwined once more, embarking on a thrilling struggle. Their punches and kicks rained down like a tempest, producing a series of thunderous impacts. Zanali erupted again, unleashing a fierce dark aura, causing the entire planet to tremble under its weight. Gogeta smiled, for he had not transformed into Super Saiyan 3. He had instead powered his Super Saiyan 2 to full capacity, matching his opponent's strength. Thus, the battle commenced anew. In the Kaishin realm, Son Goku and Vegeta watched alongside old Kaioshin Jebiter through a crystal ball. However, due to the extraordinary energy of the clash between Gogeta and Zanali, the crystal ball began to flicker incessantly. Though the entirety of the battle remained obscured, the intensity of the aura and fluctuations was palpable, making it evident to Goku and Vegeta that the ferocity of this conflict surpassed their wildest imaginations. Vegeta, do you believe we still have room for growth? Can we become even stronger? Son Goku suddenly turned to Vegeta, inquiring earnestly. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, quickly clenched his fists and responded with unwavering seriousness. Of course, Kakarot. We are Saiyans. The potential of a Saiyan is boundless. His voice resonated with a steadfast conviction. The scene returned to the battleground, where two figures clashed like meteors in the sky, the shockwaves tearing the clouds asunder. Vegeta's fist, enveloped in a blazing golden flame, struck fiercely towards Zainal's visage. The collision erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept across the globe, obliterating the entire ecological system. The core of the planet, unable to withstand the strain, began to fracture, initiating the countdown to its annihilation. Recognizing the imminent destruction of their world, Vegeta and Zainal swiftly disengaged from their battle and soared into the cosmos, arriving at another celestial body. Upon landing, a frenzied glint appeared in Zainal's eyes as he harnessed dark energy, while Vegeta's power surged relentlessly. The ground instantaneously collapsed, forming a web-like fissure with a diameter of a kilometer, as the flying debris was pulverized by the opposing energy before it could ascend. Zainal concentrated his energy, shaping it into a spear aimed at his opponent's throat, a lethal projectile infused with venom. As Vegeta evaded the attack, his right leg descended like a battle axe, crashing against Zainal's shoulder and unleashing a circular shockwave. Zainal's knee drove into the earth, creating a deep pit. Yet he seized the opportunity to grasp Vegeta's ankle and swung him towards a distant mountain range. The majestic peaks crumbled under the impact of his golden form, and amidst the ensuing dust, a brilliant blue energy wave erupted, melting the surrounding debris into a torrential rain of liquid fire. Two phantoms clashed fiercely within the molten deluge. Zainal's elbow strike grazed Vegeta's cheek, the corrosive black mist attempting to invade his skin, but was swiftly evaporated by the golden aura. The collision of their fists generated shockwaves that churned the clouds into a vortex, while three meteors beyond the atmosphere were shattered into luminous fragments by the residual force. A palpable sense of death permeated the battlefield as Zainal's palm suddenly emitted a spiraling black light. Vegeta, intertwining his hands, unleashed the Kamehameha wave, and the resulting spherical force field compressed the surrounding area into an absolute plane, quantumizing the ground materials. A radiant aurora burst forth from the edges of the force field. As the energy sphere expanded to its critical point, it detonated, fracturing the very fabric of space. Utilizing the explosive recoil, Vegeta flipped and executed his ultimate technique, the final flash. Zainal, however, opened his gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that collided with the golden stream. Where their beams intertwined, a miniature black hole formed, warping nearby light into a halo. In a fleeting moment, the black hole collapsed, and the ensuing shockwave hurled both combatants through the air. Vegeta stabilized himself mid-flight, executing a flawless 720-degree rotation. Zainal, propelled by the recoil, barreled toward him like a cannonball. Their fists and feet struck with such frequency that they shattered the sound barrier, leaving behind a trail of dozens of Mach rings. Each heavy blow resonated like a thunderous drum, and with every impact, the void beneath them cracked in a web-like pattern. Entangled, they plummeted into the mantle, creating a 5-kilometer-wide depression in the sea of lava. Within the high-pressure environment of the core, each clash between the golden aura and the black mist sparked a crystallization phenomenon. As they broke through the surface, Vegeta's Kamehameha and Zainal's dark energy wave collided once more, obliterating the continental plates. Impossible. How can you match me so evenly? Zainal bellowed, disbelief etched across his features. Vegeta merely smiled, remaining silent. As Zanali composed himself, he suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter. I can see that I spoke too prematurely before. Given your formidable prowess, I shall unleash the ultimate form I have comprehended to vanquish you. Indeed, it is to eliminate you entirely, for he no longer wishes to have this individual as his kin, as the threat is too significant. A dark aura surged around Zanali, once again bursting forth in a black radiance, the dark flames ascending towards the cosmos. Moments later, the black light dissipated, revealing him in an entirely different guise. Vegeta furrowed his brow. The appearance bore similarities to that of a Super Saiyan, yet there was an indefinable distinction that eluded him. What was unequivocal, however, was the stark contrast in his power compared to before. Chapter 34. For I am a cheat. You feel fear now, young one. Zanali's voice was frosty. Vegeta scoffed derisively. Fear? I have grown up not knowing the meaning of such a word. Whoosh. Bang. They charged towards each other, delivering a punch. Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage, sent flying backward. Regaining his composure mid-air, Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar, his energy surging dramatically as he charged at Zanali. Slash! Zanali formed his fingers into a blade, releasing a beam of black light, rapidly expanding into a sword that swept towards Vegeta with overwhelming force. Vegeta retaliated with a punch, and in an instant, the golden aura clashed violently with a massive black sword, producing a deafening roar that resonated throughout the battlefield. The sheer magnitude of this power tore the sky apart, leaving a web-like fissure in its wake. In that heart-stopping moment, two afterimages zipped past each other at speed surpassing that of light, akin to two meteors colliding in the cosmos. As their fists met, the unleashed energy erupted like a collapsing star, forming a dazzling flare that was nearly blinding. Zanali raised his left leg high and brought it down with tremendous force, enveloped in a black tempest, striking directly at Vegeta. This blow was overwhelmingly powerful, sending Vegeta hurtling deep into the earth. In a flash, Vegeta teleported behind Zanali, delivering a powerful elbow strike aimed at his back. Clearly caught off guard by Vegeta's swift response, Zanali was propelled backward by the impact. However, his body did not sustain significant damage. Instead, it morphed into a viscous mass of energy, swiftly vanishing. Without hesitation, Vegeta spun around and unleashed the Kamehameha. He thrust his hands forward, projecting a brilliant blue beam that pierced the atmosphere, evaporating the clouds in its path. Astonishingly, Zanali withstood the onslaught of the Kamehameha. With a sinister grin, he blinked to Vegeta's apex, hands clasped, enveloped in seething black flames, and struck down forcefully. Vegeta crossed his arms above his head to block the blow, the tremendous impact sinking his feet deep into the ground as if nearing the Earth's core. Seizing the opportunity amidst Zanali's attack, Vegeta grasped his legs and, with a mighty heave, hurled him away. Zanali executed a flawless somersault in mid-air, landing steadily on the ground. Goku exhaled deeply, his aura surging wildly, radiating a more resplendent golden light as he ascended to his Super Saiyan form. Like a golden comet, he charged towards Zanali, each punch imbued with the force of a tempest. The resounding explosions echoed through the heavens. As the black and gold flames tore through the atmosphere and descended upon the wasteland, the surrounding rock layers collapsed in a web-like pattern. When Goku's fist grazed Zanali's jaw, the resulting shockwave pulverized the mountaintops to dust. Zanali, pivoting, unleashed a crescent-shaped energy wave that sliced through the sea of clouds. In the instant Goku leaned back to evade, the black beam obliterated a meteor far beyond the horizon. Tenfold Kamehameha. A cerulean beam roared forth from Goku's palm, manifesting a ghostly blue arc in the air. Zanali, once again crossing his palms to absorb the impact, felt the ground beneath him carve out a chasm thousands of meters deep, reaching the planet's opposite side, before he bellowed, scattering the streams of light. The dispersed energy particles transformed the surrounding land into molten lava, creating a vacuum pathway across the surface of the magma. Boom! Boom! The shockwaves from their colliding fists shattered the clouds above. Goku's right hook, enveloped in golden flames, aimed for Zanali's ribs, as Zanali blocked with an elbow. The collision erupted into a shower of meteoric energy dispersing in all directions. Stepping back, Zanali concentrated energy into a projectile, which he flung into the air, causing it to split into a barrage of energy blasts mid-flight. Goku's circular barrier was engulfed by the blinding light of the explosion, and the shockwave raised towering waves of earth across the barren land. Amidst the swirling dust, a golden meteor suddenly emerged. Goku executed a knee strike to Zanali's abdomen. Yet the latter displayed no change in expression. In a swift motion, he seized Goku's thigh and hurled him toward the ground. The impact created a crater a kilometer wide as Zanali struck repeatedly, prompting Goku to unleash his fury, twisting his waist to counter. Wrapping his legs around Zanali's neck and propelling him into the atmosphere. Demonic energy cannon. Goku released a spiraling beam from his fingertips, employing a technique reminiscent of Piccolo's. Renowned for its penetrating power, Zanali, with dark energy coursing through his palms, braced himself to endure the assault. A sizzling sound resonated, sparks flying as he realized the spiraling laser threatened to breach his dark energy. Utilizing the unique corrosive properties of his dark energy, he managed to dissipate the spiral laser. After this exchange, both warriors hesitated, gazing intently at one another. Zanali pondered, what is this? How can he contend with me so fiercely? Reflecting on the recent battle, he grew increasingly uneasy. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Goku had yet to reveal his true strength. No, that's impossible. My power is unparalleled, unmatched by any before or after me. No one could possibly surpass me. He quickly dismissed this notion. As Vegeta observed the subtle expressions on Zainal's face, he could likely surmise the thoughts swirling within his mind, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Witnessing this demeanor, Zainal was instantly consumed by an uncontrollable fury. The dark energy emanating from him surged like a tempest, coalescing into a distorted black vortex, rapidly forming hand seals. He summoned a colossal shadowy apparition, which lunged menacingly toward Vegeta. Within Vegeta, energy surged wildly, his golden aura becoming increasingly resplendent as he activated his overpowered mode. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a punch, the force transforming into a magnificent golden dragon that collided violently with the dark apparition. In an instant, the entire planet trembled, energy ravaging the surroundings, leading to the planet's destruction. The two figures became beams of light, traversing the cosmos and colliding amidst a cacophony of rippling waves distorting the fabric of space. Vegeta and Zainal landed on the nearest planet, which shuddered under their presence. Hey, old relic, I haven't felt this exhilarated in ages. Vegeta laughed heartily. Zainal's expression darkened in an instant. You previously stated that genius is merely the threshold to meet you. Well, I apologize, for I do not belong to the realm of genius. I am a mere pretender. As he spoke, a golden aura erupted forth, transforming into blue as he ascended to super blue. The wave of blue energy radiated outward, causing Zainal to sway under its immense pressure. The Elder Kai of the Kaioshin realm sensed the fluctuation of this energy and stood in astonishment. This is divine power. What? Ancestor, you say this is divine power, but why does it feel distinctly different from our own? Jebet, too, was taken aback, quickly voicing his confusion. Indeed, it was unlike their own divine energy. Chapter 35, The Demon King Akira. What kind of power is this? Zainal exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Vegeta smiled enigmatically. Can you guess? Such pretense, Zainal retorted. Why not test it and see if I am merely pretending? Vegeta raised his hand, and in mere moments, Zainal endured multiple strikes. He managed to defend against only a fraction of the onslaught. The speed was overwhelming. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before Zainal, delivering a kick aimed at his abdomen. This time, he chose not to receive it head-on. Instead, he stacked his palms to block the blow. Yet the immense force penetrated his body, eliciting a muffled grunt as he swiftly retreated. Swish, swish, swish. Zainal unleashed a barrage of dark energy, spheres the size of basketballs, each possessing the power of a nuclear explosion. The infamous Prince's battle technique. Vegeta stood motionless as the explosions engulfed him. No matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand such devastation, Zainal smirked. However, the next moment, the smile froze upon his face. He had spoken too soon. As the thick smoke dissipated, Vegeta stood there quietly, his clothing slightly soiled, yet unscathed otherwise. How? Zanali's words trailed off as Vegeta materialized before him, delivering a powerful punch. Zanali reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to defend himself, but with a sharp crack, the bones in his arm shattered and the force broke through his defense, striking his face and sending him hurtling thousands of meters away, crashing into the ocean and creating a massive wave. Emerging from the sea, he was once again assaulted by Vegeta, propelling him into the air anew. Stabilizing himself, Zanali clapped his palms together, unleashing a dark energy shockwave. Vegeta retaliated with two azure energy waves that collided fiercely in midair, erupting in blinding light and a tremendous roar. The aftershocks of the energy ravaged the surrounding waters, sending colossal waves soaring dozens of meters high, while the sky became a tapestry of dark blue hues interwoven with black. Gritting his teeth, Zanali intensified the output of his dark shockwave, attempting to suppress Vegeta's azure energy. In contrast, Vegeta maintained his composure, deftly controlling the energy with a confident smirk gracing his lips. With a mighty shout, he amplified the azure wave, shattering Zanali's dark shockwave and hurtling towards him with ferocity. Zanali's eyes widened in alarm as he hurried to evade, but the energy wave was too swift, engulfing him in an instant. Following a violent explosion, Zanali plummeted, battered and bruised, crashing heavily onto the ocean's surface. Vegeta descended slowly, observing the disheveled Zanali, calmly stating, "This is the disparity between us." Zanali glared at Vegeta, his eyes burning with rage. "Oh, you seem quite dissatisfied with the outcome. I shall grant you an opportunity. If you possess any other formidable techniques, unleash them now." He believed that a foe of such caliber must have hidden trump cards. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the spectators were astonished. Incredible! After transforming into his blue-haired form, Zanali is not his match, exclaimed Jebet. Do not be overly astonished. Their battle is far from over. Zanali will not be easily defeated. The old Supreme Kai replied calmly, delivering a light smack to Jebet's head. Jebet rubbed the spot, puzzled as to why he was reprimanded when he had done nothing wrong. Within the crystal ball's view, Zanali rose, wounds oozing blood, yet his gaze grew increasingly frenzied. "Do not celebrate prematurely. This is not my limit," he roared, his aura surging wildly, causing the sea to boil with its intensity. Raising his hands high, he gathered an enormous dark energy sphere pulsating with eerie black light, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. "Dark Void Sphere!" Zanali cackled maniacally. Sensing this overwhelming energy, Vegeta responded with a soft "oh," raising his fist, enveloped in azure flames, and struck forth. A fist enveloped in azure flames transformed in an instant into a blue meteor, hurtling towards the ominous dark energy sphere. Upon collision, a cataclysmic energy storm erupted. The force of their clash siphoned the air from the vicinity, distorting the very fabric of space, while the ocean's surface was violently rent asunder, creating a vast, bottomless void. Zanali's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such formidable power from Gogeta's strike. Seizing the chaos generated by the energy collision, Gogeta teleported before Zanali and unleashed another punch to his chest. Zanali coughed up blood, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. Gogeta pursued relentlessly, delivering a barrage of punches, each infused with overwhelming energy, leaving Zanali utterly defenseless. With both hands converging energy, Gogeta unleashed a colossal blue energy wave, a technique known as the explosive cannon. Despite its unassuming name, the potency of this attack surpassed that of the ultimate Kamehameha by several folds, completely engulfing Zanali. As he writhed in agony amidst the energy wave, he plummeted helplessly into the sea, yet the battle was far from over. "You, wretched youth, I shall make you wish for death." Zanali roared through the excruciating pain, striking his palms together to form an intricate hand seal, murmuring incantations before raising his right hand high and bellowing, "O Divine One, your devout follower, Zanali implores you to descend and aid me in vanquishing this foe." Gogeta scratched his head, puzzled. Did Saiyans truly worship deities? Suddenly, an extraordinary wave of energy manifested, and a colossal vortex appeared in the sky, from which emerged a shadowy figure exuding immense pressure that compressed the entire planet. "I never expected there would still be worshippers of mine. I thought they had all perished." With a mere flick of his finger, Zanali was drawn before him, his once vibrant visage rapidly aging as his life force drained away. After siphoning Zanali's vitality, the figure carelessly discarded him and turned his gaze toward Gogeta. "You possess divine power, and it is unlike any from this realm. You are not of this world, are you?" He discerned the distinct nature of Gogeta's divine energy at a glance. "What is happening? Why is it this individual?" The elder Kaioshin, observing through a crystal ball, was utterly flabbergasted. "Elder, what troubles you? Who is this person that warrants such astonishment?" Jebet questioned in rapid succession. "Fool, can't you see? He is Akira," the elder Kaioshin exclaimed. "Akira? No. Elder, are you certain? Is he truly that one?" Jebet blurted out, only to receive a sharp reprimand from the elder, who struck him with considerable force, leaving a noticeable bump on his forehead. "Do you think I would mistake him? That would indeed be him is a grave predicament." The elder Kaioshin's expression turned grave, sensing that the mortal imbued with divine power was in peril. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta exchanged puzzled glances, questioning, "Who is Akira?" On that flattened, unknown planet, Gogeta gazed at his opponent with a hint of intrigue. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He had discerned the identity of the individual before him, which piqued his curiosity. Akira, wearing a puzzled expression, felt an unsettling familiarity with this stranger. Despite his rare appearances in the world, it was improbable for anyone to recognize him unless they were his followers, yet this person was clearly not one of them. Chapter 36. In the end, it will be you who meets your demise. Oi, old ding, allow me to witness your strength. Gogeta beckoned with a finger. Such an arrogant little brat. A hand formed from concentrated energy descended upon him. Bang! Gogeta launched a powerful punch directly at the energy hand, shattering it into countless specks of light that dissipated into the air. Seizing the moment, he closed in, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks like a tempest. The energy surrounding Akira surged violently, coalescing into a protective shield that absorbed all of Gogeta's assaults. Suddenly, a colossal beam of energy erupted from Akira's palm, hurtling toward Gogeta with a fierce velocity. Gogeta summoned a barrier of ki, and the beam collided with it, generating a thunderous roar that illuminated the surroundings as if it were daylight. In a swift motion, Gogeta rebounded the energy beam, but Akira effortlessly swatted it away. In the span of mere breaths, they had exchanged blows over 100 times, a testament to their formidable powers. The two stood in a tense standoff, the air around them warping from the intensity of their energy. Little brat, if you become my follower, I shall spare you. What do you say? Akira proposed. Gogeta merely scoffed, as if he had already won. My lord, Zanali began, but was abruptly sent flying. What I choose to do is none of your concern. Silence yourself. If you speak again, I shall eliminate you, Akira declared. Bloodied, Zanali was taken aback by the harshness of his deity, whom he had believed to be his protector. Oh dear, if you can be so ruthless to your own followers, how could I possibly become one of yours? Gogeta teased. Akira charged at Gogeta, the sonic boom generated by his fist causing the ground to tremble. A smirk graced Gogeta's lips as he sidestepped the assault, then retaliated with a punch that rent the fabric of space itself, aimed squarely at Akira. In an instant, Akira teleported behind Gogeta, delivering a kick to his back. Gogeta braced himself against the blow, then spun around, seizing Akira's leg, and flung him away like a meteor. Mountains crumbled in the wake of Akira's flight, debris scattering in all directions. Emerging from the dust, Akira glowed with a dark radiance, his hands gathering energy as a thick beam of black light shot toward Gogeta. In response, Gogeta unleashed a wave of blue energy, the collision of the black beam and blue wave erupting in a blinding flash that reshaped the very terrain around them. Taking advantage of the explosion, Gogeta transformed into a blue apparition, darting around Akira, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks like hailstones. Each strike reverberated with the force of an earthquake. Buzz! Akira's energy surged wildly, breaking free from Vegeta's rhythm of attack. With both fists clenched, he struck down fiercely toward Vegeta. Vegeta raised his hands in defense, and the tremendous force created a colossal pit in the ground, fissures spreading like spiderwebs. After the attack, the two distanced themselves. Lord Elder Kai, who is Akira? Is he formidable? Son Goku inquired. The Elder Kai glanced at Goku, pondering for a moment before responding. Akira is both a deity and a demon. He exists above all demons, even surpassing the demon realm's Kai. As you all know, the universe is divided into 12 realms, each governed by its own divine system, with unique operational mechanisms. Above all this lies a place called the core world, where a world tree resides, the homeland of all deities. In the highest space of the core world floats a palace, inhabited by 4 beings we refer to as the gods of interdimensionality. The Elder Kai paused for a while before continuing. These 4 gods are the true rulers of the 12 universes. The world tree is their creation. In other words, these 4 are our progenitors, each responsible for 3 universes. They embody the principles of good and evil, life and death, light and darkness. Akira is the god of darkness among them. When I say he is both a deity and a demon, it is because he is the source of all darkness, chaos, negativity, and the birth of demons. As the Elder Kai spoke, 2 figures suddenly appeared, Vegeta and Akira. You talk too much, Elder Kai, Akira remarked. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of energy toward him. A deafening explosion left a charred crater in its wake, but fortunately, Son Goku and Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 5 to withstand the attack. Hey, bullying the elderly is hardly impressive, Vegeta said, gathering energy for a punch that sent Akira flying, quickly appearing behind him to strike down with both fists. Akira plummeted rapidly, and Vegeta dashed beneath him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. This series of maneuvers was executed almost simultaneously, showcasing Vegeta's incredible speed. Regaining his composure, Akira wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared furiously. "Don't look at me like that. I merely showcased the power commensurate with you. After all, you are merely a clone. Am I not correct?" Vegeta replied with a calm smile. "You." Akira appeared slightly taken aback, wondering how this individual had discerned his nature. "Stop with the formalities. From our earlier skirmish, I sense your power fluctuating. If you were not a clone, such inconsistency would be impossible. Even if you have figured out, what of it? With your strength, you cannot obliterate me," Akira scoffed. Vegeta smiled, yet for reasons unknown. Akira felt a wave of foreboding at the sight of that smile. Vegeta suddenly unleashed a torrent of energy, a radiant blue aura cascading forth, causing the very fabric of the Kaioshin realm to tremble violently. He unleashed the full power of the ultra-blue form, appearing before Akira in an instant, so swiftly that Akira could not react in time. A single punch struck his face, deforming it entirely, just as his opponent was about to plummet to the ground. Gogeta seized his ankle. "Do you still believe I cannot obliterate you?" Gogeta grinned at him. "This is unexpected. You have refined the divine power to such an extent. But even if you can eliminate me, what of it? Once my true form emerges from its seclusion, you shall meet your end." Akira sneered, his mouth agape. Gogeta nonchalantly cleaned his ears and brushed himself off, replying, "I will come for you. Rest assured, the one who will die then will surely be you." With his left hand, he unleashed a high-density explosive cannon, which was immediately engulfed by an energy wave, disintegrating his form into fragments amidst the explosion. Before this, Avatar vanished. A peculiar dark energy emanated from him. Although it was merely a projection, it existed as an independent entity, and, in its final moments, it transmitted all it knew to the true body. Chapter 37. Fateful Connection. After vanquishing Akira's avatar, Gogeta suddenly recalled the unresolved matter of Xanali. He promptly utilized instant transmission to return to the planet where they had fought. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Xanali had vanished without a trace. "This fellow is remarkably swift," Gogeta muttered to himself. He had initially intended to eliminate Xanali directly, but it was clear that the latter had no intention of confronting him head-on. Gogeta chose not to pursue. After all, the universe was vast, and locating someone deliberately evading him would not be a simple task. He did not wish to squander his energy and time on such pursuits. Thus, Gogeta once again employed instant transmission, returning directly to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Upon witnessing his arrival, the old Supreme Kai inquired, "You hail from another world, do you not?" Gogeta nodded in affirmation. "That explains it," the old Supreme Kai mused. "No wonder the divine energy you possess differs somewhat from ours." With that, he released his divine power for Gogeta to sense. Gogeta attuned himself to this force. Indeed, it felt distinctly different. It was challenging to articulate. Only through personal experience could one truly comprehend it. "What is your name?" Sun Wukong asked, his face a picture of curiosity. Gogeta replied with a smile. "I'm called Gogeta." "Oh, Gogeta. What? You say your name is Gogeta?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, realizing that this was the name he and Vegeta had formed upon their fusion. How could this individual? Could it be? "Indeed, I am exactly as you suspect. Though I am the result of your two forms merging, I exist as a completely independent entity," Gogeta clarified before turning to the old Supreme Kai, asking, "Could you take me to where Akira resides?" The old Supreme Kai shook his head without hesitation, saying, "I cannot assist you." In response, Gogeta simply remarked, "Very well." He was acutely aware that the Elder Kaioshin would not deceive him. After all, if the Elder Kaioshin truly possessed such abilities, he would not have found himself so helpless within the confines of the manga. Since they could not locate it for the time being, they had no choice but to wait, for that individual would inevitably appear sooner or later, and at that moment, they would eliminate him. Just as Vegeta prepared to depart, Goku obstructed his path. "Hey, Vegeta, could you teach us how to wield the power of the gods? We too aspire to grow stronger," Goku implored earnestly. Vegeta pondered briefly before readily acquiescing. His willingness was not solely born of goodwill. Rather, it stemmed from an insatiable curiosity regarding Goku and Vegeta from this world. He was eager to witness how these two would transform upon mastering divine power, especially since their options for transformation were rather limited. Thus, the three Saiyans commenced their training in the realm of the Kaioshin. A month later, on a planet named Benbi in the cosmos. The sun shone brightly and the climate was delightful. Reg emerged slowly from the gravity training chamber. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and neck, his breath somewhat hurried, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement and satisfaction. At last I have succeeded, Reg murmured, clenching his fist tightly, feeling the surging power within him akin to tumultuous waves coursing through his veins. A confident smile graced his lips. Since returning to the base, Reg had diligently trained, leaving no room for complacency. Recently, he had finally mastered the dark power that had long plagued him, perfectly integrating it with his own strength, achieving an entirely new pinnacle. He referred to this new form as Ultra 6. Are you still intent on going to Earth? Supali's voice called from behind. As she approached Reg with a hint of concern in her gaze, Reg turned to her, smiling. Isn't that a question you already know the answer to? Supali sighed in resignation. I know I cannot dissuade you, but please be cautious. Reg gently patted her shoulder and reassured her. Do not worry, I will be careful. With that, he tenderly kissed her forehead, and together they made their way to the spacecraft launch area. At the launch site, Reg boarded the ship, skillfully activating the engine. With a deep rumble, the spacecraft ascended slowly, embarking on its journey towards the distant Earth. As she watched Reg depart, Supali shed tears, fully aware that this might be their final farewell. Wiping away her tears, she turned and walked away. Not long after Supali's departure, a middle-aged Saiyan man appeared, gazing at the sky with a slight smile, curling his lips. Do not disappoint me, he murmured before turning to walk in another direction. This man was none other than Zarnali, who had altered his appearance through dark energy. In the northern desert region of Zhongdu, an elliptical object descended from the heavens, creating a massive crater. Reg, emerging from the swirling sand, declared, Vegeta, this time you are doomed. He was resolute in his quest for vengeance, soaring towards West City. In the gravity chamber of the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta had ceased his training. That guy's back, he thought, sensing a familiar aura. After a quick shower and a change of attire, he departed. Soon, the two adversaries encountered one another midway. We meet again, Vegeta. This time you shall perish at my hands. Reg made a gesture across his throat. Vegeta wasted no time and launched an assault. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of what his father had done to this half-brother. He was determined to end this twisted fate. Vegeta's fist flew towards Reg's face, but Reg swiftly evaded by sidestepping, delivering a kick to Vegeta's waist. Vegeta seized Reg's leg and with great force hurled him away. Reg performed a series of flips to regain his balance, gathering energy in his hands and unleashing a barrage of black beams. Vegeta countered by dispersing the beams with a punch, and in that instant, Reg appeared behind him, delivering a powerful blow to his back. Vegeta pivoted to block the strike, and their figures entwined in the air, energy waves radiating outward, leaving chaos in their wake. Dad, who is he fighting? Trunks, grating papers at the window, gazed into the distance, sensing another familiar aura, as if he had encountered it before. Meanwhile, Gohan and Goten felt the tremors of battle as well. Yet they were preoccupied with their own tasks, confident in Uncle Vegeta's prowess. In the temple, Mr. Gogeta, aren't you going to assist? The Supreme Kai inquired. Gogeta shook his head and glanced at Goku, who replied, there is no need for assistance. Vegeta can handle this. Besides, he has been pent up for too long. I believe he needs to vent his frustrations. This sentiment was not without reason, as during their training, both he and Vegeta had endured significant hardships, never once managing to defeat Gogeta. Gogeta, Goku, and Vegeta had spent over half a month in the realm of the Kais before returning to Earth, entering the hyperbolic time chamber for their training. Whether in the Kai realm or the time chamber, their experiences were beyond description. Chapter 38, The Yellow Sparrow Lurks. As Vegeta and Reg engaged in fierce combat, the energy waves they generated erupted like tumultuous seas. They resembled two shooting stars streaking across the sky, ultimately landing upon the Arctic glaciers. Roar! With two low growls, they transformed into their Super Saiyan forms to continue the battle. Huh! Vegeta's right leg struck with the swiftness of lightning, creating an afterimage. At the moment Reg raised his elbow to block, the entire ice mountain crumbled as if disturbed by a colossal beast, collapsing under the force of the impact. The splintering ice crystals danced like snowflakes. Yet before they could touch the ground, the two combatants unleashed a flurry of punches with the ferocity of a tempest. The shock waves reverberated like crashing waves against the shore, tearing a vast vacuum vortex into the atmosphere. Reg's gaze was piercing as he seized the moment, suddenly retreating and channeling energy into a black energy beam aimed at Vegeta. In response, Vegeta unleashed his own energy wave, erupting into blinding brilliance, the residual force of their clash fracturing glaciers within a 1,000-mile radius. Seizing the brief moment of chaos, Vegeta swiftly appeared behind Reg, delivering a crushing blow with his right fist to Reg's back. Reg reacted with remarkable speed, spinning around and launching a kick in retaliation. The impact echoed. Both warriors were sent sprawling into the frigid sea. They emerged instantaneously, engaging once more in a fierce exchange of the prince's fighting style, the resounding explosions reverberating through the heavens and the earth. After the tumult, Vegeta executed a rapid left leg sweep, but Reg, with even greater swiftness, leapt and twisted in midair, evading the strike. In perfect timing, Reg's right fist, enveloped in dark energy, hurtled towards Vegeta's face. Vegeta's reflexes were remarkably swift. Just as Reg's fist was a mere breath away from his visage, he retaliated with a kick. Both warriors absorbed each other's attacks, propelling themselves away once more. "You've improved quite a bit since our last encounter," Reg jested. "Spare me your tiresome taunts," Vegeta replied with a smile. Reg, taken aback by Vegeta's indifference to provocation, resolved to continue the battle, confident that he could finally vanquish Vegeta. In a surge of rage, Reg transformed into Super Saiyan 5, summoning an energy blade to strike at Vegeta. The razor-sharp wind from the blade raised the hairs on Vegeta's neck. Vegeta, too, transformed into Super Saiyan 5 to counterattack. The clash of the energy blade against Vegeta's energy-imbued fist sparked brilliantly. With a flick of his wrist, Reg created multiple afterimages of the energy blade, attacking from various angles. In a split second, Vegeta conjured a protective shield. Boom! The energy blade collided with the shield, causing Vegeta to stagger slightly. Capitalizing on this moment, Reg vanished and reappeared behind Vegeta, delivering a fierce knee strike to his back. Vegeta grunted, stumbling forward a few steps, yet remained composed. He swiftly turned, his right fist charged with searing energy, striking at Reg. Reg sidestepped, forming a black energy sphere in his left hand and hurled it towards Vegeta. Vegeta raised his hand, unleashing the Gallic Gun, which collided with the energy sphere in midair, the resulting explosion generating a wave of heat that vaporized the glaciers. Once again, they charged at each other, every clash of fists and feet shaking the very foundations of the earth. This cannot continue. The earth cannot withstand such a battle. Tian exclaimed, a look of concern etched on his face. Fear not, the earth will not shatter, it can endure, Goku assured, patting Tian on the shoulder. He had enveloped the entire planet, even the core, in a protective energy shield, ensuring that no matter how fierce the conflict between the two warriors became, the earth would remain safe. Nonetheless, Tian's worry persisted. "All right, you should trust Vegeta every day," Son Goku said from aside. "Well, fine," he replied, though a deep sense of worry lingered within him. With a thunderous explosion, Vegeta and Reg emerged from the blast. How did he manage to achieve such prowess in just a month? He simply could not fathom how Vegeta could become so formidable in such a short span. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief for having made the right decision. Had he pursued vengeance without breaking through first, he might have faced a fatal counterattack. "I must admit, Vegeta, you have indeed grown stronger, but you shall still meet your end at my hands." In an instant, Reg erupted with a dense black flame, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. His pupils were entirely engulfed by the thick darkness, with web-like blood patterns spreading across the whites of his eyes, radiating a chilling, sinister light. Unlike the Super Saiyan 5, his skin bore intricate dark golden patterns that pulsated eerily with his breath. Aside from these transformations, he retained much of the Super Saiyan 5 form. He let out a deafening roar, and his black aura surged forth with the force of an unstoppable tide. Wherever it swept, flora and fauna withered to ash, and the air was violently torn apart, creating black fissures that devoured light. The oppressive aura of the dark Super Saiyan 6 weighed heavily upon everything around it. Indeed, he could not be underestimated. Vegeta's expression tightened as he shed his restraint, unleashing a silver aura that shimmered with numerous particle-like substances. In a flash of blinding light, he transformed into the divine Super Saiyan 5. This new form brought about significant changes in appearance. His already long hair cascaded down to his ankles, transformed from white to a dazzling silver gold. And even his body hair reflected this hue. The aura he emitted mirrored this vibrant color. The two formidable pressures collided and neutralized each other. As a gentle breeze swept through, they charged at one another, engaging in battle. In a distant realm, Zanali, having altered his form, stood atop a massive rock, gazing into the horizon. It has finally begun. I never anticipated he would grow to this extent. After departing from that planet, Zanali had followed the resonance of dark energy to Reg's location, utilizing the dark energy to disguise himself in order to wait for Reg to master it perfectly. This time, he intended to play the role of the cunning predator, seeking to absorb his opponent's power for a new evolution and exact his revenge upon that man. Enveloped by dark energy, he executed a teleportation technique he had developed long ago, known as shadow transmission. The principle was simple: to transport oneself to the location of another dark energy wielder. In the blink of an eye, Zanali found himself in a forest on Earth. Upon arrival, he suppressed his energy and surveyed his surroundings, seeking a place to conceal himself, for he was waiting for the perfect opportunity. Chapter 39. The Emergence of Sun Wukong. In an instant, two stunningly magnificent rainbows surged into the clouds like mighty dragons, engaging in an extraordinary battle that would astound the world above the firmament. The furious winds roared like tumultuous waves, and the ominous gales howled like malevolent spirits. Flashes of lightning and booming thunder filled the heavens, while bizarre phenomena appeared as if from a kaleidoscope, casting the earth into chaos amidst their fierce conflict. Above the clouds, the figures of Vegeta and Reg were as elusive as phantoms. With a commanding shout, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Reg, who evaded with the agility of a cunning hare, retaliating with a swift energy beam. Vegeta deftly sidestepped the attack and closed in for hand-to-hand combat. Their fists and feet collided like a tempest, releasing shockwaves that radiated outward. Reg's fist grazed Vegeta's cheek, stirring a fierce gust. Seizing the moment as Reg's strike missed, Vegeta executed a powerful spinning kick aimed at Reg's waist. Reg responded with remarkable swiftness, swiftly blocking Vegeta's kick with his arm. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, generating a formidable gust of energy. The two warriors exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. In a dimension beyond the realm of the Kaioshin, a pitch-black expanse enveloped an individual adorned with peculiar patterns, who slowly opened his eyes. An outsider, you say? I knew there were other worlds beyond this one. Wait. Once I emerge from my seclusion, I shall absorb the powers of other gods and shatter the barriers of this world to venture into others. Akira then closed his eyes once more, returning to his meditation. On the Earth Temple, Gogeta felt a twitch in his right eyelid. What is this? Is someone thinking of me? Never mind. Let it be. With his strength, he is not merely invincible in this realm, but nearly so. Boom! Vegeta's fist collided with Reg's elbow, instantly igniting the air and creating a series of concentric shockwaves. Too slow. Reg sneered as he spun, his right leg descending like a ferocious dragon, imbued with fierce momentum. Vegeta recoiled and arched backward, his leg slicing through the air like a colossal wave, cleaving a towering mountain in two. At the fractured edge, lava flowed like crimson blood. Vegeta thrust his knee upward, its hardness akin to steel. But the moment it connected with Reg's chin, he vanished like an afterimage. In truth, he had circled behind Vegeta at blinding speed, his palms converging to unleash a powerful black energy wave. This torrent of energy mercilessly engulfed Vegeta's figure, carving a canyon 1,000 meters deep into the earth. Before the lava could erupt, a brilliant silver-gold light burst forth from the deluge like a dazzling star. Vegeta's fist was imbued with an intensely compressed vortex of energy. Reg's pupils constricted as his hastily erected defense was shattered by this punch. Vegeta unleashed dozens of crescent-shaped energy blades, their piercing shrieks slicing through space as Reg dodged in a zigzag trajectory. It is my turn. After evading all attacks, Reg suddenly accelerated, breaking the sound barrier, and delivered a series of knife-hand strikes to Vegeta's neck. Each strike generated shockwaves akin to miniature nuclear explosions, with the final blow propelling him into the ocean. Before the seawater could touch his body, it vaporized, creating a vacuum zone with a diameter of 100 kilometers, while the seabed erupted, forming new islands from the impact. Seizing the moment, Reg clasped his hands, condensing an energy sphere capable of obliterating planets. Vegeta, sensing the energy fluctuations, summoned a golden energy wave from his palm. And at the instant of their collision, the atmosphere was torn apart, creating a void 10 kilometers wide, with the exposed starry sky warping under the shockwave. Swish! Swish! The close quarters battle reignited. Vegeta's jab pierced through the sound barrier, but was narrowly evaded by Reg tilting his head. The residual force of that punch created a spiraling void in the stratosphere. Reg seized Vegeta's wrist, smirking as he executed an overhead throw. As Vegeta fell, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, a hallmark of royal combat. Reg retaliated with his own energy blasts, and an intense exchange ensued. Black and silver-golden orbs of light interwove in the atmosphere, each collision erupting like meteoric impacts. After the fierce battle, both warriors exhibited slightly labored breaths. However, a closer inspection revealed a disparity in their breathing rhythms. Vegeta's was slower, while Reg's was quicker, indicating a difference in their strengths. "Heh, Vegeta, are you faltering? You appear quite fatigued," Reg mocked. "It seems you have yet to grasp the gulf between us," Vegeta retorted. Reg raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Vegeta's words. Vegeta, disinterested in elaborating, made a classic gesture of disdain and proclaimed, "The victor will be this lord." Arrogant. Reg scoffed, but suddenly fueled by rage. He gathered energy in his hands, eager to conclude the battle swiftly, as this form was quite taxing for him. "Just as I desire." Vegeta began to accumulate energy as well. At the peak of their energy concentration, Reg unexpectedly coughed up blood and glanced down to see a hand piercing through his chest. "As my kin, your energy now belongs to me," a familiar voice echoed. Turning, Reg saw Zanali, the one who had struck him. As Zanali withdrew his hand, a surge of dark power followed. "You." Reg was taken aback, unprepared for the treachery of Zanali, the insidious one. His heart brimmed with resentment and anger, for there were still many unaccomplished tasks, especially the revenge yet to be realized. Yet, fate was cruel. Reg plummeted, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact, creating a deep crater. His eyes widened in shock, clearly refusing to close in death. Zanali absorbed all the dark energy emanating from Reg, and as this malevolent force surged within him, he unleashed an enraged roar, erupting in a brilliant display of black luminescence. A powerful shockwave rapidly radiated outward, catching Vegeta off guard and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Determined not to allow Zanali to complete his transformation, Vegeta dashed forward without hesitation, intent on interrupting the metamorphosis. Just as he was nearing Zanali, a flash of dark energy struck him, causing excruciating pain in his abdomen, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball. When the black light subsided, Zanali had finally completed his transformation. However, this new form bore little visual difference from his previous one, save for a staggering increase in energy intensity. During Vegeta's airborne retreat, Goku appeared to catch him. "Rest, Vegeta. I will handle this," he declared, showcasing an eager demeanor as he stretched his limbs. Vegeta, with a huff, lamented his misfortune and withdrew to a distance to observe the ensuing battle. "So it's you. I thought it was that other fellow. Bring him out, and I shall eliminate him." Zanali spat through gritted teeth. Goku, opting for minimal dialogue, transformed into his Super Saiyan God form and launched his assault. With a mighty punch, Goku unleashed a surge of energy. Zanali, surprisingly, absorbed the blow with poise, violently flinging Goku back. Goku executed a swift somersault in midair, landing gracefully on his feet. Seizing the moment, Zanali charged forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches, each infused with tremendous force, as Goku defended himself with swift arm movements. In the midst of their exchange, Zanali feigned an attack, then delivered a swift kick aimed at Goku's abdomen. Fortunately, Goku's reflexes were exceptional. He sidestepped and grasped Zanali's leg, using his strength to hurl him toward a distant hill. The hill crumbled upon impact, sending dust and debris into the air. Emerging from the haze, Zanali conjured a massive energy sphere with both hands and launched it at Goku. In response, Goku gathered energy in his own hands, unleashing a brilliant Kamehameha wave to confront the oncoming attack. The two energy blasts clashed midair, erupting in a dazzling display of light and shockwaves. Amidst the tempest of energy, both Goku and Zanali vanished from sight. The next moment, they reappeared high in the sky, exchanging blows that generated a series of energy shockwaves, their silhouettes colliding in rapid succession. "Huh!" Goku shouted, executing an uppercut aimed at Zanali's chin. Zanali deftly evaded, countering with a knee strike directed at Goku's abdomen. Goku braced himself for the impact, then seized Zanali's leg, swinging him down toward the ground. Zanali crashed heavily onto the earth, sending dust billowing into the air. Without allowing the dust to settle, he sprang back up, his aura surging dramatically. With both hands working in unison, he unleashed a torrent of energy as Sun Wukong deftly maneuvered between the energy blasts, swiftly approaching Zanali. Zanali crossed his arms over his chest, conjuring a barrier that Sun Wukong collided with. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he erupted with formidable energy, shattering the barrier with sheer force. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zanali's eyes, but he quickly responded, fists clenched, charging at Sun Wukong once more, engaging in a fierce struggle. Each impact resulted in violent explosions, causing the ground to fracture and split into chasms. Suddenly, Zanali struck Sun Wukong, sending him flying before leaping high into the air, charging his hands to unleash waves of dark energy. Super Kamehameha. With no time for instantaneous movement, Sun Wukong could only retaliate. A tremendous roar echoed, accompanied by blinding light, transforming the very land beneath them into a molten hell. Both warriors were hurled back by the force of the explosion, landing upon the lava. He could never shake this bad habit. Vegeta absent-mindedly picked his nose. This bad habit referred to Sun Wukong's tendency not to exert his full strength during battle. Well, it's the pot calling the kettle black. He was no different, being a fusion of the two, and though their souls were distinct, there was still some influence. Hey, is that all you've got? Don't even think about challenging Vegeta. He far surpasses you. You're not even worthy of being a snack for him. Sun Wukong chuckled. TCH, you're not that impressive either, and besides, this isn't even my true power. Oh really? Then show me. Don't just talk the talk without walking the walk. All right, since you insist, I will reveal my true strength, but don't let it scare you. Make it quick, stop rambling. Their verbal sparring intensified. Huh? Zanali shouted, dark energy swirling around him, a tempest howling, as a brilliant black light erupted. When the brilliance faded, he revealed his ultra-perfect power form. Sun Wukong squinted, a serious glint in his eyes, as he felt an overwhelming pressure. Kakarot, that fool, Vegeta muttered under his breath, yet he refrained from intervening, trusting in Sun Wukong's abilities. In an instant, Zanali appeared before Sun Wukong, whose pupils dilated as the scenery around him blurred past. Boom! 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 Zanali obliterated several mountain peaks. And it was only then that Sun Wukong felt a searing pain strike his abdomen. Ugh! Sun Wukong groaned, clutching his stomach and retching, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, revealing an exhilarated expression. He too unleashed his full power. In a heartbeat, the two vanished, a series of intense collisions erupting in their wake. In mere moments, they had exchanged hundreds of blows, casting the entire Earth into chaos. Were it not for Vegeta safeguarding the core, the planet would have ceased to exist. Boom! The two collided with a torrent of energy, the shockwaves reverberating across the landscape. Zanali furrowed his brow, sensing a tingling sensation in his arm. Before he could comprehend the situation, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying and crashing into the sea, creating towering waves. As Zanali emerged from the water, Sun Wukong instantaneously appeared behind him, sweeping his leg in a fierce arc. Zanali reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting to block with both arms, but was met with the faint sound of cracking bones amidst the collision. He was propelled backward at an astonishing speed, traversing a significant portion of the earth before finally coming to a halt, feeling a dull ache in his arms. What is happening? Zanali pondered, deeply puzzled by his condition. Clearly, you remain unaware of your predicament. Sun Wukong's voice resonated. What have you done, my body? Zanali questioned. It is not I, but rather your own issue. You fundamentally misunderstand your own physical limits, Sun Wukong replied. Before Zanali could grasp the meaning of these words, Sun Wukong continued, you are indeed formidable, yet your body cannot withstand such power. The understanding dawned upon Vegeta in the temple as he grasped the implications of Sun Wukong's statement. To illustrate, imagine a cup that holds only 500 milliliters. Attempting to pour 1,000 milliliters would be impossible. Water overflows. Zanali found himself in a similar predicament, unable to sustain the strength within him, leading to a gradual deterioration of his body over time. For the moment, Zanali could not fathom the significance of this, and Sun Wukong chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from Sun Wukong, and a silver-golden dragon-shaped phantom materialized. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zanali turned to face Sun Wukong, his expression tightening as he sensed impending danger. Ultimate death penetration. Dark energy surged around him, coalescing into an energy spear hurled forth with greater potency than a month prior. Roar! Sun Wukong raised his fist, unleashing the dragon fist, the dragon-like phantom solidifying and embodying the power to devastate, colliding with Zanali's spear, which shattered instantaneously. What? Zanali exclaimed in shock, promptly activating his defensive measures, summoning 10 layers of protective shields. Boom! With each impact, his shields crumbled, layer by layer. Damn it! Zanali unleashed all of his dark energy in a desperate attempt. Yet, the dragon pierced through his form, circling back to strike him once more. With a thunderous explosion, brilliant light illuminated the world, even piercing through the atmosphere that Gogeta enveloped around the earth. As the radiance faded, Zanali vanished into the void. While Sun Wukong returned to his normal state, panting heavily, the dragon fist had depleted all his energy. In the pitch-black dimensional space, Akira opened his eyes, and an indescribable aura of extraordinary power began to emanate, causing the dark expanse to collapse in an instant. He vanished, only to reappear within his palace. Ha ha ha! At last, I have reached this pivotal moment. With eyes closed, he reveled in his state, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was but a mere step away from completely transcending the barriers of this world. The deities from the other 3 dimensions of the cosmos glanced in his direction, their faces marked with trepidation. Oof. Akira sensed their gazes and let out a soft huff. For now, I shall allow you to linger a while longer. First, I must absorb the energy of that outsider. With a single step, he vanished from the palace. Chapter 41. The Fierce Battle of Akira. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply. Vegeta, arms crossed, glared at him with evident displeasure. Kakarot, when will you ever change your bad habits? Sun Wukong scratched his head, a goofy grin on his face. Come on, enough already, you both did quite well. Then, Gogeta appeared. Vegeta rolled his eyes and turned away. Fine, I shall head to Namek to help Barunga restore Earth. Just as Gogeta prepared to teleport, he suddenly grasped the hands of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, vanishing from their location. Boom! The ground erupted, revealing a gaping chasm. Quite the quick reaction, Akira emerged from a void. Gogeta materialized with the two. Thank you, Gogeta. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Had it not been for Gogeta's swift response, both he and Kakarot would have faced dire consequences. Gogeta smiled, casting a glance at the airborne Akira, as he began to surmise the identity of this formidable being. Although Akira exhibited no discernible energy flow, such individuals were often the most formidable, much like himself. Hey, kid, relinquish the divine power within you, and I shall spare your life, Akira proclaimed arrogantly, gazing down at Gogeta. Gogeta feigned fear, retorting, Is that true? If I surrender my divine power, you will truly let me go? Indeed, it is true, Akira replied, a smile hiding malice. Very well, I shall hand over my power. Do you truly think I am a fool? Gogeta's demeanor shifted, casting aside his earlier fear to hurl insults. Akira, unfazed by his words, narrowed his eyes and repeated good thrice. Bang! The shockwave from their collision rippled outward, forcing Sun Wukong and Vegeta to retreat several miles. The ground beneath Gogeta collapsed significantly. With a swift motion, Akira struck downward with his left hand, prompting Gogeta to step back and swiftly throw a punch aimed directly at Akira's face. Though the punch connected, it was thwarted by an unseen barrier, leaving no harm in its wake. Akira's right elbow struck fiercely towards Gogeta, who swiftly sidestepped and seized Akira's arm, executing a powerful over-the-shoulder throw that sent Akira crashing to the ground. However, just as Akira was about to make contact with the earth, his body transformed into a shadowy figure, reappearing instantaneously behind Gogeta and delivering a kick to his back. Gogeta stumbled forward momentarily, quickly regaining his balance before turning to conjure a colossal energy sphere and hurling it toward Akira. A barrier materialized before Akira, successfully absorbing the energy sphere's assault. The explosive force generated by the detonation sent shockwaves rippling through the surroundings, yet Akira remained unscathed. The two figures darted through the shattered floating rock, their fists colliding and unleashing circular shockwaves. Gogeta's right leg descended with force, but Akira intercepted with an elbow strike, capturing Gogeta's ankle and propelling him skyward. As Gogeta was flung into the air, he swiftly gathered energy, his hands overlapping to unleash a blinding pillar of white light that tore through the clouds. Akira concentrated dark purple flames between his palms, clashing the two energies and sparking a cataclysmic explosion. Gogeta emerged through the smoke of the blast, his knuckles aglow with golden light as he aimed for Akira's throat. Rather than evade, Akira retaliated with a punch, the two combatants simultaneously retreating from the impact. Amidst the cascading debris, a brilliant golden light erupted around Gogeta. As energy blasts rained down like a torrential storm, such trivial antics were truly disappointing. With a sweeping motion, Akira detonated the energy blasts in the sky, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that resonated across the heavens. In the realm of the King of Worlds, the old Kai sat heavily on the ground, astonished that Akira had personally entered the fray. Ancestor, could he truly be the Akira? It was no wonder that Gogeta felt this way, for the Akira he had encountered a month prior bore no resemblance to this one. Regaining his composure, the old Kai spoke with earnest seriousness. Do not doubt it. He is indeed Akira, the original. It seems Earth is destined for destruction, and not just Earth. Perhaps we too shall meet our demise. His apprehension was not unfounded, considering the four gods possessed the authority to determine the fate of their respective Kai and the god of destruction. However, Gogeta held a differing view. Ancestor, I believe your assessment is misguided. I sense Gogeta has the potential to triumph over Akira. The old Kai regarded Gogeta with surprise, noting the seriousness etched upon his face. With a chuckle, the old Kai acknowledged his own aging, conceding that he would place his faith in the youth. After all, there could be no outcome worse than death. On Earth, the sky was rent asunder by two intertwining auras. Gogeta's fist surged towards Akira's face, but Akira evaded by mere millimeters, simultaneously seizing Gogeta's wrist and driving his right knee into Gogeta's ribs. The sound of bone meeting flesh erupted, unleashing another wave of energy. Too slow. Akira's crimson eyes blazed with energy as his elbow descended towards Gogeta's throat. As Goku's form flickered incessantly, golden energy orbs surged from all directions, each one precisely locking onto Akira's evasive angles, only to be disintegrated into particles of light upon contact with a black protective shield. The Kamehameha. In an instant, Goku teleported in close proximity to Akira, unleashing a blue-white beam of energy that pierced through the clouds. Remarkably, Akira neither dodged nor evaded, instead bracing himself against the energy capable of vaporizing planets. A resounding roar echoed as the earth trembled, and anomalies began to arise. The atmospheric energy enveloping the planet dissipated, leaving only the energy safeguarding the core intact. As the two warriors closed in once more, time seemed to stand still. Goku's whip-like kick swept across Akira's neck, yet Akira, harnessing the force of the sweeping motion, spun around, delivering a knife-hand strike that sliced through space towards Goku's temple. Within mere fractions of a second, they exchanged dozens of offensive and defensive maneuvers. Suddenly, Goku shifted his tactics, manifesting a colossal golden energy sphere in his palm, radiating unparalleled power as it hurtled toward Akira. In the instant the golden orb enveloped Akira, a black energy spear erupted from the explosion's epicenter, aiming directly at Goku's vital points. Goku's heart raced, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, Akira's assault persisted. Seizing the moment Goku turned, he charged forth from the smoke, his right fist entwined with a formidable energy capable of warping space, crashing into Goku's abdomen. Goku radiated a golden glow, bracing his midsection to absorb Akira's blow. A deafening sound erupted as their bodies collided, generating a colossal shockwave that rippled outward, distorting the surrounding space. Even though Goku managed to withstand Akira's punch, the tremendous force propelled him backward, sending him flying thousands of meters before he regained his composure. Yet, before Goku could catch his breath, Akira materialized behind him, denying him a moment's respite, and unleashed another punch that met Goku head-on. In an instant, the heavens shifted in hue, and the entire space was rent apart by the impact, producing a thunderous roar. Chapter 42. I am serious. A golden and a black beam of energy intertwined like two colossal dragons amidst the clouds, each collision resonating with deafening booms, generating powerful circular shockwaves that swept across the surroundings. The force of these waves obliterated mountains within a radius of thousands of miles, as clouds of dust and debris cascaded like a torrential downpour. Suddenly, Akira brought three fingers together, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of light that raced toward Goku with fierce momentum. Goku responded with remarkable speed, spinning rapidly like a top before delivering a swift kick towards the energy projectile. With a thunderous crash, the energy blade shattered upon contact with Goku's powerful kick, scattering into countless streams of energy that flew in all directions. At the very moment when Gogeta shattered the energy entity, Akira's knee, propelled like a cannonball, struck fiercely towards his throat, accompanied by a sonic boom. Too slow. Gogeta instinctively leaned back, narrowly evading Akira's strike, and retaliated with a powerful elbow aimed at Akira's spine, delivering a blow akin to a heavy hammer, imbued with tremendous force. Clearly unprepared for such a swift counterattack, Akira's body jolted upon impact. However, he quickly regained his composure and unleashed a black energy wave towards Gogeta. In response, Gogeta's palm erupted with a golden energy wave, countering the black attack. The two formidable energies clashed mid-air, instantly forming a chaotic sphere that expanded like a universe on the brink of explosion, radiating a heart-stopping energy fluctuation. Under this terrifying energy radiation, the surface layers of rock began to melt rapidly, transforming into a crimson lava, as if the very earth was ablaze. Just as the energy sphere threatened to detonate, Akira abruptly retracted his power and vanished into Gogeta's blind spot. Before Gogeta could react, Akira's lightning-infused whip kick struck him with tremendous force. The impact was so immense that Gogeta felt as if he had been hit by a meteor, his body plummeting like a projectile into the ground. A deafening roar resounded as molten lava erupted, creating a towering wall of fire reaching a kilometer high. Deep within the earth, a rumbling sound akin to thunder echoed. As Gogeta broke through the lava, his body was enveloped in spiraling golden light, and the shockwave from his right fist colliding with Akira caused continental plates to shatter. In a fraction of a second, they exchanged hundreds of blows, crafting an impenetrable energy cage from the afterimages of their fists and legs. As Akira's handblade descended towards Gogeta's left shoulder, the latter suddenly unleashed a devastating cannon blast, propelling the adversary through several mountain ranges. In the palace atop the core star, the three remaining deities gathered after millennia apart. Akira had taken the initiative. The god of life and death observed the god of goodness and the god of light. The god of light scoffed, and so what? Does he truly have the audacity to strike against us? That may not be the case. When that fellow goes mad, he is capable of anything, replied the god of goodness. With that, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. After fighting for so many years, we must unite this time. We cannot allow him to take that final step. The god of life and death broke the silence. After exchanging glances, the god of light and the god of goodness nodded in agreement. The god of life and death is correct. If Akira truly takes that final step, only death awaits the three of us. With a wave of his hand, the god of goodness summoned a screen displaying the battle between Gogeta and Akira. Is it the outsider with the long tail? Quite exceptional indeed. The two were still cautiously probing each other's depths. The god of light's eyes flickered. Each of the three harbored their own secret agendas. In the skies above Earth, old Deng, is this what you call divinity? Is your power truly so limited? Vegeta smirked disdainfully. In response to Vegeta's mockery, Akira remained unfazed. After all, he had endured an eternity, hearing every possible taunt. Your strength is indeed formidable, worthy of my respect, especially since you have fought so fiercely against me. Yet, I reiterate, surrender your divine power, and I shall spare your life. Akira observed him calmly. However, Vegeta dismissed Akira's proposal entirely. Nonchalantly, he cleaned his ear, then blew on his pinky finger, removing the dirt. Save such words for the toddlers. I'm not so easily deceived, Vegeta retorted with a mocking expression. As I previously stated, it will be you who meets your demise. Now, I shall become serious. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, his aura erupting as he transformed into Super Saiyan 5. With this transformation, a tremendous surge of energy rippled through the air, causing violent tremors and generating fierce waves that surged in all directions. Akira narrowed his eyes, acutely aware of the power emanating from Vegeta in his new form, his eyes gleaming with greed. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Akira, delivering a punch that distorted the very fabric of space. A barrier materialized in front of Akira, absorbing the blow, who then retaliated with a swift strike towards Vegeta. Vegeta, in a fluid motion, pivoted and aimed a kick at Akira's chest. The speed of their clash was akin to lightning, eluding even the keenest eyes of Goku and Vegeta. Each fierce collision unleashed immense energy ripples that engulfed the entire planet. The catastrophic repercussions of these ripples distorted natural phenomena on Earth, unleashing howling winds, torrential rains, frequent earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions, ushering in an apocalyptic scenario. This could not continue. The Earth was on the brink of annihilation, and countless innocent lives would be lost in this calamity. After all, their battle was wreaking havoc on mortals, prompting Akira to retract his protective aura over the Earth's core. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta grasped Akira and activated his instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to a distant planet. Before departing Earth, Vegeta communicated telepathically with Goku, conveying the need for them to swiftly venture to Namek to seek the assistance of Porunga in restoring Earth. Goku nodded and, in an instant, moved towards Namek. Chapter 43, Beyond Imagination, Part 1. On a distant planet within the vast and boundless universe, fierce winds roared like an enraged lion, its claws bared. Silver serpentine lightning darted across the sky, occasionally slicing through the darkness of the night and illuminating the desolate expanse. This planet, already shrouded in a gray haze, felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed, suffocating all beneath their oppressive weight. Under the immense energies of Gogeta and Akira, the temperature plummeted sharply, the cold biting as if one had plunged into an unfathomable ice cavern, sending shivers down the spine. With a sudden stomp, Gogeta's foot struck the ground, producing a deafening roar. In an astonishing display of speed, he closed the distance to Akira, unleashing a punch that surged forth with the force of a thunderstorm. The impact echoed with a resounding boom as their fists collided, emitting a dazzling radiance. This brilliance erupted like fireworks, instantly illuminating the entire planet, while the resultant shock wave swept through the surroundings like a ferocious tempest, obliterating all in its path. Under the onslaught of this formidable force, the very fabric of space where they clashed became riddled with web-like fissures that spread rapidly. For a brief moment, the space seemed to freeze, and both combatants were pushed back by the rebounding force. With another thunderous clash, their fists met again with overwhelming might, sending a torrent of energy surging through their bodies. The sheer magnitude of the collision caused the air surrounding their fists to boil, forming a visible plain. Subsequently, this plain ruptured like a breached dam, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that roared forth with unparalleled impact, drawing everything around into its maelstrom. In an instant, the entire planet was engulfed in a terrifying power, akin to a demon from the depths of hell, opening its gaping maw to consume the world. A colossal storm raged like an uncontrollable beast, wreaking havoc across the globe. Its roar was deafening, as if it sought to tear the very fabric of the universe asunder. The shockwaves expanded outward at an astonishing pace, each ripple containing a dreadful energy that left devastation in its wake. With each thunderous crash of their collision echoing like mighty thunderclaps, the aftershocks reverberated across the world, heralding catastrophic consequences. Amidst the howling winds, the planet resonated with a mournful wail, seemingly lamenting the impending doom that awaited it. A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Akira's mouth, his laughter dripping with contempt for Gogeta. "Is this the seriousness you speak of?" he taunted. In the face of Akira's mockery, Gogeta remained unperturbed, even allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Then, he summoned the full power of Super Saiyan 5. Raising his hand, he gathered a radiant light in his palm, unleashing the ultimate flash. With a low growl, the ultimate flash surged forth like a bolt of lightning, imbued with cataclysmic power, hurtling directly toward Akira. Upon witnessing this, Akira swiftly summoned the energy within him, unleashing a wave of energy to meet Vegeta's ultimate flash. In that instant, the two formidable energies collided in the air, producing a resounding boom that reverberated through the cosmos. The force of their clash erupted like a supernova, radiating energy in all directions from the point of impact. This formidable energy obliterated everything in its path, leaving utter destruction in its wake. The planet itself disintegrated under the weight of this terrifying force, shattering into countless fragments that drifted through the vastness of space. Yet the residual waves of energy did not cease. They continued to expand outward like an unstoppable torrent, tragically engulfing a nearby planet, which too was annihilated, vanishing into the endless universe. However, the battle between Vegeta and Akira did not conclude with the destruction of the planet. They continued to clash fiercely in the cosmos, each collision generating immense ripples of energy that echoed throughout the universe, lingering long after. Vegeta's form was enveloped in a radiant blue light, and, as he transformed, a tempestuous wave of blue energy surged outward, forcing Akira to retreat several hundred meters. "At last, you're willing to unleash your divine power, aren't you?" Akira remarked with a slight smirk, his voice resonating through the emptiness of space. Vegeta, however, remained unperturbed, gently wiggling his fingers as if mocking Akira's ignorance. "No, no, no. I previously stated that I would take this seriously, so I shall gradually enhance my power, so you may comprehend what lies beyond imagination," Vegeta declared with calm confidence. Suddenly, Akira erupted into thunderous laughter, his voice booming as he regarded Vegeta with the disdainful gaze reserved for a comical jester. Applauding mockingly, he marveled at the audacity of this outsider, who dared to display such arrogance. "Laugh, laugh away," he exclaimed. In the next moment, blue flames erupted from his being. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta achieved the third level of Super Blue transformation, instantly closing the distance. The third level Super Blue Vegeta launched a fist imbued with boundless power toward Akira. Sensing imminent danger, Akira swiftly countered with a palm strike. Dark energy coalescing in his hand as it collided fiercely with Vegeta's fist. In an instant, a cataclysmic roar echoed, and a violent shockwave from their clash swept through the surroundings like a ferocious hurricane, causing the nearby stars to tremble precariously. The two figures darted through the cosmos, their every encounter resembling the collision of celestial bodies, producing a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the void. The power of Super Saiyan Blue Level 3 awakened a newfound seriousness in Akira, as dark energy emanated from him like an incessant tide. The stark contrast between the dark energy and the radiant blue light of Super Saiyan Blue created a breathtaking tableau in the cosmos, a dance of black and blue. Suddenly, with arms crossed, Akira unleashed a colossal pillar of dark energy towards Goku. In response, Goku manifested a shimmering blue energy barrier, which absorbed the brunt of the attack as the dark energy collided with it, erupting in a blinding flash. The shockwaves radiated outward, reducing nearby asteroids to mere fragments. Seizing the moment while Goku defended against the energy pillar, Akira swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a kick aimed at his back. Goku, ever vigilant, twisted his body to deftly evade the strike and retaliated with an energy sphere. Akira scoffed, pushing forward with his left hand, causing the dark energy wave and the energy sphere to explode in a powerful blast, sending both combatants slightly off balance. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, exchanging a glance before lunging at each other like meteors. Chapter 44, Beyond Imagination, Part 2. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the intensity of their battle was palpable. The destroyer god Mondam observed with clenched fists, yearning for combat, particularly against Akira. Unlike the multiversal destroyers, those in this timeline were distinct individuals, devoid of angels. "Hey, don't do anything foolish," the elder Kaioshin admonished with a sidelong glance. Mondam merely smirked, fully aware of the elder's caution, yet possessing a clear understanding of his own limitations. Meanwhile, the god Jebet remained silent, uncertain of what to say, as the clash between Goku and Akira sent ripples of energy across several planets. Dark magic, inner demon spell. A peculiar wave of black energy struck Goku, eliciting a smirk from Akira. Those ensnared by this spell would awaken their inner demons, leading to self-destruction. Goku's face contorted in anguish, suffering under the spell's influence. Just as Akira prepared to revel in his adversary's turmoil, Goku spoke. "What? Do you truly believe this spell can affect me? Inner demons? Huh, I have never feared them." Akira's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Why did this spell not work on him? There was no time to ponder, as Goku swiftly closed the distance, locking his arms around Akira's head and delivering a fierce knee strike. However, Akira was protected by a thin layer of defense, absorbing the impact. Goku, having failed to land a blow, quickly retreated to create distance. Chanting incantations, Akira invoked dark magic, shadow prison. In an instant, countless tendrils of black shadows surged from the void, ensnaring Goku tightly. The shadows constricted, causing every muscle in Goku's body to feel the pressure, gradually siphoning his strength. "Is this all you can muster?" Goku bellowed, as azure flames erupted around him, illuminating the galaxy like a miniature sun. The overwhelming aura shattered the shadow prison, and Goku transformed into a streak of blue light, charging towards Akira with fists like meteors, relentlessly striking. "Akira.get depthi," summoning a colossal sphere of dark energy in his hands and hurling it towards Gogeta. Gogeta slightly shifted his body, allowing the energy sphere to graze his shoulder as it soared past, detonating on a distant planet and triggering a massive explosion. Seizing the moment, Gogeta delivered a powerful kick to Akira's chest, propelling him away and shattering several small asteroids in the process. The explosion had not inflicted any significant damage upon Akira, who emerged from the chaos, enveloped in swirling black energy. Gogeta squinted slightly. There was a palpable shift in Akira's aura. In an instant, both combatants vanished. The sound of the space rupture could not be transmitted through the vacuum, Yet the visible tremors of energy were undeniable. Two streaks of light collided furiously across the cosmos, each contact unleashing shockwaves potent enough to obliterate planets, as drifting asteroids were swept away, disintegrating into dust. Impressive speed, Akira's voice echoed as he swiftly changed direction, executing a whip-like kick aimed at Gogeta's waist. Gogeta crossed his arms in defense, being forced back several thousand meters by the impact. But he quickly regained his footing and propelled himself forward with renewed speed. His right fist, trailing a brilliant blue energy flame, targeted Akira's face. Akira tilted his head to evade, only to find Gogeta's punch abruptly shifting trajectory into an uppercut. The strike landed squarely on Akira's chin, sending him soaring into the sky. But there was more to come. Gogeta pursued, unleashing a flurry of punches like a tempest upon Akira. Each blow struck precisely at vital points: his abdomen, chest, and face. Akira's body was driven backward by the relentless barrage, vibrant blue energy bursting forth like radiant blossoms. Huh! Akira roared, unleashing a tempest of black energy that interrupted Gogeta's onslaught. He clasped his hands together, energy coalescing in his palms. Taste this. Nova of Destruction. A sphere of energy, over 100 meters in diameter, was launched, tearing through space as it passed. Oomph. Gogeta maneuvered past the energy sphere at an astonishing angle, simultaneously condensing a blue energy sphere in his right hand. A double return. The energy sphere was hurled at Akira, rapidly expanding as it flew. Unflinching, Akira clawed forward with his hands, tearing the energy sphere apart. However, at the moment of the explosion, Gogeta appeared behind him, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the back of Akira's neck. Akira grunted, his body lurching forward, but as he fell, he abruptly turned and executed a spinning kick aimed at Gogeta's head. Gogeta tilted his head back to avoid the strike. Subsequently, the two quickly created distance between them. Akira, with a somber expression, regarded Gogeta, perplexed. Despite exerting 70% of his strength, he could not comprehend why he could not vanquish Gogeta and claim his power. Was it possible that Gogeta had yet to reveal his true strength? He dismissed the notion, asserting that if a strength of 70 was insufficient, then one must exert a full 100. Akira inhaled deeply, as a tempest of dark energy surged around him, causing his form to swell dramatically. Layers of shimmering scales emerged upon his skin, each glinting with an enigmatic luminescence, and a pair of black, pointed horns sprouted from his head. A resonating hum filled the air as the terrifying pressure shattered galaxies. Gogeta, in response, unleashed an energy force field to withstand the onslaught. The magnitude of this battle transcended imagination. If it continued in this manner, the very fabric of the universe might unravel. The supreme Kai of Time swallowed hard. The expressions of both the God of Destruction and the Elder Kai were grave. The obliteration of the universe posed an exceedingly grave dilemma, compounded by their inability to halt this conflict. Chapter 45, A Wounded Retreat. Two figures intertwined in the cosmos. The moment their fists collided, energy ripples erupted. Akira struck downward with a fierce kick. Yet Gogeta evaded with remarkable speed, the space where he had stood fracturing like a spider's web under the force of the kick. Gogeta, landing on a meteorite, dashed toward Akira, unleashing the Kamehameha at close range, sending both combatants hurtling in opposite directions. Swiftly, black arrows rained upon Gogeta. In retaliation, he fired energy beams, the explosive shockwaves rolling forth, causing the edges of the universe to fracture. Their conflict shifted to a distant planet. Suddenly, Akira sealed the surrounding space, his fingers morphing into blades that lunged at Gogeta. The blade pierced through Gogeta's form, but in the next instant, he dissipated into mere afterimages. A resounding crash echoed as dark energy coalesced into a protective barrier. Yet Gogeta's punch was far from trivial. With a crack, the dark energy shield shattered, and the force of his blow struck Akira squarely. Akira grunted, propelled backward, crashing through several mountain peaks. Amidst the swirling dust, Akira slowly rose, dark energy swirling around him fervently. Countless black runes erupted from his palms, weaving together in the surrounding space to form a colossal magical array. The array glowed brightly, enveloping Gogeta in its embrace, attempting to confine his movements. With a thunderous roar, Gogeta's azure aura erupted forth. He cried out, unleashing a barrage of strikes against the magical array. Cracks began to appear in the ceiling formation. At that moment, Akira raised both hands, and a pitch-black beam coalesced at the center of the array, hurtling toward Gogeta with ferocity. Gogeta crossed his arms in front of him, forming an energy shield. The beam collided with the shield, erupting in a blinding flash, as the ensuing energy shockwaves swept across the planet's surface, stirring up layers of Earth. The explosive luminescence abruptly vanished, not extinguished, but rather cleaved apart by an even more formidable force. The chaotic energy surged like a tamed dragon, rolling and wailing to the sides, revealing a figure at the center of the explosion utterly unscathed. Gogeta lowered his crossed arms slowly, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The azure flames enveloping him did not wane. Rather, they blazed more fervently, transforming from a mere cerulean hue to a profound indigo. Akira's pupils constricted sharply, and once more, a look of astonishment graced his countenance. The intricate array he had meticulously crafted, combined with the dark annihilation beam, had been astonishingly dismantled by a mere punch. This was inconceivable. Intriguingly, Gogeta appeared to be critiquing a trivial performance. His gaze swept across the fractured yet operational dark array, his expression as serene as one observing a crude piece of graffiti. He extended his index finger, casually tapping a seemingly unremarkable spatial node above the array. With a hum, there was no earth-shattering explosion, merely a sound akin to cracking glass. The colossal, intricate dark array, exuding a terrifying, imprisoning power, deflated like a punctured balloon, its glow dimming. The runes composing the array trembling violently before disintegrating inch by inch into a cascade of black luminescent dust, vanishing entirely. What? Akira felt as though struck by lightning, his body involuntarily swaying. This array was one of his ultimate trump cards, embodying his comprehension of the dark principles. How could it be so effortlessly pierced to its core by his adversary? In that moment of profound shock, Gogeta's figure vanished. It was not a mere afterimage left by rapid movement, but a true disappearance. The space bore no ripple, the aura utterly concealed, as if he had never existed in that vicinity. This is dire. Akira's combat instinct screamed in alarm, and the dark energy surrounding him surged in a frantic attempt to form an all-encompassing defense. Yet it was too late. A hand enveloped in blue flames transcended the boundaries of space and time, silently pressing against the small of Akira's back. There was no violent energy impact, rather, a pure, irresistible force permeated his being. Ugh! Akira felt his entire skeletal structure, his organs, and even the flowing dark energy within him seize and contort under that single touch. This power was not destructive, but an absolute suppression, akin to the weight of the entire cosmos crashing down upon his insignificant form. The dark energy he prided himself on could muster not even a semblance of resistance, dissolving like delicate snow under the sun. Boom! Akira plummeted towards the ravaged earth below at a velocity tenfold that of his previous flight, crashing down not into a mere pit, but creating a massive circular crater exceeding a kilometer in diameter. The shockwave radiated outward in a ring, utterly leveling the already precarious mountain ranges surrounding it, while the towering clouds of dust surged skyward, staining the heavens a murky ochre. Before the dust could settle, a stream of blue light hovered above the vast pit. Gogeta, arms crossed, looked down from his lofty vantage point at the figure at the bottom of the crater. Tilting his head slightly, his gaze mirrored that of one observing a squirming insect in the palm of his hand, imbued with a sense of absolute control and a hint of amusement. It was time for you to witness what true power truly entailed. As the last echoes of his voice faded, the blue aura surrounding Gogeta abruptly contracted, as if compressed to its utmost limit. An indescribable pressure began to permeate the air, not a violent onslaught, but rather a sensation of the very laws of the universe bowing before him, coalescing into a divine radiance that manifested as a galaxy. He transformed into the form of the ultimate freedom of the supreme technique. The planet beneath him began to emit groans of unbearable strain, intricate fissures radiating from a massive chasm, spreading across the entire sphere. The dust in the sky was displaced by an invisible force, revealing a warped and shattered celestial backdrop. A remnant of the battle that had transpired. Akira lay at the bottom of the deep pit, gazing up at the figure above him, an embodiment of divinity, his eyes betraying an unmistakable awe and a flicker of fear for the first time. He finally comprehended that from the very beginning, his opponent had merely been observing, toying with him, assessing the weight of his capabilities. All his attacks and stratagems appeared utterly laughable and futile against such overwhelming strength. Playing the part of the fool? No. This fierce tiger had merely sheathed its claws temporarily, watching the prey put on a futile performance with keen interest. And now, the performance had concluded, and the tiger bared its true fangs. Akira was not one to resign himself to defeat. With a furious roar, he unleashed all his dark energy, vanishing within a pure black radiance. TCH, quite a swift escape. I shall let you go this time. Gogeta stretched lazily, cast a glance in a certain direction, and vanished in a flash. Shortly after his departure, several deities appeared in succession. Observing the vanishing figure of Gogeta, the three deities exchanged wary glances. Given Gogeta's demonstrated power, he could have easily slain Akira. The reason he had spared him was to play the long game, for he suspected that beyond these four deities, other forces were at play in this world. Chapter 46, all together now. Within the dimly lit palace, suddenly, a figure plummeted down, the severely wounded Akira. Damn it! Akira Bolao! His voice reverberating through the vast palace, filled with boundless rage and resentment. He pounded the ground furiously, each strike causing the palace to tremble violently. Why did this happen? Akira's roar lingered in the palace, his heart brimming with humiliation and anguish. Here he was, the illustrious god of darkness, having attained the pinnacle of strength. Yet he had fled in such a disheveled state. This reality was an unbearable affront to his pride. The scenes of the recent encounter replayed in his mind, that terrifying adversary, that horrific power, sending chills down his spine. Never had he envisioned himself fearing another. This sensation was a profound disgrace. I must avenge this. Akira seethed through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Once he recuperated from his injuries, he would first eliminate the other deities, absorbing their powers to augment his own strength. Then, he sought out that individual, intent on tearing him to shreds to release the pent-up rage within. With this thought, Akira's consciousness stirred, vanishing from the palace and entering the realm of darkness. In this space, time seemed to stand still, enveloped in endless shadows and silence. Akira sat quietly in the obscurity, beginning his healing process. However, only a few breaths later, a ripple suddenly surged through the palace, and soon after, three other deities appeared at the very spot where Akira had been. He had retreated to heal in the void. The voice of the god of life and death was low, tinged with a hint of malice. What do you think? Should we take advantage of his vulnerable state and launch a surprise attack, ensuring he never rises again? A sinister grin crept across the god of life and death's lips as he proposed this to the god of light. The god of light responded with a dismissive smile. Humph. Do you think he wouldn't anticipate what we can conceive? He's a cunning old fox, and he is undoubtedly aware of our petty schemes. Akira is far older than the three of us combined. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the god of light's words, the god of life and death chuckled awkwardly. Hee, so what do you suggest we do? We can't simply let him off the hook. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the god of light's eyes as he pondered for a moment before replying. Once he has healed and emerges, we should feign an alliance with him to confront the intruder together. After we absorb the intruder's power, we will find an opportunity to secretly deal with him, leaving him unprepared. The god of life and death beamed to the god of light's plan. You really are quite devious. Let us proceed with this strategy. The god of kindness, who had remained silent, watched the exchange between the god of life and death and the god of light with a hint of resignation, wondering how these two could be so confident that Akira would not catch on. Subsequently, the three deities discreetly concealed their forms. Meanwhile, at the Earth Capsule Corporation, a grand banquet was underway, celebrating their recent triumph. Guests indulged in exquisite delicacies and reveled in the joyous atmosphere. The festivities continued into the early hours of the following day, with guests gradually dispersing. Around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, Son Gohan, accompanied by Goten, sought out Vegeto. Earlier, at the banquet's conclusion, Vegeto had posed a thought-provoking question to Son Gohan. Do you plan to rely solely on your father and Vegeta to protect Earth? This statement deeply resonated with Son Gohan, prompting him to reflect on his actions. After returning home, he contemplated Vegeto's words and recognized that he could not perpetually depend on his father and Uncle Vegeta for Earth's defense. He, too, needed to cultivate greater strength. Thus, he arrived with his brother, Son Goten, hoping to enhance his abilities through training. Son Goten's potential was not lacking, and Vegeto agreed to train them together. Just as Vegeto intended to depart with the two brothers, Krillin, Piccolo, and Trunks unexpectedly arrived. You wish to grow stronger as well? Vegeto inquired, somewhat astonished. Klin and Piccolo nodded in agreement, expressing their desire to enhance their abilities. Klin clenched his fists tightly, his face etched with determination as he proclaimed, "I will grow stronger to protect my family." Piccolo's aspirations were more straightforward. He simply wished to explore the limits of his own potential. In truth, Piccolo had two paths before him, one leading to Namek to seek out Porunga and wish for the development of his latent power, and the other to assimilate with fellow Namekians. Clearly, Piccolo would not choose either of these routes unless absolutely necessary. Nonetheless, as they were destined to teach, they would do so together. Thus, Gogeta led everyone to the Kaioshin realm, where they underwent a grueling training regimen akin to that of a purgatory. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Vegeta opted to remain at home, cherishing the company of their wives. After all, it had been a considerable time since they had last reunited, and it was only right to nurture their bonds. However, upon discovering that the one responsible for training their sons, along with Klin and Piccolo, was none other than Gogeta, they could not help but mourn for them silently for several moments. The recollection of Gogeta's teaching methods was indeed chilling. As time flowed relentlessly, 6 months passed on Earth. A magnificent divine aura descended, rendering all life on the planet immobile. "What a beautiful world it is," mused the god of light. "Indeed, it is quite lovely," lamented the god of death, "yet it is soon to face destruction." Akira spoke up, reminding them of their promise. "You remember what you pledged to me. Should you dare to renege, the consequences shall be yours to bear." "Of course we remember. You can rest assured," replied the god of death, his words tinged with awkwardness. With a huff, Akira raised his left hand, conjuring a colossal sphere of dark energy. Son Goku, Vegeta, and the other Z fighters arrived at the scene. "A swarm of ants dares to obstruct me? How laughable!" Akira scoffed as he hurled the energy sphere. Bang! It detonated merely a few dozen meters away, revealing that it had been Gogeta who had shattered it. "If they are ants, then in my eyes you are also an ant," Gogeta remarked with a smirk directed at Akira. His gaze swept across the other three beings, swiftly deducing their origins. They were likely the three gods who had not appeared in the manga. With a broad grin, Gogeta suggested, "Why not join forces? Akira is no match for me." His words were audacious, yet he possessed the prowess to back them up. The other three gods remained unfazed, while Akira's expression darkened ominously. "Kid, I can see that you are remarkably strong, but do not forget, this world is not your own. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot surpass us. Lend me your powers." The preceding words were directed at Gogeta, while the latter was aimed at the three deities. One by one, the three gods channeled their energy to Akira. Akira emitted a low growl, even though he sought to harmonize the powers of the other three deities. Such an endeavor was not easily achievable. After all, in terms of energy attributes, they represented distinctly different natures. Chapter 47. The Absolute Power of Ultimate Freedom. Having absorbed the energies of the three gods, Akira's physique expanded dramatically, reaching nearly 3 meters before halting. His muscular contours surged like molten lava, brimming with destructive force. A peculiar glow enveloped his skin, while the surrounding dark energy thickened, manifesting as a tangible black mist, continuously spreading outward. This dark energy intertwined and collided with the energies of light, life, and death, and goodness, generating intense waves of energy. With an explosive brilliance, he completely assimilated the energies of the three deities. Vegeta exhaled softly, his gaze suddenly transforming into one of clarity and depth. The aura surrounding him was not a fierce blaze, but rather a layer of extremely subdued, nearly transparent silver light, weaving gently around him, barely perceptible. His hair had turned a pristine silver, and his pupils shimmered with a divine brilliance, heralding the signal of ultimate freedom, a state that transcended active control, allowing his body to instinctively reach its utmost potential. In that moment, he seemed to merge with the pulsations of the universe, exuding an ineffable divine aura. This essence was not a mere amalgamation of chaotic powers like Akira's. It was a supreme, pure existence itself, carrying an innate scrutiny and indifference towards all lower-tier energies. It flowed quietly, yet it caused Akira's tumultuous four divine powers to become agitated, as if they had encountered their natural nemesis. "Is this your confidence?" Vegeta's voice was devoid of any fiery spirit, calm as if stating an undeniable fact, resonating clearly in Akira's ears. "You gathered the powers of three gods merely to become this disordered chaos? Seeking death?" Akira's fury ignited to its zenith in an instant. His colossal fist clenched tightly, the tangible dark energy coiling around it like a living entity, while the powers of light, life and death, and goodness surged wildly across his surface, coalescing into a strike capable of rending the very fabric of the universe. Boom! There were no flamboyant techniques, only the purest essence of destruction unleashed. Akira launched a punch at a terrifying velocity that surpassed light itself. As his fist cut through space, it shattered the very fabric of reality, leaving behind a trail of darkness, aimed directly at Vegeta. Confronted with this universe-annihilating strike, Vegeta's silver pupils did not even focus on the fist. Just as the destructive blow was about to graze his nose, his body moved. It was not an act of evasion, but rather as if space itself subtly parted before him. His head tilted at an impossibly small angle, in a moment of absolute impossibility, shifting to the left by mere millimeters. Akira's fist, enshrouded in the torrent of 4 divine powers, brushed against Vegeta's silver hair, striking futilely at the empty space. The violent shockwave of energy expanded spherically, instantly reducing the asteroid belt beyond Earth to cosmic dust. Yet, Goku did not even take a step back. At the very moment his fist grazed past, he effortlessly raised his hand, enveloped in a silvery aura, and gently placed it upon the massive wrist joint of Akira, who was propelled forward by inertia. A soft sound echoed, akin to the brushing away of a speck of dust. Akira's pupils abruptly contracted to the size of pinpoints. He felt an irresistible, terrifyingly precise force emanating from the seemingly weightless palm of his opponent. The full force he had gathered, capable of annihilating galaxies, was effortlessly redirected by that gentle touch. Instantly, he lost his balance, and the 4 divine powers concentrated within his fist violently rebounded due to the sudden loss of control, emitting a sharp sizzling sound as the molten skin of his fist cracked inch by inch, dark energy surging wildly. Ugh! Akira let out a pained grunt, his massive form stumbling forward, propelled by his own power. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Goku's figure rippled like water and vanished without a trace. In the next instant, he silently appeared at Akira's exposed side, a result of his loss of control. There was no build-up, no shout, not even a deliberate aim. His right knee merely rose to align perfectly with Akira's temple, crashing into it with the force of thunder. Boom! The dull sound of impact erupted in the void. It was not the clash of heart against heart, but rather the ultimate manifestation of absolute power applied in the most exquisite manner to the most vulnerable point. Akira felt as if his indestructible skull had been struck by a meteor. His neck contorted an exaggerated angle, his entire being transformed into a completely uncontrolled streak of light, hurtling towards the distant depths of space at a speed more terrifying than before. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A barren, rocky planet. At the moment of impact, the planet shattered like an egg struck by a colossal hammer. A crater hundreds of kilometers in diameter formed instantaneously. The core pierced directly. A shockwave swept across the globe at supersonic speed. The tectonic plates lifted like sheets of paper, tearing apart. Lava gushed forth, and a mushroom cloud of smoke and dust surged into the cosmos. Before the dust had settled, a silvery streak of light pierced through the swirling debris and magma, hovering above the center of the deep pit. Goku looked down upon Akira, embedded in the searing core, his body broken and divine power in disarray. With silver eyes devoid of triumph or anger, only an absolute indifference, as if gazing upon mere dust. Is this the power you so fervently desired? His voice resonated against the backdrop of the shattered planet, carrying the weight of divine judgment. Before my supreme mastery, it is nothing but a futile struggle. At the bottom of the pit, Akira let out a beastly roar, the utmost humiliation and terror igniting his final madness. The 4 divine powers within his battered form erupted uncontrollably. Dark energy surged forth like boiling tar, intertwining with light, life, and benevolence, manifesting into countless grotesque tendrils of energy. Akin to a cataclysmic tsunami, resolutely intent on mutual destruction, assailing the suspended figure of Gogeta from every conceivable angle, with no refuge. Each tendril possessed the capacity to effortlessly obliterate a star. In the face of this chaotic backlash of divine might, Gogeta made no attempt at defense. He simply hovered in tranquility, his gaze remaining serene and clear, just as the torrent of annihilation seemed poised to engulf him entirely. His form stirred once more, not to evade an attack, but as if he existed simultaneously across numerous spatial nodes. In a fraction of a billionth of a second, His figure transformed into a blurred, silvery afterimage. No tendril of energy could genuinely reach him. At that moment, Gogeta resembled the most ephemeral of swifts amidst a tempest, and a steadfast boulder within a raging river, strolling leisurely through the fissures of destruction. Each seemingly improbable, minute movement deftly evaded the tendrils, rendering them futile as they pierced through his lingering silhouette or collided violently with one another, resulting in annihilation. Occasionally, his fingers or toes, enveloped in a silvery aura, would inadvertently tap upon the most vulnerable structural nodes of the energy tendrils. Each delicate touch was accompanied by a crisp sound of shattering, akin to the fracturing of glass. The energy tendrils he contacted imploded instantaneously, their ferocious energy spiraling out of control, further intensifying the chaos of Akira's power. No, impossible. What manner of strength is this? Akira howled in despair, his pride in the invincible form that amalgamated the powers of four deities rendered ludicrous before the other's seemingly casual, yet profoundly cosmic wisdom. Akin to a child wielding a heavy hammer, unable to even graze the hem of his opponent's garment. When the final, frenzied tendril self-annihilated beside Gogeta, only his silvery figure remained, unsullied and suspended in the air above the shattered planet. He slowly raised his hands, palms facing one another, his movements fluid and natural, as if merely gathering a handful of clear spring water. There was no chant, no roar, only an absolute will silently coalescing. More pure and profound than the silvery aura of effortless transcendence, it seemed to embody the very essence of the universe's birth and demise, silently converging between his palms. This was not merely an energy sphere, but rather a collapsing singularity brimming with infinite possibilities. A terrifying pressure, surpassing comprehension, radiated outward, rendering the already disintegrated planet utterly unworthy of trembling before this pristine energy, as its material structure visibly disintegrated at the atomic level, dissolving into nothingness. Akira sensed it. This was an end more complete than death itself, an absolute void capable of erasing even the very concept of divinity. He emitted a heart-wrenching cry of despair, relentlessly extracting every last vestige of divine power within him. Darkness, light, life, death, goodness, and madness, to forge an unprecedented shield of ultimate divine energy before his chest. A chaotic interplay of four colors. God? Wukong finally spoke again, his voice remaining tranquil. A barely perceptible smirk graced his lips, a derision of the very concept of divinity. In his silver irises, the futile struggle of Akira reflected as a diminutive silhouette. Before me, even a god must perish. A low hum resonated, reminiscent of the universe's inception, devoid of cataclysmic explosions. The ultimate Kamehameha, or rather, the pure energy torrent unleashed in a state of supreme mastery, transformed into a radiant flow of light that transcended time and space. It surged forth with the intent to purify and reset all, flowing calmly onward. The shield of divine energy, constructed by Akira, appeared feeble against this luminous stream, which embodied the universe's highest laws. The shield was not destroyed. Rather, upon contact, it vanished silently, like snow meeting an unyielding sun, obliterated without a trace of delay. Akira's final, desperate gaze was engulfed by the purest light. His roars, his existence. The amalgamation of the four divine powers, the shattered planet beneath him, and even the distant star system, all dissolved into primordial cosmic dust in the instant this purifying light flowed past, ultimately erasing even the notion of dust, returning entirely to the silence of nothingness. As this light, capable of illuminating the boundless void, yet imbued with absolute annihilation, gradually faded, all that remained was the eternal, frigid emptiness. Only the silvery figure continued to hover serenely at the center of the void. His silver hair stirred gently in the faint ripples created by the residual energy, and the subdued silver radiance around him slowly retracted. The gleam in his eyes dimmed, reverting to a profound black, as if the monumental power that had reshaped reality and obliterated divinity had never transpired. He raised a hand gently, as if merely brushing away an illusory breeze. It was over. A voice, unremarkable yet resonant, echoed through the dead silence of the cosmic vacuum, proclaiming that the absolute power represented by supreme mastery surpassed that of the gods. The other three deities stood dumbfounded, gripped by profound fear. Such power was beyond their capability to contest. Chapter 48. The Emergence of the Creator. Wukong gazed impassively at the other three gods. Did I not mention that you should come to me together? You could have journeyed alongside one another. Now look, he has departed first. You, the god of life and death, pointed at Wukong, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. After all, Wukong's prowess was evident. Oof. As long as you do not seek death like Akira, I have no interest in engaging with you. With that, just as Wukong prepared to return to Earth, a hum resonated, a subtle yet profound tremor, seemingly resonating with the very foundations of the universe, emerged without warning. It was neither sound nor energy fluctuation, but rather a lamentation of the laws themselves. Gogeta's pupils contracted instantaneously, his state of transcendental awareness, harmoniously synchronized with the cosmic principles, allowed him to perceive this anomaly with unparalleled acuity. This tremor did not emanate from the material universe surrounding him, but rather from higher, deeper, and ineffably enigmatic dimensions. Akin to a slumbering behemoth stirring unconsciously, a mere flicker of movement could produce insistent ripples upon the fabric of lower dimensions. In quick succession, the primal energies of light, life, and goodness surged forth. The three deities were struck with alarm. Should these fundamental energies dissipate, they would share the same fate as Akira, returning to nothingness. They hastily endeavored to reclaim them, but the primordial energies resisted their commands. These three essences sent forth the most potent signals towards their origin, the creators slumbering within the high-dimensional chaos, as if expressing their fury at the disappearance of the dark source. A thunderous resonance followed, no longer a mere whisper of discontent. The very structure of the universe seemed to be violently shaken by an invisible hand. Gogeta once again activated his transcendental awareness. The silvery aura surrounding him vibrated intensely, and he perceived, no, sensed, that the cosmic membrane was being forcibly distorted and torn asunder by an indescribable force, anchored by the three primordial essences. An aperture of unfathomable dimensions appeared, defying description through size, shape, or color. It was not a physical hole, but rather a fracture in the laws, a rift in concepts. From this fissure did not surge forth energy, but rather an emanation of primordial chaos. It was neither darkness nor a tempest of chaotic energy, but a state more ancient than non-existence itself, more primal than existence. It encapsulated all conceivable beginnings, as well as all inevitable conclusions. Merely the release of this essence ignited Gogeta's aura of transcendental awareness into a fervent blaze, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. The silver radiance shone with unprecedented brilliance, resisting the insidious seepage of the formless chaos. "Oh," Gogeta uttered, his tone imbued with gravity and profound intrigue. Deep within his indifferent silver eyes, a fierce combat spirit ignited. The state of transcendental awareness enabled him to recognize that what lay before him was a being of true superiority, far surpassing the previous four deities. My earlier thoughts were indeed correct. There exists a master of unparalleled skill. The creation of my own making has been eradicated to this extent. A grand, ancient sound, reminiscent of the echoes of cosmic birth and destruction intertwined, resonated within the very depths of all conscious beings. The sound was devoid of emotion, yet carried an oppressive weight that sent shivers through the soul. It did not traverse through air or energy, but proclaimed itself directly at the level of the laws. With this proclamation, the chaos within the rift began to churn violently and coalesce. It did not take shape as a specific biological form, but rather solidified into a manifestation of will. A colossal entity, composed entirely of pure, chaotic energy, flows slowly from the fissures of existence, its form ever transforming, at times resembling the swirling arms of countless stars, at others a vortex that devours all in its path, or akin to the weft and warp of the universe itself. Its enormity is unfathomable. Merely a fragment penetrates this material cosmos, and its very presence induces a fundamental distortion in space. Light bends around it, contorting into bizarre rings, while physical constants waver, and even the laws of causality experience brief tumult. This entity is the creator, slumbering within the higher dimensions of chaos, the supreme source that birthed the fundamental laws of the universe, encompassing light, darkness, life, death, and virtue. The creator's gaze sweeps across the void, swiftly pinpointing three primal sources. It perceives the remnants of the obliteration wrought by the dark deity, Akira, and identifies the true culprit, a figure, small as dust yet radiating an astonishing presence, engulfed in silvery flames. An ineffable will surges toward Gogeta like a tangible tide. It is not anger, but rather a scrutiny and assessment, a cold examination of a critical flaw within the program. In that fleeting moment, Gogeta feels every particle of his being, body, soul, power, and essence, fully dissected by a force that transcends comprehension. Instinctively, he enters a state of utmost clarity, forming a dense defensive barrier of silvery flames to withstand this terrifying insight that threatens to penetrate the very core of his existence. Outsider. The creator's grand voice resounds once more, this time imbued with a distinct direction, locking onto Gogeta. No, the anomaly. Your power has distorted the equilibrium of my established laws. You have obliterated my creations. Its tone remains tranquil, yet carries an undeniable weight of judgment. As it speaks, the three primal sources are drawn like invisible threads, gradually merging into the chaotic form of the creator. The three deities watch in silent horror as their very essence dissipates into nothingness without uttering a sound. The creator's form trembles slightly, its vast chaotic shape seeming to constrict momentarily as a wave of power, far more terrifying and profound than that witnessed during Akira's fusion with the four gods, begins to brew, in essence closer to the primordial source of the universe itself. This power transcends all attributes. It embodies the most primal forms of creation and destruction, serving as the ultimate engine driving the cycles of the cosmos. In my name, the Creator declares, its voice echoing like the final judgment of the universe. Chaotic energy gathers before it, not as a mere energy beam akin to the Kamehameha, but as an absolute singularity that continuously collapses inward, consuming all light. A representation of the point of zero. Anomaly. When corrected, your existence shall revert to chaos. The singularity rotates slowly, locking onto Gogeta. The gravitational pull it exudes, an erasing force, causes the very space surrounding Gogeta to begin collapsing inward, as the silvery flames are drawn toward the singularity. This is no longer a confrontation of energy. It is a direct negation and obliteration at the level of the laws. Faced with this ultimate judgment from the cosmic source, Vegeta not only exhibited no fear, but instead broke into a wild, unrestrained grin. His silvery hair danced fiercely in the terrifying gravitational pull of the singularity, and the battle intent in his eyes erupted like a supernova. Correction? Ha-ha! Vegeta's laughter reverberated across the laws, momentarily resisting the oppressive force of the creator. Has the slumbering ancient relic finally chosen to awaken? Perfect. His silvery aura surged dramatically, while a profound blue radiance emerged from the depths of his being, intertwining with the silvery brilliance of the ultimate form. The silver-blue flames shot skyward, unleashing a more ferocious and defiant power. The super-blue fifth-tier ultimate state. Let me witness your true measure. Vegeta's voice resonated with absolute confidence and arrogance as he clenched his fists tightly. The silver-blue flames coalesced into a destructive light upon his knuckles. Leaning slightly forward, he assumed an offensive stance, targeting the high-dimensional chaotic embodiment, the creator, and then, I shall shatter you. The battle is on the verge of eruption. Chapter 49. That word does not exist in my lexicon. Vegeta's forward-leaning figure suddenly blurred. It was not a mere afterimage left by high-speed movement, but rather an extraordinary evasion of the ultimate form, tearing a rift under the terrifying constraint of the laws. The silver-blue flames, after being compressed to their limits, erupted with a thunderous roar, propelling him like a silver-blue comet against the current. Roar. The wild bellow transformed into tangible sound waves, colliding with the gravitational pull of the singularity in the void, annihilating and exploding into fleeting flashes of light. Upon Vegeta's fists, the silver-blue radiance was no longer a gentle glow. It had condensed to its utmost, transforming into two raging orbs, as if capable of melting through dimensions with the sun of destruction. The ultimate speed and the nullifying gravitational force created a terrifying tension upon him, stretching and distorting the space along his path, emitting a piercing wail, just as his fists were about to graze the edge of the all-consuming dark core. Boom! The singularity did not explode. Instead, it completed an ultimate collapse inward. A point, indescribable in its color and form, was instantaneously born and annihilated. Accompanied by this silent obliteration, an absolute darkness and utter silence rippled outward at speed surpassing light, transcending the limitations of space. There was no sound, no brilliant explosion of energy, only pure void. Where the ripple passed, space itself was silently erased. Matter, energy, and even the fundamental fibers of the laws constituting this universe vanished as though wiped away by an eraser, leaving behind a smooth, lifeless, and empty, chaotic backdrop. This is the will of the Creator, a formatting command from the source against error. The silhouette of Vegeta's charge was instantaneously engulfed by this obliterating wave of darkness. Silence. Absolute void enveloped everything, as if Gogeta had never existed, along with his explosive silver-blue aura and his defiant pronouncement, which were wholly erased by the ripples of nullification. The colossal chaotic form of the Creator hovered at the edge of the erasure zone, its shape shifting slowly, akin to a vast, self-weaving and disintegrating chaotic nebula. Its inhuman will swept across the empty expanse, coldly confirming the obliteration of the anomaly. Yet, this frigid affirmation lasted but a moment. Deep within the erased, void-like chaotic backdrop, a faint silver-blue glimmer emerged, reminiscent of the first star born at the dawn of the universe, defiantly and stubbornly igniting. Following this, a second, a third, and countless minute yet resplendent silver-blue particles broke free from the absolute nothingness, like billions of stars striving to be reborn. They rapidly converged, ignited, and expanded. Boom! The silver-blue flames erupted like a volcano that had been silent for millennia, igniting the desolate void with an even more ferocious and rebellious demeanor. Gogeta's figure reformed at the center of the flames, maintaining a poised stance, his aura surging violently, a war god reborn from the flames. His surface was adorned with a layer of visibly rippling spatial distortion, a result of the fifth-level Ultra Instinct form operating at its limits, forcibly warping and isolating parts of the terrifying defense field against the nullification laws. Gogeta's gaze was sharp, fixating intently on the chaotic Creator. Is this all you've got? Not even enough to tickle me, you ancient relic. For the first time, the Creator's chaotic nebula showed a distinct stagnation. The scrutinizing essence that permeated its grand will vanished, replaced by a chilling logic storm, akin to a program encountering unpredictable variables. This minuscule existence had not only evaded erasure, but had emerged in an even more tumultuous form, exceeding all extrapolations based on the data since the inception of the universe. Anomaly, variable, beyond expectation, the resonant echoes of cosmic creation and destruction reverberated. Beyond expectation? Gogeta grinned wickedly, his fists colliding with a thunderous crash, unleashing a wave of energy. This is just the beginning. Gogeta vanished once more. This time, it was not a linear dash, but a leap through the folds of space, threading through the crevices of the laws. In one moment, he stood still. In the next, his fist, imbued with destructive energy, tore through space, striking fiercely at the Creator's ever-shifting, chaotic nebula. Bang! Boom! Sizzle! The attack landed, yet the sensation was exceedingly peculiar. To him, it felt as if his fist had plunged into a viscous gel. The silver-blue aura erupted upon the surface of the chaotic nebula, each explosion tearing massive gashes, spewing forth primal chaotic essence. However, these gashes were almost immediately filled by the surrounding swirling, chaotic matter, as if they had never been struck. The silhouette of Gogeta transformed into countless strands of silver-blue lightning, wildly flashing around the colossal form of the Creator, launching an assault. Each flicker was accompanied by a devastating blow capable of annihilating the galaxy. Fists, elbows, knees, legs, and even the head became his weapons to rend the chaos. A cascade of explosions continuously erupted upon the Creator's immense, chaotic nebula body. From a distance, it resembled countless supernovae erupting simultaneously across its surface, while the silver-blue glimmers flickered madly, spreading against the dim backdrop of chaos. Useless, you insignificant insect, declared the Creator's grand will coldly, unfazed by the tempestuous physical onslaught. The vast chaotic body trembled violently. A hum echoed as an invisible wave of laws radiated outward from its center, abruptly expanding. This time, it was not erasure, but reconstruction. Where the shockwave passed, the very structure of space was forcibly altered, and physical constants were whimsically distorted. Around Gogeta's rapidly moving form, space instantaneously solidified, resembling solid amber. Chains formed by the invisible laws of gravity ensnared his limbs and torso. In the fleeting moment before space solidified, Gogeta's body twisted at an utterly unnatural angle, breaking free, leaving only a fleeting afterimage as the gravitational chains tore apart. His relentless barrage was forcibly interrupted. Will you only evade? The Creator-S will bore a hint of icy mockery. On one side of the chaotic nebula body, torrents of chaotic energy surged violently, stretching and condensing, instantaneously morphing into a colossal chaotic fist that could obscure the sun. This fist was not a solid entity. It was composed of ever-shifting chaotic matter, with luminous streams flowing like the arms of a nebula on its surface, harboring a terrifying power capable of extinguishing galaxies. It locked onto the position where Gogeta had just evaded, descending with a weighty force that could shatter dimensions. Before the fist even arrived, a pure, physically oppressive terror descended upon Gogeta. The space surrounding him groaned under the unbearable strain, fracturing inch by inch, forming a massive, downward collapsing pit. He could even feel the atomic structure of every cell within him on the verge of being crushed and reconstituted under this absolute power. Evade? A silver light burst forth from Gogeta's eyes, and the proud flames within him blazed to their utmost. That word does not exist in my vocabulary. Faced with this chaotic, giant fist, capable of flattening galaxies into two-dimensional canvases, he did not retreat. Instead, he resolutely stood firm at the center of the collapsing pit. With legs slightly apart, knees sinking, and his back arched like a dragon's spine, every muscle in his body swelled to its limit, enveloped in silver-blue flames. He crossed his arms high above his head, the flaming limbs prepared to confront the cataclysmic strike emanating from the very source of creation. Rise for me! His roar mingled with a thunderous crackle of flames, echoing like an indomitable war drum. Boom! The chaotic, giant fist struck solidly against Gogeta's crossed arms. En indescribable explosion érupted. What ensued was not merely a sound, but the terrifying wail born from the complete collapse of spatial structure, the violent clash of laws. At the point of collision, an unimaginably vast ripple of energy, intermingled with fragments of space and chaotic turbulence, surged outward in a perfect spherical form, expanding frantically in all directions. Along its path, the chaotic backdrop left by the Creator's previous erasure of regions was effortlessly torn apart and evaporated like fragile soap bubbles. The space beneath Gogeta disintegrated into dust, his entire being plummeting like a nail struck by an invisible hammer into the deeper, darker dimensions of the universe. A silver-blue flame trailed behind him, leaving a long, blazing streak reminiscent of a falling star. The sparks of blinding light erupted wildly where his crossed arms met. The fiery essence of his defensive aura, infused with the tremendous creative power of the chaotic giant fist, clashed violently, producing dazzling sparks of law. Descending, an unending descent. The might of the chaotic giant fist seemed infinite, intent on driving him deep into the abyss of the universe. A low growl erupted from Gogeta's clenched teeth, his arms trembling violently as the horrific force gradually compressed his defensive stance. The space beneath him shattered continuously, his rate of descent accelerating exponentially. The territory enveloped by the chaotic giant fist obscured his entire view above, leaving only the relentless approach of swirling destructive energy. Yet, amidst what appeared to be an absolute deadlock poised to crush him, that silver-blue, dual-hued flame not only failed to dim, but burned more fiercely and brilliantly under the extreme pressure. The power was still insufficient. In his rapid descent, Gogeta's silver eyes, ablaze with combat fervor, pierced through the oppressive chaotic giant fist above, locking onto the Creator's core concealed within the boundless chaos. Is this all the strength you possess, you ancient relic? Roar! A thunderous bellow erupted from the depths of Gogeta's throat. His arm muscles bulged fiercely, veins protruding like enraged dragons. The resplendent silver-blue flame suddenly coalesced inward, forming a crystalline energy armament atop his arms. The descent came to an abrupt halt. Boom! The shattering space beneath Gogeta froze abruptly. It was not confined by the Creator's power, but was forcefully held in place by the terrifying power he unleashed upon the collapsing dimension. He raised his arms high, bracing against the towering, chaotic giant fist, and began to push upwards, inch by inch. Creak! An excruciating sound, akin to metal being twisted by immense force, resonated at the level of law. It was the creative law contained within the chaotic giant fist being deformed by Gogeta's sheer will. Chapter 50. Am I not losing my dignity? The surface of the chaotic giant fist shimmered with runes of law, attempting to repair and suppress Gogeta. You ancient relic! Gogeta roared, pushing against the rising chaotic giant fist, his body bending like a bow, slowly straightening. Your fist is as soft as cotton candy. The power within him continued to surge, the silver-blue flame soaring skyward. The colossal embodiment of chaos, birthed by the Creator, has experienced its first violent waves of instability. An unprecedented emotion, known as fury, has surged within that grand consciousness. It cannot comprehend how this minuscule insect could disrupt its calculations, how it could unleash such a power that defies the very laws of the universe. Heresy, blasphemy, the echoes of cosmic creation and destruction now resonate with a clear anger, reminiscent of countless stars exploding in wrath. Intolerable, the chaotic giant fist, propelled by Gogeta, erupted with an even more blinding and chaotic radiance. Twisted chains of law shot forth from the fist, not as an attack, but rather to instantaneously connect with the Creator's colossal nebula of chaos. The entire nebula began to collapse inward, as if the very source of chaos was channeling its power into this singular blow. The size of the fist remained unchanged, yet the force it contained surged exponentially. It embodied the absolute oppression of the entire high-dimensional source of chaos. The recently elevated giant fist, bearing the weight of annihilation, descended with a thunderous crash once more. Excellent. The intertwining silver and purple light in Gogeta's eyes exploded with maniacal laughter, resonating through the void. This is how it should be, without sufficient strength. How could one fight with fervor? As he braced against the descending, increasingly potent chaotic fist, the space beneath him groaned and cracked under the unbearable strain, his body slightly sinking. Yet this time he did not fall. The silver-blue crystalline armors enveloping his arms flared with brilliance, steadfastly resisting the amplification of power emanating from the very source of chaos. His arms, muscles rippling like dragons, confronted the cataclysmic pressure, trembling slightly as he stood immovable, like divine iron rooted deep within the laws. Gradually, he began to shift his center of gravity, slowly prying his crossed arms apart against the overwhelming force of the giant fist. This motion was as slow as if he were shifting the entire universe, each inch accompanied by the shattering of space and the piercing friction of the laws. The power of the chaotic fist poured forth like a torrent, attempting to thwart this separation. Yet Gogeta's arms, akin to a colossal axe cleaving through chaos, resolutely pushed apart the encroaching tide of destruction, widening the growing gap. Silver and blue flames surged violently through the opening, striking at the base of the chaotic fist as his arms reached their limit of separation. It seemed that part of the chaotic fist's power dissipated as well. In that fleeting moment, a fierce glint ignited in Gogeta's eyes. "It is my turn." With a roar that could shatter heaven and earth, he rapidly retracted his separated arms, fists clenched tightly at his waist. In that instant, all his strength converged towards his fists as if 100 rivers were flowing back to the sea. A blinding brilliance erupted. No longer was it merely silver and blue, but silver-blue at its core, blazing white at its heart, with tendrils of destructive purple energy entwining its edges. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it briefly eclipsed the shadow of the colossal chaotic fist above, casting a harsh, pale light upon the shattered space surrounding Gogeta. For the first time, the vast chaotic will of the Creator conveyed a clear signal of impending crisis. The energy converging upon the minuscule figure's fists had reached a terrifying level, one potent enough to threaten its very existence. The nebula-like body composed of chaos surged violently, as more power was recklessly infused into the massive fist. Kamehameha! Gogeta's roar resonated like a battle trumpet, a declaration of annihilation. His palms, bearing the destructive energy that could astonish even the Creator, radiated with a burning violet-white light as he thrust them forward with ferocity. Boom! An unprecedented beam of energy tore through space, transcending dimensions, akin to the Creator's divine punishment or the apocalyptic light that heralds the end of all things. Surging upward in defiance, it collided fiercely with the chaotic fist, which had absorbed the Creator's full might. The impact, there was silence, or rather, the sound was obliterated the moment it was born. Only light remained. An indescribable, exquisitely pure light of destruction erupted at the point of collision. In an instant, it consumed everything. The chaotic fist, Gogeta's silhouette, the fragmented space, and even the distant remnants of stardust. All was engulfed in this absolute ocean of light. The entire universe seemed to be placed on pause, leaving only this silent, devastating radiance to shine eternally. At the center of the brilliance, energy annihilated, countered, and exploded wildly. The chaotic fist contorted and disintegrated under the impact of the Kamehameha, its constitutive runes of law shattering like fragile glass. Meanwhile, the beam of the Kamehameha, glowing with a fierce violet-white radiance, was persistently eroded and extinguished by the chaotic fist's relentless resistance. This was a clash of will and power, an ultimate collision between the force of universal law and the defiance of extraordinary might drawn from the instinct of battle. Within the sea of light, Gogeta's figure flickered in and out of view, his arms bulging with muscle, veins protruding, his body trembling from the exertion of his utmost power. Yet his palms remained steadfast as rock. Not enough. Still insufficient. Break through. His throat rumbled with a primal roar, unleashing the full force of ultra instinct at the 5th level without reservation. If you cannot resolve this, would I not lose face in front of you? With his bellow, the Kamehameha beam, glowing with an intense violet-white light, seemed to be infused with new vitality, surging powerfully. The portion of the front, previously worn away, suddenly erupted with an even more blinding and concentrated radiance, akin to the core of a supernova, piercing through the faltering core defense of the chaotic fist with unwavering determination. A tearing sound echoed, reminiscent of fabric being ripped apart. The chaotic fist, an embodiment of the creator's will and primordial chaos, was forcefully breached, leaving a massive, gaping hole beneath the violet-white brilliance of the Kamehameha. The pillar of light, unwavering in its descent, pierced through the colossal fist, akin to a spear of judgment, driving straight into the very core of the Creator's hidden will, nestled deep within the chaotic nebula. For the first time, the vast form of the Creator's chaotic nebula convulsed violently, spiraling out of control and contracting. The frigid logic that once dominated that grand will was utterly supplanted by a tempest of chaos, named horror and fury. It keenly sensed the threat posed by that luminous spear. It was not merely an assault of energy, but a manifestation of Gogeta's defiance against the cosmic order, a will potent enough to harm the essence of its very existence. A roar erupted, no longer echoing the layers of the universe, but resembling the primal, unbridled roar of an injured chaotic beast, reverberating through dimensions. In an instant, the Creator's immense chaotic nebula collapsed inward, its speed leaving trails in the void. Countless tumultuous chaotic substances and turbulent laws were forcibly drawn in, compressed, and before its core formed an enormous shield of chaos, its surface flowing with myriad symbols of ever-shifting laws of life and death. At the moment the shield took shape, a thunderous explosion resounded. The Kamehameha wave, ignited in violet and white radiance, surged through the chaotic fist, transcending the river of time with an unstoppable momentum of destruction, crashing violently against the shield. An unprecedented explosion was born. The sound of cracking and shattering echoed, the very foundation of the universe groaning, as the Kamehameha pierced through the raging storm of energy, leaving a clear imprint upon the fabric of laws. In the core area of the shield, those symbols of the most ancient laws, under the relentless assault of the violet Kamehameha's sharpness and destructive energy, finally reached their breaking point. A penetrating crack, akin to a grotesque scar, violently tore across the shield's surface. The violet-white beam of destruction surged forth like a deluge from a breached dam, instantly finding its outlet through that enormous fissure. This time, the Creator's roar was no longer the echo of cosmic creation and destruction, but a manifestation of uncontrollable rage. In the core region of the chaotic nebula, a terrifying distortion unfolded. The churning chaotic matter boiled furiously, akin to snowflakes cast into molten lava, evaporating and annihilating. The chains of laws that constituted its existence began to fracture inch by inch under the impact of the Kamehameha, and the colors of the chaotic nebula in that area shifted abruptly from deep shadows to chaotic disarray, with countless twisted hues flashing and exploding, ultimately transforming into a dark void collapsing inward. At the edge of this void, chaotic wounds twisted and writhed as if alive, desperately attempting to mend themselves while being continuously torn asunder by the violet radiance. This was the wound of the source. Gogeta's strike had genuinely harmed the essence of the Creator's existence. The entirety of the vast chaotic nebula shuddered violently, plunged into unprecedented turmoil due to this grievous injury to its core. It no longer transformed slowly as before, but erupted like boiling oil struck by a colossal stone, swirling madly, expanding and contracting. Countless immense tendrils composed of chaotic matter and turbulent laws lashed uncontrollably at the surrounding void, with each strike causing the already fragile structure of the universe to collapse and vanish in great swathes. Its grand will was utterly submerged in fury and an agonizing pain stemming from the very essence of existence. You, heretic, must be eradicated, eradicated. The frenzied will swept through like a tempest. It ceased to contemplate, ceased to deduce, leaving only the most primal and violent impulse for destruction, willing to pay any price to obliterate this anomaly that harmed and subverted its understanding, along with the universe itself. Thunderous roars emanated from the depths of the Creator's chaotic nebula, as something indescribable in color and form, known as the source point, suddenly ignited. This was not light. It was an image of absolute void, forcefully illuminated. The moment the source point appeared, the tumult of the entire chaotic nebula halted for an instant, followed by a silence that transcended all sensory limits. It was as if the chaotic origin of this dimension converged toward that source point. Even the furious purple energy wave of Gogeta was forcibly drawn into that point by an irresistible force of collapse. This is bad. Gogeta's pupils constricted. He instantly comprehended the Creator's intent. It aimed to self-destruct its core. At the cost of its own total annihilation, it would ignite the very foundation of the universe, initiating indiscriminate formatting. This is madness. I must escape this universe. The moment this thought arose, the surrounding spacetime had already twisted beyond recognition. Not only was movement impossible, but even thought felt incredibly sluggish. The light of the Kamehameha wave was stretched thin, like a candle flickering in the wind, as energy was madly siphoned by the source point. Buzz! The QR code stripes on Gogeta's arm radiated a searing heat. Suddenly, the Creator's source point condensed to its limit. Unimaginable destructive energy was compressed into a singularity, and then it erupted. There was no sound, no light, only the expansion of absolute void. A bubble of utter darkness and silence, devouring all energy, matter, time, and space, expanded silently at a speed beyond dimensions. Wherever it passed, everything was reset to zero. The end of the universe. It marked the ultimate formatting by the Creator. The entire spacetime, from the material to the law, was heading toward complete and irreversible collapse in the wake of this absolute annihilation. Gogeta's figure was the first to bear the brunt. The terrifying edge of the annihilation bubble brushed against his body, and in that instant, the QR code stripes emitted a glow. Buzz! His figure vanished. This world was destroyed. Everything except him had become void. Cold, briny. The sea? A single word, imbued with a damp chill, surfaced in his consciousness. He found himself half submerged in the frigid embrace of the ocean, lying upon a fragment of floating debris. The board bobbed violently with the tumult of the waves. He attempted to move his fingers, only to be met with a searing pain and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The once mighty power that coursed through him, capable of shaking the cosmos, now felt as if it had never existed, leaving only agony in its wake. He endeavored to summon the energy within, but was met with a profound silence. Damn it, his strength was nearly depleted. Goku gritted his teeth. The self-destructive explosion from the Creator had inflicted far greater damage than he had anticipated, compounded by the QR code stripes that had siphoned his energy to activate an emergency traversal, leaving him gravely diminished. At that moment, boom! A thunderous roar shattered the cacophony of the waves, as a colossal shadow erupted from the sea, soaring into the sky. It was a fish? No, a monster, covered in deep blue, heavy scales, each one as large as a door. On its grotesque head, massive, bone-like horns protruded like battering rams, behind which were rows of glimmering, razor-sharp teeth reminiscent of a giant guillotine. A pair of enormous eyes, glowing with a cruel red light, locked onto the diminutive figure adrift on the board. A sea king, and notably, the most ferocious among its kind in these waters, known for preying on large marine beasts and even vessels, the battering ram sea king. It clearly regarded the floating Goku as an easily obtainable appetizer. Roar! The Sea King unleashed another deafening bellow, sending tremors through the debris beneath Goku. Its massive head tilted back slightly, gathering strength as its blood-filled maw, lined with lethal teeth, opened wide, exuding a nauseating stench akin to a moving mountain of flesh, as it lunged toward Goku with ferocious intent. The speed was lightning quick, a tremendous shadow enveloping Goku in an instant. The foul wind rushed toward him, just as the toothy jaws, akin to a guillotine, were about to consume him and the board entirely. He bellowed, "Get away," in a cold, hoarse voice imbued with undeniable authority that erupted from his throat. Though stripped of energy and nursing grave wounds, he was not a mere plaything for a Sea King. His right fist, like a cannonball, tore through the air, striking forcefully against the side of the Sea King's colossal head. The target was a relatively dense patch of scales beneath its crimson eye, possibly indicating a weak point in its skeletal structure. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Goku's diminutive fist collided boldly with the mountain-like head of the battering ram Sea King. Crack! A subtle yet distinct sound of bone fracturing resonated from the point of impact. It was the sound of the Sea King's skull shattering. Howl! The Sea King emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its enormous head exploding along with its body. At that moment, he gazed into the distance and spotted a boy clad in a red vest, blue shorts, and a straw hat. It was Monkey D. Luffy. Soon, Luffy's small boat arrived at the scene. "Wow, that was incredible. You knocked that big guy out with a single punch," Luffy exclaimed with excitement, having witnessed the event from afar. "Monkey D. Luffy?" came the voice of Vegeta. "Huh?" Luffy was taken aback, tilting his head in astonishment as he regarded Vegeta. "You know me?" Vegeta did not respond, instead regarding Luffy with an unabashed scrutiny and a hint of disdain. He bluntly remarked, "You're as weak as a newly hatched insect." "What?" Luffy's temper flared instantly, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What did you say?" "I am going to become the Pirate King. I am strong." "The Pirate King?" Vegeta scoffed, his laughter dripping with unabashed mockery. He slowly raised a finger, and at its tip, a faint white aura flickered. However, in that very moment, an overwhelming force radiated from Vegeta, causing the sea within 100 meters around him to be forcefully pressed down, forming a vast, smooth, hemispherical depression. The water at the edges solidified like a wall, and the air became thick and leaden, making each breath for Luffy an arduous task. Luffy's eyes widened in shock, feeling as if every bone in his body groaned under the pressure, his insides seemingly on the verge of being crushed. His rubbery physique, which he took pride in, was rendered utterly incapable of even the slightest deformation under this sheer force. It was an absolute disparity of power, akin to an ant facing a mountain. Ugh! Ah! Luffy's face reddened, his throat producing labored sounds as he desperately tried to struggle, yet found himself unable to move even a finger. He had never experienced such raw, overwhelming oppression. It was a terror far beyond that of facing his grandfather Garp's Iron Fist or any formidable Sea King. Vegeta hovered in the air, looking down at the Straw Hat Boy who was futilely struggling against the absolute power, his gaze indifferent as if a deity observing mortals. "Do you see this, insect?" His voice, though still hoarse, carried a suffocating authority. "This is the chasm that lies between you and true power. Your so-called strength is but a whisper in my presence." As he gently swayed the faint silver aura at his fingertip, the terrifying pressure exerted on Luffy suddenly vanished. Thud! Luffy collapsed as if his bones had been removed, sprawling on the violently rocking deck of the boat, gasping for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Vegeta slowly descended, lightly touching the damp deck of Luffy's small vessel with his toes. The boat lurched but did not capsize as he looked down upon the boy, now limp and feeble. "Do you wish to grow stronger, Straw Hat Boy?" The voice of Vegeta bore an intriguing allure, creating a stark contrast with his weary yet disdainful demeanor. Was it truly potent enough to touch the threshold of becoming the Pirate King? Strong enough to ignite a flicker of interest within me? Luffy abruptly lifted his head, though his body trembled slightly from the recent terrifying pressure. His eyes, having undergone the utmost shock, shone with an even more fervent and pure radiance than before. It was a yearning for strength, an exhilaration in the face of challenge, a yearning for the unknown. "I want to." Luffy's voice rang out with unwavering determination, devoid of hesitation. He mustered all his strength to prop himself up, gazing up at Vegeta with flames of resolve igniting in his eyes. "I want to grow stronger, strong enough to cast away all who stand in my way, strong enough to become the Pirate King. Can you teach me?" Vegeta observed the boy's eyes, which sparkled with an untainted desire and fighting spirit, reminiscent of the Saiyan's own warrior instincts, slightly stirred. The mocking curve of his lips seemed to fade, replaced by a hint of amusement at discovering an intriguing subject for experimentation. "Teach you?" Vegeta tilted his head slightly, his weary yet sharp gaze sweeping over Luffy. "Very well, but..." He paused, surveying the recently calmed yet vulnerable sea, a result of his arrival. My training will be 1,000 times more brutal than your worst nightmares of hell. You will die countless times, or perhaps find life worse than death. His tone was as flat as a statement of fact. If you regret this now, you can still return to your little village. I am not afraid, Luffy replied without hesitation, flashing a broad, foolish yet resolute smile. I will go through any hell if it means getting stronger. Dying doesn't matter. Vegeta stared at Luffy for several seconds, seemingly assessing the conviction behind his words. Then, he gave the faintest nod. Remember your words, insect. He no longer looked at Luffy but turned his gaze toward the distant shoreline, where Windmill Village was faintly visible. The first lesson begins with your rickety boat. Luffy had yet to comprehend the situation when Vegeta casually lifted his foot and stomped lightly on the bottom of the small boat. Crack! Luffy's vessel shattered. Wah! My boat! Luffy exclaimed in shock. Swim back. Vegeta's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, as if issuing the simplest of commands. He floated above, surveying Luffy, who was floundering in the water, utterly bewildered. From this moment on, every breath you take, every heartbeat is training. Fail to keep up, and you will sink to the depths to feed the fish. Vegeta's gaze was as frigid as ice. To learn my power, you must first learn to survive on the edge of death, Straw Hat Kid. As a user of the devil fruit, he was inherently a landlubber. Thus, the first lesson was to teach him how to survive in the sea. Upon speaking, he ceased to pay any heed to the fervent cries and desperate splashes of Luffy, whose figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing instantaneously in the direction of Windmill Village, leaving behind a future pirate king whose gaze, despite rapidly sinking, grew ever brighter. The hellish training commenced in the most brutal manner. In the mountainous hinterland of Windmill Village, the once verdant forest had long since been rendered unrecognizable. A suppressed roar echoed from a ravaged valley. Luffy found himself ensnared, limbs splayed, deeply embedded in the hard earth, unable to even twitch a finger. His red vest was tattered and soiled, caked in mud, while sweat flowed down his brow like a stream, pooling in the mire beneath him. Above his head, the air shimmered with an eerie, visible distortion, as an invisible colossal hand pressed down upon this realm. Luffy, your objective today is to escape this pit. The voice of Gogeta resonated, seated cross-legged upon a massive stone in the distance, his eyes partially closed, exuding an aura of profound stillness, as invisible currents of natural energy were absorbed into him. If you cannot climb out, you shall remain here as fertilizer. Damn it! Luffy's face was pressed against the cold earth, his rubbery body losing much of its elastic advantage under the overwhelming pressure, his bones groaning as if on the verge of fracturing. Yet those eyes, amidst the agony, blazed with a fervor more intense than ever. I will become the Pirate King. With every ounce of strength, he unleashed a roar, not merely a response, but a cry from the depths of his soul. Accompanying this roar, a faint yet incredibly tenacious energy erupted from the deepest recesses of his being, akin to a spring compressed to its limits. It was not conqueror's hockey, but the latent potential ignited over the past few days, a subtle yet potent aura. The sound of rubber grinding against itself echoed painfully. Trapped within the earth, Luffy began to bend upwards excruciatingly slowly, each inch of movement accompanied by the agony of tearing muscle fibers and the groans of overburdened joints. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, teeth grinding audibly as blood seeped from his gums. Oh! Gogeta's almost imperceptibly moving eyelids flickered slightly. He could sense the weak yet undeniably burning energy within Luffy, like a candle flickering in the wind, valiantly refusing to extinguish. A barely noticeable curve appeared at the corner of his tightly pressed lips. Too slow. The cold voice resounded again, striking Luffy's fraying nerves like a whip. Luffy did not respond. Rather, all his will and strength were channeled into that minuscule movement of his arm. Sweat mingled with blood flowed into his eyes, bringing a stinging agony, yet he could not even blink. Time lost its significance here. Each second stretched out like a century. Only the slow yet persistent bending of his arm bore witness to the tenacious struggle for life. When his fingertips finally grasped the protruding edge of a rock on the wall, his entire arm trembled violently. Heavy breaths escaped him like the wheeze of an old bellows. Yet, the success of that first step seemed to ignite more strength within him. His other arm began to fight its way upward with the same slow, desperate rhythm. A month of unimaginable pain and extreme exertion, akin to a stretched rubber band, finally reached its conclusion. In the early morning, the small dock of Windmill Village basked in the golden rays of the rising sun. A somewhat weathered yet tidy little boat lay anchored there. The dock was bustling with villagers. The village chief, Makino, the residents of Windmill Village, and even the ruffians of the Dayton family, who often bullied Luffy, were present. Each face was a tapestry of reluctance, worry, and an unmistakable hint of astonishment. For standing at the bow of the ship, ready to set sail, Luffy had changed immensely. The straw hat remained the same, as did his red vest and blue shorts. However, the scars on his bare arms and calves bore testament to his hardships, and his physique had become more robust. The most striking transformation lay in his gaze. The pure foolishness and recklessness still lingered, yet beneath it resided an ineffable sharpness and tranquility. He stood tall, his back straight as an arrow, emanating an almost imperceptible sense of pressure. "Luffy, be careful out at sea," Makino said, her eyes glistening with tears as she pressed a large bundle of carefully prepared food into his arms, filled with generous portions of roasted meat. "You little rascal, don't disgrace Windmill Village. If you can't win, just run. It's not shameful," Dayton bellowed, though he discreetly wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. "Luffy, you must become a great pirate king," the children exclaimed, waving their arms excitedly. Luffy grinned broadly, his smile radiant, imbued with both silliness and unwavering confidence, as he thumped his chest. "Don't worry, Makino, Dayton, everyone, I will find the best crew. Then I will become the Pirate King." He raised his arm high, pointing toward the vast expanse of the ocean, shouting, "I'm off." There was no grand farewell ceremony, no elaborate procedures. The boy swiftly unfurled the sail, and amidst the villagers' blessings and anxious gazes, he steered his small boat resolutely toward the sea, a realm brimming with dreams and dangers. The sea breeze filled the sails, carrying with it the scent of salt and freedom. Luffy stood at the bow, feeling the rhythm of the boat slicing through the waves, watching as Windmill Village shrank in the distance, his heart swelling with unprecedented excitement and ambition. The month of hellish training, the near-death agony, the ultimate struggle, all transformed into boundless anticipation for the future and a robust sense of confidence. The first companion must be a formidable swordsman. With arms akimbo, Luffy boldly declared to the ocean, his straw hat dancing merrily in the wind. As he spiritedly ventured into the uncharted waters, in the serene mountains behind Windmill Village, Goku remained seated in a meditative posture, resembling an ageless statue. His strength had recovered somewhat since a month prior, yet the power levels in this pirate world still seemed rather diminished. In the Dragon Ball realm, a mere half-month would suffice for complete restoration. Slowly, he opened his eyes, those deep, black orbs penetrating the vastness, precisely spotting the small straw hat braving the waves. A faint, ambiguous hum escaped his nostrils. Nevertheless, Goku's gaze drifted once more towards the distant horizon, as if transcending the barriers of space to perceive even more. Though his energy had significantly waned from previous injuries, the essence of his power remained alarmingly high. He could vaguely sense that this world concealed some extraordinarily ancient entities. It was not entirely devoid of interest. He withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes again, allowing his breath to settle into tranquility as he entered a state of recovery. In Shell's town, the swordsman Zoro, a master of the three-sword style, found himself shamelessly bound to a wooden post in the square by Barumabur, the son of Navy Colonel Monka, enduring the torment of hunger and the scorching sun. After 7 days of perseverance, his eyes remained steadfast and sharp as granite. When Luffy descended like a human cannonball, delivering a powerful punch that sent the arrogant Barumabur flying, he casually addressed Zoro. "Hey, Mosshead, join me as my companion." For the first time, astonishment flickered in Zoro's bloodshot eyes, not due to the invitation itself, but because of the overwhelming aura and profound primal energy emanating from this straw-hatted youth. This sensation made him unconsciously tighten his grip on his sword. "Who exactly are you?" Zoro rasped. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." Luffy grinned widely, revealing his signature white teeth, which momentarily diluted the menacing aura with a touch of foolishness. Yet Zoro could sense that the terrifying power was no mere illusion. After collaborating to defeat Monka and his naval subordinates, Nami, utilizing her exceptional skills in disguise and thievery, maneuvered within Buggy's pirate crew to steal the map of the Grand Line. However, during her escape, she fortuitously collided with Luffy. Following a series of events, Nami also became Luffy's companion as they set forth together. Days later, at the Baratai floating restaurant, Sanji gracefully served delicacies to the patrons, just as Luffy and his crew arrived for a meal. When the notorious pirate fleet led by Don Krieg attacked, the restaurant found itself in peril. "Sanji," resolute in protecting Chef Zeph and the establishment, stepped forward boldly, only to be halted by Zoro. Let Luffy handle it alone. You should prepare more food for him, Zoro advised. As Luffy faced off against the entire crew of the Clown Pirates alone, the world's foremost swordsman, Mihawk, made his entrance. Just as depicted in the anime, he cleaved through the clown's pirate ship, sending the remaining pirates tumbling into the sea. After Luffy had dispatched numerous foes, he unleashed his signature move, Gum Gum Rocket. Even Clown's supposedly invincible armor crumbled like paper before Luffy's fists. Shortly thereafter, Zoro challenged Mihawk, and, as anticipated, he faced defeat, vowing to grow stronger. Unexpectedly, Luffy declared, Zoro, I'll have my master teach you how to become powerful. The world's greatest swordsman could eliminate him with just a flick of his finger. Luffy's voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, pondering whether the straw-hatted youth was out of his mind. After all, this was the world's greatest swordsman. Did he think his master was a deity, capable of vanquishing foes with a mere gesture? Though they harbored these thoughts, they remained silent. Mihawk, however, appeared unfazed and departed. Chapter 53, Testing the Waters. The sun generously cascaded its golden rays upon the azure sea, shattering into countless shimmering spots. The unique fish-shaped silhouette of the Baratai, floating restaurant, had now shrunk to a mere blur in the distance. Luffy stood at the bow of the ship, one hand clutching his billowing straw hat against the sea breeze, the other resting on his hip, his chest rising and falling deeply with the salty air, as if attempting to inhale the very essence of freedom from the ocean. We're off, he proclaimed to the boundless blue expanse, his voice soaring high and far, infused with a youthful vigor that seemed capable of slicing through all obstacles. Zoro, cradling 3 swords, leaned against the ship's railing, sunlight illuminating the scar on his chest. He reflected on Luffy's earlier boast regarding his master and the unwavering conviction in his voice as he spoke those words, which occasionally flitted through Zoro's mind. He furrowed his brow slightly, absently caressing the hilt of his sword, Wado Ikamanji. Meanwhile, Nami spread out the hard-earned navigational chart of the Grand Line, her delicate fingers tracing its contours with caution, her brow furrowed. Hey Luffy, stop shouting. Look ahead. This sea is far from peaceful, and naval patrols are frequent. The Navy? Huh. Luffy grinned widely, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth, his smile radiating unclouded joy. This is the perfect opportunity to test my new skills. I'm super strong now. He vigorously swung his fist in the air. Sanji, gracefully balancing a tray laden with steaming cups of black tea, navigated around the cluttered deck. He approached Nami, setting down the tray with the gentleness one might use to avoid disturbing a sleeping princess. Miss Nami, please indulge in this freshly brewed Ceylon tea. It is the most soothing for the nerves. He politely offered her a cup, then shot a sidelong glance at Luffy. As for that rubber-headed captain who can only shout slogans, he can quench his thirst with seawater. Sanji, I want some too. Luffy instantly sprang over like a rubber slingshot, his desire piqued. Dream on. This is a gentleman's offering to a lady. Sanji deftly sidestepped, evading Luffy's grasp, and gently nudged him aside with a kick. Amidst the cacophony and vibrant atmosphere, time slipped away unnoticed. 2 days later, Luffy and his companions arrived at the East Sea, intent on confronting Arlong on behalf of Nami. As they traversed the village of Cocoa West, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. The village felt desolate. Nami gazed at the familiar yet foreign surroundings, her fists instinctively clenching, nails digging into her flesh. Soon, they reached Arlong Park, where a group of Arlong pirates burst forth, led by a burly man with a shark-like visage, who glared menacingly at Luffy and his crew. Who are you? How dare you trespass on Arlong's territory? He bellowed. Instead of responding, Luffy excitedly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Ha! Finally a fight." With that, he charged forward like a cannonball. Zoro unsheathed 3 swords. Sanji stretched his legs, and Usopp provided support, igniting an explosive clash of shouts, clashing steel, and the sounds of fists meeting flesh. Amidst the chaos, Nami seized the opportunity to dash towards Arlong, determined to confront him and reclaim the dignity of her village and herself. She sprinted down the narrow passage, her heartbeat echoing in the stillness of the corridor. Suddenly, one of Arlong's subordinates, the fishman Hachi, leapt out from a corner, blocking her path. Nami's heart raced. Swiftly, she drew her climb attack, skillfully manipulating it to unleash bolts of lightning upon Hachi. Struck, he quickly retaliated, but just as Nami began to falter, A flash of steel intervened. Zoro had arrived, deflecting Hachi's attack. "Get going. I've got this," he said without looking back. Grateful, Nami nodded and continued her charge toward Arlong's chamber. At last, she stood before Arlong, who lounged in a chair. Upon seeing her, he erupted into a mocking laugh. "Ah," the little mouse returned at last. Taking a deep breath, Nami's eyes gleamed with determination. "Arlong, no matter what, I will rescue the village from your grasp." Arlong sneered, reaching out to seize her. "I had high hopes for you, my proud cartographer. I once promised that if you could deliver me 100 million berries, I would spare you and your village. Yet you failed to comply and even betrayed me, which infuriates me." With that, he flung Nami away, just in time for Luffy to catch her upon his arrival. After a brief exchange, Luffy's battle with Arlong commenced. Meanwhile, atop the mountains behind Windmill Village, Goku opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The narrative progressed swiftly. They had already reached the Arlong saga. "Luffy, go forth freely. I shall always be here to catch you if you fall. Now, let me witness your true form, Im." Having regained some energy, Goku unleashed his aura to probe the surroundings. Deep within the sacred city of Mariehua, amidst the blossoms, the discerning gaze within the audiovisual realm seemed to perceive something amiss. An imperceptible aura of dominion began to ripple through the void, colliding at a certain node with the energy of Vegeta. Their energies intertwined for mere seconds before both Vegeta's and Im's formidable auras dissipated. This was indeed intriguing. Vegeta chuckled softly, considering it a form of probing. Through this encounter, he gleaned a fragment of understanding and was enshrouded by some peculiar force. It appeared that the moment to unveil his true nature had not yet arrived. Thus, he would have to wait for another opportunity. With this thought, Vegeta closed his eyes to continue mending his wounds. Chapter 54. The transaction in Arlong Park. The confrontation between Luffy and the dragon neared its conclusion. Unlike the original narrative, Luffy emerged unscathed, triumphing over the dragon. Being a disciple of Vegeta, he may not match the strength of formidable foes like Mihawk. It would be unacceptable for him to falter against a mere calamity like the dragon. After vanquishing the dragon and that disgrace of a marine, Luffy and his companions resumed their journey. Days later, they departed from Low Town, traversing Reverse Mountain and entering the Grand Line, where they made a temporary halt on Whiskey Peak. During their respite, they clashed with agents from Baroque Works who had disguised themselves as bounty hunters, accompanied by Vivi towards the Alabasta Kingdom. Subsequent events unfolded similarly to the anime. They landed in Drum Kingdom to seek medical aid for Nami, and after resolving several matters, the ship's Dr. Chopper joined their crew. On the mountainside behind Windmill Village, Vegeta opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. It was time to venture out. He rose, stretching his limbs. Though his injuries were not yet fully healed, he had recuperated sufficiently to fly and even unleash his fury. Departing the cave, he soared into the skies, vanishing from sight. As he flew among the clouds, Vegeta contemplated his destination. Having expressed a desire to take a stroll, he had yet to determine where to go. After aimlessly soaring for a while, he suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" There, amidst the clouds, was Bartholomew Kuma. What was he up to? Kuma utilized the abilities of the pawpaw fruit to soar, and Vegeta trailed behind, curious about his intentions. After a flight, Kuma descended onto an island. Vegeta released his energy, scanning the surroundings and discovering it to be a technological island. Under Vegeta's perceptive gaze, Kuma adeptly entered a laboratory, engaging in conversation with an elderly gentleman. "Wait, is that Dr. Vegapunk?" The old man's appearance bore a striking resemblance to a renowned scientist from Earth, his head adorned with branches reminiscent of an apple tree. Having followed the One Piece manga up to the Wano arc before being struck by that deity, it was no surprise that he was unfamiliar with Vegapunk's visage. Suddenly, alarms blared, and Vegapunk's expression shifted. The sound of the alarm indicated an impending invasion. He rushed to the control panel, his hand striking the keyboard with urgency. However, after a thorough search, he found no trace of any intruder. How peculiar. Could it be that the device malfunctioned? He muttered to himself, all external defense systems and internal sensors are functioning normally. No signs of intrusion. Could it be a result of aging faults? The massive figure of the bear stood silently beside him, casting an elongated shadow in the light. Outside the laboratory, hovering above the clouds, the elusive Gogeta concealed his presence perfectly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, is the alarm due to my presence?" He realized instantaneously. A momentary slip of his aura must have triggered the alarm. Inside the lab, Vegapunk, after repeatedly confirming the absence of physical anomalies, was not inclined to dismiss the alarm lightly. The scientist's instinct told him that something unusual had occurred. He redirected his focus to the environmental background parameters that had triggered the alarm. The screen displayed a set of exceedingly faint, incomprehensible waveforms and energy readings. Akin to tiny stones cast into a tranquil lake, their ripples captured by complex instruments, yet eluding any interpretation of their origin and nature. What kind of energy reaction is this? An astonishing brilliance ignited in Vegapunk's murky eyes, a fervent excitement at encountering an unknown enigma. He had never witnessed such energy ripple responses, and soon several other Vegapunks joined in to assist. The frequency fluctuations were entirely uncharted. They bore no resemblance to any known energy sources: devil fruits, electricity, kinetic energy, thermal energy, and even sea prism stones were all excluded. The intensity peaks far exceeded the output of a pacifist laser. The energy source remained untraceable. There were readings, yet the detectors pointed to a void. Shiki and Edison remarked in unison. Just then, Gogeta appeared. The bear's electronic eye immediately locked onto him, launching an attack with a compressed air pressure cannon. Gogeta waved his hand effortlessly, shattering the pressure cannon with a pop. I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, the Gogeta did not complete his sentence. The bear felt a terrifying, oppressive force enveloping him, rendering him immobile. Gogeta gazed at Vegapunk. Hand over the data on the lineage factors. As Vegapunk prepared to speak, Gogeta interrupted him. Of course, I am not suggesting theft, but rather an exchange. What I can offer is the opportunity for you to study this. As he spoke, Gogeta gathered an energy orb in his palm, then released an aura that caused Vegapunk and his clones, along with the bear, to levitate. Is this the ability of a float fruit? No. Vegapunk dismissed this thought, noting that the golden lion was still an impel down. But if this were not the power of a devil fruit, then what could it be? His eyes brimmed with an unprecedented thirst for exploration. What do you seek the lineage factors for? Vegapunk asked, his gaze piercing as it fixated on Gogeta. Gogeta smiled silently. After a moment of contemplation, Vegapunk nodded, instructing Edison to retrieve the data on the lineage factors. As the most formidable scientist in the entire pirate world, he yearned to comprehend the orb of light in Gogeta's hand, as well as the remarkable ability that had allowed him and his companions to soar through the air moments prior. Gogeta's primary interest in the data pertaining to the genetic factor stemmed from his desire to return to the Dragon Ball world and present it to Bulma, to ascertain whether she could uncover novel insights or perhaps create artificial beings that diverge from Dr. Gero's creations. Edison swiftly retrieved the genetic factor data, at which point Gogeta remarked, "Fetch a container. I wish to study this energy at my leisure." Shaka turned to procure a vessel and soon returned with a bubble container. These objects were quite intriguing. The energy, encased within Gogeta's aura, remained undiminished, perfectly suspended within the confines of the container. With the genetic factor data in hand, Gogeta chose not to depart immediately, instead smiling and inquiring, "Would you mind if I resided here for a while?" The original Vegapunk remained silent, while his clone Shaka nodded in affirmation. In a flash, Gogeta vanished, leaving all present in astonishment. Who was he, and how did he possess such an array of abilities? Could he be a wielder of the clone fruit? Shaka pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. The original Vegapunk shook his head. No, he is likely not a user of a devil fruit. The magnitude of this energy far surpasses that of the reversal flash fruit. Vegapunk paused his rhythmic tapping, gazing intently at the ripples displayed on the monitor. Upon acquiring the energy, he had immediately commenced analysis, comparing its data with that of Kizaru's life fruit, discovering that the two energies existed on entirely different planes. Gogeta materialized amidst a heap of discarded refuse, where he discovered a robot partially buried beneath the debris. Earlier, while surveying the island, he had stumbled upon this mechanical entity. Within its core lay immense energy, albeit in Gogeta's perception, it could only be unleashed once. After channeling his own energy into the robot, he departed, and mere moments after his exit, the robot's eyes flickered to life, glowing red, akin to a fleeting illusion. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions arrived in the Alabasta Kingdom. Chapter 55, Luffy versus Crocodile. In a border town of Alabasta, a famished Luffy, who was on the verge of shoving his sandals into his mouth, dashed toward the town as soon as the Mary docked. As fate would have it, he lost his way. However, it was no significant issue. He unleashed his aura for perception, though not as adept as his master. He was still capable of sensing his surroundings, and soon enough, he located the town and sprinted toward it with renewed vigor. A few minutes later, he arrived at the port city of Konoha. What a fool Luffy is. Does he even know how to navigate? He simply ran. Nami face-bombed, exuding exasperation. What should we do? Is Konoha really that vast? Finding Luffy is proving to be quite the challenge, Princess Vivi remarked. Worry not, Vivi. We shall search in the noisiest part of the town. He will surely be there, Sanji suggested. Nami sighed. It's truly exasperating. I can only hope he remembers he is a wanted man, especially in such a great nation. She sighed again. Never mind him. Let's go eat. We can ponder other matters after our meal. Zoro rubbed his stomach. A group of them made their way toward the town of Canola Flowers. Inside a restaurant in the town, Luffy burst through the door, seated himself at a table, and shouted, I want to eat. I want to eat. Utterly oblivious to his previous actions. The owner swallowed hard, realizing the situation, and quickly prepared food for Luffy. From the ruins, Smoker and Ace rose to their feet, recognizing Luffy and his crew. Just as Ace was about to call out to Luffy, Smoker rushed forward, emerging from the debris to confront Luffy. Luffy blinked a few times, looking at Smoker, who returned the gaze. Suddenly, Luffy yelled, pointing at Smoker, mumbling something incoherent, before shoveling more food into his mouth and bolting away. Don't run, Smoker shouted, giving chase. Ace followed suit. The restaurant owner stood there dumbfounded, quickly realizing they hadn't even paid for their meal and had left his establishment in chaos. Luffy and Smoker were now in a comedic chase, causing a ruckus throughout the town. As if the plot of an anime were unfolding, Luffy and his crew successfully departed from the town of Canola Flowers. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the kingdom of Alabasta, where a series of events ensued, culminating in the battle between Luffy and the Sand Crocodile, Monkey D. Luffy faced Crocodile, whose voice dripped with a mocking tone, akin to the grinding of sand. I've crushed countless fools like you, who know nothing of their own insignificance. Now, be gone. Your life holds little interest for me. Cut the nonsense. Luffy's voice rang with unwavering determination. You've inflicted such suffering upon Vivi's country, upon her father. I promised her I would send you flying. Gum Gum Pistol. His fist shot forth like a cannonball, but Crocodile's body transformed into quicksand the moment their fists were to collide, and Luffy's blow connected heavily with the ground instead. Foolish, Crocodile remarked as he reformed on the other side. Your attacks are futile against me. He raised his golden hook. This saber, a sharp slash, formed from compressed grains of sand, hurtled towards Luffy with astonishing speed. Luffy's pupils constricted, and instinctively, he leapt backward. Boom! The strike grazed Luffy's afterimage, cleaving a deep chasm where he had stood moments before. Oh! Crocodile raised an eyebrow, exhaling a puff of smoke. Quick reflexes, I see. But how many times can you evade? As Luffy landed, catching his breath, his eyes sparkled with realization. My master was right. I can feel it. He did not solely rely on his vision. Rather, he subconsciously released a faint aura, discerning the flow of energy within the sand particles just before Crocodile's attack. Crocodile's form transformed into sand and instantaneously appeared above Luffy, the golden hook piercing downward with a venomous gleam. Poison hook. Gum Gum Battle Axe. Luffy abruptly raised his leg in a powerful strike. Yet again, his leg passed through Crocodile's sandy form, accomplishing nothing. However, Crocodile's poison hook indeed slashed Luffy's arm, sending a jolt of excruciating pain accompanied by a numbing sensation coursing through him. Ugh! Luffy grunted, clutching his wound as he staggered back. Crocodile flicked the blood from his hook. I shall drain every drop of water from your body, reducing you to a mere husk. This is the price you pay for challenging a warlord, brat. The agony and sensation of dehydration blurred Luffy's vision, yet he gritted his teeth and stood tall. Stop your prattling. What is this injury to me? For Vivi, for my comrades, I shall not fall. Gum Gum Gatling. Countless fists rained down upon Crocodile, yet it remained futile. His punches merely passed through the sandy form, striking air and earth. Crocodile moved leisurely amidst the dust, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, occasionally inflicting new wounds upon Luffy with his golden hook or desert blade. Luffy's injuries multiplied, cracks spreading across his skin, his movements gradually slowing. Yet the flame in his eyes never waned. Useless, utterly useless. Your attacks hold no significance against me. Crocodile observed the panting Luffy, confidence radiating from him. Your willpower is commendable, yet alas, it only amplifies your suffering. Embrace your fate as a mummy. He extended his palm towards the seemingly exhausted Luffy. Desert Sunflower. The ground beneath Luffy instantly transformed into sand, forming a colossal whirlpool of quicksand that relentlessly pulled him downward. Simultaneously, Crocodile's palm generated a tremendous suction, hastily extracting the moisture from Luffy's body. Ugh! Luffy felt the water within him rapidly depleting, his skin cracking, muscles atrophying, and strength vanishing swiftly. He struggled fiercely, but the dual forces of the quicksand's restraint and the suction rendered him immobile. "It is over, Straw Hat Brat," Crocodile declared coldly. Just as Luffy's body was on the verge of being completely drained, he recalled his master's words: when a body reaches its limit, and the will transcends that limit, the switch can be activated. Huh? Crocodile sensed a disturbance, his movements faltering slightly. Aya! Luffy suddenly lifted his head, unleashing a roar. Thump! 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 Luffy's exposed skin turned crimson, and a torrent of white steam erupted from every pore of his body. What? For the first time, Crocodile displayed a look of shock. The bizarre steam, the violent rhythm of Luffy's heartbeat, and the sudden surge of energy emanating from him filled Crocodile with a sense of threat. As the steam gradually dissipated, Luffy's figure emerged from within. His body remained marred by cracked wounds, yet his skin glowed a fierce red, muscles slightly swollen, and veins protruded like serpents beneath the surface. Most striking was the steam emanating from him. In an instant, Luffy's figure vanished from sight. It was not a mere rubber catapult, but a pure explosion of speed. Only a jet of white smoke remained in his wake. So swift, Crocodile's pupils constricted as his sandy form instinctively dispersed backwards. "You are too slow." Luffy's voice echoed hauntingly in Crocodile's ear. He had already appeared at the old sand's flank. Rubber, jet pistol. This time, it was no ordinary rubber fist. A fist enveloped in high-speed steam, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, struck fiercely upon Crocodile's newly formed body with a speed that defied the naked eye. Boom! A sound so deep it sent chills through the heart. Crocodile's astonishment froze on his face as he distinctly felt an indescribable force penetrate his sandy defenses. Crocodile was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into the sand, coughing up blood, incredulously staring at the dent in his chest. Impossible. How could you hit me? Crocodile gazed at Luffy in confusion. My master said, as long as you gather your energy, you can strike. Luffy grinned, revealing his pearly whites. Chapter 56. I am not a pirate to kill. The air in Alabasta was so arid that each breath felt like swallowing sandpaper, every inhalation accompanied by a burning sensation. Sandstorm. Crocodile's deep voice resonated with absolute control as the remaining palm of his right hand summoned a frenzied sandstorm. In an instant, the storm surged forth, expanding rapidly from a mere whirlwind into a colossal dragon of dust, roaring as it swept across the very spot where Luffy had just stood, leaving a deep trench in its wake, racing towards the distant horizon. Boom! A massive pit was all that remained, carved by the tempest. Rubber. Luffy's voice abruptly sounded behind Crocodile, his skin steaming with a fiery crimson vapor, the power of Gear's second driving his blood to its limits. Jet pistol. His fist tore through the air, producing a deafening sonic boom, aimed directly at Crocodile's back. In a split second, Crocodile transformed into loosely flying yellow sand. Luffy's fist, fueled by a violent impact, shattered the human-shaped dust completely, scattering grains everywhere. Useless. Crocodile's voice, raspy like metal scraping against metal, reformed several meters to Luffy's right. His golden hook glinting ominously. His natural powers were not to be defeated by mere luck. Then, I shall strike until you can no longer become sand. Luffy's assault continued unabated, his arms stretching as his fist once more rocketed toward the freshly reformed Crocodile. Sandify, coalesce. Again sandify, again coalesce. Luffy's fists, imbued with the superlative speed of his second gear, tore through the air repeatedly, striking down just as Crocodile regained his human form. Each blow merely struck a scattering of dust, creating smoldering craters in the ground. Crocodile's figure flickered amidst the swirling sand, exuding an air of calm akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Occasionally, his razor-sharp counterattacks, infused with a toxic purple glow, compelled Luffy to evade. Crocodile's voice emerged from the drifting dust, laced with icy mockery. Straw Hat Kid, is this your limit? Such a futile endeavor? At that moment, as Crocodile momentarily coalesced in a form, Luffy's entire being ignited with crimson steam. How about you now? Luffy's right fist surged forth. A feeble and unstable energy entwined around his knuckles, crashing violently into Crocodile's newly formed body. A loud thud echoed as Crocodile's body shuddered violently. A muffled grunt escaped him as he was sent flying, dust swirling in his wake. What on earth is this ability? Crocodile's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Luffy's fist, ensnared in the unstable energy, snapping his cigar in frustration. Gasping for breath, Luffy's chest heaved. That last strike had drained much of his strength, the energy coiling around his arm, flickering erratically, difficult to sustain. As long as it works. This time, I must send you flying. Meanwhile, in the distant egghead, within the core laboratory of Future Island, a massive holographic screen hovered at the center, displaying dizzyingly complex genetic sequences, energy charts, and computational models. This cannot be right. The energy's magnitude exceeds the computational level, rendering it impossible to test. How can this be? Several avatars conversed. I believe we can harness this energy to execute that plan, Pythagoras declared, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. After a moment of silence, another avatar, Lilith, responded, "It's not impossible, but the content is still incomplete. Utilizing this energy poses significant challenges." "Lilith, are you afraid?" Shaka teased. "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I afraid? Don't be ridiculous." Lilith retorted indignantly. Thus, the 6 avatars and their original began their experiments, though Yerk often found himself distracted, resulting in frequent mishaps. Meanwhile, Gogeta sat cross-legged upon a stout tree, furrowing his brow as he examined the QR-like tattoo on his arm. Lately, he had noticed that the energy recovery was particularly sluggish. He had attempted to infuse his own strength, yet the results remained disappointingly slow at this rate. He estimated he might recover only a fraction of his power over the course of a year. Could it be the aftermath of that explosion? This possibility lingered, for during that incident, the tattoo had been activated in haste, absorbing his power, perhaps leading to its overuse. Shaking his head, he decided to cease his contemplations and focus on mending his injuries. At present, he had sufficiently recovered to utilize his energy for attacks, yet he remained unable to transform. On the battlefield of Alabasta, Luffy's fists blazed like searing brands, enveloped in a swirling energy that intertwined with the steam emitted from his second gear. With a mighty roar, Luffy declared, "Gum Gum, Jet Gatling Gun." Countless fists, imbued with energy, rained down upon Crocodile. Despite Crocodile's attempts to evade by transforming into sand, he still sustained numerous blows. A pained grunt escaped him as he staggered, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Not without skill," he muttered, as his sand-formed body suddenly coalesced into a greater mass, erecting a wall of sand to deflect Luffy's onslaught. Luffy withdrew his fists, panting heavily, his garments drenched in sweat. "This isn't over," he exclaimed, charging forward once more, his arms stretching in preparation. Gum Gum, giant rocket launcher. He struck the sand wall with tremendous force, shattering it instantaneously. Crocodile was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, yet he swiftly resumed his sand form, his arm morphing into a blade of sand, brandishing a colossal scimitar aimed at Luffy. Once again, he employed this technique. This time, instead of retreating, Luffy clenched his fists and unleashed a vigorous counter. The collision generated a shockwave, causing the very ground to tremble. For a moment, the force of Luffy's energy-laden fists clashed with the desert blade, resulting in a stalemate. This fellow, Crocodile squinted, pondering Luffy's unprecedented choice to meet the attack head-on rather than evade. What exactly is that flowing energy? Just as he contemplated, a cracking sound reverberated through the air as Luffy's fist shattered his desert blade. With a resounding thud, Luffy's punch landed squarely on Crocodile's chest, forcing a bitter taste of blood from his throat. It was incredulous for a Logia user like him to be dealt such a blow. The energy surged through his body, and Crocodile fell to one knee, gasping for breath. "What on earth is your ability? How can you inflict such damage upon me?" Wiping the blood from his lips, Crocodile fixed Luffy with a venomous gaze, understanding that if he could discern the nature of Luffy's power, he might devise a means to counter it. "I told you, this is a technique my master taught me for harnessing energy, and it is indeed formidable," Luffy replied, dispelling his second gear and turning to leave. Crocodile's eyes were fixed on him. "Why do you not kill me?" Luffy paused, glancing back at Crocodile. "Why should I kill you? I don't become a pirate to take lives." Crocodile erupted into raucous laughter, only to cough up another mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Despite the seemingly ordinary nature of Luffy's previous attack, which merely involved the wrapping of energy, the damage it inflicted was substantial. Chapter 57, The Experience of Death. The battles of the other companions have also concluded, each sustaining injuries of varying severity. Notably, Zoro and Sanji have suffered rather serious wounds. In a manner akin to the developments in the anime, Vivi, as the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, regrettably could not embark on the journey with Luffy and the others. Nevertheless, she remains a vital ally to them. Departing from the Alabasta Kingdom, Luffy and his crew set their sights on the next destination. Within the Marine headquarters, in the office of the Admiral, both Sengoku and Garp are present. Sengoku retrieves a bounty notice from his drawer and tosses it to Garp. This monkey D. Luffy, he has your grandson. ISNT. Garp picks up the bounty notice, gazing at the likeness of his grandson, and bursts into hearty laughter. Garp, oh Garp, your family truly is a source of constant concern. I advise you to bring your grandson back. The world of pirates is no easy domain. What will you do if he actually makes a name for himself? Sengoku remarks with a hint of exasperation. He has grown up. He can do as he wishes. As his grandfather, how can I control him? Garp replies, munching on Senbei. Garp, I trust you recall what happened with your son? If your grandson truly becomes a thorn in the side of the world government, do you think they will simply stand by? As a colleague, a comrade, and a friend, Sengoku feels compelled to voice his concerns. Garp understands that Sengoku is considering the potential future complications that could arise. Children and grandchildren have their own fortunes. They can choose their own paths, and I, as an old man, cannot interfere. Observing Garp's carefree demeanor, Sengoku shakes his head. Garp's personality is such that, although he is jovial, he harbors many thoughts within. Enough. I've no desire to meddle in your affairs. Do as you please. Just remember, if your grandson is indeed captured one day, do not say, I did not warn you. With that, Sengoku returns to his seat to continue reviewing documents. Garp, still eating Senbei, exits the Admiral's office. As he walks down the corridor, Garp ponders the events that transpired in Windmill Village. During his last visit, he observed a man instructing Luffy. He had previously interacted with this individual and was struck by the impression that this young man was exceptionally powerful, even surpassing Roxas. Thus, he conducted an investigation over the following days, yet uncovered no leads, as if the man had appeared out of thin air. He set this matter aside and returned to the Marine headquarters to resume his duties. If that day truly comes for you, Luffy, I hope the one who taught you will be there to save you. After finishing his last piece of Senbei, he too departed the Marine headquarters, preoccupied with his own matters. Days later, Luffy and his crew arrived at Magic Valley Town. Unbeknownst to them, a significant event was unfolding on Sky Island. Who exactly are you? Why do my attacks have no effect on you? Inaru questioned, gazing at the imposing figure of the indifferent man before him. The prideful attack of the 6,000-volt Thunderbird was utterly ineffective against the man before him. Goku casually brushed off non-existent dust and chuckled. It wasn't entirely without effect. At the very least, the electric therapy felt rather pleasant. You! Enel glared fiercely. Goku had appeared here primarily out of curiosity to see what the Arc Prophecy looked like, but unexpectedly found himself under attack from Enel, thus engaging in a little play. Enel's strength remained formidable. However, much like Crocodile, he had suffered the consequences of being introduced too early in the narrative. What do you mean by you? Have I spoken incorrectly? After all, you were the one who struck first. I merely stated that I came to take a look at the Arkansas. Upon finishing his statement, Goku raised an eyebrow, as Luffy and his crew had already arrived at the town of Magic Valley. How about this? I can spare your life, but you must serve under me, Goku proposed. What nonsense! I'm a god. To think you can make a god submit to you is a foolish dream. As he spoke, Enel unleashed a torrent of lightning, transforming into a thunder deity, his palms crackling with violent electricity, coalescing into a lightning dragon that surged towards Goku. Goku shook his head, refusing to be daunted. With a swift motion, he dispelled the lightning dragon effortlessly. In the next instant, he darted forward, standing before the towering Enel, and threw a punch. Enel's pupils dilated in shock. That seemingly ordinary punch unleashed an explosive sound, as if the air itself was overwhelmed. Before the fist even made contact, the terrifying pressure crashed down upon Enel's massive thunderous form like a colossal hammer. Boom! Crackle! The thunder deity form, forged from wild electricity, shattered like fragile glass before Goku's fist made true contact. The billions of volts that composed its body were violently dispersed by an unfathomable force, transforming into countless stray blue arcs of electricity that wailed in resistance before dissipating entirely. Enel's true form was laid bare, his face reflecting disbelief and horror. His prideful thunder deity form, capable of annihilating islands, had been casually dismantled by a single punch from his opponent. No, even a mere gust of that punch had completely shattered it. This is impossible, His incredulous exclamation had yet to escape his lips. Goku's figure vanished from sight, and Enel's instincts screamed in alarm. Yet he could detect no trace of his adversary. In the next heartbeat, Enel felt a hand as strong as an iron claw, firmly clasping the nape of his neck. Cold, solid, imbued with absolute power, it extinguished all thoughts of resistance. Ugh! Enel barely managed a brief cry of pain before his vision plummeted at an alarming speed. Bang! The entire sky island trembled. Goku held Enel by the neck with one hand and slammed him into the solid ground of God's Island, Appiato, with the terrifying velocity akin to a meteor crashing to Earth. The immense impact created a crater several dozen meters wide, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward, dust soaring into the air. Agonizing pain engulfed Enel in an instant, as if his very bones were on the verge of shattering. His once proud ability to manipulate elemental forces of nature faltered entirely in the face of such overwhelming brutality. The excruciating pain coursing through his body was achingly real and utterly lethal. As the smoke and dust began to settle, Gogeta's figure appeared at the edge of the deep pit. He looked down from his elevated position at Enel, who was struggling to rise from the depths, his gaze eerily calm. It seems you have yet to comprehend the essence of despair. Gogeta's voice was devoid of emotion. It carried a chilling essence that could freeze one's soul. Enel coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes now filled with an unprecedented terror. He had never imagined he would find himself in such a wretched state, so close to death. Summoning all his strength, he gathered the fury of lightning into his palm, forming a blinding sphere of electric energy, potent enough to raise the entirety of God's island to the ground. 300 million volts of divine wrath. Perish! Enel bellowed in a frenzy, launching the devastating sphere toward Gogeta. This was his final and most desperate struggle. However, in response to this cataclysmic assault, Gogeta merely extended a single finger. A faint glimmer of light illuminated his fingertip, just as the terrifying sphere, capable of obliterating islands, was about to engulf Gogeta. That tiny golden light erupted. A slender beam of energy shot forth from Gogeta's fingertip, devoid of any earth-shattering explosion. Only a disconcerting, sizzling sound filled the air. The once mighty sphere crumbled before the golden beam, as if it were mere parchment. The beam pierced through the massive sphere without obstruction, continuing its relentless trajectory. Magnified infinitely in Enel's eyes. Death! Enel's mind went blank, consumed by this chilling word. His proud heart network, the powers of the Rumble fruit, and his divine identity all became mere jokes in that moment. He sensed the impending end of his existence. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. He could vividly see the beam poised to penetrate his skull, feeling the searing heat that could incinerate his very soul. Am I to die? This thought, chillingly absolute, froze all his reasoning in an instant. The arrogance of divinity and the invincible confidence he once held were utterly shattered, leaving only the primal fear of death. His body went rigid, unable even to close his eyes, as he helplessly beheld the beam of light that embodied death occupying his entire field of vision. Just as the beam was about to make contact with Enel's forehead, it vanished. Only a small charred mark remained on his skin, a testament that the devastating strike had not been an illusion. Silence enveloped the pit. The only sound was Enel's labored breathing, heavy and ragged, as if escaping from a broken bellows. He collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. In that fleeting moment, he had truly touched the brink of death. The inescapable and absolute sense of finality utterly shattered all dignity and illusions of his divine existence. Goku slowly retracted his finger, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. He gazed down upon the god who had, just moments ago, exuded an air of invincibility, now reduced to a trembling creature, akin to a bird startled by an arrow. Goku's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Do you comprehend the disparity? Enel struggled to lift his head, his mouth opening to retort, to roar, to launch another assault, yet the instinct of his body, having narrowly escaped the brink of death, rendered him powerless against the profound dread that coursed through him. Trembling, he summoned all his strength to manage a slight nod of his rigid neck. I understand, he rasped, his voice dry and coarse, like sandpaper rubbing together, imbued with the terror of having survived a calamity and a deep-seated humiliation, but more so, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and submission beneath the weight of absolute strength. Enel lowered his once proud head, his voice barely a whisper, yet unmistakably conveying his choice. I submit. The god of Skypiea had fallen. Chapter 58. Are you capable of such action? Must you be beaten into submission before you heed my words? You are truly insufferable. Goku scoffed. Enel silently kept his head down, uttering not a word. After a while, noticing Enel's continued silence, Goku impatiently remarked, enough of that forlorn expression. Accompany me, and I shall introduce you to a broader world, offering you the opportunity to grow stronger. In due time, even without that so-called arc, you shall easily traverse your infinite domain. Upon hearing this, Enel abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Goku. Is what you say true? Can I really go there? Enel's voice trembled, brimming with anticipation. Do you believe that, given my strength, I would need to deceive you? A slight smile graced Goku's lips, exuding confidence. I have no time for frivolities. Enel, aware of Goku's formidable prowess, understood that there was indeed no reason for Goku to mislead someone as relatively weak as himself. I understand, he replied awkwardly, still grappling with his emotions. Master, stop that. Call me young master. Yes. Goku took a keen interest in exploring the ark, crafted from gold, its opulence astonishing and undeniably refined. After surveying the ark, Goku turned to Enel and said, "Oh, by the way, my disciple and his companions are expected to arrive either tomorrow or the day after. Once they do, you must ensure to challenge him rigorously." Hearing this, a sly smile crept onto Enel's face. Very well, no problem. But what is your disciple's name? Goku smiled gently and replied, his name is Luffy. With that, he vanished in an instant. Enel raised an eyebrow, contemplating inwardly. A disciple? Oomph. A sinister expression gradually emerged on his face. 2 days later, Luffy and his companions finally arrived at the Sky Island. They curiously explored this enigmatic place. But soon a battle erupted. In the heat of conflict, Enel was astonished to discover that this fellow named Luffy possessed a rubber body. No matter how he unleashed his electrical attacks, they had no effect on Luffy. How infuriating! He felt utterly deceived. Enel, seething with rage, found himself with no other choice but to continue the fierce struggle against Luffy. In the waters ruled by the Yonko Whitebeard in the New World, the enormous Moby Dick floated serenely upon the surface of the sea. Sunlight bathed the deck, and suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared within the crew's sight. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Marco and the other captains immediately became vigilant, swiftly surrounding the unexpected visitor. Their eyes were fixed on Gogeta, filled with wariness and curiosity. How had this individual managed to board the Moby Dick? However, Gogeta paid no heed to their inquiries, his gaze fixated directly on Whitebeard, who sat in a chair with an 4-drip attached. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the entire deck was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, as if time itself had frozen. Unexpectedly, after a brief silence, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! His laughter echoed across the vast sea, shattering the previous stillness. Step back. Children, Whitebeard waved his hand, signaling Marco and the others to clear the way. You are no match for him. But Dad, Jozu attempted to interject, only to be halted by Marco, who shook his head, prompting the crew to step aside. Gogeta seated himself cross-legged. You certainly have some audacity. Are you not afraid I might take action against you? Whitebeard inquired. Gogeta's lips curled into a smirk. Do you believe you could defeat me? The moment those words left his mouth, the tension between the two intensified, but it lasted only a brief instant before Whitebeard laughed heartily once more. Then can you tell me who you are? What brings you here? Gogeta did not immediately respond to Whitebeard's question. Instead, he scrutinized him closely. Whitebeard's physical strength was commendable, though age and the hidden injuries from past battles had taken their toll. With a Senzabine, he could instantly regain his peak condition. I am here primarily to find Ace. It seems he has gone after Teach. Teach killed a comrade, and as captain, he naturally must pursue him. Is there a problem with that? Certainly, there is no issue. However, do you truly believe that Ace can prevail against Teach? After all, he has endured in your pirate crew for such an extended period, and his cunning is undeniably profound. Furthermore, the fruit he consumed is the dark fruit, which effectively suppresses the abilities of other devil fruit users. Given Ace's impetuous nature, he is hardly a match for him. So, what is it that you wish to convey? You are aware of my intentions. Bring him back, for I do not wish for my disciple to lose a good brother. Disciple? Brother? Whitebeard appeared momentarily perplexed, but soon comprehended. You must be referring to that young lad named Luffy, correct? Vegeta nodded. Whitebeard often heard Ace speak of his brother. At this, Whitebeard erupted into laughter once more. If Ace were to be defeated, what do you suppose I would do? Whitebeard looked at Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed. Do you believe you could take action against him? Given that he has lived on your ship for so long and is well acquainted with your temperament and character, if he were to relent, would you truly be able to act? He reiterated his initial question. My purpose for being here is to resolve this matter. Vegeta finally revealed his objective for coming. Whitebeard snorted dismissively. Teach, for all his faults, is still my son. I shall handle this matter without the interference of an outsider like you. This time, it was Vegeta who chuckled. Whitebeard drew his sword that Saiyan slash, but this time aimed it at Vegeta. Just as the blade was mere centimeters from Vegeta, he raised a hand. A gust of wind surged forth, sending Marco and the others staggering back several paces, causing the entire Moby Dick to tremble. Simultaneously, the sky split open and the sea quaked. With a gentle flick of his finger, Vegeta deflected the Saiyan slash back. Whitebeard, I merely wish to prevent unnecessary sacrifice, Vegeta stated. Whitebeard sheathed his blade, a weightier gravity in his gaze. What manner of strength do you possess? Vegeta rose to his feet. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that Ace must not perish. Teach's current power far exceeds that of Ace. Upon uttering these words, he vanished in an instant, leaving all present in astonishment. Chapter 59. The Straw Hat Crew vs. CP9, Part 1. After Vegeta's departure, Whitebeard sank back into his chair, exhaling gently. Old man, Marco, Jozu, and others rushed forward. I am fine. Whitebeard waved them off. Did he come here regarding Ace? Marco Inguayuth. Whitebeard nodded. It is all Teach's fault. Jozu clenched his fists. Enough. You may all withdraw for now. Several nursemaids approached to reinsert the needle into Whitebeard's body to administer fluids. The departing Vegeta did not seek out Ace, but instead returned to the Sky Island. Searching for Ace is rather straightforward. However, he has devised an alternative plan, intending to rescue himself during the climax of the war, ideally alongside Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Enel, defeated by Luffy, finds himself abandoned on Sky Island, languishing in a state of dire injury aboard the Arc Maxim. Oh, you're still alive? Echoes the voice of Gogeta, who then materializes from the void. You deceived me. Enel grits through clenched teeth, glaring at Gogeta. What do you mean I deceived you? I simply neglected to mention that my disciple possesses a rubber physique. It's your own fault for being careless. Enough of this. I shall take you to receive treatment. With a firm grasp, he teleports away. After departing from Sky Island, Luffy and his crew arrive at Water 7, where a series of events unfold. Robin is abducted, prompting their journey to Eni's lobby in a desperate bid to rescue her. Luffy cries out, Robin, I haven't heard you say you want to live. This statement leaves Robin momentarily stunned, prompting her to reflect on her past, and through tears, she finally exclaims, I want to live. Luffy, with a resolute clap of his hands and a clenched fist, declares everyone, let's go. The final battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and CP9 commences. Zoro points his sword at Kaku. You have a key as well, don't you? Hand it over. Kaku smirks dismissively. If you have the capability, then come and try. Thus begins the clash between the 3-sword style and the 4-sword style. Kaku's feet explode with power, leaving an afterimage behind as his true form, like a phantom. Maneuvers to Zoro's flank. Utilizing all 4 limbs, he wields for glimmering swords. Raging Wind Star, no longer merely a singular slashing wave, but a torrent of dense wind blades formed by the rapid motion of his limbs. The air is savagely sliced, emitting a piercing scream akin to a storm of steel, engulfing Zoro in an instant. Yet at the eye of the storm, Zoro's gaze remains as steadfast as a mountain. He refrains from attempting to block every attack, for that would be futile. With the Wado Ikamanji clutched firmly in his mouth, his muscular arms flex, and the 3 swords dance in unison. Clang, 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 crash. Sparks fly wildly. Zoro's figure weaves through the tempest, each movement executed with exquisite precision, as the 3 swords seem to possess a life of their own, deftly deflecting the assaults. Those attacks he cannot evade entirely. He meets with his resilient blade and unyielding physique. His clothing is torn, and fresh wounds mar his skin. Yet he remains grounded, his gaze sharp as a hawk, locking onto the swiftly moving Kaku. A futile struggle. Kaku sneers, intensifying his onslaught. One of his crafty kicks sweeps low at Zoro's legs, while another descends vertically from above. A dual assault. In a critical moment, Zoro leans back to the limit, the wind blade narrowly grazing his nose and severing several green strands of hair. Simultaneously, he channels power into his right leg and forcefully stomps down. Boom! The stone slab beneath him shatters. With the aid of recoil, Zoro's body was seemingly yanked back by an invisible hand, narrowly evading the ground-level wind blades. his form nearly parallel to the earth. In this astonishing posture, the three swords in his mouth and hands suddenly converged into one. Three-sword style, flowing water. No longer was it a forceful impact, but rather a relentless series of strikes, as fluid and pervasive as water. The blade glimmered like a surging torrent, cutting against Kaku's storm, precisely targeting the pivotal points along his rapid trajectory. What? Kaku's pupils constricted. The timing and angle of Zoro's counterattack were unfathomably ingenious. He was compelled to interrupt his continuous barrage of star storms, raising his sword to block. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of metal clashing, dense as a torrential downpour, erupted. Kaku's sword danced impenetrably, deflecting Zoro's onslaught, yet the immense force compelled him to retreat step by step, each footfall cracking the ground, his arms tingling with strain. His proud speed and range were brutally stifled by the opponent's exquisite swordsmanship and astounding foresight. That detestable green-haired fool. Kaku steadied himself, disdain replaced by gravity and a hint of offended fury. Impressive. But can your blade cleave iron? Iron block. Instantly, he swelled his muscles, his skin taking on a metallic hue, resembling a colossal tree rooted in the earth, his aura solidified, ready to withstand Zoro's next ferocious assault and deliver a lethal counter. This was the defensive technique of the six styles. Can you slice through iron? Zoro's deep voice rang out, laced with mockery and unwavering confidence. In Skypiea, I have severed tougher things. He slightly bent his body, positioning his three swords in an unusual starting stance. An unparalleled aura surged from him, sharpening the very air around. Kaku felt a shiver. Zoro's presence had shifted. That gaze seemed capable of piercing through his proud iron block, staring straight into its core weakness. Stop posturing. Come at me. Kaku roared, attempting to quell the unease within. Just as I wished. Zoro's eyes blazed with intensity. His feet propelled him forward, his figure blurring. Not a linear charge, but rather, like a specter, he created numerous afterimages, launching from various angles toward Kaku. Three-sword style, crow demon hunt. Zoro's figure transformed into a multitude of ravenous black crows, accompanied by a chilling sound of slicing air. The three swords traced dazzling trajectories at blinding speed. No longer mere slashes, but concentrated beams of light. This blade light was not chaotic, but precisely pecking at Kaku's body like raven beaks, targeting the nearly imperceptible nodes created by his hypertensed muscles in iron block form. Kaku felt sharp pain warnings erupting simultaneously from his vital points. It was as if Zoro's blade had not yet arrived, yet the cold intent to kill had already pierced through his iron defenses, reaching his very marrow. His once proud defense appeared before the opponent like glass riddled with cracks. Impossible. Kaku's heart raced in horror as the shadow of death loomed. His proud iron block defense seemed to him like a glass pane filled with fissures. Moonwalk. The air beneath Kaku erupted with a thunderous blast as he forcefully interrupted the iron block, propelling it skyward. Opting to evade, he refrained from wagering whether Zoro's blade could indeed cleave the iron, for the sensation of being targeted at his vulnerabilities was far too terrifying. Zoro's blade glimmered as it barely grazed Kaku's shoe, leaving a series of unfathomable, intersecting gashes on the ground. Ah, has he managed to evade? Zoro sheathed his sword, standing tall as he gazed up at the suspended Kaku, his eyes reflecting a tinge of regret, yet predominantly of fervent battle spirit. It seems the key shall soon be within my grasp. Zoro slowly raised his sword, pointing it toward Kaku in midair. Kaku, hovering above, wore an expression of profound displeasure. Sweat trickled down his brow, not solely from the exertion of abruptly halting the iron block and employing moonwalk, but also due to Zoro's penetrating gaze and the threat posed by his previous strike. This green-haired swordsman is far more formidable than I had anticipated. Do not grow complacent. The swordsman of the Straw Hat crew. Kaku suppressed his inner turmoil, sharpening his focus once more. The battle had only just commenced. He adjusted his stance, preparing to launch a new offensive. The sky, it seemed, had temporarily become his sole refuge. Below, Zoro stood like an immovable rock, three blades gleaming coldly, awaiting the next arrival of his prey. The key, he was determined to seize it. Chapter 60, Straw Hat Crew vs. CP9, Part 2. Meanwhile, Sanji's battle with Gabra had commenced. Sanji deftly avoided Gabra's wind-like thrusts, slipping behind him to deliver a powerful kick to his back. Gabra reacted with remarkable speed, instantly sidestepping while simultaneously thrusting a finger jab towards Sanji's chest. Sanji narrowly leaned back to evade, then spun his body, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Gabra's legs. Gabra leapt into the air, performing a somersault, descending upon Sanji with a fierce double-handed thrust. Sanji bent low to avoid the attack, then executed an upward kick that struck Gabra squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Gabra crashed against the wall, but quickly rebounded, his gaze turning increasingly ferocious. His speed dramatically surged, his figure flickering before Sanji, making it momentarily difficult for him to track. Sanji took a deep breath, honing his focus, leveraging his keen hearing and years of combat experience to discern Gabra's trajectory. As Gabra launched another assault, Sanji deftly seized his arm and flung him aside. Following this, Sanji unleashed a powerful kick to Gabra's neck, causing him to stagger backward. "Your attacks are mere trifles to me." Gabra's face contorted into a sinister grin. His hair appeared denser, and his muscles visibly expanded, exuding an overwhelming sense of primal dominance. "Allow me to show you the true power of the Zoan-type devil fruit." As his words faded, Gabra's form vanished from sight, his speed now surpassing that of before by more than double. The air was filled with the sharp sound of his swift movements, leaving behind only fleeting shadows. How astonishingly fast! Sanji's pupils constricted, and his senses heightened to their utmost potential. He ceased the futile attempt to fully perceive his opponent's figure and instead grounded himself, his feet seemingly rooted to the earth. Utilizing his combat intuition and sensitivity to the shifts in airflow, he discerned the direction of the impending attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Gabra's onslaught poured forth like a tempest, assailing from all directions. The thrusts of his fingers morphed into slashing claws that tore through the air, each strike imbued with the power to pierce steel. The walls and ground were soon etched with deep gashes, debris scattering in the aftermath. Sanji's figure danced and maneuvered, akin to a storm-tossed seabird. He sidestepped, leaned back, and leapt, narrowly evading the lethal claws with mere fractions of an inch to spare. The friction of his shoes against the ground produced a piercing sound, sparks flying in his wake. "Is dodging all you can do, Blackleg?" Gabra cackled, intensifying his barrage. "The patience of a wolf is finite. Gale foot, pack of wolves." In an instant, his legs became a blur, and crescent-shaped vacuum slashes, like a ravenous pack of wolves, howled through the air, sealing off Sanji's escape routes. This was dire. A glint of realization flashed in Sanji's eyes. There was no way to evade. In that fleeting moment, he made a decisive choice, his body twisting to its limits as his feet spun like a rapidly rotating top, generating a powerful gust of wind. Muton shot, whirlwind. Bang, 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 bang. Sanji's legs manifested countless afterimages, precisely striking each incoming vacuum slash with pinpoint accuracy. The violent collisions resonated like clashing metal, releasing shockwaves that dispersed the surrounding dust. The ground beneath Sanji cracked under the pressure, yet he resolutely deflected every gale foot strike with his kicking technique. "What?" Gabra's maniacal laughter froze. He had not anticipated Sanji's legwork to be so formidable as to withstand his slashes with mere flesh and blood. In that fleeting moment of Gabra's astonishment, Sanji seized the opportunity. Leveraging the recoil from deflecting the gale foot, his body surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, aimed directly at Gabra. But it was not over yet. Vo shot. Sanji's form materialized before Gabra, his legs glowing like red-hot iron, exuding an intense heat and astonishing power. At a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Gabra's chest, abdomen, and ribs. Bang, 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 bang. The heavy thuds of his kicks echoed like a drum. Gabra felt waves of excruciating pain and searing heat erupting from the points of impact, the tremendous force threatening to displace his very organs. For the first time, the pride he took in his beastly defenses began to show signs of collapse beneath the tempest of precise kicks. He coughed up blood, his body involuntarily reeling backward, each step leaving deep impressions in the ground. Cough, damn it! Gabra struggled to regain his balance, the disdain in his gaze dissipating entirely, replaced by fury and a flicker of incredulous trepidation. "What on earth are your legs made of?" Sanji landed gracefully, igniting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze was as sharp as a blade, while a chilling smirk graced his lips. "My legs were broken to protect my comrades. How could a rabid dog like you ever understand? The warm-up is over. The next move will send you on your way." He slowly assumed a more aggressive stance, his aura radiating like a drawn sword, firmly locking onto the disoriented Gabra. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gabra's expression darkened. He realized he was up against a formidable opponent. With a low growl, his muscles tensed once more, entering a more frenzied state of combat. Stop boasting. Watch as I bite off your legs, one by one. Wolf's razor. The two figures collided with a decisive force, igniting an even more intense and brutal battle. Nami Chopper, Usopp the Sniper King, and Frankie were all engaged in their respective fights. Meanwhile, the clash between Luffy and Lucci commenced. In a moment, Luffy's rubber arm retracted. Lucci's figure had already closed the distance. His elongated fingers, poised like daggers, pierced through the air with a chilling precision, manifesting as a haunting blur. Finger pistol, Yellow Lotus. The air was pierced with a cacophony of sharp sounds as dozens, even hundreds, of invisible strikes rained down upon Luffy's vital points with unprecedented speed. Ugh! Luffy's pupils constricted. The accelerated blood flow of Gear Second heightened his reflexes to their utmost limit. Utilizing his remarkable flexibility, he twisted his body within mere inches. The gust from Lucci's strikes grazed his skin, leaving trails of blood, and a few narrowly penetrated his red vest, creating deep indentations on his resilient rubber body, causing a searing pain. Paper drawing, warrior body. Lucci's voice was cold and merciless. At the moment, Luffy barely evaded the Yellow Lotus finger pistol. Lucci's body seemed to lose weight, effortlessly gliding away from Luffy's instinctive rubber jet pistol counterattack. That punch, capable of breaching thick walls, stirred only the air around Lucci. Stormfoot, Falcon. As Lucci's form bizarrely slipped away in his paper drawing state, his right leg descended like a battle axe with ferocity. A colossal, avian-shaped blue vacuum slash instantly took form, accompanied by a piercing wail, tearing through the ground and aimed directly at Luffy, who had just steadied himself. Rubber, jet rocket. Luffy roared, his arms stretching back to their limits, launching forward like two cannonballs aimed at the massive slash. A thunderous explosion erupted between them. The shockwave sent debris flying, shrouding the area in dust. Luffy's fists successfully shattered the Falcon slash, but the immense recoil left his arms numb, carving deep grooves into the ground as he staggered backward. Chapter 61. The Straw Hat Crew vs. CP9, Part 2. As the smoke dissipated, Lucci's figure once again drew near, like a malignant shadow. This time, his gaze had become even more perilous, as if he could see through everything. Shave. His form vanished from sight, moving with a speed that transcended the limits of the human eye. In the next instant, Luffy felt excruciating pain tearing through his left rib, right shoulder, and lower back simultaneously. It was as if Lucci could foresee the future, his fingers striking with pinpoint accuracy before Luffy could even make a move. Blood gushed forth from 3 gaping wounds. Ah! Luffy cried out in agony, staggering backward. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lucci's mouth as he employed Shave once more, reappearing before Luffy in the blink of an eye. Enduring the searing pain, Luffy bellowed, "Gum Gum Machine Gun." Countless arms surged forth like a torrential downpour towards Lucci. Lucci deftly evaded, but the breadth of Luffy's strike meant several arms still collided with him. Lucci grunted, propelled backward a short distance, but upon landing, he swiftly regained his stance and charged at Luffy again. Iron block, steel balloon. Lucci's muscles tensed instantaneously, hurtling toward Luffy like a cannonball. Before Luffy could react, he was forcefully launched away, crashing against a nearby wall. The wall crumbled, and Luffy struggled to rise from the debris, blood trickling from his mouth, wiping away the crimson. He inhaled deeply. I mean business now, Gear Second. In an instant, steam enveloped Luffy, augmenting his abilities across the board. Oh no! Accelerating through blood circulation will only shorten your life, a path to self-destruction. Lucci scoffed, once again unleashing a rapid assault with Shave. Focus, sense the flow of energy. Luffy abruptly closed his eyes. He cast aside the distractions of sight and sound, immersing himself in the sensation of energy. In that fleeting moment, the world transformed. Lucci's rapid movements, previously elusive, crystallized in Luffy's perception, no longer mere blurred afterimages. He distinctly recognized a cold, concentrated, and lethal mass of energy, mere inches before him. At the core of this energy was a fingertip, imbued with terrifying penetrative power, aimed directly at his brow. No need for sight, no need for sound. The trajectory, intention, and intensity of that energy resonated vividly within Luffy's heart. I see you. Luffy roared inwardly, just as Lucci's fingertip was about to pierce his skull. Luffy tilted his head at an astonishingly minute angle. Swish! The sharp wind from Lucci's fingertip grazed Luffy's temple, severing a few strands of hair and leaving a searing trail of blood, yet it failed to hit its target. What? A flicker of disbelief crossed Lucci's eyes. How could Luffy, with his eyes closed, have evaded this strike? Luffy offered no time for contemplation. His senses locked onto that frigid energy, and in the very moment of evasion, his right fist, charged with searing steam and the utmost elasticity of rubber, shot forth like a cannonball. Rubber jet pistol. Bang! With a swift, precise, and fierce punch, Lucci hastily crossed his arms, but the blow, infused with steam and the full force of his second gear, landed squarely on his arm. Ugh! Lucci's eyes bulged, and a small spurt of blood escaped his lips. An overwhelming force surged through him, shattering his proud, iron defense. As his feet carved deep furrows into the ground, skidding for several meters before he barely regained his balance. Clutching his painfully throbbing chest, he incredulously raised his head to gaze at the steam-shrouded Luffy, whose eyes were closed. What have you done? Lucci's voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of unrecognized uncertainty. He could not comprehend how his opponent, with eyes shut, could so accurately evade his attack and deliver such a devastating counterstrike. Slowly, Luffy opened his eyes, the steam swirling around him, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, brimming with unprecedented focus and confidence. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Hee, I see you. You leopard bastard. I have penetrated your aura and speed. His fists clenched tightly, steam erupting with even greater intensity. Now it's my turn to strike back. Rubber jet machine gun. Before the words could fully escape his lips, countless fists, wreathed in scalding steam, poured forth like a torrential storm. This time, every punch from Luffy was aimed precisely at the core of Lucci's aura, no longer a haphazard barrage. In the face of Luffy's heightened perception, Lucci's speed was rendered utterly futile. Lucci's expression changed drastically as he executed a rapid retreat, but those fists seemed to possess a mind of their own, always predicting his landing. He was compelled to rely on his iron defense frequently, each block accompanied by a thunderous crash and fierce tremors. Bang! 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 The flurry of punches created a curtain of shadows, enveloped in steam. Amidst the deluge of fists, Lucci was forced to maneuver desperately, and at last, his once solid muscles began to swell and bruise. The strongest CP9 in 8 centuries found himself in such a dire predicament, being thoroughly bested by a mere rubber boy. Ugh! Cough! Damn it! With each block, Lucci felt his bones groan, his insides battered by the immense force. Iron block, empty. Seizing an exceedingly minute opening, Lucci attempted to counter the onslaught with a rebound technique. However, the moment Luffy's fist made contact with his arm, it cunningly recoiled, not allowing the full force to unleash, thus nullifying any chance of a counter. Lucci's charged attack struck only air, leaving him breathless with frustration. Hee, Pigeon Keeper, your movements are too obvious. Luffy laughed heartily. He was completely immersed in the realm of energy, where even the slightest shift from Lucci appeared as luminous as fireflies in the dark. He could even perceive the icy aura around Lucci pulsating violently, akin to a furiously agitated cat. Rubber jet rocket. Luffy, seizing the moment when Lucci's old strength had waned and new strength had yet to manifest, suddenly retracted his arms with great force. The searing steam coiled around his fist, compressed to emit a piercing shriek. Lucci's pupils constricted sharply, an intense sense of impending doom causing his hair to stand on end. There was no escaping it. Absolutely no evasión. With iron resolve, Lucci concentrated all his strength into his chest, his muscles hardening to their utmost limit, bracing for the imminent impact. Here it comes. Luffy's eyes sparkled with determination, his fists akin to 2 fiery cannonballs, tearing through the air with devastating force aimed straight at Lucci's chest. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The visible shockwave erupted in a circular explosion, causing the ground to crack in concentric circles around Lucci. Guh! Lucci could no longer hold back. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string. Crash! Clatter! Lucci's body crashed violently into a heap of discarded wooden crates and debris, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. From the ruins emerged Lucci's harsh coughing, struggling to rise, but the excruciating pain in his chest and the numbness in his arms rendered him sluggish. At that moment, Luffy appeared above him. It's not over yet, you leopard bastard. Luffy's voice brimmed with fervent battle spirit. Rubber jet axe. He lifted his right leg high, the entire limb glowing like a searing brand, entwined with astonishing steam, wielding the terrifying might to cleave through stone. As it came crashing down toward Lin Qiu amidst the rubble, a colossal shadow suddenly enveloped Lin Qiu. Bang! Dust soared skyward, fragments of stone and wood scattered. Luffy's kick utterly leveled the ruins where Lin Qiu lay, creating a deep crater. Yet in that critical moment, Lin Qiu rolled to the side. With a thunderous crash, Luffy's enormous foot barely grazed Lin Qiu's body as it smashed into the ground. The violent gusts and shockwaves sent Lin Qiu, who had just begun to rise, hurtling through the air once more, tumbling helplessly like a rolling gourd for several revolutions before finally coming to a stop. Suddenly, Luffy spun rapidly, twisting himself into a spiral. Grasping Lin Qiu's shoulders, grinning widely as he dragged him closer before swiftly spinning back to hurl Lin Qiu away. Bang! He smashed through the wall, soaring into the sky, and at that moment, Luffy blew air into his arm. Rubber, giant gun. Luffy's swollen fist, encapsulating the compressed air and steam, struck down like the hammer of divine retribution against Lin Qiu, who had no leverage to escape. Thud! The sound was so thunderous it felt as though it could halt one's heartbeat. It was not the clash of metal, but the horrifying thud of a massive hammer striking flesh. The visible circular shockwave violently spread, completely dislodging the debris atop the Justice Tower. Lin Qiu's body, like a baseball struck with full force, plummeted downward at a velocity surpassing that of a cannonball. He pierced through multiple floors, carrying with him a cataclysmic force, ultimately crashing deep into the ground of the Justice Island's main island. Boom! A colossal meteorite crater was instantaneously formed, with spiderweb-like fissures extending hundreds of meters outward. Smoke billowed upward like a mushroom cloud, obscuring a significant portion of Judicial Island. Debris and shards of steel rained down like droplets of rain. Within the depths of the crater, an eerie silence prevailed. As the dust gradually settled, the scene at the center of the chasm was revealed. Rob Lucci's body lay sprawled amidst the shattered rocks, having reverted from his beastly form, drenched in blood. His chest heaved weakly, a testament to his survival, yet he had succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly devoid of combat capability. The mightiest CP9 of Judicial Island in 8 centuries. Rob Lucci had been vanquished. Chapter 62, Successful Escape. Panting heavily, Luffy stood atop the fractured platform, gasping for breath. The steam from his second gear slowly diminished. His skin flushed crimson, and his muscles ached and trembled, yet he straightened his back, his gaze fierce and unwavering. He had triumphed. Luffy had emerged victorious. In the distance, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Frankie, witnessing the scene, erupted with excitement. Well done, Captain. Zoro grinned broadly, his face alight with wild joy. As expected of Luffy, Sanji lit a cigarette, his eyes glimmering with pride. However, before the jubilation of victory could fully bloom, a piercing alarm resonated throughout Judicial Island. Warning! Warning! Straw Hat Pirates. Confirmation of the defeat of CP9 Commander Rob Lucci. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. All naval forces. Surround the Straw Hat Pirates. They must not escape Judicial Island. From all directions, waves of naval soldiers surged forth. The port, the streets, the ruins, and even upon the surface of the sea, dozens of warships encircled Judicial Island, leaving no avenue for escape. Rear Admiral Rat, along with elite commanders like Doberman, emerged at the forefront of the encirclement, their expressions grave and menacing. Cannon barrels aimed at the remnants of the Judicial Tower, targeting Luffy, who stood aloft. This is never-ending. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, Daichi and Yukake's, his gaze sharp as a blade. Troublesome foes approach. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, assuming a combat stance. Luffy, get down. We must leave. Nami shouted anxiously, her eyes darting between the movements of the Navy and the shifting winds. Luffy took a deep breath, suppressing his fatigue, and grinned broadly. All right, I understand. With a powerful push against the shattered platform, he propelled himself like a cannonball towards his comrades, plummeting towards the square that connected the Justice Gate to the Judicial Tower. Gum Gum Balloon. Just before landing, he inhaled deeply, inflating like a massive rubber ball, bouncing several times to dissipate the impact, and landed steadily beside his friends. Luffy. Chopper rushed forward, brandishing emergency bandages and ointment. You're seriously injured. I'm fine. Chopper. Luffy ruffled Chopper's hat and turned to his companions, his gaze resolute. Is everyone all right? Let's go. Want to leave? Not so easily. Rear Admiral Rat unsheathed his blade, pointing it directly at the Straw Hat crew. Prepare for cannon fire. Fire. Boom. 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 Countless shells, trailing the ominous specter of death, cascaded down like a torrential downpour, enveloping the entire square. The three-sword style, 108 troublesome winds. In an instant, Zoro unleashed a colossal sword wind tornado, shattering the incoming shells with brutal force. The devil wind leg, a finishing kick. Sanji transformed into a blazing whirlwind, expertly detonating the shells that approached from the side. The deadly Firebird Star. Usopp, the Sniper King, launched a flaming giant bird from his slingshot, intercepting the shells midair. Frankie, shield! Nami shouted. Leave it to me. Super Frankie shield. Frankie swiftly raised a massive steel plate he had found, shielding his comrades from above and sides. Boom! Boom! Explosions erupted around them, with flashes of fire and shockwaves filling the air with smoke and dust. The Straw Hat crew pushed forward through the relentless barrage, their objective set on the port. They aimed to breach the harbor. Stop them, roared Rear Admiral Doberman, leading his elite Navy soldiers in a charge. One-sword style, Lion's Song. Zoro descended like a fierce tiger, swiftly cutting down several Navy officers at the forefront. Shoulder meet, back meet. Sanji wove through the ranks of Navy soldiers, with precise kicks sending them crashing down in waves. Monster Point. Chopper swallowed a rumble ball, transforming into a gigantic beast that blazed a path for his companions, roaring defiantly against the onslaught. Thunderclown Tempo. Nami wielded her weather stick, conjuring a localized storm that crackled with electricity, incapacitating the advancing Navy. Cannonball incoming. Frankie combined his arms, unleashing a massive shockwave that cleared away the obstructing Navy and debris. Charge! Luffy surged forward, his rubber fists paving the way, unstoppable in his momentum. His comrades followed closely, forming an unyielding arrowhead that tore through the sea of Navy soldiers. At last, they reached the brink of the harbor. However, before them lay a dense array of warships, their cannons ominously poised, casting the colossal shadow of the gates of justice in the distance, firmly shut. Their sole escape route was blocked. There is no ship. The Going Merry is on the other side. Nami's face turned pale. Damn it. Sanji gritted his teeth. Just as despair began to suffocate them, a familiar voice echoed from below the port. Hey, Luffy, everyone. The crew abruptly glanced down. They beheld the battered Going Merry, valiantly braving the waves, miraculously breaking through the Navy's blockade, racing towards them. Merry. Tears of joy welled in Luffy and his friend's eyes. It's the Going Merry. It's come to rescue us. Usopp exclaimed, exhilarated. Jump down now. Sanji urged immediately. Everyone, jump. Without hesitation, Luffy was the first to leap from the high port. His friends followed suit, descending like dumplings, filled with trust and resolve, towards their beloved companion. The Going Merry. Plop, plop, plop. Everyone landed precisely on the deck of the Merry. Merry, thank you. Luffy held tightly onto the bow. Chase. Quick pursue. Vice Admiral Squirrel roared in exasperation. Report. The Straw Hat pirate ship is moving too swiftly. Our warship cannot keep up. The messenger reported in terror. The Navy's cannon fire futilely pursued, only managing to strike the massive wake and the spray of water left by the Merry. Standing at the stern of the Merry, gazing at the judicial island gradually fading into a distant speck along with the helpless Navy fleet, the Straw Hat crew collectively exhaled a long, profound sigh of relief. Luffy and his companions escaped Judicial Island amidst formidable encirclement. Chapter 63. Carp moves out. Ultimately, the Merry reached its conclusion, and the Straw Hat crew bid farewell to it with tears. Subsequently, Frankie and the Galley Law Company crafted the Thousand Sunny. Consequently, Frankie joined the Straw Hat Pirates. The adventure set sail once more. At the Marine headquarters in the Marshal's office, the heavy wooden desk seemed unable to withstand Sengoku's fury, vibrating under his forceful strikes. The report, harshly thrown before Carp, scattered across the floor, the foremost page displaying Luffy's wide grin, with a bounty of 300 million berries boldly marked on his wanted poster. Carp, look at the outrageous deeds of your reckless grandson. Sengoku's roar nearly lifted the roof, veins bulging on his forehead as he pointed at the scattered documents. Attacking Judicial Island, openly declaring war on the world government, destroying the emblem of justice. Moreover, rescuing the devil child Nico Robin from that elite CP9 group. This is no mere trifling in the Grand Line. It shakes the very foundations of world order. Carp bent down, leisurely picking up the wanted poster. His usually carefree face darkened instantly upon seeing the glaring number of 300 million berries in Luffy's image, his brow furrowing tightly. He flipped through the new bounties of the other Straw Hat members, the harrowing images of Judicial Island devastated by cannon fire and the slaughter order. Reports of CP9 members either gravely injured or missing. Each document was a stark reminder of the chaos. Yet, this heaviness lasted barely 10 seconds. The corners of Carp's mouth began to involuntarily curl upwards, followed by the resounding echo of his iconic, carefree laughter filling the entire office. Ha ha ha. Ah, ah. 300 million. What a remarkable kid. Truly my grandson, achieving such notoriety in such a short time. Ah, ah. Carp slapped his thigh vigorously, laughing to the point of tears, as if he were not looking at a series of crime reports, but rather at his grandson's outstanding report card. Laugh. Carp, how can you still laugh? Sengoku, face flushed with rage, snatched Luffy's wanted poster. You should know what this signifies without me having to tell you. This is no longer the antics of an ordinary pirate crew. The highest echelons of the world government are furious. The 5 elders are personally intervening. They have acquired Nico Robin. The ability to interpret the true history has been resurrected in the world. What does this signify for the world government? It poses a threat capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. They have now officially been placed on a list that must be eradicated at all costs. Your grandson, along with that perilous archaeologist aboard his ship, stands at the very heart of this maelstrom. Sengoku's roar fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing Carp's laughter. The office descended into an eerie silence. The smile vanished from Carp's face, replaced by a profound expression intermingled with concern, helplessness, and a hint of barely perceptible pride. His tall frame seemed to slouch slightly as his sharp gaze fixated on Luffy's wanted poster. Carp fell silent. He gripped the wanted notice tightly, the edges of the paper crumpling under his fingers. The actions of his grandson left him at a loss for words. Protecting one's comrades? That is indeed a principle of the sea. Yet to assault one of the 3 core institutions of the world government for the sake of comrades? To dare to openly trample upon the authority of the world government? Even rescuing a woman who had been hunted for 20 years? One who possesses forbidden knowledge? This cannot merely be described as audacious. It is tantamount to courting death. Moreover, it drags the entire crew into an inescapable abyss. This signifies that Carp's voice was low and hoarse, laden with unprecedented gravity. There is no turning back. The world government will unleash all its might, including our navy, to deliver the most severe and brutal retaliation. They will become the primary targets of all navies, all CP agents, and potentially even some more sinister forces. Sengoku sank heavily into his chair, massaging his throbbing temples. It is understood. Straw Hat Luffy, Nico Robin, and the entire Straw Hat crew. Their threat level has escalated to the highest degree. Particularly Nico Robin. Her very existence is a taboo. He sighed wearily. CP9 has suffered a devastating defeat this time. That fool Spandam. Our Navy's credibility has also been called into question. The higher-ups demand that we adopt a more resolute stance. The office door was silently pushed open, and the tall figure of Akiji leaned languidly against the doorframe, as if just awakened. Ah, what a remarkable commotion. Has Judicial Island turned into that? Mr. Carp's grandson is indeed a troublesome child who always brings surprises. His gaze brushed over the wanted notice in Carp's hand, lingering for a moment on Robin's photograph. The look behind his lenses inscrutable. Oomph. A bunch of ignorant brats. Another cold voice echoed, as Akainu appeared at the doorway, his eyes sharp as blades, radiating a seething, magma-like fury. To destroy Judicial Island, a symbol of justice for a few pirates? That Nico Robin must be completely eradicated as a seed of evil. Carp, if your love cannot restrain your bloodline, then the absolute justice of the Navy will carry out the cleansing for you. Such a dangerous spark must be extinguished before it ignites into a conflagration. The unrestrained, murderous intent emanating from Akainu cast a heavier gloom over the office. Carp abruptly lifted his head, his sharp gaze meeting Akainu's, an invisible aura of dominance colliding between the two. He refrained from countering Akainu's assertion, merely folding the crumpled bounty notice of Luffy with deliberation, slipping it into his pocket. Cleaning up, Carp's voice returned to its usual thunderous timbre, albeit laced with an undeniable coldness. My grandson is not someone else can discipline. Turning to Sengoku, he demanded, give me the latest intelligence. The whereabouts of those rascals. Sengoku regarded Carp with a penetrating glance, comprehending his resolve. According to the most recent reports, they had departed from Water City aboard a new vessel, charting a course towards the Devil's Triangle. A new ship? Carp raised an eyebrow, though he did not pursue the matter further. The Devil's Triangle? Always heading into trouble. Sengoku, prepare a fast ship for me. Are you going personally? Akiji inquired. Why not? Carp grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, yet the smile bore no warmth. Instead, radiating the sharpness of a warrior. Since this little rascal has stirred up such a colossal mess and has placed a high bounty on himself, I, as his grandfather, shall personally retrieve him. With my fists, I shall inquire whether he truly understands the gravity of his actions. With that proclamation, Carp disregarded the complex gazes of others, striding purposefully toward the door. As he brushed past the canoe, the tension between them caused the very air to thicken. Carp, Sengoku called out in a low voice from behind. Remember your position. You are a Vice Admiral of the Navy. Hero Carp, the world government is watching. Carp paused at the threshold, not turning back, but his deep, resolute words resonated. I am aware. The door slammed shut, leaving an oppressive silence within the office. Sengoku's unease, Akiji's contemplative demeanor, and Akainu's chilling murderous intent intertwined in the stillness. Though the smoke of Judicial Island had dissipated, the monumental storm stirred by the Straw Hat crew was only just beginning to engulf the world. Carp's forthcoming venture was no longer merely a grandfather visiting his grandson, but a pursuit of a naval hero after a notorious criminal. Chapter 64. He is under my protection. Effect achieved, shouted Pythagoras in exuberance. The other 5 clones swiftly converged towards him. Quickly, what is the outcome? Vegapunk inquired eagerly. Pythagoras pointed at the virtual screen before them, where the data fluctuated dramatically. Look, the energy response is amplifying. Our experiment is commencing to yield results. The other clones also wore expressions of delight. At that moment, the apparatus emitted a sharp alarm, its lights flickering erratically. Not good. The energy has overloaded again. One clone shouted. Before they could react, the machine suddenly exploded, and, as the smoke cleared, they scrambled to their feet, their faces etched with distress. Has the experiment failed? Lilith expressed her disappointment. Pythagoras shook his head, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. No. Despite the unforeseen circumstances, this only affirms that our direction is correct. This overload indicates that energy is coalescing. We simply have yet to master the equilibrium. Now, let us adjust the parameters and commence anew. Upon hearing this, everyone rallied their spirits and immersed themselves back into the intense preparations for the experiment. In a spacious and well-lit treatment room, Ainalu lay upon the bed, his wounds having healed significantly, his condition markedly improved. This man from Qinghai is truly remarkable. Ainalu couldn't help but exclaim. Standing beside him, Gogeta smiled in response. He is indeed the smartest person in the world. To him, your injuries are merely trivial. Since your wounds have healed, let us depart. Gogeta suddenly proclaimed. Where to? Ainalu inquired, puzzled. Gogeta flashed a mysterious smile. I shall take you to witness the prowess of Qinghai's elite. Before Ainalu could articulate any further thoughts, Gogeta seized him, and they vanished from the treatment room in an instant. Simultaneously, in the laboratory, Vegapunk was intently gazing at the virtual screen, which displayed the recently vanished Gogeta and Ainalu. What sort of ability is this? It is utterly incomprehensible. Vegapunk furrowed his brow, his face etched with confusion. In addition to studying the energy that Gogeta had provided him, Vegapunk had been attempting to decipher the ability to vanish and reappear instantaneously, yet after a considerable period of research, he remained at standstill. With a resigned shake of his head, he decided to temporarily set aside these matters and concentrate on developing the first generation with that energy. In the Hall of Authority within the Pangu city of Mariewa, a voice emerged from the telephone bug. Are you saying that 2 unidentified individuals have appeared in Aegid? Jagor Lucius Satan furrowed his brow. Indeed, my lord, and from what I gather, one of them is gravely injured, seemingly seeking treatment from Vegapunk. Satan remained silent for a moment before responding. Continue to observe and report any developments immediately. Understood, my lord. The telephone bug clicked off. Satan squinted thoughtfully. Vegapunk, as clever as you are, I trust you wouldn't engage in such folly, would you? Meanwhile, in the territory of Moria, rubber, jet pistol. Luffy's fist crashed down upon the large, corpulent figure of Moonlight Moria. Hehehe, Uzula Straw Hat Kid. Your attacks are merely tickles to a shadow master. Moria chuckled maniacally as the massive shadow, like a fortress, absorbed Luffy's blows with ease, even retaliating with a heavy shadow punch. However, this time, Luffy did not brace himself or evade clumsily as before. At the very moment the shadow punch was about to strike him, his body twisted at an incredible angle, gliding past the edge of the punch like willow fluff in the wind. What? Moria's laughter abruptly ceased. As Luffy landed, he gently closed his eyes, only to abruptly open them again, an invisible aura radiating from him. The sensation of energy awakened. In Luffy's vision, Moria's immense form and the silhouette of the Shadow Master appeared as vividly as fireflies in the night. He could not only discern Moria's precise location, but also anticipate the trajectory of the Shadow Master's next move. "Uh-huh, I've got you." Luffy grinned, his figure vanishing once more. Rubber, jet stamp. This time, his target was no longer the cumbersome Shadow Master, but rather Moria's form, exposed amid the Shadow Master's defenses. His heel, enveloped in steam, descended like a battle axe, striking with astonishing speed and an exceptionally acute angle. Gah! Moria was caught off guard, suffering a fierce blow to his shoulder. The tremendous impact causing him to stagger, pain coursing through him. How could this be? How did you see through the Shadow Master? With the ability to sense energy, Luffy seemed to possess foresight, maximizing the advantage of his second gear's speed. He no longer engaged the Shadow Master directly. Instead, he utilized his rapid movements and keen perception to evade and attack Moria's form, akin to a slippery eel, constantly seeking openings. For a moment, the tide of battle shifted, leaving Moria flustered and disoriented. "Damn you, brat. Don't get too cocky." Shadow Box. Enraged, Moria spread his arms wide as countless shadow bats and shadow spears rained down upon Luffy, sealing off all avenues of escape. Luffy focused his mind, fully activating his energy perception. In his perceptual realm, the dense barrage of attacks transformed from an unavoidable onslaught into discernible trajectories of energy. Each attack's speed and angle crystal clear. He weaved through the narrow gaps, twisting and rolling, narrowly evading each strike, and even anticipating the points of impact to rebound off the force. Rubber, jet rocket. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Luffy burst forth from the encirclement like a cannonball, his fists enveloped in remarkable steam, striking fiercely at Moria's abdomen. Ugh! The excruciating pain elicited a cry from Moria, his face a canvas of disbelief and indignation. Luffy landed, panting heavily, sweat cascading down his cheeks, yet his gaze shone with extraordinary brilliance. The burden of his second gear combined with intense focus on energy perception was immensely taxing, yet the results were undeniable. He could sense that Moria's rhythm had been thoroughly disrupted. This is becoming increasingly entertaining. Moria steadied himself, his expression of fury morphing into a more sinister greed. "Your shadow, I shall claim it. I will transform you into the mightiest zombie general." Just as Moria prepared to unleash a more potent assault, Luffy braced himself, poised for action. A profound, indescribable sense of pressure, as heavy as a mountain, descended without warning. The air on the battlefield seemed to solidify. Even the rampant shadows came to a halt. Whether it was Luffy, Moria, or the watching Straw Hat crew, including Lola and the zombies hiding within the castle, all felt as if their hearts were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, breathing suddenly becoming arduous. Luffy suddenly looked up, his senses ablaze with an alarming intensity, directing his attention towards a specific point in the sky. Moria, equally perplexed, gazed upward, feeling an oppressive force unlike any other. A thunderous roar resonated, not an explosion, but a pure, physical impact. A figure descended from the heavens like a meteor, crashing heavily into the ground between Luffy and Moria. The solid earth instantaneously fractured and sank, forming a vast, spiderweb-like crater with dust and debris soaring into the air. As the dust gradually settled, a formidable figure emerged, clad in a white navy vest, draped in a naval cloak and donned with a dog-headed hat. He casually brushed off the dust from his shoulders, his gaze sharp as lightning, instantly locking onto Luffy. "Gramps?" Luffy's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his astonishment surpassing even the shock of the previous attack by the Shadow Master. How could his grandfather possibly be here? "Luffy!" Kapu's roar thundered like a storm, the terrifying sound waves overwhelming even the howling winds. As he stepped forward, the ground trembled once more, his form transforming into a blurred white shadow, moving at a speed that exceeded Luffy's second gear visual limits. "You foolish grandson! I warned you long ago not to become a pirate. The trouble you've caused now compels me to bring you back myself." With no ostentatious techniques or devil fruit powers, he wielded nothing but the pure, honed might of his iron fist. Prior to the punch's arrival, The sheer force of it sent Luffy's hair standing on end, his skin prickling with anticipation. His senses screamed in alarm, yet all he could perceive was an inescapable shadow. It was too fast, too powerful. This attack was on an entirely different level compared to Moria's. Luffy exerted every ounce of strength to evade. But under Kapu's relentless gaze, his body felt as if it were mired in quicksand, his movements sluggish. This is bad. Luffy's pupils dilated, realizing that his grandfather's fist could easily be lethal. Just as Kapu's iron fist was about to make contact with Luffy, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure appeared before Luffy without warning. It was Gogeta, with a relaxed smile on his face. He faced Kapu's fist, capable of instilling fear in even the mightiest of pirates, merely raising his right hand. Smack! The anticipated cataclysmic collision did not transpire. Kapu's iron fist was firmly halted by a single finger from Gogeta. The violent wind of the punch came to an abrupt halt, the resultant shockwave colliding against an invisible barrier, dissipating into nothingness. Only at the point where Gogeta's fingertip met Kapu's fist could one perceive a faint distortion in the air, indicative of extreme compression. Time seemed to freeze. The anger etched on Kapu's face was swiftly replaced by unparalleled astonishment. He felt as if his fist had struck an ancient, unyielding mountain. The finger that resisted his blow brimmed with an absolute power he had never before encountered. No matter how he summoned the strength within, he could not budge his opponent in the slightest. Luffy gasped for breath as he beheld the familiar silhouette blocking his path. Instinctively exclaiming, "Master!" Moria was left utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. The sudden appearance of the naval hero, Garp, instilled a palpable sense of dread within him. And this unexpected man had the audacity to intercept Garp's strike with merely a single finger. What manner of creature is this? The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, as if even the wind had ceased to blow. Vegeta's relaxed smile remained unchanged as he regarded Garp, whose pupils had constricted in shock. With an air of undeniable authority, he spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. "Hey, old man, that was a bit too heavy-handed, don't you think?" He tilted his head slightly, a smirk gracing his lips, his gaze sharp as a blade. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the battlefield with an unmistakable air of dominance. "This kid, Luffy, is under my protection." Chapter 65. I accompany you on your journey. Oomph. Garp glowered at Vegeta, a cold snort escaping his lips. "I trust you are aware of Luffy's recent actions?" His voice carried a hint of resignation. Vegeta's lips curled into a scornful smile as he retorted, "And what of it? With me here, you shall not lay a hand on him." Alas, as his grandfather, I find myself at a loss. Luffy's deeds have transcended the trivial mischief typical of ordinary pirates. It is fortunate I arrived when I did. Had Akaina been present, Luffy might well have lost his life, Garp sighed. Being his grandson, he was reluctant to take such measures. Yet as a naval officer, he felt compelled to act. "Very well, let us engage in combat. This way, I can return with a satisfactory report," Garp proposed. "Are you certain?" Vegeta was taken aback by Garp's suggestion, but upon reflection, he realized the intention was likely to assess his strength. Just as Vegeta surmised, Garp was indeed contemplating this. Garp regarded Vegeta with a serious expression. "All right then, I shall take this opportunity to gauge your prowess." As Vegeta spoke, he placed his left hand behind his back and beckoned with his right finger. Garp remained unfazed, perceiving no provocation in the gesture. Luffy swallowed hard, sensing the overwhelming tension. Crash! Debris fell to the ground as Garp made his move. There was no exaggerated display, only pure, unadulterated explosive power. The ground beneath him sank as he transformed into a mere blur, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Vegeta. His seasoned iron fist, imbued with the concentrated might of Haki, surged forth with the terrifying strength capable of shattering mountains, striking directly at Vegeta's face without any adornment. This punch represented the wrath of a naval hero, a cathartic release of the tensions between duty and familial bonds, and served as Garp's true test of Vegeta's strength. However, in the face of a fist capable of instilling fear even in the mightiest of pirates, Gogeta maintained a nonchalant posture with his left hand positioned behind him and his right hand slightly raised, as if Garp's earth-shattering strike was merely a gentle breeze brushing against his face. Just as the iron fist was about to make contact with the tip of his nose, Gogeta made his move. No, to be precise, it was his right hand that moved. The curling fingers did not retract. Instead, they casually flicked with an almost effortless grace. There was no thunderous clash or explosive shockwave. Only a dull, heart-stopping thud. Carp's fist came to an abrupt halt, barely an inch from Gogeta's face. Arrested by an invisible barrier of energy, Carp's pupils constricted suddenly. He felt as though his full-powered punch had struck against the unyielding fabric of the cosmos. The backlash surged back with the force of countless mountains, brutally flooding into his arm, instantly shattering his arm defense and crashing violently into his body. A suppressed groan of pain erupted from deep within Carp's throat. His formidable frame trembled violently, as if struck by a colossal hammer, and he was uncontrollably propelled backward. The speed was so great that it left a long afterimage in the air. Boom! Crash! Carp, akin to a cannonball, smashed through several crumbling walls, finally colliding with a massive stone pillar, where he came to a grudging halt. The pillar resonated with a cacophony of cracking sounds, spiderweb-like fissures appearing as debris cascaded down. With a gasp, Carp knelt on one knee, unable to contain himself any longer, as a torrent of blood surged forth, staining the rubble beneath him. His left arm hung limply, evidently injured from what had appeared to be a mere flick of the wrist. A wave of excruciating pain and unprecedented weakness engulfed him as he lifted his gaze towards the figure still holding the flicking posture, his eyes filled with incredulous horror. One strike, merely one strike. He hadn't even seen how the opponent had executed it. Nearby, Luffy stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape, as if a watermelon could fit inside, forgetting even to swallow. He was aware of his master's strength, but to this extent, where even his grandfather could not contend, was beyond his imagination. Gogeta slowly lowered his right hand, and the oppressive aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. He regarded the kneeling Carp in the distance, who was panting heavily, his breath exacerbating the pain within. Carp looked at Gogeta, his expression a complex tapestry of shock and defeat. He realized he had grown old. Yet, more than anything, there was a profound sense of trepidation. Luffy's master possessed a terrifying strength that surpassed his expectations, even seeming to eclipse the infamous Pirate King, Rocks. Cough, cough, cough. Carp expelled more blood, struggling to support himself with his uninjured right hand, slowly rising to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A semblance of relief mingled with self-deprecation surfaced on his face as he chuckled. Ha! Ha! Excellent. Quite splendid. I concede wholeheartedly. Luffy, that young lad, is indeed fortunate to have found a master such as you. He paused, inhaling deeply, his tone shifting to one of gravity. It appears that in my current state, capturing anyone is out of the question. I shall need to return and rest for several days. He turned around, his steps somewhat unsteady, yet he maintained a straightened back, prepared to depart from this place. However, just as Carp took his first step, the voice of Gogeta resonated from behind him. Wait. Carp halted, a mix of confusion and vigilance washing over him as he glanced back. There stood Gogeta, his hands tucked casually into his pockets, observing Carp with a nonchalant demeanor. I will accompany you. Gogeta's voice echoed clearly above the ruins. What? Carp was taken aback, convinced he had misheard. Are you certain? A subtle yet profound smile seemed to grace Gogeta's lips. Indeed. Let's take a look. He spoke with an air of indifference, as if addressing a trivial matter. By the way, I shall serve as your bodyguard. As Carp gazed into Gogeta's calm and unwavering eyes, an unprecedented chill crept up his spine. This man's intentions were far from mere curiosity. Chapter 66. It was you who initiated the conflict. However, before departing, we must deal with Moria. There is no need for him to take action. He simply stated inexplicably, the remaining tasks are yours, especially concerning Moria. He seized Carp's hand and soared into the air. This display astonished many, including the captured Carp. You. Carp struggled to articulate a complete thought. Shortly after Gogeta and Carp's departure, the concealed Enel and tyrant Kuma emerged. Kuma first glanced at Enel, then turned his gaze to Luffy, ultimately resting it upon Moria. How could this rubbery little brat have defeated him? Now I must handle it. Enel scoffed, raising his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning. What? Moria's pupils constricted. It was lightning. Shadow Warrior. He attempted to swap places with his shadow, yet under Enel's web of perception, Moria found no means of escape. The lightning pierced through Moria's body in an instant, causing him to scream in agony as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Moria struggled to rise, only to find his body rendered immobile. The assembled shadows were expelled from his form, his massive silhouette returning to its normality. That should suffice. Withdrawing his hand, he walked away to find a spot to sit, for he needed to wait for Gogeta, as he was unfamiliar with the way. Meanwhile, Amidst the clouds, Carp inquired, "What is your true objective? I know you're not merely heading to the Navy headquarters." Gogeta chuckled softly. He indeed had a purpose, which was to explore the Navy headquarters in Mariehua, while also putting a few celestial dragons in their place. Marine Ford, Navy Headquarters Square. The sun illuminated the Fortress of Justice. Where the patrolling Marines marched in perfect unison, the air thick with solemnity and strength. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by two figures descending from the heavens. Boom! A faint shockwave rippled through the air, stirring up dust. Goku, akin to setting down a burdensome load, gently placed the gravely injured Admiral Garp on the hard ground of the square. Admiral Garp? The nearby Marines were the first to recognize their hero, the formidable Garp, who resembled a steadfast pillar of strength, now reduced to such a state as if he were mere cargo brought back. The alarm was instantly triggered. The shrill, piercing sound reverberated throughout Marineford. Enemy attack. Highest alert. Protect Admiral Garp. Surround him. Countless Marines surged from all directions, weapons drawn, firearms primed. A multitude of gun barrels and vigilant gazes locking onto the composed man beside Garp. The atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. Garp struggled to catch his breath, attempting to explain, but the excruciating pain rendered him unable to articulate complete thoughts. Goku, disregarding the myriad weapons aimed at him, spoke casually to the prostrate Garp, bigger than I expected. Impudence. A voice, authoritative and furious, resonated like a thunderclap, drowning out the alarm. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, clad in his admiral's coat, accompanied by Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, and a host of elite Marine generals, surged forth like a torrent of steel from the main building of the fortress. Sengoku's countenance was grim, his gaze shifting between his wounded friend Garp and the unperturbed stranger who even dared to request a tour, his fury igniting. "Who are you? How dare you invade Marine headquarters and assault a naval hero?" Sengoku bellowed, an invisible aura of conqueror's haki emanating instinctively, causing the weaker Marines nearby to feel momentarily dazed. Admiral Kizaru, with narrowed eyes, detected an undercurrent of seriousness, adjusting his sunglasses. "Oh dear, what a fearsome presence. Garp-san is gravely injured." His observation haki was on high alert. Meanwhile, Akainu's fist had already become molten, the intense heat distorting the air as he fixed his gaze menacingly on Goku, eyes blazing like a predatory magma beast. For those who desecrate justice, only complete annihilation awaits. In the face of the overwhelming might of the Navy's elite, Goku displayed no fear. Rather, he found the noise somewhat bothersome, casually digging at his ear. "I merely wish to take a look inside. Nothing more," he stated nonchalantly. "Delusional," Sengoku retorted adamantly. "Marine headquarters is not a place that just anyone can enter, especially not someone who has harmed a significant figure of the Navy." "Oh, so there is nothing to discuss then?" Goku maintained his nonchalant demeanor. His utter disregard for the Marine headquarters ignited Akainu's fury even further. "Demon dog!" The roar of Akainu resembled that of a volcanic eruption, his molten right fist radiating an overwhelming heat and a will of destruction, tearing through the air with astonishing speed as it hurtled towards Gogeta's face. Simultaneously, Kizaru's figure materialized behind Gogeta, his dazzling golden leg resembling the sword of a deity. Swift and silent, transcending the limits of visual perception. This was his signature lightspeed kick. The combined assault of these two formidable admirals was potent enough to obliterate an island in an instant. The hearts of the Marines in the plaza nearly ceased to beat, as they envisioned the arrogant fool being reduced to ashes amidst lava and light speed. "Ah, you initiated this, so do not blame me," Gogeta thought, as the impending attack drew near. With a casual flick of his right hand, as if swatting away an insect, he directed it towards Akainu. Slap! The crisp sound of impact resonated. The fierce Akainu instantly bent like a shrimp, his menacing expression frozen, replaced by an incredulous agony and confusion. His once mighty lava fist, under Gogeta's seemingly nonchalant gesture, crumbled like a fragile toy, disintegrating in an instant. He transformed into a crimson meteor, rocketing away at 10 times his initial speed, crashing violently against the thick walls of a distant fortress. Boom! A colossal cloud of dust erupted, accompanied by the thunderous sound of collapsing structures. Akainu's presence diminished instantly. Buried beneath the rubble, his fate uncertain, Gogeta's left hand rose as if foreseeing the future, fingers splayed, perfectly positioned to intercept the trajectory of Kizaru's lightspeed kick. Whoosh! The beam powerful enough to pierce steel collided with Gogeta's palm, producing only a harsh friction sound and scattering golden light. The lazy expression on Kizaru's face vanished in an instant, his pupils behind sunglasses constricting violently, filled with shock. He felt as if his kick had struck an ancient diamond mountain, incapable of moving it even a fraction. The retaliatory force surged back, rendering his entire leg numb with pain. "Nanny!" Kizaru gasped in disbelief, propelled backward uncontrollably by the recoil, tumbling midair before barely regaining his balance, landing at a distance with an unprecedented grave expression. In the blink of an eye, the Navy's two greatest powers faced a devastating turn. One was effortlessly swatted away, his life hanging in the balance, while the other was casually repelled, retreating in disarray. This scene, which shattered their understanding, plunged the entire plaza into a profound silence. The Marines gaped, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, their minds blank, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Vice Admiral Karp's severe injury. The instant collapse of the two admirals and the overwhelming power displayed by this enigmatic figure exceeded their wildest imaginings of a strong warrior. How outrageous! The marshal's coat billowed without wind, crackling with energy. The Buddha's wrath surged forth. Blinding golden light erupted explosively. Sengoku's body expanded dramatically within the radiance, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal golden Buddha towering above. Majestic, solemn, and imbued with an overwhelming presence. A colossal golden Buddha hand was raised high, its palm brimming with terrifying energy capable of shattering mountains and shaking the very earth. The air beneath it wailed, twisting in anguish. That immense shadow instantaneously enveloped the entire plaza, akin to divine retribution descending upon the world. The golden giant hand, resembling a collapsing firmament, descended forcefully upon the diminutive figure of Gogeta. Wherever the gust from the hand passed, the ground cracked and fissured, confronted with the Buddha's palm. Potent enough to flatten the entire plaza, Gogeta finally displayed a flicker of interest upon his countenance. "This is rather intriguing." He chuckled softly, advancing rather than retreating. Without gathering strength, without a battle cry, he did not even assume a combat stance. Just as the golden Buddha hand was about to strike down, Gogeta casually raised his right fist and gently thrust it towards the center of the palm, which was magnitudes larger than his entire being. Boom! An indescribable thunderous sound erupted instantly. It was not merely an explosion. It resembled the horrific, muffled roar of two celestial bodies colliding at an exceedingly close distance. A visible wave of pure, white energy burst forth from the point of contact between their fists and palm. Time seemed to elongate in that moment. Before the eyes of countless naval soldiers, they witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. The surface of the golden Buddha hand, centered at the point of contact, was marred by a web of intricate cracks. Following that, a series of sharp snaps followed by a deafening roar. The golden giant Buddha, symbolizing absolute justice and power, that hand capable of suppressing the era of great pirates, shattered under Gogeta's seemingly casual punch, akin to fragile glass. Countless fragments of golden energy scattered like a meteor shower. The gigantic golden Buddha form, as if struck by an invisible hammer, emitted a pained groan, its massive body staggering uncontrollably backwards, each step sending tremors through the ground, leaving deep craters in its wake. The golden light flickered violently before ultimately failing to maintain its form, abruptly contracting and dissipating. As the radiance faded, the figure of Admiral Sengoku emerged, his complexion as pale as paper, a trickle of glaring blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His admiral's coat tattered in several places, and his right arm hanging limply, trembling slightly, clearly gravely injured. His gaze towards Gogeta was filled with unprecedented horror and disbelief. An absolute silence descended. The vast plaza of the Navy headquarters was now only filled with the futile wailing of alarms. Thousands of naval soldiers stood petrified, as if turned to stone, their hollow eyes fixated on the man standing at the center of the plaza, his attire untouched by even a single tear. The once godlike admiral and the mightiest of generals appeared as fragile as children before this man. This was no longer a battle, but a unilateral crushing. Well, it seems I have nearly finished reading. Gogeta seemed to have merely performed an inconsequential act. He surveyed the chaotic square, ravaged by the aftermath of battle, and the distant ruins of collapsed buildings, nodding in satisfaction while completely disregarding the countless guns aimed his way, their bearers lacking the courage to pull the trigger. He also overlooked the wary, almost fiery gazes of the marine admirals. The space was indeed vast, though the noise of the crowd was rather bothersome. He commented indifferently, then, as if recalling something, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the red Earth continent, a cold and playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thus, it was time to venture to that even filthier place. As his words faded, Gogeta's figure abruptly blurred, akin to a distorted image due to poor signal. And in the next instant, he vanished completely, as if he had never existed, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Chapter 67. I have been quite merciful. In the power hall of Panga City, the 5 elder stars beheld the image projected by the phone worm, revealing none other than Gogeta, the one who had appeared in Agehead. Shepherd 10 bites, Saint nodded. Quite remarkable, he mused. Topman watchily Saint squinted, pondering silently. Though he had not laid eyes on this individual in person, he could discern his uniqueness merely through the video. Just as they were engrossed in uncovering the identity of this person, a government official burst in like a tempest. His stride was unsteady, as though he had been greatly frightened, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The official's eyes reflected disbelief, his lips quivering as he stammered. Five elder stars. A grave situation has arisen. Makasmat's Saint furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of displeasure. He admonished, "What is this frantic behavior? Speak slowly." Clearly startled by Makasmat's Saint's rebuke, the officer took several deep breaths, striving to regain his composure. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to gather himself and spoke slowly. The Navy headquarters has been infiltrated by a mysterious powerhouse. Akainu, Kizaru, and Admiral Sengoku have all been defeated, and Garp has sustained severe injuries. The expressions of the 5 elder stars shifted subtly, their gazes locking onto one another, each reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. What audacity! Izambalin Vina's Shuru, Saint bellowed, his face a mask of fury. Who possesses such boldness to dare invade the Navy headquarters? The naval officer slowly shook his head, but in that moment, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of the projection, and his face turned ashen, his finger trembling as it pointed towards the figure on the screen. "It's him." His voice was laced with shock and terror. "What?" Upon hearing this, the 5 elders shifted their gaze to the screen. As they discerned the figure depicted, their jaws dropped in astonishment. It was him. Topman virtually exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock, gripping his staff with such force that his knuckles turned pale. The fury radiating from his aged visage surged like a volcano. He was brazenly challenging the authority of the world government. Marcus Mars's wrath was uncontrollable. This was sheer arrogance. It must be addressed immediately. Before Izambalin V. Nejiru could finish his statement, a thunderous roar erupted from outside Panga City. Subsequently, violent tremors followed, causing the hall's floor to shake violently as though it might collapse at any moment. The opulent chandelier above swayed perilously, emitting jarring clinks, as if shaken by an invisible hand. What is happening? Marcus Mars's countenance shifted dramatically, a profound sense of foreboding swelling within him. Almost simultaneously, a piercing alarm echoed throughout Mariehua. It was the highest level of invasion alert. A blood-soaked, armor-shattered guardian of the Holy Land tumbled into the hall, his voice distorted by sheer terror. "Report to the 5 elders. There are invaders. They have directly descended upon the outskirts of Panga City." "Lord Charlos, what has happened to Charlos?" Vorchely demanded sharply, for the safety of the celestial dragons was an absolute taboo. "He has been killed." The guardian's voice quavered with a sob. The invader simply waved his hand, and Lord Charlos was reduced to ashes. He didn't even have time to scream. "What?" The 5 elders' faces paled simultaneously, their rage surging to a boiling point. The slaughter of a celestial dragon was an unforgivable crime that had not been dared for 8 centuries. This was not merely a provocation. It was a declaration of war against the very foundation of the world order. "It is him. It must be him." Shepherd Tiberius pointed vehemently at the projected image. "He has arrived. Right in Mariehua." Mariehua, the abode of the gods, was now engulfed in chaos and panic. Just 2 minutes prior, a figure had appeared without warning on the broad, white marble road outside Panga City. It was Gogeta, who, upon casually surveying the scene, felt his expression darken. The disorder here surpassed that of his previous life. Not far away, a corpulent celestial dragon, Charlos, donned a bubble helmet and paraded a chain of battered slaves, proudly strutting alongside his ugly pet, which was similarly collared. Upon noticing the lowly Gogeta, instead of exhibiting any caution, he instinctively raised his golden pistol, a cruel and excited grin spreading across his face. Where did this lowly peasant come from? How dare you meet the gaze of the great Lord Charlos? Kneel and lick my boots, or else his words were abruptly cut off, without so much as a glance. Gogeta casually waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the esteemed Charles Saint vanished as if erased by an invisible eraser, leaving not a trace of dust behind. The occurrence transpired with such rapidity and enigma that the surrounding guards and attendants were left in stunned silence for several moments. Charles Saint has disappeared. The revered celestial dragon has been slain. An enemy attack. Highest alert. The screams and alarm bells instantaneously shattered the tranquility of Mariewa. The first to react were figures clad in white suits and masks. CP0. They are the most formidable intelligence agency of the world government, the shield safeguarding the celestial dragons. Shadows materialized like specters from every corner, swiftly encircling Gogeta. Bold rogue, how dare you commit murder in the Holy Land and slay the esteemed celestial dragon? Surrender at once. The leading CP0 officer's voice was icy and piercing, imbued with a wrath of monumental proportions. Without warning or hesitation, several CP0 members unleashed their most ferocious assaults simultaneously. The piercing strikes bore the power to penetrate steel, while the vacuum waves of their slashing kicks tore through the air with a deafening silence, the speed of their movement leaving mere afterimages in their wake. Their coordination was impeccable, with attacks covering every possible escape route for Gogeta, aiming for a swift kill or crippling blow. However, in the face of this onslaught, Gogeta merely clicked his tongue, a hint of boredom flickering in his gaze. He did not even shift his position. Just as the attacks were about to connect, a barrier of energy materialized. Bang, bang, bang. The piercing strikes, potent enough to pierce steel, struck against the barrier, producing a dull sound as their fingers shattered upon impact. The relentless vacuum slashes met the barrier without so much as stirring a ripple before dissipating into nothingness. CP0 members attempting to close in and unleash the six powers found themselves, upon contact with the energy, as if struck by an invisible hammer, hurtling backward at a speed faster than their approach, their white suits shredding, blood gushing forth, crashing into distant walls, their fates uncertain. In a mere explosion of energy, the elite CP0 squad was annihilated. This terrifying scene left the subsequent guards and officials paralyzed with fear, even their screams caught in their throats. Incompetence. A stern and frigid voice echoed. The sky grew suddenly dark, and an aura of malevolence far surpassing that of CP0 enveloped the area. Figures silently emerged atop the rooftops and ruins surrounding the square, firmly locking onto Gogeta. The Knights of God had arrived. The commander of the Knights, Fegaland Green Saint, regarded Gogeta with a solemn gaze. To desecrate the Holy Land and slay a celestial dragon. Your crimes are unforgivable. Green Saint's voice resonated with a deep authority. Gogeta's gaze finally shifted from the distant, burning ruins of the palace, calmly surveying the members of the Knights of God who had encircled him. Noisy, Gogeta uttered dismissively, tinged with impatience. This contemptuous demeanor ignited the fury of the Knights of God. As beings that transcend all others, how could they ever endure such humiliation? Take him down. No regard for life or death. At the command of the venerable Gringus, scarcely had his words faded when several members of the Divine Knight Order sprang into action. Their speed eclipsed that of CP0, their movements imbued with a fierce and overwhelming presence. The glint of blades tore through the air, converging from all directions toward Gogeta. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Gogeta made no move to defend or retaliate. At the very instant the attacks were about to connect with his form, a terrifying aura, indescribable in words, erupted like a supervolcano dormant for eons. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an oppressive force that spread instantaneously, freezing the very essence of souls. The ground around Gogeta began to fracture, spiderweb-like cracks extending hundreds of meters in all directions. The sky seemed to be pressed down by an unseen hand, plunging into sudden darkness. Oh no! The attacking members of the Divine Knight Order collided with an invisible wall. Their assault disintegrated in an instant, their once mighty aura flickering out like a candle in the wind. The three foremost figures, upon encountering this overwhelming presence, were unable to utter a single complete cry, instantly vaporizing without a trace of flesh or blood, completely vanishing into nothingness. The next few, as if struck by an invisible hammer to the chest, felt their protective hockey crumble like paper. Blood gushed forth as their bodies were propelled backward at a speed faster than their advance, the sound of shattering bones echoing clearly. They crashed into a distant ornate wall, embedding deeply within it, their fates uncertain, leaving behind only chilling stains of blood. Even Gringus, the mightiest among them, felt like a fragile boat caught in a tempest at the moment that aura erupted. He let out a low groan as the solid white jade slabs beneath him shattered and sank, his renowned blade emitting a mournful cry under the burden. Its surface rapidly covered in fine cracks. Straining to harness his conqueror's haki to resist, he barely managed to remain grounded, unlike the others who were flung away. Yet the terrifying pressure left his hand trembling and cold sweat pouring from his brow. It was merely a release of aura, merely a consequence of proximity. The Divine Night Order, a symbol of the world government's supreme might, had disintegrated into chaos. Elite members turned to ash on the spot, while the rest were either dead or gravely injured. The entire square surrounding Panga City fell into a deathly silence. The surviving guards and officials collapsed to the ground, the stench of their incontinence permeating the air, struggling to breathe as their minds blanked, leaving only a boundless terror. Gringus struggled to raise his head, his once dominant gaze now filled with shock and disbelief. Gogeta's calm eyes surveyed the chaotic scene, eventually settling upon Gringus. He slightly tilted his head. His tone is indifferent, as if stating a trivial fact. Compared to the transgressions of your past, I have exhibited considerable mercy. The voice of Gogeta resonated clearly in the desolate square. Merely a handful have perished. Mercy? Merely a handful? These words struck like poison icicles, piercing the hearts of Gringus and all the survivors with brutal intensity. The lives of the members of the Divine Knights were reduced to mere chaff in his mouth. Gringus's eyes threatened to burst, his blood surged within him, nearly forcing its way out. Humiliation and rage coiled together, almost consuming him entirely. Yet, even the strength to raise his weapon seemed to have been drained from him. The chasm of absolute power stood like an insurmountable abyss. At that moment, 5 tremendous, ancient, and majestic auras descended with thunderous force. It was as if 5 dormant volcanoes had awakened simultaneously. The space experienced a slight distortion as 5 figures appeared in the center of the square, as if by teleportation. They were the tardy elders of the 5 stars. Chapter 68. Let you also feel the pain. The expressions of the 5 elders were as dark as the storm clouds, their eyes burning with unprecedented fury and gravity. Witnessing the devastation of Panga City, the deaths of the celestial dragons, and the dire state of the Divine Knights, especially feeling the heart-stopping aura emanating from Gogeta, they comprehended the severity of the situation. This was not merely a provocation, but a catastrophe capable of overturning the very foundations of the world. The voice of Topman Wal Chuli thundered like rolling thunder, filled with an anger restrained to its utmost. You dare commit such a heinous crime? The chilling presence of Marcus Mazes declared. Your existence is a blasphemy against the order of the world. Today, you shall not leave Mariehua alive. Shepherd Tiberius's gaze was menacing, exuding an unsettling aura. Regardless of your origin or the power you wield, opposing the world government leads only to annihilation. The cursed blade of Izambaron Venusura had already emerged half an inch from its sheath, radiating a cold light. Arrogant fool, prepare to bear the wrath of the divine. Jagor Lucius Satan leaned on his cane, appearing calm, yet the deep fissures in the ground beneath it revealed the tempest raging within him. Speak your purpose. Why do you desecrate the Holy Land? The 5 stars aligned in a row, directing their formidable might towards Gogeta. The entire Panga City area seemed to freeze. The air heavy as if composed of lead and mercury, an invisible force clashing violently, producing a low, resonant hum. In the face of their overwhelming fury and interrogation, Gogeta merely raised his chin slightly, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, almost mocking, with his hands casually placed in his pockets. His relaxed demeanor stood in stark contrast to the 5 stars, who were poised as if facing a dire threat. Purpose? Gogeta's voice, though soft, cut through the intangible tension of their confrontation with clarity. Your displeasure with you suffices as a reason? He slowly stepped forward. Boom! As his foot fell, a wave of pure pressure erupted from the point of impact, far greater than before. In an instant, the oppressive aura conjured by the 5 elders was utterly shattered. The earth trembled violently, as if a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 12 had struck. The grand walls of Pangu City groaned under the unbearable weight, fissures splitting open across their surface. In the distance, the palatial abodes of the celestial dragons swayed precariously, The terrifying presence incited a dramatic change in the expressions of the five elders, causing them to retreat in unison, their eyes filled with horror. "Do you also wish to dance?" he remarked, a wild, unrestrained smile stretching across his lips as his voice soared, resonating like thunder throughout the skies of Mariewa. The moment his words fell, an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing the sacred grounds. "Feel the pain." The voice of Gogeta rang cold and clear, each syllable striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the five elders and all celestial dragons. Buzzing, centered around Gogeta, the ground beneath collapsed instantaneously, forming a vast, bowl-shaped crater. The five elders could no longer maintain their footing, as if burdened by towering mountains, relentlessly pressed down by this irresistible force. Saint Mats, Saint Bit, and Saint Vacheli were the first to kneel, their knees shattering the stone slabs beneath them. Saint Nejiru attempted to support himself with his cursed blade, yet the weapon bent immediately, emitting a cry of impending fracture as he was forcefully pinned to the ground. Saint Satan's arm trembled violently against his cane, his aged body stooping to its limits, the base of his cane deeply embedded in the earth. He gritted his teeth, striving to resist this divine might, but ultimately succumbed, his other leg crashing down heavily. Those celestial dragons, who usually reveled in their tyrannical reign, found themselves utterly silenced by this terrifying power. They resembled crushed insects, blood streaming from their orifices, eyes bulging in terror, losing consciousness amid the excruciating agony and fear. They were deeply entrenched in the earth, their fates uncertain. This is the price of arrogance born from your self-proclaimed divinity. Gogeta's voice dripped with contempt for these celestial dragons, as if he were surveying a mere swarm of insignificant ants. "You have dwelled in your lofty heights for far too long, forgetting what true suffering and despair entail. Thus, I shall allow you to truly experience the pain you once inflicted upon the ordinary." Gogeta's words exuded a chilling, murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine. He slightly rotated his palm, the invisible, suffocating pressure resembling a colossal millstone, slowly grinding down the will and bodies of the five elders. In the face of this horrifying force, the elders appeared so diminutive and fragile, lacking even the strength to raise their heads, only capable of struggling amid the endless suffering. However, within Gogeta's gaze, there was no trace of fury, only an unsettling tranquility. Beneath this calmness lay a deeper, inscrutable essence that eluded comprehension. "Pain," he reiterated, each word resonating like a decree of divine retribution, echoing through the infernal skies of Mary Geos. The five elders, in a posture of humiliation, could only desperately resist the terrifying aura that threatened to crush their very souls. Suddenly, a rolling cloud of darkness emerged, suppressing the presence of the five elders, gradually dissipating. A figure, shrouded in shadows, appeared. This was Im. Chapter 69. A momentous event that shook the era. Im confronted Gogeta. "I will allow you to leave unscathed," Im declared. "Ha ha ha. Allow me to leave? Do you truly believe you possess the capability to keep me here?" Gogeta retorted mockingly, gazing at him. Im fell silent, lacking any confidence in his assertion. However, Im was not one to be trifled with. "Stubborn. Then you shall remain here." With a wave of his hand, the black shadows coalesced into sharp spikes, thrusting forward towards Gogeta. Just a mere centimeter from his face, the spike halted, unable to advance any further. Im's sharp eyes narrowed, as if an invisible wall stood in their way. Gogeta merely hummed softly, and the spikes shattered with a thunderous crack. Before the fragmented shadows could touch the ground, they dissipated into wisps of black smoke, vanishing into the air. The smirk at the corner of Gogeta's mouth deepened, and he did not even blink. "Is this all you can muster?" His voice was chillingly calm, yet carried a force potent enough to tremble the very fabric of space. "You think to tickle me with such feeble attempts, hoping I would stay? How naive and laughable." Im's Gauza darkened. He had anticipated the strength of this opponent, yet the ease with which Gogeta dismantled his attack, without even altering his stance, exceeded his expectations. Shadows surged violently around him, resembling a boiling sea of ink, exuding an unsettling chill and foreboding. "Arrogance," Im hissed, thrusting his hands forward with vigor. This time, it was not merely a single spike, but countless shadowy spears, infused with even greater power, raining down upon Gogeta like a torrential downpour. Each spear contained a terrifying force capable of piercing mountains, completely engulfing Gogeta's figure in an instant. Boom! 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 The cacophony of explosions merged into a singular roar as the thick, tangible darkness consumed the spot where Gogeta stood. A violent wave of energy distorting the surrounding space into layers of folds. The ground was instantaneously cleaved, creating bottomless chasms, and the debris disintegrated into dust before it could even scatter. Him fixated on the area ravaged by dark energy, unwilling to believe that his opponent could remain so unfazed. This onslaught was potent enough to obliterate an entire continent. However, as the dust began to settle, Im's pupils constricted sharply, a chill racing up his spine. Gogeta remained standing, utterly unharmed. He tilted his head, gazing at Im, his eyes reminiscent of one observing a clown fervently performing, yet miserably failing at his craft. Humiliation, an unprecedented sense of disgrace engulfed Im in an instant. How could someone who had lived for so long be subjected to such disdain? Anger supplanted confusion, and the shadow energy within him erupted like a volcano. With a feral roar, unleashed a primal scream, his entire being swelling into a colossal, shadowy golem. His immense fist descended upon Gogeta with the force of a mountain. Faced with this onslaught, Gogeta finally moved. He simply raised his hand with nonchalance. A thunderous crash reverberated, as if two worlds had collided. The raging energy shockwave burst outward in a circular explosion, obliterating and vaporizing everything within a vast radius. The fabric of space shattered like fragile glass, riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, emanating a sound of unbearable strain. The shadowy golem maintained its stance, while the diminutive Gogeta merely steadied the colossal fist, which was 1,000 times larger than his own frame, with his pinky finger. The scene was imbued with an absurdity and visual impact of the highest order. The golem, embodying Im, emitted an incredulous roar, a cacophony of pain and horror. He could distinctly feel the rebounding force causing the shadow energy, composing his fist to tremble violently, beginning to disintegrate. Alas, I had presumed you were formidable, yet you are disappointingly weak. Gogeta's murmured words penetrated the roar of energy with clarity. Crack! Boom! The shadowy fist, along with half of the golem's arm, disintegrated under the grip of Gogeta's fingers, exploding into a myriad of vanishing black specks. A piercing scream escaped the golem as its massive form staggered backward, black mist swirling from the severed arm in a desperate yet futile attempt to mend itself. Gogeta withdrew his hand, casually brushing it, as if merely shaking off a speck of dust. He took a single step forward, instantly bridging the distance of space, appearing before the staggering shadowy golem's head, locking eyes with its crimson orbs. It is over. He did not assume any combat stance. Instead, he delivered a straightforward punch to the golem's colossal head. This strike bore no outward radiance of energy. Its speed so swift it seemed as if the fist had never moved at all. Yet, in that fleeting moment of impact, the golem felt an unprecedented chill of death, a presence potent enough to freeze the soul. It was a power of purest essence, a force capable of piercing dimensions and shattering the very fabric of rules. How could this be happening? Im gathered his strength, forming a massive shield, and conjured a black vortex, enveloping himself and the elder stars along with the knights of the gods, vanishing in an instant. Boom! The shield shattered explosively, and Im and his companions disappeared. Spatial ability indeed. Gogeta, having completed all necessary tasks, did not pursue further and vanished in an instant from Mary Geos. On a distant island, Im, utilizing the powers of the space fruit, appeared alongside the 5 elders and the god knights. Upon landing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "My lord, are you all right?" asked Makasmas. Im shook his head, though he was reluctant to admit it. That individual was on an entirely different level than them. "We must find a place to hide and devise our next move," Im stated with a profound sense of humiliation. Meanwhile, Inaru and the Straw Hat crew departed from Moria's territory. Initially intending to wait for Gogeta, Inaru chose to leave with them at Luffy's invitation. Days later, as Inaru sailed with the Straw Hats through a stretch of the Grand Line, the sun shone brightly, seagulls circled overhead, and the familiar clamor filled the deck. Luffy was pestering Sanji for meat. Usopp was boasting about his latest invention, and Chopper and Brook were playfully chasing each other. Inaru sat alone atop the mast, meditating in silence. Suddenly, a fresh newspaper delivered by a newsbird shattered this brief tranquility, accompanied by Nami's incredulous scream. This is impossible." Nami's hands trembled violently, nearly crushing the paper. her eyes wide with disbelief as she fixated on the enormous headline and the striking photograph below. "What's wrong, Nami?" Robin, sensing her partner's distress, set aside her book. A bounty notice? A new bounty?" Nami's voice trembled with uncontainable shock and horror. "Oh, who has been issued a bounty this time? Has Luffy's bounty increased?" Zoro ambled over lazily. "No, it's neither Luffy nor any of us." Nami inhaled deeply, striving to calm her racing heart, and pronounced the name that plunged the entire deck into a chilling silence. "Gogeta, charges, assault on the holy land of Mary Geos, severely injuring the supreme authority of the world government, with intentions to overthrow the world order." The bounty amount. Nami faltered again, blinking rapidly as if in disbelief of the figure before her. "How much? Speak up, Nami-san," Sanji inquired, drawn closer by an unusual sense of foreboding. Nami lifted her gaze. Her eyes filled with unprecedented awe. In a tone almost akin to delirium, she declared the astronomical figure. "The bounty is 65 billion berries." 65 billion? Usopp's jaw dropped onto the deck. Frankie exaggeratedly gaped. "Super, an astronomical figure." Chopper, frightened, hid behind Rob and Nanny. Brooke's skeletal frame rattled. "Yo ho ho ho. This truly is enough to make my bones rattle." Zoro's drowsiness evaporated instantly, his gaze sharp as a blade. 65 billion. What a joke. Sanji's cigarette fell from his lips. "So, what has your master done, Luffy?" In an unusual display of seriousness, Luffy lowered his straw hat and replied, "My master. He took my grandfather away." The bounty on Vegeta and the implications of his actions spread like wildfire through various channels. It could be said that his recent endeavors marked a monumental event that would reverberate through the ages. In Chapter 70, reactions from various parties unfold amidst a special training session. In a laboratory of Egghead, where Dr. Vegapunk resides, an eerie silence enveloped the room. "Is this truly real?" he gasped, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the newspaper in his hands, the words seeming almost too incredible to digest. His understanding of the Gorosei was profound, yet he never anticipated that even such formidable figures could be outmatched by that individual. Standing quietly beside him were Shaka and others, their faces equally etched with shock. Slowly, Vegapunk set the newspaper down and shifted his gaze to the experimental subject lying bare on the operating table. This subject had been completed just yesterday. Though it had only absorbed 10% of that energy, the data already far exceeded expectations. "Let us name this subject Prototype 1, Vegapunk declared without hesitation. The ramifications of Vegeta's actions were far from simple. Meanwhile, on the distant shores of the Whitebeard pirates, the crew was left in stunned silence by the shocking news. He actually accomplished such a feat. It's simply unimaginable. Jozu murmured, his disbelief palpable. The dynamics of the world have begun to shift because of his actions. Marcori marked gravely. Whitebeard, lost in thought as he drank deeply, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. On Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin chuckled as she perused the newspaper. "Mamama, another extraordinary individual has emerged in this world. I wonder if he has an interest in treasures." A glint of greed sparkled in her eyes as she considered the opportunity to engage with him, thinking of how their union could fortify her own kingdom. In Wano's Onigashima, a thunderous laughter erupted, accompanied by the intoxicating scent of alcohol. Kaido, clutching a massive gourd, laughed heartily, his immense frame shaking with excitement, causing the very floor to tremble. "How fascinating! This is utterly delightful." He smashed the gourd onto the ground with a resounding thud, his eyes ablaze with a fierce battle spirit. "Those old geezers hiding in the shadows are not invincible after all. This Vegeta has done splendidly. Ha ha ha." Below, the three prominent figures displayed varied expressions. King crossed his arms, his gaze sharp and penetrating beneath his mask. "Mr. Kaido, this individual possesses unfathomable strength. The threat level is exceedingly high." Queen, puffing on a cigar, swayed his hefty form. Well, one extraordinary character indeed. However, his emergence may indeed be a fortuitous event for us. The Joker must be restless as well. Jack let out a low growl, his eyes reflecting both trepidation and exhilaration. Kaido ceased his laughter, his enormous dragon eyes glinting with a perilous light. "A threat? Oh. It is precisely the presence of threats that makes this world exhilarating. The old gods have fallen. We're the new ones." He suddenly rose to his feet, an aura of terror sweeping across the room. "I shall become the unrivaled supreme being of land, sea, and air." Gripping the nearby spike club, he slammed it down forcefully. "Inform everyone, Accelerate the production at the Smile Factory. Recruit more gifted individuals. The weapons from Wano must be dispatched more swiftly and in greater quantities. The era of chaos has dawned. This is the opportune moment for the Beast Pirates to expand their influence and seize dominion over the world. Oh, that Goku. I shall have the chance to personally test his mettle. Let's see if he possesses the qualifications to be recognized as my worthy adversary. Deep within Onigashima, Kaido's ambitious roar reverberated, heralding that the Beast Legion would soon reveal its sharper fangs in the impending tumultuous era. On an island where the red-haired pirates resided. What is your perspective on the actions taken by this individual? Beckman lit a cigarette, casting a glance toward Shanks. Shanks lifted a bowl of sake and drained it in one gulp. The era of great piracy ignited by Captain Roger was inherently chaotic, and now, this individual's actions have rendered this epic even more tumultuous. The two clinked their bowls together and drank heartily. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, it was unexpected that such a person would emerge in this world. Dragon, this is indeed a splendid opportunity for us. Ivankov's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dragon stroked his chin, his eyes shimmering with keen insight. This is truly a significant opportunity. He stood up, addressing all corps officers, issuing commands. Immediately contact the kings and factions inclined to resist. Intensify our infiltration efforts. We must seize this chance to deeply plant the seeds of freedom into the foundations of the world. The world is tilting in our favor. Upon hearing this, the officers dispersed, commencing their communications. At the newly established Navy headquarters within the new office, the temporarily appointed Admiral Akiji gazed at the mountain of reports on his desk, feeling a headache coming on. Sitting in his chair, he casually flipped through a report concerning the repercussions of the recent events. Some reports indicated that restless pirates no longer regarded the Navy with any respect, engaging in rampant pillaging and slaughter. Alas, Akiji could only let out a resigned sigh. With Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Akainu, Kazuru, and several capable rear admirals all injured, the current state of the Navy rendered them incapable of addressing these issues. Various dark forces and the 7 warlords exhibited differing reactions. In any case, the era of chaos had gradually unfurled. Days later, at the Sabeti archipelago, the bar was bustling. As Gogeta savored his fine wine, engaged in conversation with Aunt Xia, the other patrons kept their distance from him. After all, he was the one who had caused quite a stir in Mariehua. Aunt Xia glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Really should be back soon, she remarked. No sooner had she spoken than the tavern door swung open, and Rayleigh entered, followed closely by Luffy and his crew. Upon stepping inside, Rayleigh immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere within the tavern. Scanning the room, his gaze settled on Gogeta. His observation Haki detected that this individual was far from ordinary. Having spent the past few days at the auction house, he had not kept up with the news. Notably, there had been no incident akin to Luffy's altercation with the Celestial Dragons on Sabeti Archipelago this time. Hey, Master, what brings you here? Luffy's signature voice shattered the somewhat stagnant air, a consequence of Gogeta's presence. With a swift motion, his rubbery arm extended, launching himself like a cannonball toward Gogeta at the bar. Cough, cough. Gogeta, engrossed in conversation with Aunt Xia, nearly choked on his drink from Luffy's abrupt embrace. Setting his glass down, he allowed Luffy to cling to him like an exuberant koala. Hey, you little rascal, still as reckless as ever. Hey, it really is you. Master, Luffy exclaimed, completely unfazed. It had been a while since their hurried meeting, and given Gogeta's recent astounding feats, he found himself genuinely missing his mentor. Clinging to Gogeta, he danced with excitement, babbling incoherently. You're amazing. I knew you were the strongest. 100 times stronger than any admiral or the Gorosei. No, 1,000 times. Gogeta patted Luffy's straw hat. All right, get down now. It was just a bit of a ruckus. Reluctantly, Luffy hopped down, his face still glowing with exhilaration, eagerly tugging Gogeta towards his companions. Everyone look, this is the super amazing master I told you about. Gogeta, even stronger than Grandpa. Zoro stepped forward, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze intensely fixed on Gogeta. So you're the master Luffy keeps talking about? You must possess extraordinary strength to have trained such a fool. His words carried a challenge, yet there was an unmistakable thrill at the prospect of facing a formidable opponent. Sanji extinguished his cigarette, revealing a rare, serious expression. So, you're Luffy-S master? Quite the impressive identity you have. From afar, the members of the fearsome three-masted ship had only glimpsed Gogeta. Usopp trembled. Luffy-S master. The one who caused chaos in Mariewa. Images of terrifying scenes from the newspaper flashed in his mind. Gogeta surveyed the Straw Hat crew, offering a slight nod as a greeting. He returned to his seat at the bar and addressed Aunt Xia. Madam, another glass for me, and let us serve these youngsters some drinks as well. It's on me. He turned to Luffy, his tone growing serious. Luffy, given your current strength, continuing to venture forth would be akin to courting death. Luffy immediately straightened his posture, his gaze resolute. I am unafraid. I aspire to become the Pirate King. Mere proclamations are insufficient. Goku raised his newly poured drink, remarking, on that terrifying three-masted ship, you exhibited no resistance against your grandfather, did you? Had I not intervened, you would have been captured by him. He set down his glass, his piercing gaze sweeping over the members of the Straw Hat crew. As it happens, I have some time to spare. Before you embark for Fishman Island, I shall intensify your training. Intensive training? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true, Master? That is fantastic. He was the first to leap up in enthusiasm. Zoro's lips curled into a battle-ready grin. Just what I was hoping for. Sanji inhaled deeply and stood tall. To protect my comrades, I must grow stronger. Please, do guide us. Though trembling with fear, Nami and Usopp recognized the rare opportunity. Please, we look forward to your guidance. Chopper summoned his courage. I will do my best too. Robin smiled warmly. It is our honor to receive your instruction. Frankie struck his signature pose. Super. Let the training commence. Brooke elegantly bowed. Yo-ho-ho-ho, what an exhilarating proposal, though I lack blood. Rayleigh observed from the side, his eyes filled with intrigue and a hint of nostalgia. Shaggy, with a smile, polished a glass, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Excellent, Goku declared as he rose. Shaggy, Rayleigh, may I utilize the space behind a tavern? Time is of the essence. Let us begin at once. For the following month, a relatively secluded clearing on the fringes of Sabeti Archipelago became the crucible for the Straw Hat crew. Chapter 71. Training concluded, setting sail again. The pace remains insufficient. Goku flashed beside Luffy. Without any extraneous movement, the mere release of his aura conjured a terrifying wind pressure that slammed against Luffy's crossed arms. Ugh! Luffy felt an overwhelming force surge through him, propelling him backwards like a marionette severed from its strings, crashing into a pile of discarded ship planks several dozen meters away, sending a cloud of dust and splinters into the air. Zoro growled lowly, his three swords transforming into a tempest of slashing strikes. Three-sword style, Onigiri. The blades gleamed sharply, slicing through the air. Goku slightly sidestepped, evading the blow that could cleave steel as the strike missed him, grazing his clothing and leaving deep furrows in the ground. With a flick of his finger, Goku struck Zoro's sword spine. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Zoro felt an unimaginable force surge through his blade, causing his hands to fracture, blood gushing forth as his blades nearly slipped from his grip, forcing him to stagger backward, each step leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the hard ground. Chef, cover me, Zoro shouted through gritted teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Gotta understand. Sanji's silhouette darted like a tempest, swiftly appearing behind Gogeta. With all his might, his right foot unleashed a sharp, slicing sound as it struck fiercely at Gogeta's temple. However, Gogeta, without even turning around, used his ki to block the blow, his right hand moving with astonishing speed to precisely grasp Sanji's ankle. Such theatricality is excessive. With a flick of his wrist, Gogeta unleashed an irresistible force, hurling Sanji towards Luffy, who had just staggered up from the rubble, attempting to charge once more. The impact was thunderous as the two collided, tumbling together amidst a cloud of dust. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami exclaimed in shock, nearly dropping her weather staff. Chopper's eyes brimmed with tears from fear, while Usopp cowered, clutching his head and trembling. Frankie's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. A super monster. Robin's fingers quivered slightly as multiple arms materialized around Gogeta, only to dissipate under his overwhelming aura. Brook's skeletal frame rattled, his spirit half detached from his body. Standing resolutely, Gogeta surveyed the disheveled trio, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Anger? Resentment? Then prove it through action. Your current strength is insufficient to even touch the threshold of the new world. Remember, an attack is not about shouting, and defense is not about sheer resilience. Power must be concentrated. Your observation haki should perceive not my movements, but my intent. Come again. It had been a week since he began training Luffy and his crew. His words lashed at each individual's nerves like a whip. Luffy rose from the ground, The bruises on his rubbery body fading rapidly, yet the fire in his gaze burned even more intensely. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, the blood staining the hilt, his eyes sharp like a wounded lone wolf. Sanji spat out the blood from his mouth, straightening his posture, the previous laziness in his eyes replaced by a near-cold focus. Time trickled slowly amidst sweat, blood, and near-crumbling cries of despair. Each day, the abandoned shipyard echoed with the dull sounds of impact, the whistle of blades, the groans of overburdened bones, and Gogeta's reprimands. Luffy, the elasticity of rubber is not for reckless flailing. Compress your muscles and bones. Store power like a spring before releasing it. Where's your haki? Entwine it. Imagine your fist as an indomitable hammer. Zoro, the sword is an extension of the arm, a manifestation of will. If your heart is unsettled, the blade will dull. What is cutting through steel? Feel the flow of the wind. Sever the invisible barrier before you. That is the breath of iron. Sanji, your legs are weapons, not mere ornaments. Fast? Not fast enough. Concentrate the power at the tips of your toes. Channel the rotational force of your entire body into it. Observation haki is not for evasion. It is for anticipation, for finding the enemy's most vulnerable moment. Use your feet and shatter it. The training was harsh yet remarkably effective. The limits of physical endurance extract every ounce of strength, while precise strength control exercises demand the utmost destructive power from minimal movements. The near-combat confrontations leave each individual teetering on the brink of severe injury. Goku assumes the role of the most merciless examiner and relentless sparring partner, striking with pinpoint accuracy against their limits, compelling them to transcend. Zoro sits cross-legged at the edge of an open space, 3 swords resting horizontally across his knees. Sweat soaks his green bandana, trickling down his resolute cheeks. His eyes remain tightly shut, breaths deep and labored. The training sounds of his comrades seem distant. In his mind, Goku's words resonate repeatedly. Feel the breath of iron. Sever the invisible barriers. He strives to condense his observation haki, focusing intently on the pile of discarded ship anchors before him, seeking to comprehend the cold steel, its structure, and its existence. Time passes slowly. Sweat drips onto the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, Zoro's eyes fly open. A glint of brilliance flashes within. An invisible sharpness envelopes the massive anchor in an instant. One sword style Iato. His draw is executed with unparalleled speed. The blades gleam akin to lightning abruptly illuminating the darkness, vanishing in a heartbeat. There is no earth-shattering roar, only a faint sound, akin to a swift blade slicing through thick paper. The enormous, rusted anchor bears a straight, smooth cut through its center. The upper half silently slips away along the cut, crashing to the ground, the incision as smooth as a mirror. The realm of cutting iron. Enlightenment. Though he had severed iron before, this experience is unlike any other. It is a true and complete understanding. Meanwhile, Sanji moves at high speed between the abandoned masts and the ship's hull, so swift that only an afterimage remains. With each step, the wood and metal beneath him groan under the strain, leaving shallow impressions. Sweat blurs his vision, and his lungs burn. Not enough. Power must be concentrated. The explosion must occur in an instant. Goku's voice echoes in his ears. Clenching his teeth, Sanji forcefully propels himself against a robust mast once more. Give me the power to rise. He silently roars, compressing his leg muscles to their limits, channeling all his strength and rotational potential into the point of contact between his foot and the mast. Moonwalk. The air at the point of contact suddenly compresses, producing a muffled explosion. A powerful recoil surges through him. For the first time, Sanji's body ascends without relying on any physical support, defying gravity as he shoots upward several meters in a straight line. Success, although only for a fleeting moment and limited in height, is indeed a step in the air. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Sanji has taken flight. Brook's hollow eye sockets seem to twinkle for an instant. Luffy bears the greatest burden. Time and again, he is struck by Goku, sent flying and coughing blood. Yet he charges forward with fearless determination. The energy within him surges wildly under extreme pressure, his body instinctively seeking to break through the shackles. Compress. Transform your body into a formidable arsenal. Contain your strength, then unleash it with ferocity. Goku's fist once again struck Luffy's crossed arms, sending him crashing into the ground. Ugh! Luffy spat blood, yet the fire igniting in his eyes showed no sign of waning. He struggled to rise, the surface of his rubbery body beginning to manifest faint, steam-like red patterns. His muscles swelled and contracted at a visible pace, emitting a deep, rumbling sound akin to an overloaded engine. The veins beneath his skin bulged, darkening to a deep crimson. Not enough. Compress it within. Luffy roared, his arms forcefully contracting inward, the expansion of his muscles becoming even more startling, the dark red patterns resembling a searing iron. An uncontrollable, savage aura erupted from within him. The embryonic form of Gear 4th emerged amidst agony and roars. A month of hellish trials, 30 grueling days, had finally come to an end. In the abandoned dockyard, the Straw Hat crew stood in a row. Compared to a month ago, their physiques appeared largely unchanged. Yet their demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. Exhaustion lingered in their eyes, but beneath that fatigue lay a remarkable resilience and composure. Their gazes were sharp as blades, their presence solid as iron. Standing there, they resembled 9 blades, honed through relentless forging, their edges concealed yet potent. Goku's gaze slowly swept over them, and a nearly imperceptible arc of emotion flickered across his typically expressionless face. He nodded slightly. Mediocre. His tone remained bland, bordering on indifferent. Yet at least it suggested they wouldn't be easily crushed. Luffy grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, his eyes brimming with confidence beneath his straw hat. Hee, master. Just wait and see. The new world, here we come. Zoro bit down on his sword, sheathing 3 blades at his waist, his expression calm. When we meet again, my blade will be sharper. Sanji lit a cigarette, smoke swirling around him, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. For the All Blue, for my comrades, I will become stronger. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brook, each of them radiated a resolute light in their eyes. The month of torment had drained them of all their strength, yet had also forged an unparalleled power and conviction. The Thousand Sunny lay quietly docked at the reflective harbor of Sabeti Archipelago, large bubbles refracting a dreamlike brilliance under the sun. Frankie's meticulously maintained ship shimmered, the lion figurehead standing proud. The Straw Hat crew boarded, the deck alive with a long-awaited, hopeful exuberance. Set sail. Destination, Fishman Island. Off we go. Luffy stood at the bow of the ship, brimming with vigor as they ventured out to sea.